In midsummer, the deep blue sky stretched endlessly, and the fiery sun roasted the land below. The sea, matching the sky's color, sparkled under the bright sunlight like a precious gem. Not far from the sea, on a hillside, there was a small village surrounded by rough wooden stakes. In the open center of the village, a female figure dressed in animal skins, with messy hair and a thin, fragile body that looked like ribs, was lying on the ground. Under the scorching sun, large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead onto the earth. Yen Li's throat was so dry it felt like it was on fire. She moved her fingers, but her body was so weak she couldn't even lift a finger. What was happening? As she tried to understand her situation, a cute, young boy's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. The peeping system has connected. System Administrator Bear is now inputting your past life memories. Past life memories? Dead? I'm dead? If she had the strength, Yen Li would have jumped up in surprise. She was a future immortal candidate in the wild wilderness world, having spent 500 years accumulating nearly 10,000 virtues, almost enough to become a true immortal. And now she was dead? As the system's images flashed through her mind, Yen Li could only think one word. Pre-immortal Yen Li, due to a misunderstanding caused by Immortal Lord Heng Yu and Immortal Lord Xianming during a fight, you were accidentally injured. The system promises that once the peeping system accumulates 100,000 virtues and 100,000 cultivation points, you will be able to return to the wilderness world and attain the position of immortal. Please do not give up on life. Misunderstood injury? No, it was an accidental killing. Yen Li never imagined her death would be so absurd. Two powerful figures from the wilderness world, who were running around different worlds, ended up fighting over a apricot blossom cake. A bright sphere then exploded in her room while she was resting, destroying her body and scattering her soul. To fix their mistake, they gathered her soul and, since she had no body, chose a dead body from a nearby world for her to be reborn into. This was utterly ridiculous. But she was only angry for a moment. In the wilderness world, after becoming a true immortal, one had to serve under an immortal lord, do chores, and accumulate virtues. Even with enough virtues, one needed the recognition of other immortals to officially become a true immortal. If, during her duties, she accidentally caused trouble or failed to please others, she might have enough virtues, but still not be able to attain the immortal rank and remain a minor immortal. Becoming an immortal was really hard. But now, as long as she could regain 100,000 virtues and cultivation points, she could become an immortal instantly and rise to the top. That was possible. Now, the system is inputting the memories of the original owner. Yen Li calmly waits for her memory, but when she sees it, she becomes unsettled. What kind of world is this? This continent's native inhabitants are beastmen. When in danger, beastmen transform into fierce animals to protect themselves. When safe, they walk around in human form. Female beastmen, called females due to their physical traits, can only partially transform and cannot fully turn into beasts. Quick science fact: even if female and male beastmen have different beast forms, there are no racial barriers. Their cubs are born looking like normal babies. After 11 months, the cubs start to show their beast form, which depends on whether their genes come more from their father or mother. Beastmen, aside from lacking spiritual power, are not much different from the monsters in the ancient world. Host, the system has selected the best beginner's gift pack. Would you like to receive it now or later? Later. This is no longer the familiar ancient world Yen Li knew. She needs some time to sort out the information. This continent is called Amond. It is home to many different beastmen. Because of their different beast forms, beastmen are divided into various tribes and clans. Similarly, some beastmen with fierce forms look down on those with gentle forms. Over time, this discrimination has led to conflicts among beastmen. The original owner's name was Aie, a young female from the Carter tribe. According to her memories, Yen Li judges that the Carter beastmen are a group of black cats. The beastmen of the Carter tribe have small frames. No matter how much they train, they can't develop much muscle. Due to their physical traits, The males look somewhat delicate, and the females are neither provocative nor charming. However, the Carter tribe was destroyed. In this predator and prey world of beastmen, even those in human or beast form who seem weak are often attacked once discovered. The original owner escaped and was taken to a village by the cub of the king of the wild lion tribe. Amond continent is thriving with male dominance and female decline. Many tribes attack others, and when they see females, they seize them to distribute among their people. But among the highly xenophobic beastmen, outsiders' females also have a tough life. The original owner has been in the wild lion tribe for a month, and every day has been difficult. There is a female named Nana in the tribe who always causes trouble for her. Not getting food is a small matter. Every day she is kicked when they meet. The reason she is kneeling in the sun is because she spilled a bowl of spoiled wild vegetable soup. She has nowhere to go, so she endures in hopes of gaining protection. But now, this is Yen Li, not the original owner. Her first goal is to leave the wild lion tribe. Yen Li has completed many tasks to accumulate good deeds. She is knowledgeable, skilled in martial arts, and has magic powers. Magic powers. Her body, trained for many years, was blown to ashes. How can this new body have magic powers? It's over. The original body's been exposed to the sun for a long time and is already sunstroke. She has no strength left, her head is dizzy, and without magic to heal her, if she keeps exposing herself, she might die. Alert! The host's body is dehydrated, sunstroke, and hungry. Continuing could be life-threatening. You currently have 150 points. Would you like to spend 50 points to buy a nutritional supplement? Hongyu Xianzun and Xianming Xianzun often travel to different worlds and bring back many new and interesting things. She has heard of nutritional supplements, liquid like water that can fill hunger and cure illnesses. Yes. Yen Li didn't hesitate. Saving her life is the most important. As soon as she agreed, a green nutritional supplement appeared on the ground. Yen Li used her remaining strength to open it and gulped it down. The supplement traveled from her throat to her stomach. Within 5 minutes, her headache and weakness disappeared, and she felt warm and energized. She stood up and walked to a large tree nearby to rest. Avoiding the scorching sun, she felt cool and comfortable. But it was still hot. The original owner was wearing animal hide clothes that didn't match the season. Because of sweat, they were wet, heavy, and had a strange smell. In her memory, the Amond continent was an ancient era where only fire was used. No iron, no clothes, no candles, and only simple salt. How difficult would the days ahead be? Yen Li thought to herself. She sighed softly when suddenly a sweet female voice scolded, "You filthy thing! Who said you could come here? Go back and kneel." Yen Li looked up and saw 3 angry people approaching. Oh no, trouble is coming. Standing in the middle was a blonde, blue-eyed girl with fair skin. Nana, the female who often bullied the original owner. Nana's father was one of the most trusted aides of the Lion King and held a high status in the village. Nana was his only daughter, so he spoiled her a lot. Because she was beautiful, many beastmen in the village wanted to be her partner and tried to please her. When she reached Yen Li, she crossed her arms and scolded, "What are you looking at? You filthy thing! Go back and kneel." Yen Li didn't want to bother with a spoiled child and turned her head to look elsewhere. Ignoring her, Nana's face twisted with anger. She grabbed Yen Li's yellow, dry, like hair, and pulled forward. Yen Li felt her scalp almost being torn off. "Little girl, you didn't even say hello before attacking." Yen Li reached out and grabbed Nana's hand in return. Perhaps because she was frightened, Yen Li's hand turned into a beast's claw, with sharp nails that left a few blood marks on Nana's fair arm. Nana cried out in pain and released her hand. Seeing the blood on her arm, she trembled with anger. "You dirty thing! How dare you hurt me? I will tear you apart." The savage lion tribe interprets this literally. Both females and beastmen in the tribe look like lions. Nana, furious, half-beast transformed. Her hands became claws, Her ears turned into furry animal ears, and a long tail with a tuft of hair at the end wagged angrily. Her two followers also transformed into beasts and attacked Yanli. Yanli immediately half-beast transformed as well. Cats are agile and quick creatures. Using her martial arts skills and the advantages of her beast form, Yanli knocked down all three of them, piling on top and pressing down. Why did you bother me if you're just going to provoke me? The original owner was easy to bully. Did she think I was also easy? Foreign female. How dare you bully me? My father will tear you apart. You won't be able to stay in the savage lion tribe anymore. Can't win? Call the boss, are you proud?
Yanli snarled.
Outsider female. You're doomed. Nana shouted in a panic. That was all she said. Not bothering to pay her any attention, Yanli looked at her claws, then thought for a moment. Her claws turned back into normal human hands. It was quite simple, just think, and she could switch between beast form and human form easily, without much skill needed. In beast form, her body was light and agile, and her sharp eyes could see through her opponent's attacks clearly. Although she had no magic power, her physical fitness was decent. If she left the village and faced danger, she might not win, but she could definitely run away. After drinking a bottle of nutritional supplement, her body was in its best condition. If she could find a beast man for a fight, she could test her skills and better understand her survival chances outside. But after fighting a female, would it be too arrogant to look for a beast man to fight next? On someone else's territory, maybe she should stay low-key? Yanli fell into a tangled, thoughtful silence. Suddenly, a deep, steady male voice sounded behind her, asking, "What are you doing?" Yanli turned around and saw about 20 people standing behind her. Some of them carried a strange creature that looked neither bird nor beast, quite large, probably weighing around 100 pounds. In front of these people stands a beast man with black hair and golden eyes. He looks very handsome, with delicate features, a tall figure, and honey-colored skin. His bare upper body shows strong, well-defined muscles, perhaps even more perfect than those of daily gym-goers. Although he only wears a piece of beast hide, he exudes a wild, beastly aura and a powerful presence like a king looking down on the world. On this uncivilized continent, this beast man seems out of place among others of his kind. Soon, the original owner's mind sends a message to Yanli. Moye, the only son of the Lion King, prince of the Wild Lion clan, heir to the throne. This outsider female is actually bullying Nana. Why don't you get up quickly? Standing beside Moye, Lion Heo was the first to speak. Yanli thought of the person still sitting beneath her and quickly stood up. Nana, freed, threw herself into Moye's arms, tears in her eyes. Lord Moye, this outsider female is bullying us. You must help us punish her. Moye's strong arm moved silently, pushing Nana gently to Lion Heo's side. Seeing someone approaching, Lion Heo placed his hands on Nana's shoulders, angry and determined. Nana, I will help you get revenge. We took her in, gave her food, and she dares to bully you? Outsider females are useless. Exactly, she's so ugly and so thin. Who knows if she can even have babies? And she's bullying Nana and the others. Lord Moye, we don't have extra meat to feed such a bad female. Let's kick her out. Yes, kick her out. Kick out this ugly female. Out she goes. Hearing everyone's angry shouts, Yanli sighed in relief. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye. Don't miss me. She waved at the crowd. Everyone. Is she really leaving? Yanli walked toward the village gate. The villagers watched her confident silhouette. No begging, no crying, no regrets. This felt wrong. Is she really going to leave our village? Is she not afraid to die outside? The beast men were stunned. Nana pushed Lion Heo. You go watch her leave the village. Maybe she'll regret it after she reaches the gate and come back. Such a bad female. We can't keep her anymore, right? Lord Moye. Moye's golden eyes coldly glanced at her. He said nothing and walked away coldly. Feeling ignored, Nana felt a bit awkward. Yanli was picked up by Moye. If she openly drove her away in front of him, would that challenge his authority? But no matter what, That ugly female must be kicked out. Lion Heo listened to Nana and followed Yanli's steps. He looked at Yanli with suspicion. Yanli's steps were firm, but her face was mostly hidden by her tangled hair, so he couldn't see her expression clearly. However, her bright, determined eyes were visible. Those eyes didn't look like they belonged to someone who had been expelled from the village. There was no fear in her eyes, only happiness. The village's gate was usually closed at dusk when all the Beastmen returned. But now, the gate was open. Yanli walked out freely, and Lion Heo saw her continue forward, without stopping. He called out, "Hey, outsider female, are you really leaving our village?" "Leaving our village as a female, you'll be torn apart by fierce beasts outside in less than 3 days. If you kneel before Nana and beg, we might still accept you." Yanli chuckled softly. "Love-struck fools. You're so clueless." "What do you mean by that?" "When did the king of the Wild Lion clan appoint a small female to decide my fate? Shouldn't only the Lion King have that power?" "Oh, right. Now Moye can decide too." "You." He was speechless, realizing her point made sense. "I will survive. Every 3 days, I will come to the village gate to show you that I am still alive," Yanli said. "It would be so satisfying to come back every day and rub their faces in it." Lion Heo snorted coldly. "Arrogant female, I think you're just scared. Leave now, and get out of our Wild Lion clan's territory." Yanli was completely different from when she first arrived in the Wild Lion clan. But who cared about the change in an outsider female? Yanli moved a little way away from the Wild Lion clan village. She looked down at the sea and the dense forest nearby. On the Amand continent, many fierce creatures exist, called ferocious beasts. These beasts are strong and fast. The Beastmen living here must not only defend against attacks from other clans, but also be cautious of ferocious beasts when they go out to find food. Although Yanli boasted about leaving the village, she wouldn't choose to go too far from the Wild Lion clan. The Wild Lion clan is one of the 3 strongest groups. Other clans dislike having few females, but even if they dislike it, they wouldn't chase females away. However, the Wild Lion clan is different. They are capricious and will chase females away if they dislike them. Their population is large, and although females are still fewer than Beastmen, the many younglings mean the village won't perish if a female leaves. Thanks to the strength of the Wild Lion clan, places marked with their symbol are avoided by other Beastmen. The best way to survive is to live somewhere not far from the village, which can help avoid attacks from other beasts. You only need to focus on facing the dangerous animals. The forest is not a good place. The trees are dense, and there are many snakes, insects, and ants, making it easy for dangerous animals to hide and attack. Yanli looks at the sea below the mountain. She walks toward the seaside, and after a while, she hears the sound of footsteps behind her. She turns around. Moye stands there with a calm expression, his hair gently swaying in the sea breeze, and his golden eyes shine like amber in the sunlight. "Do you want to go there to find a place to stay?" Moye speaks, breaking the silence between them. Yanli asks, not aloud. "Come with me." Moye takes long, strong steps, taking the lead. He has a lot of authority, so Yanli doesn't dare to be too bold. She follows him toward the seaside. Moye leads her to a cave some distance from the water. The cave is surrounded by large rocks and is quite spacious inside. There's a hole in the upper left corner, letting sunlight in, which makes the cave bright. You can live here. No dangerous animals come to this river, and no tribe members will come here. Why not come? It's by the sea, with plenty of seafood to eat. Amon's curse has affected this place, and the water here isn't drinkable. If Yanli hadn't seen so much, she might believe his strange story. "Why are you helping me?" Yanli asks. "I hit your tribe's female. Next time, don't hit anyone." Moye exudes a calm but commanding presence, speaking ordinary words that subconsciously make people obey. People with a king's aura are truly intimidating. "There won't be a next time," Yanli says. Moye nods and turns to leave the cave. He finds a large stone, pushes it over, and blocks the entrance, leaving just enough space for Yanli to come and go. Yanli is slightly surprised. For a beastman, Moye is like a breath of fresh air. He isn't mindless and aggressive like most beastmen. He looks good and is thoughtful. Yenli has lived for 500 years, and this is the first time a man has been so caring toward her. After fixing the cave entrance, Moye takes out 2 bright red fruits from his animal hide pouch and gives them to her. Stay alive. Moye is simply following his mother's words to help females in need, regardless of tribe. His mother was an outsider, and the tribe members respected him but ignored or disrespected his mother. Even after she died, they never treated her kindly. Seeing how lonely his mother was, Moye decided to help Yenli. Yenli confidently lifted the 2 fruits he was given and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will not only survive but also repay your kindness. Moye didn't expect Yenli to repay him, just surviving was enough. Moye was the heir of the village and needed to help manage it. There were many things to do, so he didn't stay here long. Yenli returned to the cave, sat cross-legged, and felt comfortable on the soft sand. She looked around at the cave environment. Her new life would start here. Bar, bring out the beginner's gift pack. The system administrator, Bar, responded. Okay, host. A white cloth bag appeared on the ground. Yenli opened the bag, which contained a flint, a military dagger, a box of bandages, a bottle of universal healing ointment, a detoxifier, and a packet of salt, all familiar items to her. Next, Yenli asked Bar to introduce what else was in the all-knowing system. Bar, with a cute little boy voice, said, "The all-knowing system has everything you want and even things you don't expect. But the cultivation shop requires you to complete tasks to earn cultivation points. As your cultivation and virtue increase, more items will be unlocked in the shop. There are 2 shops. One is the cultivation shop, and the other is the virtue shop. You can only buy from the cultivation shop with cultivation points, and only from the virtue shop with virtue points." Yenli asked, "Wait, if I buy things with cultivation and virtue points, will those points be deducted?" "Yes, host. The 2 immortal lords have been punished by the supreme heavenly Tao. They can't help you much now, so everything depends on your luck." Yenli fell silent, knowing the road ahead would be tough. The all-knowing system was an important tool for Yenli to survive in the beast world and return to the ancient realm. She sat on a stone and carefully studied the system. The system's interface was simple, only 2 pages, one for the shop and one for cultivation points. Clicking into the shop, the top displayed cultivation shop and virtue shop. The cultivation shop had only a few items: toothpaste, toothbrush, towel, scissors, and quilt. Clicking on an item showed its description and usage instructions, so even if Yenli had never seen them before, she would quickly understand what they were for. The virtue shop had nothing for sale, no items at all. She couldn't even see what they looked like. When she entered the cultivation page, a tree-like symbol appeared in front of her. In the top right corner, it showed Cultivation 100. The tree symbol had many strange skills. At the bottom, there were glowing dots labeled Appraisal, Carpenter, Stonemason, and Bamboo Weaving. Bar, what are these things? Host, to follow the rules of this world, the skills on the cultivation tree have been changed to suit survival here. You can think of yourself as a fire spirit root, and the first skill you learn is Fireball. As your cultivation increases, you can learn more fire-related spells. This means that learning these skills helps you survive better in this world. Exactly, host. Aya recommends you identify this skill. Basic identification can determine whether any item is toxic or safe. The creatures and plants in this world are unfamiliar to you, so using identification greatly improves your chances of survival. This skill is very reliable. Yenli agrees and chooses to identify the skill. Soon, her cultivation level drops from 100 to 50. To see if the skill is trustworthy, Yenli leaves the cave and goes to the seaside. Hidden among the rocks are some brightly colored. Yenli uses the identification skill, and the words non-toxic appear above the. She climbs onto the rocks and observes the fish swimming in shallow water. Using the identification skill, she clearly marks whether they are toxic or safe. In the wilderness, the 2 most important tasks are building a shelter and finding food. Now that the shelter is ready, she needs to find food. After drinking a nutrient supplement, Yenli is not hungry, but she knows she must find food in case she gets hungry later. She goes to the edge of the woods, collects some dry branches and grass, and returns to her cave. With enough firewood, she goes back to the seaside and catches several safe fish. After finishing these tasks, it gets dark. Back in the cave, Yenli starts a fire. She begins preparing the caught fish, but suddenly remembers she has no water. There's nothing to cook the fish with and no water. It's night, and Yenli decides not to risk going out for water. She removes the fish scales and guts, then sticks a branch into the fish's mouth, placing it in the dirt near the fire to roast. When the fish is almost done, she sprinkles some salt on it. The smell of burnt wood and fish fills the cave, despite the smoky air. Although her stomach isn't hungry, Yenli craves these roasted fish. She is a true foodie. Before becoming a fairy, she avoided grains, so eating or not eating was fine, but she insists on 3 meals a day. Is this the fall of a fairy? Or just laziness? Yenli can only answer, food is more important than anything. Finally, the fish is roasted. Just as she is about to enjoy her meal, a rustling sound comes from outside the cave. The large stone blocking the entrance is gently pushed aside, and Moye enters, carrying an orange-yellow, gourd-like object. Seeing Yenli open her mouth to bite the grilled fish, her expression wavered slightly. Where did the fish come from?
From the sea.
That big river over there? Haven't you caught any fish from it to eat? Moye handed her a gourd. It's water from a river cursed by the Amand god. Don't touch anything inside. Having respect for the unknown is good, but you shouldn't be too timid. Yenli took the gourd. Thank you for the water. Just when she was worried about not having water to drink tonight, Moye brought some just in time. He truly is a good man among Beastmen, thoughtful and considerate. Yenli reached for another piece of grilled fish again, but before she could take a bite, it was snatched away. Moye's handsome face was serious, with furrowed brows and amber-like golden eyes fixed on the fish. His solemn expression made it seem as if he wasn't holding a simple grilled fish, but a worthy opponent to study. Taking advantage of his distraction, Yenli quickly grabbed another piece of grilled fish and took a bite. So delicious. The fish was tender and flavorful, seasoned only with a little salt, perfectly preserving its natural taste. Although slightly charred, the char was just right, and the fish skin was fragrant and crispy. The fish had few bones and lots of meat. Yenli took another bite, and suddenly, the voice of Bar echoed in her mind. Dinner successful, gained 3 cultivation points. Yenli saw her cultivation increase from 50 to 53. She paused, thinking, does eating a meal count as gaining cultivation? Surviving on Amon's land is considered success. Therefore, if the host uses food and other resources from Amon's continent to survive, they can gain cultivation points. Isn't that great? Just by eating a meal, she gets 3 cultivation points. The maximum cultivation points gained from eating in one day is 3, not from just one meal.
All right.
Yenli understood how the system judged. As long as she eats once a day and doesn't starve, she's considered surviving successfully, whether she eats once or 3 times. That's good. As long as she eats a little each day, she can earn cultivation points. Soon, she'll collect 100,000 cultivation points and 100,000 merits. Thinking about leaving this world soon made Yenli happily take another bite of the grilled fish. Suddenly, she caught a glance from the corner of her eye. Moye was staring at her intently. Yenli, what's with that look?
Is it worry mixed with
sympathy? Her tribe was destroyed. She wandered outside, and after finally finding a safe place, she was driven out again. Now she can only stay in a cave, eating fish from the cursed river of Amand. From Moye's perspective, Yenli is indeed a sympathetic female. However, Yenli doesn't like being pitted. The cursed river you mentioned, called the sea among our people. And also, Yenli held up the roasted fish and waved it. My former tribe often ate this, it's fine. The cat tribe is known for liking fish, no problem there. Want to try a bite? Of course, if you're afraid, you can check my condition in 3 days. If I'm still alive, it means there's no problem.
Moye spoke little.
Without his agreement, Yanli patiently explained. Her words, "if you're afraid," challenged Moye. As a beast man, the worst thing to hear is, "you're useless, you're afraid." Moye decisively took a bite of the fish. The meat was tender, and after a few chews, it went down easily. Moye, with limited vocabulary and experience, didn't know how to describe the taste of the roasted fish. He had never eaten meat so easy to swallow, and it had a flavor he'd never tasted before. Although he couldn't describe the taste, the roasted fish was one of the tastiest meats Moye had ever eaten. Seeing him eat the fish, Yanli was about to ask how it tasted when Bar's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Sharing food grants 2 points of merit. 2 merits appeared out of nowhere behind the 53 cultivation level. Merit is basically doing good deeds. But Yanli didn't expect that offering food to someone could earn merit. Bar, does merit mean that if I share some food with someone each day, I still get only 2 points? Yes, host. Is there a limit on the number of people? No limit. But sharing food with the same person can only earn merit once every 3 days. One person can only earn merit once every 3 days. So, does that mean 3 days without eating won't cause starvation? Although the restrictions are a bit many, the cultivation merit is still somewhat easy to earn. Yanli pulled her thoughts back and looked up to see Moye had finished the fish. There was no more merit to be gained from Moye, but since he had helped her, Yanli kindly asked, "Want more? Is it okay?" The Furious Lion tribe, one of the 3 strongest tribes, also faced food shortages. In hunting grounds, they were easily attacked by other tribes. Sometimes, even after hunting, their food was stolen by beastmen from other tribes. The Furious Lion tribe had many members, and sometimes the hunted food wasn't enough. Beastmen didn't have the habit of planting or storing food. If they were attacked by other tribes and their stored food was stolen, all their hard work would be wasted. Of course, they didn't know how to plant or store food either. Moye, as the son of the Lion King, carried nobility and responsibility with his status. Each time she shares food, she eats only what she receives. If there's not enough, she won't ask for more. Today, the hunted prey was a bit scarce and not enough to eat. Tasting the delicious grilled fish for the first time, Moye suddenly felt hungry. "That's enough for me with this one. I'll give the rest to you," she said. The effects of the nutrient supplement were still working. Yanli didn't feel hungry at all. Moye looked at the remaining 3 grilled fish and became serious again, appearing to worry about something. A caring and warm-hearted man, his first thought was always about others. Yanli said, "Don't worry about me not having enough to eat. You're afraid to eat fish from the sea because there are so many, and I can easily catch a dozen without trouble." Yanli wasn't bragging. There really are a lot of fish by the sea. Many fish are trapped in the rocks, unable to leave the water. Just digging into a small pond, she could catch several fish easily. "Given my current situation, I won't do anything reckless. I dare to give you food because I can still catch more," Yanli continued to reassure Moye. Moye thought for a moment and nodded gently. "I'll return the favor tomorrow." "No need to return it. I told you I would repay your kindness."
This is part of that.
Yanli is clear about her feelings. Whoever treats her well, she will treat them well in return. Those who are unkind, she will double her kindness back. Both the original owner and herself received help from Moye. Yanli still held a high regard for him. Her words also eased Moye's worries. He finished all 3 grilled fish and still felt a bit unsatisfied. It was the first time he felt this greedy. "I'm going back," he said. He had stayed long enough here. "Will you come again tomorrow?" The question sounded a bit strange. Yanli added, "I want to know where there's a river nearby. I need water. Fresh water is essential for survival." Moye replied, "I can't come during the day." "All right," she said, realizing she would have to find water herself. "Over there, just outside the woods, there's a river you can drink from. But there are many fierce beasts along the riverbank. If you need water, I can bring it to you." Moye could indeed help her with drinking water, but the water for washing food and cooking was not enough. Knowing the direction of the water, Yanli no longer asked Moye for more. He pushed the large stone back into its original position at the cave entrance and left. The next day, before dawn, Yenli transformed into her beast form and headed toward the river Moye had told her about. It was still early, and both the fierce beasts and the beastmen of the wild lion tribe were still asleep. Her agile and light body, after transforming, allowed Yenli to climb trees easily and jump from branch to branch. In the blink of an eye, she left the woods and arrived at the riverbank. The river was wide and clear. By the river, there were a few white creatures with horns that looked like rabbits. Yenli used her identification skill. They were harmless. Great, breakfast is here. She immediately pounced and with quick movements, caught one of the horned rabbits. Caught a fierce beast, gained 5 points of cultivation. Yenli was surprised. Can this also increase my cultivation? Catching edible fierce beasts not only trains hunting skills, but also provides food, which improves survival ability and grants cultivation points. Can I get more cultivation points from the same beast again? Yes, but catching too many will reduce the points gained each time. Yenli shrugged. Although the points were small, she now knew another way to gain cultivation, so it was okay. The rabbit weighed about 5 jin, around 2.5 kilograms, enough for a day's meal. Yenli took out her dagger, cut open the rabbit's fur and skin, cleaned the internal organs, and washed them in the river. Just as she was about to leave, she heard rustling in the woods. More than 10 gray wolves with large ears hanging down on each side appeared, glaring at Yenli. They were attracted by the smell of the rabbit's blood. Yenli identified them. They were harmless. Good, another ingredient. But she already had a 5-gene white-horned rabbit. You're lucky. If I didn't already have food, you'd be my meal today. The gray wolf with big ears didn't understand Yenli's words. Driven by instinct, it lunged at her. Yenli dodged several times and retreated back into the woods. Her speed was fast. When the big-eared gray wolf chased her for a while and couldn't catch up, it stopped. Back at her cave, Yenli looked at the empty cave and felt worried. There was nowhere to store the rabbit meat. She had found water, but had nothing to carry it in. Only the gourd given by Moye. She wouldn't stay long in this world. Yenli wanted to live a better life, and most importantly, she wanted to eat well. But she only had salt for seasoning and no pot. Other seasonings could be found outside, but what about a pot? Eating grilled food every day could easily cause health issues. Yenli opened the system's 2 shops but couldn't find a pot anywhere. Bar, can't you just make me a pot? Host, Bar is just an administrator, responsible for explanations and suggestions. It doesn't have other permissions and can't help you. Then, how can I get a pot quickly? Host, you can use 50 cultivation points to learn masonry skills. Masons can make many things from stones, such as stone bowls and stone pots. Yenli's eyes lit up, and she snapped her fingers with a click. Chiseling stones is a bit tiring, but you're right. Stone pots are heat-resistant. In times without iron, stone is the best material for making pots. Yenli quickly spent 50 cultivation points to learn the stone pot skill. Suddenly, a hammer and chisel appeared out of nowhere. These are basic tools given when you learn masonry skills. The cultivation points shop now sells tools needed for masons. If any tools are damaged or if you need other items, you can buy them in the shop. Yenli checked the cultivation point shop and saw more items available. But they weren't cheap. A hammer costs 500 cultivation points, and the cheapest tools start at 50 points. She selected the beginner masonry skill. As she looked at the stone, images of how to process it appeared in her mind. She wasn't in a rush to chisel the stone into a bowl. First, she roasted the rabbit meat over the fire. Once the rabbit was ready, she got up and went outside to find stones. There were many stones by the seaside, including pretty pebbles and stones of various sizes. Yenli found a bright orange stone to make a stone pot and carried it back to the cave entrance. After learning masonry, she picked up the hammer and chisel. Without much thought, her hands moved automatically. Her body was strong enough to handle the hammer's weight. While working on the stone pot, she occasionally checked on the rabbit roasting in the cave. Soon, dusk arrived. Her stone pot was finished, with a large hole in the stone, but it was good enough for cooking. She didn't need it to be perfect, just usable. After placing the pot inside the cave, she took the opportunity before it got completely dark. Yen Li went to the seaside. She watched the fish swimming in the shallow water. With a sharpened wooden stick, she suddenly stabbed into the water. A fat fish was pierced and struggled on the stick. She used vines to hook the fish through its gills. The vines came out of the fish's mouth, full of sharp teeth. She tied the fish and set it aside, then continued fishing. Suddenly, a wave hit, causing her to slip. She almost fell into the sea. A strong arm appeared, holding her slender waist and lifting her easily. Yen Li looked back. The person who saved her was Moye. "Is this how you catch fish?" Moye placed her on a flat reef.
Yen Li nudda.
"The fish here have sharp teeth. If I try to catch them by hand, I might get bitten and hurt. Even rabbits have sharp horns, and fish are no different, each with sharp teeth like piranhas." Moye took her stick and suddenly stabbed a fish in the water, catching one fish. Moye handed the fish to her. Yen Li took the fish and skewered it. After that, the two of them didn't speak. One was skewering fish, the other was holding fish. They caught more than 10 fish before it got completely dark. Yen Li looked at the firelight coming from the cave and started to walk back. Halfway there, Moye suddenly held her hand.
Yen Li stifanat.
Moye said, "Don't fall. There are many stones here." To prove his words, as soon as he finished speaking, Yen Li tripped over a stone on the ground and fell onto Moye. There are indeed many stones. Back at the cave, Moye saw half a rabbit and a large orange-yellow stone with a big hole in the middle. There wasn't much in the cave, but even a little more would be easy to notice. Before yesterday, Moye thought Yen Li could only eat fish, but he was surprised to see other meat. How did she catch it? Yen Li sat on the ground and processed the fish she caught. She scraped the fish scales and guts onto a large leaf. The cave is now her home, so she needs to keep it clean. After cleaning one fish, she placed it near the fire to roast. Moye watched her skilled technique and believed her original tribe ate fish often. They always hunted the same prey, so they would be good at processing it. There weren't enough branches to roast the fish. Yen Li decided to eat while roasting. She poured a little water from the gourd to wash her hands. "There's fresh water." Moye came to bring new water. Seeing the fresh water, Yen Li drank all the water from yesterday's gourd. She now knew where the river was but couldn't freely use the water yet, which was very hard. After washing her hands, Yen Li picked up the nearly dried rabbit meat. She tore off a piece. The rabbit meat, roasted for almost a day, was dry and tough, needing several bites to swallow. The taste wasn't bad, but it wasn't very delicious either. Yen Li tore off a big piece and gave it to Moye. "Want some? The fish isn't ready yet. Have this to fill your stomach." Because the rabbit meat wasn't tasty, Yen Li was a bit disgusted and quickly asked Moye to share. Moye hesitated for a moment before taking the rabbit meat. He took a bite. It tasted similar to the rabbit meat he had before, but there was a strange flavor. It tasted like fish from the sea. Actually, this flavor was just salt seasoning. Seeing that Moye didn't dislike the rabbit meat and was almost finished eating it, Yen Li hurried to give him the rest. Moye held the meat. "Don't like it?" It's not that he is too careful, but Yen Li's behavior is too obvious. Yen Li, "No, I've been eating for almost a day, and I'm a bit tired of it." Even the fierce lion tribe doesn't have enough food. Saying she doesn't like to eat is a bit cheeky, and claiming she's tired is also a bit much. Moye is eating rabbit meat and can't help but ask, "Why did you go to my tribe?" He thought Yen Li would die within 3 days of surviving alone outside. But after these 2 days, Moye realizes that even if he doesn't help, Yen Li can still live well. She is stronger than he expected. Being alone outside is too lonely, so I want to live with other female orcs. I thought if I just endured a bit, everyone would accept me, but their attitude shows how naive my idea was. Yen Li puts on a pitiful expression and looks at Moye. "They can't accept me. Staying here will only make me more miserable." The original owner is timid, and the hardships of wandering outside make her desperately need a safe place. For 500 years, Yen Li has endured all kinds of suffering to become an immortal. Living in the beast world with a system makes survival a bit difficult, but not too hard. Moye looks into Yanli's dark eyes and feels some sympathy for her. His mother also tried hard to make her tribe accept her, but flattery and effort made the tribe think it was natural. They still looked down on her as before. They chat back and forth as the sky darkens. Moye bids farewell to Yanli, takes the empty gourd, and returns to the village. Orcs have no entertainment activities. They eat and sleep when it gets dark. Back in the village, everything is quiet. Moye returns home, carefully places the gourd aside, and suddenly hears a sound coming from the right in the shadows. He immediately adopts a defensive stance. "It's me, father." Yeta sits in the darkness and asks, "Did you go see that female who was expelled again?" "Yes." He answers honestly. Yeta falls silent for a long time, then lets out a sigh in the dark. "Moye, I don't oppose you finding a female from another tribe as a partner, but can she be like your mother?" Yeta says, no matter what happens, the first thing she thinks of is the tribe. "Father, she won't be my partner," Moye replies. Yeta says, no matter what, Moye, your partner must be a female who considers the tribe. If she can't do that, she's not worthy to be your partner. The next morning, Yanli wakes up from her sleep. The rising sun from the sea makes the water shimmer with sparkling light. White and gray birds are pecking at dead fish on the beach. Yanli set herself a task to spend one morning searching the woods for food, and in the afternoon, to carve a water tank from a large stone to have free water. She first went to the river, washed her face, and then washed her hands and feet. After resting for a while, she entered the forest. She activated her identification skill. Any non-toxic objects in front of her, Yanli placed into the beginner's gift bag. She collected many kinds of fungi, including fan-shaped and oval ones, as well as some that looked like wild vegetables. In a low-lying area, Yanli found a plant similar to. She dug it out, washed it with water, peeled the skin with her dagger, and took a small bite.
Wow.
It's really spicy. The bag was already full, so Yanli caught a colorful bird weighing about 3 jin, around 3 pounds, from a tree. At the river, she was about to process the bird but found plucking feathers difficult, so she decided to go back and heat some water. Unable to do anything else, she set the bird aside. She washed all the collected items in her bag, cleaned the dirt inside, and repacked everything. While she was packing, she heard a mocking voice behind her. "Isn't that the outsider woman who said she was leaving our village? Why is she still here?" Yanli looked over upon hearing this. Leading the group was Hao, followed by 3 beastmen, each holding a half-human-sized orange gourd. "This isn't the Wild Lion Tribe's village. Since you can come here, why can't I come?" Yanli asked back. Hao was about to speak up in protest. Yanli continued, "Are you bringing that thing to the river to fetch water?" "Of course," Hao replied. "The Wild Lion Tribe doesn't have a river nearby, so they need someone to fetch water daily. Where did you find those gourds you're using to carry water?"
Yanli presset.
Hao snorted coldly and pointed in a direction. "There are plenty of mountain valleys over there, but they have many snakes. Would you dare to go?" "Thanks. I'll go get one now." Transforming into her beast form, Yanli ran toward the direction he indicated. She quickly ran off, leaving Hao stunned. "She's crazy. She really went. You guys go fetch water first, I'll go see." Then Hao also followed. The mountain valley was downstream of the river. Downstream, there was a small valley filled with vines whose leaves were larger than Yanli's face. Yanli looked at the valley, flicked her shiny, furry black tail, shook her white-tipped cat ears, and found a vine to tie the bird's feet, then looped it around her waist. Using her small beast claws, she descended the hillside. The cat's claws had pads that helped reduce noise when walking. Under the vine, Yanli saw many green gourds of different sizes, some with green snakes coiled inside. The snake's color was similar to the leaves, so it was hard to see them clearly without careful observation. Yanli used an identification spell and only noticed the snakes after seeing the word poison appear. She then saw many snakes inside the gourds. Yanli chose a gourd on the edge, about knee-high, and quickly cut it open with a dagger, carefully holding it as she walked back. Turning around, she saw Shihao following behind and accidentally stepping on a dry branch. Hearing the noise, the snakes in the rest area turned their heads. Seeing Yanli, they immediately slid down the vines and ran quickly toward her. Yanli ran as fast as she could, reaching Shihao's side, and didn't forget to scold him. "Idiot, why make noise when there are snakes around?"
Huh?
Shihao was confused and innocent, then got angry. "I only followed because I was worried you might get hurt." Shihao disliked Yanli, but didn't want his guidance to cause her harm. Yanli climbed up a large tree at the edge of the forest. Sitting on a branch, she watched the snakes in the valley not chase her. She hugged the gourd and sat down, examining it from all sides. "You're really fast," Shihao, standing under the tree, said. Yanli replied, "If there's danger, I don't run." "Then what's wrong with my thinking?" She shook the gourd she picked and asked, "How can I fill this with water?" After observing their gourds, Yanli knew she needed to carve a small opening at the water outlet and plug it with a wooden stopper. But how should she prepare the contents inside? They were a different color from theirs. First, dry it in the sun until it turns the same color as ours. Then use a small branch to crush the contents and pour it out. That way, you can fill it with water, Shihao straightforwardly explained. Yanli asked, "How long does it need to dry?" "Not sure, but it should be exposed to sunlight several times, from sunrise to sunset." "Sunrise to sunset? You mean that thing?" Yanli pointed at the sun. Shihao's face darkened. "Don't point randomly. That's a messenger of the gods. If you do it carelessly, Amon's god might come at night and cut off your fingers." Yanli wanted to say, "I've seen many gods," but decided not to argue.
Got it, thanks.
"I'm leaving," Yanli said, holding the gourd, jumping down from the tree, and running away again. Shihao watched her sway left and right as she ran, feeling a bit frustrated, like he was being used. Back at the cave, Yanli found a branch, cut a small hole at the tip of the gourd, then took some vines, tied them in the middle, and hung it on the branch to dry. Next, she went inside to boil water in a stone pot she had carved. While waiting for the water to boil, she picked a wild fruit and bit into it. She then took a hammer and chisel to carve a water container from a stone. Considering the size of the cave and how much water it could hold, Yanli found a suitable stone, climbed on top, and started carving. The sound of tapping echoed continuously by the seaside. In the evening, Moye followed the sound and found Yanli in the stone pit. She asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm carving a water basin."
Why?
"If I carve out a basin, I can use it to hold water, lots of water." It was the first time Moye saw a female able to carve a basin from stone. She looked at the stone basin where Yanli was sitting and compared it with a gourd, quickly understanding. "How long will it take?" "Definitely not finished today," Yanli said, leaning on the edge of the basin. She looked at the sun near the sea and turned to Moye, asking, "Are you going fishing?" Moye nodded. Since they had been eating at Yanli's place for the past 2 nights, Moye decided to come earlier today, catch more fish, and eat them without sharing with others.
All right then.
"You go fishing today and I'll find some other tasty food." Yanli handed a sharpened wooden stick to Moye. She went to the reef and told Moye which creatures were poisonous and should not be caught. There are many edible things in the sea, but also many that are not safe to eat. Yanli asked Moye to catch what they had caught before. After understanding, Moye nodded, and Yanli ran off. She picked up a stick and drove out a large crab hiding among the rocks. The crab had 2 large, frightening claws and 6 sharp legs. If not careful, she could get pinched or pricked. Yanli quickly removed the crab's claws and then used thin strips of vine to tie up the crab. She caught 4, then returned to the cave to wash them. She put 1 whole crab into a pot to boil, added some slices, and unknown mushrooms. During the day, Yanli used these mushrooms to stew birds, and the taste was incredibly delicious. She wanted to save a leg for Moye, but it was so tasty she couldn't resist. She hoped this crab and mushroom soup would live up to expectations. She placed 2 sticks on top of the stone pot and covered it with a large leaf. Without a lid, this was the best she could do. Yanli stood up and went to check how Moye was fishing. When she came out of the cave, She saw a gourd and some fruits placed on a leaf near the entrance. Moye had brought them. He always brought gifts when he visited. Moye was truly kind. She arrived at Moye's side. Moye found it troublesome to string the fish one by one and threw the caught fish into a small water pit. Some fish injured by a spear were barely breathing. Considering that handling fish in a cave can cause a strong smell, Yenli took out a dagger and processed the fish next to the water pool. Moye caught some fish and saw that Yenli had already finished processing most of them. They arrived early today, and Moye had also learned some skills in catching fish, so in a short time, he caught over 20 fish. Is that enough? Yenli asked. Yenli doesn't eat much. 3 fish are enough to fill her stomach. He just doesn't know about Moye's appetite. Although orcs tend to have bigger appetites, more than 20 fish are enough. Moye nodded. That's enough. Yenli first took some fish back to roast, and Moye came to pick up the rest in batches. While roasting the fish, the crab soup was already boiling. It didn't take long, and the crab soup was ready. Finally, a sprinkle of green onions was added, and soon the cave was filled with the aroma of food. During the daytime, Yenli found 2 pieces of wood and made a simple wooden bowl. The wooden bowl was made with a hammer and chisel. It was rough but barely usable. The wild lion tribe's bowls are made from gourds, split in half to serve as bowls. But because the bottom of the gourd is round, if the food isn't finished, the bowl can't sit steadily. Moye never thought about carving a hole in the middle of wood to make a bowl. Yenli held a rough wooden spoon and served Moye a bowl of crab soup.
Try it.
She then poured herself a bowl. Moye waited for her to take the first sip before drinking. The hot crab soup had a mushroom-like aroma, and when combined, it didn't taste strange at all. It was fragrant and sweet. Moye was so surprised by the aroma that he couldn't say a word for a while. In just one day, Yenli's cave had added many new things, and the food was delicious. Delicious. The ingredients here are really fresh, and everything cooked tastes great. Yenli said happily. Just a little salt was enough to make such good crab mushroom soup, and suddenly Yenli didn't want to go back to the wilderness realm. In the wilderness realm, no one eats food, and it's hard to find even a green vegetable. Moye, is it tasty? Yenli asked eagerly, looking at Moye. Moye nodded. Yes, it's delicious. How do you know so many edible things? Orcs rarely eat things they've never tried before. If they don't have food, they might try something new, but they would send one orc to test it first. If that orc eats it for 3 days without any problem, the plant is considered edible. This kind of risky behavior is rare, especially with the fungi Yenli cooked with the crab. Fallen trees and decayed leaves are abundant in the woods, and damp places are perfect for fungi to grow, so there are many fungi in the forest. The tribe members have also tried this, but the orc who went to taste tested it once and almost died from diarrhea, so fungi are not considered edible. However, that orc ate it raw, unlike Yenli, who cooks her food before eating. If you stay with me, you'll learn more about what can be eaten, Yenli replied casually. Suddenly, a question flashed in her mind. Moye, will you teach your people what you've learned from me? Moye looked up, his golden eyes fixed on Yenli. His calm and steady gaze showed no sign of emotion. Yenli couldn't tell if he was upset or happy. Just as she was about to speak, Moye answered, no.
Why not?
Many people dislike outsiders, especially females, so they won't learn from you. They do dislike me. But why don't they learn from others? Yenli couldn't understand. Learning helps people improve. Not learning makes you ignorant. Moye remained silent, not wanting to discuss this further. Yenli also stopped lecturing. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly had an idea and asked, Moye, isn't the wild lion tribe also made up of orcs who are willing to learn from outsiders? Like you. Are you going to teach me? Moye asked. Yenli smiled slightly. Sharing food with others can earn merit. Although she only gained 2 points of merit in 3 days, it was better than nothing. It's not a waste to teach you. You teach me what you know, and I teach you what I know. We learn from each other, Yenli said. Moye thought for a moment and nodded. Okay.
Deal.
If I don't understand something later, I'll ask you. If you're interested in what I do, I can teach you. Moye nodded in agreement. After finishing the fish, Moye gave Yanli water and wild fruits before leaving. Yanli lay on the soft sand, about to close her eyes for a rest when she heard Bar's voice in her mind. Summary of the day: caught an unknown edible fierce beast and gained 6 points of cultivation. Found fungi and other unknown wild vegetables, gaining 10 points. Eating food gained 3 points. Moye, the orc, mastered the fish spearing technique and earned 10 points of merit. Her original 11 points of cultivation and 2 points of merit increased to 30 and 12 after Bar's message. Yanli looked at the notification and paused. Bar, isn't it supposed to tell me how many points I get each time I catch something? Host, if you go out looking for food or digging water jars and you pick a wild vegetable, just say so. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed. You're so thoughtful. Thank you for the compliment, host. How can capturing a fierce beast give 6 levels of cultivation? You caught a bird and a crab. Capturing aggressive fierce beasts can increase your cultivation. No wonder I didn't gain cultivation from catching fish. Fish are too weak. Moye has mastered the skill of catching fish with a spear. Why didn't he do it yesterday? Yesterday, he wasn't skilled at it. Today, he's already proficient. Host, when you teach others if they become skilled, they will gain merit. However, each technique can only earn merit once. The amount of merit depends on how complex the skill you teach is. Yanli's eyes lit up. Teaching others can earn merit. This is really great. The next morning, Yanli went into the forest to catch a bird similar to yesterday's. This bird has bright green and gold feathers. In the sunlight, it sometimes looks blue, sometimes gold. Its colors are very beautiful. Not only is this bird pretty, but it also tastes good. Yanli caught the bird, gathered some fungi, and dug up some wild vegetables. After preparing the bird in her cave, she carried a stone pot and ingredients to the village entrance of the wild lion tribe. The guards at the entrance saw her coming and thought she was here to beg for mercy. They puffed out their chests proudly, waiting for Yanli to come closer and beg. But unexpectedly, Yanli stopped her steps under a large tree not far away. She found some stones and made a simple stove. Once the stove was set up, she gathered firewood and started cooking the bird in the pot. The orcs standing at the door were stunned. What was she doing? At noon, Moye and the hunting tribe returned. They didn't have much luck today. They finally hunted 2 earth gray birds, expecting to share more food today, but it was stolen by the White Eagle tribe. The White Eagle tribe, claiming to be the ruler of the sky, often steals others' prey. They didn't notice the others beforehand and, in the blink of an eye, took the food away. The orcs of the wild lion tribe not only lost their food but also had some members injured. The smell of blood from the injured orcs easily attracts fierce beasts. For safety reasons, Moye led the tribe members back. Just as they approached the village entrance, a breeze carried the scent of food. Shihao and others had never smelled this aroma before and were very curious. Moye caught the scent and paused. Why does it smell like Yanli's cooking here? Soon, they saw Yanli under the shade of a tree. Why is she here? Does she want to return to our village? I knew it. She must want to come back to our village. The orcs are imagining Yanli crying and begging them. Moye doesn't think so. He walks up to Yanli and asks, "Why are you here?" Yanli grins proudly and says, "To show off."
Moye,
Show off?
can you eat that?
Oh, right here. Yanli puts a bird leg from a stone pot into his mouth. Moye pauses, opens his mouth to bite the bird leg, then takes it back. Outsider female, what are you doing? Don't give things to Lord Moye to eat randomly. Shihao steps forward angrily, warning Yanli. Don't be mad. If you want to eat, I can give you one, Yanli says, slipping a bird wing into his open mouth. Achievement points +2. Shihao is stunned. He tries to spit out the bird wing, but the juice drips into his mouth. The delicious flavor suddenly fills his throat, and he pauses. He's never tasted anything like this before. He wants to spit out the wing, but another voice inside tells him, "Eat it all. Do you want some too?" Yanli looks at the orcs behind her. Seeing some of them are injured, she adds, "Oh, you're hurt." The injured orcs. Why does that sound so uncomfortable? Seeing the injured orcs haven't been treated, Yanli has an idea. She walks over to the closest injured orc, Exile. Exile, what are you trying to do? Yanli, let me do an experiment. She quickly pulls out a universal healing ointment and sprays it on Exile's injured abdomen. The strange sensation surprises Exile. Moye is also startled and pulls her arm back. What are you doing? I'm treating his wound. Look, it's almost healed. Everyone looks skeptically at Exile's wound. It was bleeding just now, but now it's visibly healing. Soon, the wound disappears, and his abdomen looks normal again. Yanli takes this opportunity to ask Baer, how much merit can you get from healing someone? 5 points. Only 5? Host, you use the beginner's healing potion from the gift pack to treat the orcs. If you use your own crafted medicine, you can earn more merit. Also, the merit varies depending on how serious the injury is. Making her own medicine is a bit difficult for Yanli. She studied medicine in the ancient world, but the herbs there are completely different from those on Amand continent. She needs herbs to craft medicine. With only 5 merit points, she decides to save the leftover healing ointment. How did you do that? Hao asks. If something is part of the system, it cannot be seen if they don't want to be seen. They only heard a strange sound earlier, but did not see the appearance of the universal healing potion.
Don't thank me.
I just do one good deed a day, Yanli replied vaguely. She picked up a stone pot and saw there was a bird leg inside, which she also handed to Moye. I'm leaving now, no need to thank me too much. Yanli's words and actions seemed very strange to them. But they didn't have the courage to get close to Yanli or ask what was really happening. It's frightening that someone's wound can heal so quickly without knowing what was done. Exile had never experienced a wound healing so fast. He touched the wound with his hand, looking confused and scared. Moye, what should I do? That outsider female. She saved me?
Or hurt me?
Exile was completely confused. Moye, it's okay. She won't hurt you. How can you be sure she won't hurt us? We drove her out, so she must really dislike us. Yes, maybe she'll bring the White Eagle team to attack us. We should chase her away, to a place where we can't see her. I'll go chase her away. I'll go too. The unaffected Beastmen, united in their anger, headed toward Yanli. Moye's golden eyes immediately showed anger. He raised his arm to block their way. Lord Moye. Hao and others looked at Moye with slight surprise. Moye rarely got angry, and usually he spoke little. His serious face usually looked calm and commanding. But now he was angry. His deep, powerful voice, like a fierce beast's sharp fang, made listeners feel afraid. I'm protecting her. If something happens, come to me first. This short sentence left the Beastmen, who were annoyed with Yanli, speechless. They couldn't say a word. Return to the village.
Yes.
The Beastmen obediently returned to the village. Hao had only taken a few steps when he suddenly heard Moye call out, Hao. I'm here, Lord Moye. Is it tasty? Hao was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered the bird wing in his hand.
Tasty.
He answered without much thought. Moye, finish eating if it's tasty. Moye's words about protecting Yanli quickly reached Nana's ears. Did Lord Moye really say that? Yes, everyone says so, Chui Su reported. That outsider female brought a strange stone and stayed at the village entrance all morning. When Lord Moye and the others came back, she gave Lord Moye some strange meat to eat and also gave a piece to Hao. By the way, Shirsheen's abdomen was injured. When she was touched, she recovered quickly. No one knew how she managed it, but everyone was a bit afraid of her. So they wanted to drive her away. Lord Moye then said he would protect that outsider female. When something went wrong, he would go find him. Chui Su whispered this into Nana's ear. Nana said, Lord Moye has never been kind to the females in our tribe, but he treats this outsider female so well. I really don't understand why the king and Lord Moye are both so nice to outsiders. We can't compare to them. Many females in the lion tribe want to be Lord Moye's mate. Nana believes that she herself should be Lord Moye's mate. But Lord Moye is not cold or indifferent. He simply ignores her. He ignores her completely, but protects Yanli so carefully. Nana trembled with anger. Has she left our tribe's territory?
Probably.
Do you know where she is now?
Kui sushu kered, sudelli stiffening.
I saw Lord Moye when he was collecting water. He used a water gourd and then left. The direction was away from the village. Maybe he was bringing water to that outsider female.
Great.
Lord Moye is really protecting that ugly female. Nana clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. In the evening, Moye arrived at the beach and heard the sound of ding ding ding. He placed water and wild fruits at the cave entrance and went to where Yanli was chiseling at the stone. The stone had already been carved into a large pit, but Yanli thought it wasn't big enough and kept working. Moye suddenly remembered he didn't even know Yanli's name. He had brought Yanli back from the village because she fainted from hunger. Later, he didn't have time to care about her. Occasionally, he saw her lowering her head and working with the females from the tribe. Once, she shyly came up to him, said thank you, and ran away. The tribe didn't like her and never asked her name. They just called her outsider female or ugly female. What's your name? Whoa, you scared me. Yanli patted her chest, stood up, and said, Yanli, why am I suddenly interested in my name? Just call you by your name when I need to. Moye asked, why did you go to the village gate today? I told you to show off. Yanli placed her hands on the edge of the stone. Her long hair, which she had shaved into a short, refreshing style this afternoon with a dagger, was now gone. Without hair to hide her face, Moye saw clearly her face. It was smaller than his palm, with slightly dark yellow skin, but her bright, clear eyes held cunning and laziness. Her pink lips were curled up at this moment. Lively and adorable. What's showing off? Moye asked with confusion. Yanli explained, it's when you display something you have that others don't, to impress them. For example, when you're starving and I take a piece of meat and eat it in front of you, that's called showing off. I will take your meat. And if you can't take it, I won't fail to take it. Moye didn't think he would lose. Yanli sighed. I can't explain it clearly. It's just an example. You take it seriously. Next time, don't cook food at the village entrance. People don't like you. All right, I won't be so arrogant next time. Moye didn't want to dwell on unfamiliar words. People might chase you away again or hurt you. Try to avoid appearing in front of the tribe members. Yanli looked at him. Being arrogant once makes you want to do it again. But Moye came specifically to tell her these things, probably because after he left, the Beastmen said something else. Since the Beastmen didn't come to find her, it was probably because Moye helped her. Thinking for a moment, Yanli nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll try to avoid them. Moye nodded happily and patted her small head. Go catch fish. You go catch fish, I'll catch. Yanli supported herself on the edge of a stone, pushed off with her feet, and lightly jumped out of the pit onto the ground. Did you catch that bird at noon yourself? Yeah, is that bird tasty? The meat is tender and fragrant.
Moye noted.
The taste of that bird's meat was so good, he still couldn't forget it. I couldn't catch it, he said.
Why?
Yanli asked. Because it can't fly? That's okay. I can't fly either. Small fierce beasts are very sensitive to danger and run away before we get close. We can only hunt much bigger fierce beasts. They sense danger weakly and run slower. Yanli remembered the first time they met, when they carried that unknown beast weighing over 100 jin. If you like eating it, I can catch more. Yanli showed her claws, pinching the meat pad inside. Those small fierce animals don't need me to find them. They come right to us. Some vegetables are eaten for their leaves, some for their roots, some for their fruits, and some for their stalks. To avoid missing edible things, removing the weeds completely is the safest way. After collecting many wild vegetables and fungi, Yanli heads back home. Just a few steps away, her attention is caught by a bright red fruit hanging upside down among the green leaves of a nearby tree. She walks over to look. The fruits are red, yellow, and green, with fuzzy shells that look like tiny cacti covered in thorns. She examines them. They are non-toxic. Yanli carefully pinches a fruit to check. Although it looks thorny, it is soft and not prickly at all. She picks one, peels it, and the white flesh appears like egg whites. She takes a bite. The juice is plentiful, sweet with a slight sourness, and very tasty. The red ones are the sweetest, the yellow ones are mildly sour, and the green ones are unripe and very sour. She breaks a branch, gathering a big bunch, ties it with vines, and slings it over her shoulder, ready to return to her cave. Suddenly, she sees a large gray wolf with big ears. Yanli looks at what she's holding and says, "These are vegetables and fruits. I almost forgot to catch meat. You arrived just in time." The gray wolf with big ears doesn't understand her words. It only sees that this creature looks weak and shows its sharp teeth, lunging at her. Unaware, Yanli gently turns her head aside and avoids the attack. Her sharp dagger quickly pierces its throat, killing it instantly. It doesn't even get a chance to cry out. Yanli lifts the big gray wolf onto her shoulder, gathers everything else, and quickly transforms her legs into beast form to rush back to her cave. In front of the cave, she encounters uninvited guests, Nana and her 2 followers. While Yanli was away, they threw everything out of the cave. There isn't much inside, just a lobster shell kept for later, 2 rough wooden bowls, a wooden spoon, 2 pairs of chopsticks, a water calabash that hasn't dried, a stone pot, and a water calabash filled with water. Nana pours out the remaining water from the water calabash. After doing all this, the 3 of them wait outside the cave for Yanli to return. From a distance, they see Yanli approaching. Nana strikes a proud pose, thinking about how scared and begging Yanli will be when she sees her. But as Yanli gets closer and notices what she's carrying, she remembers the scene of Nana being beaten in the village. Fear begins to rise in her heart, and she feels a sense of dread. The female can become semi-beast-like, but her claws are not sharp enough, and she has no sharp teeth. When facing small fierce beasts, even if she fights hard and wins, she ends up injured. However, Yanli calmly caught a big-eared gray wolf and brought it back. "Did you do this?" Yanli's voice was cold and sharp, like a blade, making listeners feel a chill. Yes, it was me." "So what?" "You ugly female, saying you want to leave the village, but you're still in our wild lion tribe territory. Get out quickly." Before Nana could finish speaking, Yanli suddenly disappeared. Saisu and Liu screamed in fear. Still confused about what was happening, Nana felt a force pressing her down from behind. A beast's paw grabbed her fair neck, and the sharp claws lightly brushed her skin, causing a small cut and blood to seep out. "You keep talking nonstop. I can tolerate that, but if you try to hurt my things, do you want to die? Do you know what death is?" Yanli leaned in close, whispering like a demon in her ear. Nana had always been spoiled and never faced any real danger before. But at this moment, she felt the threat of death. "If you dare to kill me, my father won't let you go." Knowing there was danger, her strong pride made her unwilling to admit defeat easily. Foolish. Yanli reverted from her beast form, grabbing Nana's slender neck and lifting her up. "An outsider female. You better let Nana go. If you hurt her, our wild lion tribe won't forgive you." Saisu shouted angrily. She and Liu had already transformed into beasts and could attack at any moment. But, lacking battle experience, they didn't know when to strike and could only transform in frustration. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?"
Yanli returta.
Saisu. "Leaving your wild lion tribe means I'm not afraid of you. The first time I was defeated, I learned my lesson. Why are you so stupid to come here and cause trouble for me?"
"Do you really want to die?"
Yanli's grip tightened slightly. Nana felt the pressure around her neck.
You.
She couldn't speak. The increasing pressure made her oxygen scarce. Her face turned redder and redder. Just as she thought she might die, Yanli loosened her grip and pushed her away. Nana sat on the ground, weak and trembling, coughing and breathing heavily, her heart pounding. All she could think about was the fear of death just now. She sat there stunned, her mind blank. I will tear you apart. Li Yu and Chui Su rushed forward. Yan Li easily dodged them by stepping aside, then kicked them hard in the stomach. They fell to the ground in pain and couldn't get up for a moment. Yan Li pushed Nana down and sat on her, with her knee pressing against Nana's neck. Fear of death returned, and Nana, unable to care about her dignity, cried and begged, "Let me go. I won't dare trouble you again. I won't come after you anymore. Throw out everything from my house. That's the only thing you said to make me forgive you. Sorry, I really want to hear it now, the sound when your neck cracks and breaks. I was really wrong. Whatever you want me to do, I will do it. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." Nana trembled with fear. Yan Li's cold, fierce eyes stared at her and asked, "Do you really know you were wrong? If I let you go now, will you immediately go back to the village and come back to fight me?" "No, I really dare not anymore."
Boo-hoo.
Nana was a bit confused now, overwhelmed by the fear of death, and kept crying non-stop. Seeing her cry so sincerely, Yan Li thought she must really be scared. She is afraid of the weak and bullying the strong. Yan Li loosened her foot and took out some universal healing ointment, gently spraying it on the wound on Nana's neck. Nana froze in fear, not daring to cry or move, perfectly demonstrating what being stunned really means. "Let me treat the wound on your neck, idiot. You're so timid, always trying to bully others."
Get up.
Yan Li said. Nana seemed to turn into a puppet, obediently standing up. Thinking of her previous grievances, her eyes reddened again, and tears started to fall as she sniffled. "Enough. Don't cry anymore. You're so noisy. You've bullied me so many times, and I haven't cried. Why are you crying? But I only kicked you twice, made you kneel, and starved you. I didn't mean to kill you. You almost killed me just now, boo-hoo." Yan Li really wanted to say, "The original owner has already been killed by you." People who do evil but don't realize how bad their actions are. Yan Li really wanted to give her another beating. Yan Li was reborn in this body and did not inherit the original owner's anger toward Nana. Of course, the original owner's timid personality also prevented her from holding a grudge against Nana. So, Yan Li showed no signs of being emotionally controlled by the original owner in this body. She had promised Moye not to hit females from his clan, but she had just hit her again. If Moye found out, she wondered if he would think she was untrustworthy. "Come here, both of you. Stand properly with her," Yan Li ordered. Li Yu and Chui Su looked at her angrily, about to say something. Nana cried out, "Hurry up and come over. She's very strong. If she's not dead, just come quickly." Li Yu and Chui Su. They obediently stepped forward. "Today you came to bother me, so this is between us. It has nothing to do with others. Don't tell anyone about me hitting you. If you do," Yan Li made a gesture as if cutting her throat, "when you fall asleep, I will go and break your neck. I mean what I say. Ugh ugh ugh." Hearing the threat, Nana started crying uncontrollably again. Yan Li clicked her tongue in disgust and looked at her.
Stop crying.
"As long as you don't tell anyone, I won't break your neck. Ugh ugh ugh. If you cry again, I will break your neck right now," Yan Li said fiercely.
Hiccup.
Nana hiccuped and immediately stopped crying. "Yan Li, don't think I will forgive you easily. Pick up the things you threw out just like you threw them, and fill the water in the gourd that spilled." "Nana, do we really have to listen to her?"
Qui suasc tu napili.
Nana glared at her fiercely. "If you're unhappy, fight her again. Or try having her break your neck." Hiccup. After stopping her hiccup, Nana ignored her and took the thrown items back to the cave. Chui Su and Li Yu felt unhappy inside, but since they were 3 against 1, they were easily defeated by Yan Li. They didn't have the courage to challenge her again. They obediently helped Yan Li carry the things back. Yan Li saw Nana pick up the empty gourd and said, "Go to the river and fill the gourd with water." I go?" Nana pointed at herself. Yan Li nodded. Nana timidly asked, "Can I not go? Father said there are many fierce beasts by the river. It's dangerous for females to go there. Look at how spoiled you are. The Amand continent is so dangerous, and you're afraid to fetch water?" If the lion tribe is wiped out, you won't have a tribe to protect you. Outside, you die in less than 3 days. Yen Li retorted with their usual words. Cui Su was very unhappy to hear this.
What are you talking about?
Our lion tribe will never be wiped out. Are you a beastman? Have you ever helped protect the village? Have you hunted outside? Have you fought other tribes' beastmen? How many fierce beasts have you killed?
Cui Su.
She was speechless from the questions. Yanli looked down on her. You haven't done anything for the village, relying on others to survive. Those brave words are easy to say. On the Amand continent, only those with strength can protect what they care about. Look at you all, spoiled and pampered. The orcs hunt outside, get hurt by fierce beasts or outsiders, and what do? Nothing but bully people in the village. You're making me angrier the more you talk. I feel like hitting you again. Yanli clenched her teeth when she thought of Moye's hardships. After being scolded like this, the three of them suddenly realized they hadn't thought about some important issues. Nana, with tears in her eyes, said, I will never bully anyone again. I will also help my father. Why are you crying so much? Yanli looked at her tears about to fall again and felt very helpless. When she bullied others, she was fierce and mean. She thought she was like the villainous female characters in stories, becoming more bitter inside after setbacks, and her revenge would become more cruel over time. But now, just pinching her neck, she became so timid. If Moye saw her crying all the time, she would think Yanli was the one bullying her. Although she hit her, it was self-defense, so it wasn't entirely her fault. I have many things to do and no time to listen to your regrets. Go to the river and bring back some water, Yanli said coldly and ruthlessly. Nana hesitated, holding a water gourd, and timidly asked, Can I go to the village to get water? The riverbank is really dangerous. Fine, I only need water. It doesn't matter where you get it, Yanli agreed. Hearing Yanli's concession, Nana was happy and happily went back to the village to fetch water. After Nana left, Tsuesu showed more dissatisfaction, glaring at Yanli. Don't think that just because Nana listens to you, we will too. I will listen to you, Liu said. Tsuesu, Liu, why are you listening to her? She's just an outsider female. If she goes back and tells the king, he will help me teach her a lesson. She almost killed Nana just now.
I think she means what she says.
She might kill us before she leaves. I don't want to die, Liu said coldly. Yanli nodded with satisfaction. This Liu was smart and perceptive. Tsuesu, seeing that Liu and Nana were both listening to Yanli, was angry but didn't know what to say. Yanli didn't want to argue with them anymore. She hadn't eaten breakfast yet. She separated the hide from the big-eared gray wolf, keeping the skin. Yanli planned to make herself a new beast outfit because her current one was too smelly and dirty. If they keep going, they might get skin disease. The dagger isn't good for cutting meat. She carefully slices the meat little by little, considering it's her first time eating this kind of meat. Yanli brings salt and garlic to marinate the meat. After marinating for a while, she skews the meat onto a stick. Come over and help me watch the fire. Yanli starts a fire and places the meat nearby to roast. Cui Su and Liu originally didn't want to help her, but when they saw her separating the skin and meat of the big-eared gray rabbit wolf, they noticed they had never seen her use such a dagger before. Seeing how easily she cuts the meat, they felt a strange fear of the dagger and dared not refuse, so they came to help roast the meat. Nana comes back holding a gourd filled with water. Yanli cuts more wolf meat, washes a stone pot with water to remove the sand, cleans the wild vegetables and mushrooms, and then puts the wolf meat, vegetables, and mushrooms into the pot to stew. After finishing, Yanli washes the dirty wooden bowls and chopsticks with water. The water in the gourd is quickly used up. Go fill the gourd with water again. Again? Nana mumbles softly, continuing to fetch water with the gourd. Yanli ignores the three of them and finishes preparing breakfast. She first eats the roasted wolf meat, which is somewhat like beef. It's juicy and oily when roasted, but dry to eat, so it's barely okay. But the wolf meat boiled in water is very tasty, tender and smooth, with the aroma of mushrooms, making it quite delicious. Yanli takes 2 bites, then looks at the three standing nearby and suddenly has an idea. Do you want to eat? The wolf is so big that they can't finish it in a day and a half. Sharing it with them is a good way to earn some merit. For Yanli, as long as there's a way to earn merit, she definitely won't miss it. Nana, Liu, and Chui Su look at her with some caution. They know the mushrooms Yanli is cooking in the meat soup. Eating them can cause diarrhea. How about it? Don't want to? Yanli asks in a low voice, sounding threatening without meaning to. Nana is startled and quickly sits down. I'll eat. Diarrhea is better than choking. Come one by one to eat. My bowls aren't many. Yanli picks up another wooden bowl, pours some soup, adds 2 slices of meat, and some wild vegetables for her. The Beastmen don't use chopsticks, so Yanli thoughtfully gives her a sharpened stick. Nana pokes a piece of wolf meat, eats it without blowing on it, and immediately feels the heat, almost vomiting but daring not to spit it out. After the heat subsides, she chews the meat and is stunned, her eyes brightening. It's delicious. Next, without caring whether it's poisonous or not, she finishes the bowl. I want more. She showed Yanli an empty wooden bowl. Yanli rolled her eyes at her. Do you think I am a great, kind person? No more. Next, having earned her good deeds, she wouldn't share the meat with her anymore. Nana looked at the meat cooking in the stone pot, reluctant to leave.
Liu sat down.
Yanli served her a bowl. Nana sat beside her, staring at the meat in the bowl, swallowing hard. Liu, can I have a piece of meat? Liu first drank the soup, which had a fresh mushroom flavor, sweet with a light aroma. Food in the village was limited. They couldn't cook as many ingredients in one pot like Yanli. For the first time, she realized how delicious a soup with so many ingredients could be. Reluctantly, she poked a piece of meat to Nana. She quickly ate the remaining piece herself. After tasting it, she realized how tasty meat could be. Liu, can I have a piece of wild vegetable? The wild vegetables were thin and long, cooked in the soup, tender and sweet, very tasty. After tasting the meat, Liu felt sad about giving Nana that piece earlier.
No.
Liu firmly refused, turning to hide the bowl from Nana, quickly finishing her soup. Chui Su looked suspiciously at their almost argument over a bowl of soup, thinking, what's so special about this outsider's soup? It's just a bit more meat. Yanli handed her a bowl. Chui Su snorted coldly and took it. Nana said, Chui Su, can you give me a piece of meat? I'll just take a sip, and the rest will be yours, Chui Su replied. Hearing this, Nana's eyes lit up. Chui Su, I knew you liked me best. Yanli thought, did I accidentally make her forget herself? Her personality changes so much. The strange doctor who once taught her medical skills had told her, lack of brain stimulation can cause brain cell death. Damaged brains can lead to foolishness. Could Nana really have gone crazy from being pinched? Chui Su first took a sip of the soup, just a sip, and it changed her mind. Ignoring the heat, she finished the entire meat soup. Nana, waiting expectantly, saw the empty bowl and asked angrily, Chui Su, didn't you say you'd share half with me? Did I say that? Chui Su couldn't remember. Yanli took back her bowl, not wanting to hear their quarrel. All right, go back now. Don't bother me here. Having earned her good deeds, there was no need to stay and chat with them. The three looked at the remaining half of the meat soup in the pot and swallowed hard. Usually, just being full was enough. No one would imagine Yanli's cooking could be so delicious. But once they tasted something delicious and were still hungry, the meat soup in Yanli's pot became very tempting. Yanli saw the three of them standing still and asked, still want to eat? Nana and Suesu immediately nodded. Then Nana felt she had been too casual in her response. Feeling a bit of her pride returning, she looked at the gray wolf with a large ear that had eaten some meat and stammered, that wolf is so big, and you can't finish it. We can help you eat some. That's right. It's hot now. If we don't eat quickly, the meat will go bad, Suesu agreed. Then let it go bad, Yanli said proudly. The wolf I hunted, I can handle it however I want. You don't need to worry. Nana wanted to say something. Yanli shot her a sharp look, and she immediately fell silent. Having experienced death once at Yanli's hands, all her pride and self-respect were crushed. In front of Yanli, she no longer dared to act arrogantly. Go back. I have things to do, and no time to play with you. Yanli focused on handling the remaining wolf meat. Liu watched Yanli's quick thinking and said, I can help you. You have so many things to do. I can help. Nana's mind brightened as well. You don't have many things here. I can bring some from my home to help. Suesu said, You don't even have a bed. I can build you one. Oh. Yanli turned to look at them, her black eyes examining them. Suddenly willing to help me so much. What do you want from me? Nana replied, meat soup. Yanli said, 1 bowl of meat soup can buy your loyalty. If an enemy tribe of the Wild Lion clan offers you something delicious, would you help attack the Wild Lion clan? Just giving them a little treat changed them so much. If this change was real, it meant they were very easy to deceive. If it was fake, it meant they were very clever. Liu said recently many injured orcs in the village and hunting food has decreased a lot. We don't have much food either. We used to dislike you because there wasn't enough food in the village and we had to share with you. Also, Suesu hesitated and Yanli looked at her, her eyes saying, Finish what you were going to say. Suesu finally said, Lord Moye treats you very well. All the females in the village like Lord Moye. That's enough, no need to say more. Yanli looked at the 3 of them and thought about her current difficult situation. She had many things to do, and she couldn't handle everything alone. Just some meat soup was enough for them to help with chores. This deal still sounded reliable. But she wondered if forgiving them so easily was too much. Say sorry to me. Sorry, the 3 of them said in unison. Seeing their insincere apology, Yanli thought they didn't even understand what sorry really meant. Forget it, her only issues with them were pulling hair and throwing things. A scolding and some questions were enough. This apology was mainly for her peace of mind. Yanli was not polite. She told Nana to go home and bring some things, Suesu to make her a bed, and Liu to help her with chores. Their only request was to eat more bowls of meat soup. Yanli was full, so she left the remaining half pot of soup for them. After all, as they said, the wolf was big, and she and Moye couldn't finish it all. Since she had cooked it, she wouldn't waste it. Once they finished eating, they started helping with chores. Yanli needed to slice the wolf meat into pieces. There was no extra container to hold them, so Liu found a large, thick leaf, folded the corners and tied the other end with vines, making a natural plate. She brought it over for Yanli to put the sliced meat on. Seeing her use natural objects to make a plate, Yanli suddenly felt they weren't as useless as she thought. After slicing the meat, Yanli added salt, chopped some green onions and started marinating. She covered it with a leaf, washed her hands, and started eating some fruit. Suddenly, she had an idea. Liu, make another one of those plates. Yanli said. Liu obediently went to make it. Yanli peeled the fruit, removed the flesh, and waited for Liu to finish the plate. Then she divided some wolf meat onto the plate and added fruit for marinating. She didn't know how it would taste, but she believed trying new foods was worth it. Maybe it would be delicious. Once everything was prepared, Yanli went to fetch water from the well. Nana, Liu, and Suesu helped her make a bed and gather useful items. In the evening, Moye arrived. Seeing the 3 women, a hint of surprise flickered in her golden eyes. She looked around for Yanli near the big rock. Yanli, who had finished making the water jar, came out. Moye walked over and asked, What are they doing here? They know they were wrong before. They came to apologize, but of course, one apology isn't enough for doing wrong. So, they're helping me to make up for it. Yanli looked at Nana nearby and gave her a small signal, asking, Is that right? Yes, yes, Nana replied shyly. Yanli was pleased. Her expression was a bit strange, but she didn't mention the fight, keeping her promise between them. Do the people in the village know you're here? Moye asked. Nana nodded. I told Uncle Ashur at the gate that I would be back a bit late today. Moye felt there was something strange between them, but he couldn't quite figure out what it was and didn't think much about it. I'm going to catch fish, he said to Yanli. Wait. First help me move this water jar into the cave, Yanli said. She wanted to move it herself, But the big stone at the cave entrance was heavier than she thought and wouldn't budge. Hearing this, Moye looked at her large water jar, then turned to the cave entrance and pushed the big stone aside.
Wow, such strength.
Yanli thought that female beast forms and orcs should have similar strength. She wanted to push the stone herself, but after transforming, even with all her strength, she couldn't move it. No wonder female beast forms are raised to be delicate. It's because orcs are so strong. After pushing the stone away, Moye wisely moved the water jar inside the cave. The empty water jar was light, so Moye simply picked it up and placed it inside. After finishing, Moye said, "I'm going to catch fish. Today, don't catch too many, just about 10 will do," Yanli told him. "It might not be enough to eat," Moye said, looking at Nana and the others. "Are they eating here too?" "Yanli, do you all treat this place like a cafeteria? Come here to eat. Can we also eat here?" Chui Su asked, glancing at Yanli with a small, hopeful look. "Is the bed ready?" Yanli asked. "Yes, it's ready. I also brought 2 pieces of beast hide from home for you. The bed is covered with dry grass, then the beast hide makes it very soft." Nana proudly ran over to report. Yanli, being a cultivator, surely has a kind heart. Seeing that they had apologized and even brought her so many things, she didn't mind letting them have an extra dinner. "If you want dinner, you have to help cook. If you don't help, you can't eat," Yanli sighed. The 3 brightened up and said together, "We will help." Yanli thought about what to eat tonight. After planning, she assigned tasks to them. She took Nana to the seaside to catch fish with Moye. Seeing Moye catching fish in the sea, Nana asked, "Lord Moye, this river is cursed by the god Amand. Are the fish here safe to eat?" "I've eaten them many times, no problem," Moye replied. As he spoke, he caught a big fish and showed Yanli how to handle it. Yanli took the fish, cleaned the scales, and separated the meat from the bones, placing them on a basin made by Liu. After preparing 3 fish this way, Yanli taught Nana, "Go back and ask Liu to chop the fish meat into minced meat using a sharpened stick. I'll handle the rest." "Okay," Nana said, taking the fish and leaving. Only Yanli and Moye remained by the rocks. Seeing Yanli walk over, Moye asked, "How are they so obedient?" "Not much, they just naturally listen," Yanli replied. "Since I grew up with them, I understand them better than you do." This implied that they weren't the type to easily admit mistakes. Yanli was smart enough to understand Moye's meaning. "If I told you that you hit them, would you be angry with me?" Moye turned around, his calm golden eyes showing no emotion, so calm that Yanli thought he wasn't upset with her.
No, Moye answered.
Hearing this, Yanli's black eyes sparkled with joy. "You're not angry? But last time, didn't you tell me not to hit the females of your tribe? If they haven't done anything wrong, you shouldn't hit them. But I grew up with them and know their personalities. Besides, I don't think you would hit people casually." "Humph." Yanli hummed happily, standing with her hands behind her back. "We've only been together a few days, and you trust me more than your own tribe? Beasts have a strong sense of danger. They can tell at a glance who is more dangerous.
I see no danger in you.
But I'm not weak.
I can take down all 3 of them myself."
"But you're safer than they are," Moye said confidently. Yanli was surprised and asked, "Moye, you say I'm safer because I don't bully people as much as they do?" Moye looked at her without much explanation. He immediately turned to catch more fish. Yanli started to think about what Moye had said. Since Moye was a native of Amand continent, some of his words might not mean exactly what they sounded like. After thinking for a while, Yanli gave up and stopped pondering. Whatever it meant, as long as Moye liked her, that was enough. Yanli didn't ask Moye to catch too many fish. With so much wolf meat, if they didn't finish eating tonight, it would go bad by tomorrow. Although it wasn't very difficult to catch, I don't want to waste it. Today, Yanli placed the stone pot outside. There were too many people, making the cave feel a bit small. Inside the cave, she was cooking over a fire, filling the cave with smoke, which made her eyes uncomfortable, and ash from the firewood was flying everywhere. Outside the cave, the fish bone soup Yanli brought back in the stone pot was already boiling, and the meat paste made by Li Yu and others was ready. Yanli returned and put the marinated wolf meat into the pot. She also shaped the fish paste into small meatballs and added them to the boiling pot. While cooking, she chopped and green onions, added some salt for seasoning, and poured some of the fish broth over to add flavor. Since there was a lot of wolf meat, tonight's meal would be hot pot. To make a dipping sauce, the ingredients were too few, so she could only make a simple one. Fortunately, the ingredients were fresh, and the natural flavor was good enough. Eating it like this was also fine. Request failed after sending Moye and others away. Yanli returned to the cave. There were many new things inside. Most noticeable was the large water jar. With the water jar, they could store water for tomorrow, avoiding the trouble of running back and forth to the river every time they needed water. The second thing was the bed. Yanli looked at the structure of the bed. It was made from several thick wooden sticks, about 3 times the thickness of one, tied together. To keep the sticks from moving when sleeping, she bound each one tightly with vine ropes, so they couldn't shift. They covered it with dry grass and animal skins, making it comfortable enough to lie on. The bed was also sturdy. Having a bed meant not sleeping on the hard ground, which was a good thing. After lying on the bed for a while, Yanli opened the things Moye brought. She found a piece of animal hide among the fruits. The hide was thin, flexible, black with white spots, smooth and tender, similar to the hides Nana and the others wore. Is this for making clothes? To confirm her thoughts, she found a bone needle and a rough thread made from vine bark twisted together in the animal hide. A slight smile appeared on Yanli's lips. She was just about to find a piece of hide to make clothes when Moye delivered it to her. Picking up the hide, Yanli compared it to her own body size, spread it out, and said to Bear, "Bear, report today's situation." "Good host, today I captured an unknown fierce beast, the gray wolf, and gained 5 points of cultivation. Gathering unknown plants earned me 7 points. Eating various foods gave me 3 points. Completing the water tank increased my cultivation by 60 points. Receiving a gift from someone else added 6 points. Sharing food earned me 8 merits. Currently, I have 125 cultivation points and 32 merits."
Yanli pausa, puslat.
If one water tank can give so much cultivation, why does my stone pot have no cultivation points at all? "Host, do you think that a stone with a hole can be called a stone pot?" Ar asked with a spiritual voice. Yanli looked at the stone pot. Besides the hole in the middle, it looked just like a stone. "Sorry, I thought receiving gifts from others could also increase my cultivation?" She quickly shifted to another question. The host can gain cultivation from anything that helps you survive. However, gifts from others are just free handouts, which are not proper cultivation. As a cultivator in the primal world, you shouldn't rely on others for cultivation. In principle, gifts shouldn't give you any cultivation points. But if someone gives you a lot of things, it's okay to give some cultivation points as a reward. Because if someone gives so many things, it shows they think well of you, so these points are a reward for your character.
Yanli.
She felt a little awkward being praised. What is merit? Sharing food should give 6 points, but why does it show 8? Nana shared your food with her father. Since it was your food, even if it was given through someone else, it still counts as yours, so you get merit. Then why didn't I get merit when I treated Nana's wound? Host, she was injured by you. When you treat her, it's just making amends. I see. From now on, I won't treat anyone I hurt. Not treating injuries means missing out on medicine benefits. Host, do you have any other questions? Bar, if I learn other skills and use them to make things, can I also get cultivation points?
Yes.
Then I have no more questions. If needed, just call me again. Host, I wish you sweet dreams tonight. After saying that, Agir was silent. Yanli now understood how the system awards points. It gives points where deserved and nothing where it's not. Since making things can give cultivation, Yanli opened her cultivation menu, learned the carpentry and bamboo weaving skills, and her 125 points dropped to 25. Then, Yanli continued sewing the beast's clothing. Request failed seeing that it was them. Yanli put away her dagger and greeted, "Good morning." Sure how heard her greeting, his mouth opening wide in surprise, and repeated, "Good." Morning. Yenli didn't say anything else. She looked at the large gourd on their backs, over a meter tall, and had an idea. Sure, how? I can give you these wolves. Can you help me fetch water?
No.
If I give all these wolves to Sure How, what will we eat today?
Kuisu stepped forward excitedly.
Yenli, that I am giving them to your people. Does she have no heart, only caring about her own food and ignoring her tribe? Then we want to keep one. Chui Su quickly changed her tone, feeling excited. Yenli said, I ate all day yesterday and got tired of it. Today, I want to eat something else. Sure, how? Are you willing? Help me fetch water, and these wolves are yours. The 8 wolves with big ears were very tempting. Recently, the village was short of food, and these 8 wolves could help the tribe eat better meat. Yenli had just seen how she killed the wolves. Her quick and agile body easily avoided their attacks, and after dodging, she struck to kill. She was more skillful and relaxed than their Beastmen hunters. Trading meat with females might be embarrassing, but trading with Yenli didn't feel that way. Okay, you give us quite a lot. We can help you fetch water for 2 more days. Yenli refused. No need. Just today is enough. Giving the wolves to them might earn her a lot of merit. If they helped her fetch water for a few more days, she might lose some merit in the exchange. 1 water barrel could last 3 or 4 days. Sharing food every 3 days could earn a merit, and after 3 days, she could use meat to ask them to help fetch water again. That way, both water and merit could be gained. There are many ways to improve one's cultivation, but currently, the only ways to gain merit are sharing food and teaching others. Yenli had many things to do and no time to teach, so she could only earn merit by sharing food. Once every 3 days, this leek must be harvested or not. Sure How asked 2 tribe members to take the wolves back first, while another tribe member followed Yenli to her cave. Seeing her water barrel, Sure How asked in surprise, Where did you find this stone? I've been here a long time and have never seen such a stone. Of course you haven't. I carved it out of a whole piece of stone, Yenli replied. Just help me fill this water barrel. I need to find new ingredients. Are you going alone? Sure How asked. Yes, I'm going alone. Carrying the 3 of them would only make me a burden, so it's better if I go gather wild vegetables and fruits myself. I can go with you, Liu stepped forward and said. Yenli looked at her suspiciously. Aren't you afraid of fierce beasts? I am afraid, Liu replied with uncertain eyes. Yenli couldn't help but chuckle. You're afraid, but you still want to come, and I just want to go. Fine, if you really insist on coming, then come along. But if you encounter a fierce beast, I expect you to run, and I will protect you. Okay. Li Yu's face lit up with joy, happy to have her wish fulfilled. Hearing this, Sure How stepped forward to stop her. No, the forest is full of small fierce beasts. It's too dangerous for females to go. What are you saying to a female who has already killed 8 fierce beasts? Yenli raised an eyebrow, calmly glancing at Sure How. And I am not one of your wild lion tribe females. If I don't go into the forest to find food, do you want me to starve? I didn't stop you, Sure How said hesitantly, turning to Li Yu. Li Yu, you are not allowed to go. You're not the king. I can go wherever I want, and you can't stop me, Li Yu said proudly. She cared least about Yenli among them. But seeing Yenli single-handedly face 8 wolf-like beasts, each half her size, with no injuries, was impressive. In the village, females would run away at the sight of such fierce beasts, and even fighting one would leave them badly hurt. Yenli, however, fought cleanly and efficiently, defeating all the wolves without a scratch. Li Yu felt a deep, unspoken affection for Yenli. That feeling made Yenli the most beloved female in the tribe and inspired her to want to be like Yenli. Yenli wanted to go alone into the dangerous forest. Even if it was risky, she still wanted to go together. Li Yu, why do you want to go into the dangerous forest? You're not her, Sure How advised. Li Yu's eyes were firm. I'm not her, but I want to become her. I'm Yenli, don't call me she. It sounds strange, Yenli said. I'm Li Yu, she introduced herself. I already know your names, no need to introduce, Yenli interrupted Nana, who was about to introduce herself, and picked up her cloth bag. I'm going out to find food. Don't forget to fill my water jar. With that, Yenli turned and left the cave, not bothering to chat. Liu hurried to follow. After walking a certain distance, the orc who was following Lionheo said, "That female named Yanli is really strange. We drove her out of the village, and we didn't even give her a piece of meat. Why is she willing to give us those wolves? Filling water isn't hard. I also think she's very strange. How can she give us all the meat?" Suesu agreed. Lionheo said, "Haven't you seen how easily she kills wolves? If she kills so easily, it means she's confident she can catch new wolves. The strong orcs don't care about the bodies of a few fierce beasts because they know they can get more." Yanli now gives him that feeling. If a powerful female fights her, she might end up losing. Yanli and Liu arrived in the woods and saw a lot of vines on the ground. Yanli cut a big bunch of vines and made a bundle, asking Liu to help carry it. After gathering quite a few vines, Yanli saw a golden green bird on the ground eating fallen fruit. She turned to Liu and said, "Stay here and don't move."
Liu anood da, okay?
Yanli transformed into a beast, crouched down, and gently stepped on the leaves with her paw pads, quietly approaching the bird on the ground. When she was close enough, she quickly grabbed 2 of the golden green birds, catching them off guard. Liu sighed softly at Yanli's speed and agility, as well as her hunting skills. At first, she didn't believe Yanli when she heard she was giving meat to Moye and others. But after seeing how Yanli hunted, she realized her hunting skills were just as good as the orcs. Yanli caught 7 birds in one go. She didn't kill them but tied their legs with vines and carried them away. After gathering enough birds, Yanli went to dig wild vegetables until she had so many that they couldn't carry everything, then headed back. Back at the cave, Yanli placed the birds aside and told the 3 of them, "Build me a cage. I want to raise a few birds. To be prepared in case something happens and they can't hunt outside, it's good to have some food stored." Suesu looked at her blankly and asked, "What's a cage? How do we build one?" "It's similar to how you make your bed. First, make a frame, but make it a bit taller. After the frame is ready, use branches to cover all 4 sides and the top. Basically, build it like a bed. I'll tell you how tall it should be," Yanli explained. Suesu and the others were a bit confused but followed Yanli's instructions. After they cut the branches and brought them back, Yanli guided them briefly, then went to do her own things. Yanli has now learned bamboo weaving and carpentry skills. However, she has not yet found bamboo, so she cannot make anything. There are many trees here, and she thought that learning carpentry would let her use them. But after learning carpentry, she found it complicated to turn wood into furniture and other items. Before making furniture, the wood needs to be boiled. Boiled wood is less likely to, can be defatted, impurities removed, and insects killed, which helps prevent decay. After boiling, the wood must be dried in the shade, which takes time. Freshly cut trees cannot be used immediately. They also need to be dried in the sun. Drying, boiling, and shade drying are necessary steps before making what she wants. After thinking it over, Yanli decided to go alone into the dense forest to find fallen deadwood. But the deadwood there, in the dark environment, has already decayed and grown fungi. So, Yanli cut down a tree, trimmed the excess branches, cut it into sections at regular intervals, and moved them to a sunny place to dry. It is midsummer, and the sun is very strong. Since she learned carpentry, she has to do it even if it takes some time. She can do other tasks at the same time. After placing the wood in the sun to dry, Yanli went to find stones. Thinking about what she currently lacks, she found a stone and started carving a stone pot. The current stone pot isn't like a regular pot, so it doesn't give any experience points. This time, Yanli wants to make a real stone pot. It's also good to make 2 or 3 stone pots. 1 for cooking rice, 1 for soup, and 1 for stew. Having more pots means she can have a meal with 3 dishes and a soup, which is no longer just a dream. Thinking of this, Yanli carved the stone pot with extra enthusiasm. Busy until evening, Moye arrived as scheduled. Seeing a new cage for raising Jin Shui Kai birds and noticing Nana and others had come again, Moye felt a strange feeling in his heart. Before, only he was willing to get close to Yanli, but now Nana and the others are here too. It felt like his territory was being invaded. Are you carving another pot? Moye asked as he approached. Yanli turned to look at him, then glanced at the unfinished stone pot and asked, how can you tell? This one is different from the previous one. It looks similar, just guessing. What are we having tonight? Going to the seaside to find some food, Yanli replied. The Jin Chui Kai birds she caught had already been eaten twice. Tonight, they would eat 2 more, and the remaining 3 would be kept for now. Since 2 birds aren't enough for everyone, they planned to catch more fish tonight. The 2 of them arrived at the seaside first. Yanli said, catch more fish tonight.
Montagye nodded.
Yi Li went to catch. When passing by a water pond, she saw more than 10 shrimps in the pond, each longer than her. Identification. Not poisonous. Yi Li used a cloth bag on her hand to catch the shrimps from the pond. She counted 12 shrimps. The shrimps looked big and fat. Nana carried a leaf basin and came over. Seeing the strange-shaped shrimps, she asked, can we eat these? If we can't eat them, I wouldn't catch them. You go see if there are any shrimps in nearby ponds, Yi Li said, placing the shrimps into the basin. Nana ran to check the pond and soon shouted, Yi Li, there are some here too. With Nana's help, Yi Li caught several jin, a Chinese weight unit, of shrimps. While catching shrimps, she also found hiding among the rocks and caught several. The rich resources by the sea are great. Just walking around can find plenty to eat. As the sky darkened, Yi Li returned outside the cave and saw that Moye caught fewer fish today than before. Today, there are fewer fish. Yi Li's gaze fell on the fish, and Moye apologized first. The places I could go before are flooded now, Moye explained. It's probably high tide. It's normal by the sea. During low tide, you can go to places that are now unreachable, but during high tide, you can't. But it's okay. We have enough to eat. Moye was silent for a moment, and then nodded. Nana and Chui Su both liked Moye. At first, they were angry when they heard Moye was protecting Yi Li. But after spending more time with Yi Li, they were glad Moye stayed. Otherwise, they might never have known what it feels like to be full from eating. Tonight's meal was a bit less fish, but with shrimps, and it was still a good feast.
Yeli rubet her full belly.
Moye looked at her and said, I won't come tomorrow. Yi Li was surprised and looked at Moye with some astonishment, not speaking for a moment. Nana and the others also looked surprised when they heard this. Lord Moye, why won't you come back?
Kuisu asked. Moye looked at Yeli.
You no longer need my help. With Nana and the others here to keep you company, that's enough. No, I still need you, Yi Li said. Their range of activity is only here. Going to the river to fetch water is dangerous. Yi Li looked intently at Moye and said, like tonight, when you caught fish, you caught many in previous days, but today fewer. This shows that catching fierce beasts in the same place will eventually scare them away. I need to find more places where I can catch fierce beasts and find food, or I will starve to death. Upon hearing this, Moye fell silent and said, the hunting places we know are quite dangerous. Yanli smiled confidently. Whether it's dangerous or not, I will see for myself. She was very self-assured, as if any danger was just a small problem for her. Usually, Moye wouldn't agree to Yanli's reckless request. But this time, he wanted to see how much stronger Yanli was compared to an average female. Wait for us at the village entrance before dawn tomorrow, Moye said. Yanli was happy and nodded in agreement. After they returned home, they did their usual routine of counting cultivation levels and merits. They gave 8-eared wolves to the wild lion tribe, earning 84 merits in one day. Adding this to the original 32 merits, her total was now 116 merits. Because she killed 8-eared wolves and caught 7 golden green color birds, each eared wolf and bird gave 3 cultivation points, totaling 45 points. Plus 8 points from gathering and 3 points from eating, she gained 56 cultivation points today. Adding the original 25, her total was 81 cultivation points. Thanks to Nana and others helping, Yanli gained cultivation and merits faster than before. If she could meet more people, her progress would be even quicker. Thinking about hunting with Moye tomorrow, Yen Li quickly went to sleep to restore her energy. She was determined to work hard tomorrow. The night passed quickly. Before dawn, Yen Li got up, cooked some food, and after eating, the sky brightened considerably. She went to wait at the village entrance. Not long after, the sun rose from the horizon, and the gates of the wild lion tribe opened. Moye led the hunting orcs out. Bathed in the first rays of morning light, Moye walked steadily, like a breeze, full of presence. Their eyes met. Yen Li stood straight and greeted him. "Good morning, I'm here." Today, the hunting team included Shihao. Seeing Yen Li, Shihao tilted his head suspiciously and looked at Moye. Moye calmly said, "Follow us." Yen Li smiled slightly and followed along, walking with Moye. "Moye, is your hunting place far away?" Yen Li asked. "Somewhat far. Cross that mountain, and you'll see a vast plain. The plain has water and grass, a favorite spot for fierce beasts." Moye looked ahead. Yen Li looked at the mountain in front and paused. Crossing the mountain, how long would that take? Running in beast form. It won't take long. Yen Li's eyes brightened as she spoke. She realized she had never seen the beast forms of the orcs before. Orcs can fully transform into beasts, changing from a human to an animal, unlike females who can only partially transform. As Moye finished speaking, the orcs standing behind him took off their animal pelts. The pelts were loosely tied around their necks with long ropes, and then they transformed into their beast forms. The lion-headed orcs, including Shihao, looked like lions they had seen before, but they were much larger. They stood about 2 meters tall and nearly 3 meters long. The orcs were about 1.9 meters tall, and Yen Li had already thought they were tall, but after transforming, their bodies were even taller. Besides their larger size compared to lions, they also had a white, pointed horn on their foreheads. Shihao approached Moye and said, "Lord Moye, please ride on my back." "Moye, aren't you going to transform? You're such an impolite outsider female, always calling Lord Moye by his name." Shihao stepped forward angrily. Moye told them that Yen Li was going hunting with them today, which made many of them uncomfortable. Yesterday, Shihao brought back 8 wolf ears, claiming they were given by Yen Li. Orcs can't hunt small predators, so everyone doubted Yen Li, but they couldn't find proof. Now, they watched her with suspicion. Seeing Yen Li being so rude to Moye, Shihao couldn't hold back anymore. Yen Li glanced at Shihao and asked, "Moye, do you want me to call you Lord Moye like them?" "No need," Moye replied. Yen Li looked at Shihao, smiling arrogantly. "Then, why don't you transform?" she asked. Moye said, "My beast form is different from theirs. When it's not dangerous, there's no need to transform." Yen Li nodded, understanding. "You want to save your energy and protect them when there's danger." Moye didn't answer. He sat on Shihao's back. "You sit on Shihao's back, Lord Moye." Shihao excitedly stomped his paw, his tail flicking left and right with emotion, his eyes full of reluctance. Before Moye could reply, Yen Li grabbed the fur on his neck and lightly sat on his back. Shihao was excited and twisted his body. "Get off me! Don't be so angry. We're all cats, be friendly. Next time, I'll send you a wolf as a gift, as compensation for this." Yen Li patted his back. Orc backs are only for mates, and for those stronger than themselves. "If you sit on it, what does that mean?" Shihao said unhappily. Yen Li said, "Then I guess I'm stronger than you." "You." "Shihao, stop arguing. Let's go." Moye turned around and told him. Shihao was angry, but didn't dare speak. He ran off quickly, using fast running to vent his frustration. Soon, they crossed the mountain and reached the plain behind it. Seeing the plain, Yen Li felt like she had entered an animal world. On the wide grassland, fierce beasts occupied different areas. At the front were creatures like cows, all brown, with sharp horns and strong limbs. Their sturdy bodies showed they were powerful and dangerous. On the right side of the plain were large animals like elephants, blocking a river. Their thick noses could easily lift big stones and throw them far, warning hunters trying to get close in the bushes. On the left side were creatures like ostriches, big in size with thin, long legs. They had long, pointed beaks filled with sharp teeth. Many large, fierce beasts occupied the plain, each weighing around 100 pounds. With so many creatures to catch, why isn't the village's food enough? Yen Li asked. Sure Hao raised his eyebrows and gave her a look. Do you think they are easy to deal with? They seem gentle now, but if they see their friends killed or smell blood, they will attack us immediately. How do you usually hunt them? Yen Li asked. Moye replied, lure two out, keep a distance, then catch them. Yen Li said, luring them? Won't that waste a lot of time? It can only be done that way. Small fierce beasts run away when they smell our scent, and since there are so many large predators here, they aren't afraid of us. So, we have to lure them. Sure Hao explained. Causing chaos among the many fierce beasts here would be a suicide act. Hearing this, Yen Li's eyes brightened. She got off Sure Hao's back and said, all right, when will you go back? We'll go back after catching some prey. It will take a while, Moye said. Okay, then we'll meet here later, Yen Li said, and walked toward the other side. Sure Hao asked, where are you going? Hunting separately. When we catch something, who gets it? See you later, Yen Li replied without hesitation or fear. Everyone stared at her in surprise. Shirzai said, does she want to die? As a female, she dares to hunt alone. Sure Hao, you go and follow her, Moye said. As the leader of the hunting team, Moye couldn't split his attention to help Yen Li. Hearing this, Sure Hao felt a bit unhappy, but he didn't dare to disobey Moye's orders. Reluctantly, he followed Yen Li. Yen Li headed toward the woods. Sure Hao thought to himself, whether on the plains or in the woods, hunting small fierce beasts is the same. Females are just females. They can only play with small fierce beasts. Yen Li arrived at a place with many vines. She picked up the vines, bent them left and right, then pulled hard to tear them apart. The vines were soft and not easy to break. After confirming this, Yen Li cut down quite a few vines. Sure Hao stood beside her, looking down on her with disdain. These are edible?
Non-toxic.
Do you want to try? Yen Li asked. Sure Hao, that there are plenty of these vines in the woods near the village. If you want to eat them, just get some from there. Why come with us? We're hunting large, fierce beasts here. I didn't know the situation here at first. If I had known, I would have set up a net last night. I hope I can finish it now. A net? What's that? You'll see once it's ready. After gathering enough vines, Yen Li activated her bamboo weaving skill. This skill isn't limited to bamboo. Vines can be woven too. Bamboo needs to be cut into strips before weaving, but vines are naturally soft and don't need to be cut. In her bamboo weaving skill, Yen Li found a method similar to a net and started weaving. During the process, combined with her own understanding, Yen Li wove a simple net from the vines. It was a rough net with some larger gaps in the middle. She asked Sure Hao to help spread it open. After pulling it to make sure it wouldn't easily fall apart, she tied 4 ropes at the corners, each made by twisting 2 or 3 vines together. Finally, she made a slip knot at the top of the ropes. Once the net was finished, Yen Li carried it to the edge of the woods. Outside, on the plain, there were fierce beasts that looked like sheep, completely black, quietly and obediently grazing. She returned to the woods, climbed a tree, and from above, she threw the net down. She then climbed down and tied the ropes to the tree trunk. What are you doing? Sure Hao asked, confused. Yen Li said, you'll see soon. Later, you help me out, make those black goats chase after you. Why should I help you? If we succeed in hunting, I'll share half of the meat with you. The black goats weighed over 100 jin, about 55 kilograms, and they couldn't even finish half of one. Summer has its downsides, as food doesn't store easily. Although it can be dried in the wind, hunting requires skill. Hearing this idea, Sure Hao felt a bit excited. Then you'd better be able to hunt well. Lord Moye asked me to follow you. If I don't hunt with you, my people will look down on me. Don't worry. Once we succeed in hunting, you'll look good, and I will too. Yen Li found a vine, tied one end into a knot to make a loop. She grabbed the other end, and threw the loop into the nearby grass. She threw the loop several times, hitting the grass each time, showing she was good at catching with her loop. She returned to the edge of the forest, her eyes fixed on a small goat sitting behind a black mountain goat. She threw the loop once, catching the small goat around its neck. Seeing this, Yanli quickly pulled. The loop tightened, and the small goat, weighing less than 10 pounds, was pulled toward the forest edge, bleeding in fear. The black mountain goat grazing nearby heard its companions cry and became alert immediately. The mother goat saw her kid being taken and roared angrily, running toward them. Yanli threw the small goat to Shirhao. "Run quickly, head to where I set the trap." Then she ran ahead to the trap site. Shirhao saw the goat in his arms and the herd rushing toward him. He immediately ran away. Yanli was already waiting at the trap. She held the rope tightly. When the herd passed and only a few sheep were left, she suddenly pulled the rope tight. The 2 black goats at the back, each weighing about 100 pounds, were caught. The herd's main goal was to rescue the small goat. Shirhao took the black goat into the deeper woods. The trapped black goats bleated painfully, but no one came to help. The knot in the net was tight. The 2 goats, each about 100 pounds, were hard for Yanli to hold. She loosened her grip, and the 2 goats fell with a loud thud, their bleeding much weaker. Yanli worried that the herd might come back and see them. She used all her strength to drag the 2 goats farther away. The goats stopped struggling. Yanli took some prepared vines, found their legs in the net, and tied their legs with the vines. She also tied their mouths shut, so they wouldn't call out. Finally, the black goats stopped making noise. Shirhao ran back, carrying the frightened small goat, panting heavily. "Not bad. I thought you'd abandon the small goat halfway, but you actually carried it," Yanli praised. "Of course. Once you catch prey, letting it escape is a shame for a beast man." Lihua leaned against a tree trunk, swallowed saliva, and cleared his dry throat. The little sheep's attack power was weak, so Yanli took the sheep from him, tied its limbs and mouth with vines, and held it in her arms. "I'll carry this one. You take the other 2. Lihua looked at the 2 black mountain goats trapped motionless in the net, then at Yanli. How is it that she can catch 2 fierce beasts heavier than herself without getting hurt? What kind of female is she? The 2 sheep were tightly caught in the net, and also by Yanli. Without hesitation, Lihua carried the 2 sheep on his waist and waited at a spot where he had separated from Moye and the others. Moye and the others hadn't arrived yet. Yanli climbed a tree to look for their hunting figures. After scanning the area, she spotted the figures of the fierce lion tribe Beastmen near the birds. Suddenly, the sky echoed with loud howls. "Awa! Awa!" Yanli looked up and saw several beastmen in the sky. Their sounds made the fierce beasts on the plains immediately become alert. All the troublemakers had a pair of snowy white eagle wings. Yanli found information about them in the memories of the original owner. The White Eagle tribe lived on the other side of the mountain. They weren't very powerful among the beastmen, but they were very arrogant because they could fly, often disturbing the hunting of the fierce lion tribe. "White eagles, they're disturbing our hunt again." Lihua clenched his fists in anger. "With my hunting method, I won't be afraid of being disturbed," Yanli said. "Lihua." He wanted to argue, but with the sheep in front of him, he couldn't say harsh words. The White Eagle tribe is despicable. They can fly, making hunting much easier. The fierce lion tribe on the ground has more trouble because of them. Yanli saw a huge white eagle not far from the wild boar area. It grabbed a wild boar with its claws, piercing into the boar's body, then carried it away. Since the White Eagle tribe hunts so easily, why haven't they joined one of the 3 strongest Beastman clans? Instead, the fierce lion tribe, which is restricted by them, is one of the top 3 beast clans? Yanli asked. "Of course, because we have a king and Moye and the others. Their king can't beat ours, so we're stronger than them," Lihua said proudly. Yanli asked again, "Are you relying on who's king to compete for the strongest Beastman clan?" "Of course, if a clan's king isn't strong, how can its members be strong?" "That makes some sense," Yanli was convinced. She looked again toward Moye and the others. Silent Night did not want to waste too much time with the White Eagle tribe. 2 orcs quickly ran out of the woods, biting the necks of the nearest 2 birds and killing them instantly, then dragging the birds back. The ostriches saw their companions being attacked. Their feathers flared out, and their small wings spread wide as they chased after Silent Night and the others. Silent Night and the others ran quickly in that direction. Yenli saw, behind a tree at the edge of the woods nearby, 2 orcs with bright red fur like flames. If he guessed right, they were from the nearby Firewolf tribe, one of the hunters that Silent Night and his group often encountered. They were hiding there, probably planning to steal the birds that Silent Night's group had caught. Yenli jumped down from the tree and said to Shihao, "You stay here and watch the sheep. I'll be back soon." "Where are you going?" Shihao asked. "I'm going to help," Yenli replied. He quickly jumped from branch to branch, reaching the trees above the 2 Firewolf tribe orcs, then smoothly jumped down. The Firewolf tribe orcs were startled by the female who suddenly appeared from the sky. They thought they were seeing things, so they looked carefully. She had a thin, fragile body, a slightly rising chest, and a cute face. No matter how you looked at her, she seemed to be a female. "How can there be a female here?" Wolf 3 said to his brother Wolf D. Wolf D nodded and looked at Yenli. Hidden in her short, fluffy hair were a pair of cat ears with black and white coloring, and her black tail was wagging left and right. "Which tribe are you from? Why are you here?" Wolf D asked. "I don't belong to any tribe. I'm here because I don't want you to steal the prey from the Wild Lion tribe," Yenli said. Wolf D and Wolf 3 burst out laughing. "You're a female trying to stop us from stealing from the Wild Lion tribe? I've never heard of such a funny thing in my life."
Ha ha ha.
Both Wolf D and Wolf 3 forgot that they were in their beast forms, and they lay on the ground, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. Just then, members of the Wild Lion tribe quickly ran past. Yenli glanced sideways, saw the orcs carrying prey and running away, and smiled slightly. "That's how you stop them, right?" Realizing they had been tricked by Yenli, they were angry. "You helped the Wild Lion tribe, and you say you're not one of them? The Wild Lion tribe is so useless. They bring females to such dangerous places just to stop us from stealing food. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's so glorious to steal from others, huh? If you have the strength, why don't you go and catch your own prey? Who's really useless?" Yenli said with a look of regret, shaking her head. Wolf Da and Wolf Sin felt that Yenli was insulting them. Although they couldn't find proof, they were very angry. Just as they were about to speak to scold her, Moye's voice sounded behind them. "Yenli." He stepped out from behind a large tree, his golden eyes cold as he looked at Wolf Da and Wolf San. His silent presence made them too scared to say anything, and they quickly ran away with their tails between their legs. "You're so timid. No wonder you only hide in the dark to steal prey," Yenli said. Moye looked at her somewhat arrogant face and asked, "What are you doing here?" "They wanted to steal the prey you caught, so I came to stop them," she replied. "Next time, don't do that. They are beastmen," Moye warned. "That's fine. I haven't fought a beastman before, and want to try my skills. I'll play with them next time," Yenli said confidently. Moye thought to himself, he could never keep up with her ideas. Finally, the two returned to the gathering place. As they arrived, Shihao explained, "Although I don't want to admit it, these 2 black sheep were caught by Yenli. With that thing called a net, how could I possibly do it? She's a female. How could she catch more prey than us?" Shihao asked skeptically. "Yeah, I'm a female. It's impossible for me to catch so much prey alone.
It was Shihao who helped me.
When we go back, I'll give you one of the black sheep as promised," Yenli said. She wanted to complain, "You guys are really good at giving cute names to fierce beasts." Today was a rare day for the Wild Lion clan to go hunting the most. Not only did they have enough food for today, but they also had extra to store. On the way back, Shihao still couldn't accept Yenli catching 2 black sheep. Shihao explained until he was exhausted, and then asked Yenli, "Can you teach us how to weave nets? If you teach us that hunting method, they will definitely believe those are your prey." "Yes, but if you catch a lot of prey in one day, you have to give me some. After all, besides giving me meat, You have no other way to repay me, Yanli said. Teaching others is a good deed. Since Shi Hao brought it up, Yanli agreed easily. Who knows if your method will work? Are you just making conditions first? Do you think we're fools? Shirzai said. Yanli looked at him, without speaking. Shirzai waited a long time, but didn't get a response, and a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Why are you silent now? Yanli replied, I don't communicate much with those who have poor eyesight. What? Yanli didn't want to explain anything to him. She turned to Moye and asked, Moye, do you want to try hunting using my method? You can easily catch 2 black sheep, avoid bothering anyone, and keep our people safe from harm. Moye nodded. If you're willing to teach me, I want to learn. Then, can I have some of the meat from the animals you catch using my way? Yes, you can. That's good enough. Yanli turned to look at Shirzai, smiling proudly. It's better to discuss conditions with someone who has the power to decide. That way, we don't waste words or time. You. Even if Shirzai was foolish, he could understand what Yanli meant from her words. She was saying he had a low status and couldn't interfere in her affairs. Back at the village entrance, Moye looked at the 2 black sheep tangled in the net, unsure how to free them. Yanli showed her claws, cut the net, and took out the 2 sheep. I'm kind-hearted.
You can have these 2 little ones, she said.
Moye nodded. I'll help you take them back.
Thank you.
Moye carried the big sheep, while Yanli held the small one and headed back to the cave. Shirzai watched Yanli leave, feeling angry. Lord Moye, why are you so kind to that outsider female? Shirzai, Yanli does speak harshly, but she's different from the other females we've seen. She has things we don't understand, and, because of her, our food has increased these past 2 days. Shi Hao, why are you defending that outsider female? Shirzai asked. Weren't you also annoyed with her before? Thinking back to when he disliked Yanli, Shi Hao scratched his head awkwardly. That was before. Back then, she couldn't help us at all, so I really disliked her. But now, she's stronger than many females, and she can help us catch prey. Shirzai, if you saw Yanli hunt personally, you'd understand. Lord Moye is kind to her because he knows she's a good hunter. Shi Hao patted his shoulder. As long as the tribe can eat well, everything's fine. Shirzai still felt angry. He turned his head to look at Yanli and Moye's departing figures, scowled, and headed back to the village. Today's hunting took less time. When they returned outside the cave, it was still afternoon. Moye put down the black sheep and was about to leave when Yanli said, Moye, can you help me with one more thing? I want to treat you to a good meal tonight. What do you want to do? Find some big stones, pile them together, similar to the cave I'm in now. But it doesn't have to be too big, about my height is enough, Yanli said. Moye nodded in agreement. There are many stones by the sea. You can find the ones Yanli wants just by looking around. Yanli found a corner, stuck a stick into the ground, and used vines to tie one of the lamb's legs to the stick on one side and to the ground on the other. Moye gathered some stones and formed a circle around the lamb to make a barrier, blocking its way. Yanli cut some weeds from the hillside and threw them on the ground. The hungry little lamb, having fasted all day, immediately started eating the grass eagerly. Are you going to raise it? Moye asked.
Yanli nudda.
This small lamb isn't much meat. I'll raise it first, and when it's not hungry, I'll slaughter it. Moye had thought about this idea. Raising a little fierce beast could ensure there's always food when needed. Unfortunately, it's hard for us, the Beastmen, to catch small fierce beasts. Even large fierce beasts can't be caught alive. Wait, alive. Moye's eyes fell on the sheep Yanli caught. That sheep is alive. I'm going to pick some wild vegetables. Wait here, Moye, Yanli said. Moye replied, I'll go with you. That works too. Yanli headed toward the forest where she often gathered wild vegetables. Moye said, on the other side of the river, there's a flat area with many edible wild fruits and vegetables. Let's go there. They're about to explore a new part of the map. The two arrived at the riverbank. The river was wide, with no bridge, so the only way across was to swim. Yanli was a good swimmer and was about to warm up and swim across. Suddenly, a strong arm grabbed her waist. Before she could react, her body was lifted into the air. She heard the sound of wings flapping behind her. She turned her head to look. Behind Moye, a pair of dark, coal-black wings had grown. When the wings spread open, they seemed to cover the sky, big and powerful. The black feathers shimmered with a golden glow in the sunlight, dazzling and beautiful. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed to the other side of the river. Yanli kept staring at Moye's wings. After landing, Moye folded the wings as if they had never existed. Moye, isn't your beast form a lion? The successor of the fierce lion tribe's beast form was not a lion. Yanli's mind immediately imagined a tragic, complicated story of 50,000 words. Moye said, "It is a lion, but you have wings. Besides my father, I am the only lion in the tribe with wings. A flying lion. In the ancient world, Yanli has seen some celestial mounts that are lions, but she has never seen a lion with wings." Moye, can I see your beast form? Yanli asked. Moye nodded. Turn around first. The first thing an orc does when transforming is to take off the only beast hide they wear, and Yanli understood, obediently turning around. She looked at the ground, watching the shadow behind her change from a human shape into a large beast form. It's done, Moye said. Yanli turned around and saw a black lion covered in shiny fur, with bright, intelligent golden eyes. The black lion was strong and beautiful. Yanli couldn't help but reach out to the lion's fur, which was smooth and silky, soft to the touch. Moye had never been touched by a female while in beast form. When Yanli's hand gently touched him, it felt like being touched by something warm and tingling. She moved to the side, folding her smooth wings to one side. Moye, can you spread your wings so I can see them? Moye spread his wings, nearly 2 meters long, and when they opened, they hid Yanli's small body inside. Beautiful, Yanli exclaimed. I've never seen a flying black lion before. In different worlds, she saw many new and strange things she had never seen before. Celestial Master Xianming and Celestial Master Hongyu truly do not deceive. Can I change back to human form now? Moye asked. Yes, I've finished looking. Yanli turned and took a few steps forward. Moye changed back into human form, wrapped himself in the beast hide, and followed her. Yanli looked at him from the side, still thinking about how beautiful and majestic Moye's beast form was. The beast forms of people like Shi Hao and others looked similar to ordinary lions, just with slightly different fur colors. Yanli once thought Moye's beast form would be like theirs, but it was completely different. Moye, why is your beast form different from Shi Hao and the others? Curious, Yanli asked eagerly. Orcs blessed by the god Amond are born different from their tribe, Moye explained. Are your offspring also like that? Yes, Moye nodded. Orcs blessed by the god Amond will carry the blessing forever. Yanli doesn't know much about this world, but she believes what Moye says. As they walked forward, suddenly they heard something moving quickly away and birds and animals flying off. Her attention was caught by the sound. She looked up and saw a large open space ahead, located at the foot of several mountains. The trees here were not tall or thick, and weeds grew everywhere. A tall, slender-leaved plant in the distance quickly caught Yanli's attention. Is that
bamboo?
Yanli walked toward it. After a few steps, Moye grabbed her hand. Be careful, there are many venomous snakes here. Aren't snakes afraid of beastmen? Some are, some aren't. Yanli looked at the overgrown weeds in front of her, with no clear path. She stepped aside and took out a machete. The machete was a gift from her carpenter skill. She cut a thin, small tree, shaved off the extra branches, and then cut the other end. Once it was the right length, Yanli held the machete and used a stick to push aside the grass in front. This grass can scare away snakes when we cut it. Even if there are venomous snakes nearby, the movement will scare them off. If not, it's okay. We can still fight when they come out, Yanli explained. Moye looked somewhat confused. His eyes fell on the machete in Yanli's hand, full of doubt. He didn't know when Yanli got this thing nor what it was. It was the first time he saw it, but his calm nature made him silent. Even when encountering something he couldn't understand, He wouldn't ask questions. He waited for the other person to tell him willingly.
So, he didn't ask.
Yanli handed the machete to Moye and said, "If you see a venomous snake attacking us later, use this to swing at it, just like I do." She demonstrated with her dagger, swinging the sharp side at the tall weeds beside her. Seeing this, Moye swung the machete and chopped at a tree about the same thickness as Yanli's arm. The tree snapped with a loud and fell. Moyue's golden eyes showed a hint of surprise. Even a beastman's claws might not be this sharp. This thing is quite powerful.
This.
Shocked, Moye couldn't help but ask, "How is it made?" "Made of stone. It's quite complicated, so I won't go into details. Just know what it's for," Yanli replied simply. Moye nodded and didn't press further. But deep inside, he was still curious about the machete. Yanli didn't want to hide anything in front of Moye. Moye is kind and quiet, so he wouldn't spread her secrets. Even if he did, it didn't matter. She didn't want to explain certain things, and who could stop her? Suddenly, her gaze fell on a distant, unknown plant with many white fruits that looked like chili peppers. After using identification, Yanli discovered that the white fruit resembling chili peppers was non-toxic. She stepped forward, picked one, and gently took a bite. "Yanli, you can't eat that. Spit it out quickly." Being cautious, Moye looked around and noticed no sound of footsteps ahead. When he turned to look, he saw Yanli putting a white fruit into her mouth. The beastmen in their tribe had eaten this small fruit before. They didn't know how to describe it, but eating it caused an indescribable pain. However, after the pain passed, nothing else happened. Still, the moment it touched the tongue, it was very uncomfortable. Moye was a bit late to stop her. Yanli had already bitten into it, tasted the fruit, and looked very calm. "It's okay, a little spicy but not too strong, I can handle it." Yanli loves spicy food. Fortunately, the ingredients here are good, and even eating them plain and natural is fine. Still, she often misses the taste of chili peppers. Now she finally found some chili peppers, and the spiciness was just right. Yanli quickly picked a chili and put it into her cloth bag. Seeing her try the white chili, Moyue's expression stayed calm. Unlike them, who would cough, blush, and drool uncontrollably, he couldn't help but have some doubts.
Can you eat it?
"Of course. It's my favorite." Moye frowned slightly. He had tried the white chili and couldn't understand why Yanli could accept such a taste. "Yanli, the feeling of eating this fruit is called spiciness. You probably haven't tried chili peppers before, so it's hard to accept at first. But once you get used to it, you'll love chili peppers." Yanli picked some chili and put them into her bag. Suddenly, she saw a plant not far away that also bore fruit similar to chili peppers, but the fruit was purple. She went over, picked one, and tasted it. She blinked and said, "The purple ones are much spicier than the white ones, but I like them." She then picked a handful of purple ones and put them into her bag. This flat area usually only had small fierce beasts and venomous snakes circling around. No large predators appeared. Chili peppers are plants even fierce beasts can't tolerate, so there are especially many here. They have red, purple, and white chili peppers. Different colors mean different levels of spiciness, white being the mildest, red the strongest. Additionally, Yanli also found several white tomatoes near the chili peppers. The tomatoes are about the size of a fist and taste sweet with a hint of sourness. Yanli picked some tomatoes, and also some red hairy fruits. The sun was setting faster. There was also a large black sheep to deal with, so tonight there wouldn't be much time for anything else. Yanli did not rush to cut bamboo. She decided to wait until tomorrow. She and Moye returned to the cave, only to see Nana and the others already outside, starting a fire. Around them, there were many fresh mushrooms and wild vegetables. Yanli looked at the mushrooms and vegetables, then at them, noticing that they had some minor wounds. The injuries were not serious, but they looked a bit ragged. "Did you three go into the forest to pick these?" Yanli asked. Nana nodded. "You went hunting and we didn't know what to do, so we went into the forest to gather. But as expected, the forest is very dangerous." Two of them were collecting mushrooms and digging wild vegetables, while one watched the surroundings. But even a weak female like her dared to be bullied by the birds in the forest. If you lack skills, don't go into the forest. If something happens, your people will come looking for me, Yanli said. Luckily, nothing happened, or else the good relationship I've built with your tribe these past days would be ruined. Yanli hoped that as females, they wouldn't be too pampered, but she didn't expect them to go into the forest without learning anything. If something serious happened, given the lion tribe's attitude, they might come to scold her, or even demand her life. We just want to help you do some work. If we don't do anything, you won't give us food, Chui Su said, lowering her head uncertainly. Yanli was silent. If they didn't help with any chores, she wouldn't share her meat with them, no matter how much she had. I will assign tasks to you. Next time, don't go into the forest to gather without permission, Yanli said. The three nodded obediently, like chicks pecking at rice. Yanli only ate breakfast and skipped lunch. Now, her stomach was growling with hunger. Holding her dagger, she looked at the big sheep, then turned to check her tools. Nana, Chui Su, go back to the village and bring 5 gourds for boiling wild vegetables, Yanli ordered. The lion tribe didn't have stone pots. They boiled wild vegetables by cutting a gourd in half and using the hollowed-out gourd to make soup. Dried gourds are fire-resistant and won't burn easily the first time used. However, after 2 uses, the gourds would burn through and become unusable. That's why the tribe kept many dried gourds. While waiting for them to return with gourds, Yanli took a leaf basin made by Liu. She found a flat stone away from the cave and said to Moye, Moye, place the sheep here, with its head facing down. Liu, hold the basin here to catch the sheep's blood. Sheep's blood is very good for health, especially because it helps replenish blood. The original owner's body had been malnourished for a long time, making her weak and severely anemic. Since there was such a good thing as sheep blood, it couldn't be wasted. She stabbed the sheep in the neck with a knife. The sheep, with its mouth bound by vines, couldn't scream, only struggling violently. Moye quickly held the sheep to prevent it from moving around. Soon the basin was filled with a lot of sheep blood. Yanli asked Liu to take it away, add some water and salt, cover it with a large leaf to keep out dirt. After the black sheep died, Yanli untied the vines, shaved the wool, collected it, then cut open the belly to take out the contents. Using a dagger wasn't good for killing sheep, so Yanli used 30 points of cultivation to exchange for a newly unlocked pig-killing knife in the shop. With the pig-killing knife, cutting meat and other tasks became much easier. Yanli cut the meat, saw so much of it, and frowned slightly. She looked at the meat thoughtfully, then raised her head to look at Moye, who ate the 8 wolf ears I traded with you last night. Yesterday, we only caught 1 long-legged bird back. The meat from the earwolves was mainly for the young orcs, pregnant females, and young females, Moye asked. Why do you ask? The sheep meat is too much to eat all at once. Nana, go call 10 orcs from your tribe who didn't eat the earwolves last night, Yanli said. Everyone was surprised and looked at Yanli in shock. Yanli, are you willing to share food with our tribe again? Nana asked in disbelief. Yanli said, yes, very willing. Anyway, there was plenty of meat. Tomorrow, they would go hunting again. There was also a small sheep, 3 golden green birds, and many more food sources by the sea. She wasn't worried about running out of food. After these days, Yanli realized she didn't need to worry about not having enough to eat. On the continent of Amand, there were more fierce beasts to eat than even orcs. Earning merit was more important. By the way, see if there are any young orcs who haven't eaten earwolves yet. I need strong ones to help, Yanli added. Nana saw that Yanli was serious and nodded in agreement. She transformed into her beast form and quickly returned to the village. Yanli continued to process the sheep. She planned to half roast it and half make a tomato hot pot. She asked Liu to go cut some branches and asked Chui Su to make a rack for the sheep meat. Yanli cut away the organs near the sheep's stomach and the fatty tissues under the skin, placing them on a leaf basin. The sheep was large, nearly 100 jin with lots of fat. When Liu returned with the branches, Yanli asked her to make a few more leaf basins. After removing all the organs, she handed the pig-killing knife to Moye. After teaching Moye how to cut lamb meat, Yanli focused on cooking. She boiled the lamb bones in hot water to remove the blood. The black lambs didn't have the strong smell typical of sheep, so there was no unpleasant odor while boiling. During the process, Nana and her tribe members arrived. The visitors included young orcs, little ones, middle-aged orcs with graying hair, and a few weak females. Yen Li counted the people. Wow, there were 18. I've brought the tribe members. Yen Li, Nana said. Yen Li asked Nana, do you know how many people you brought? Nana looked at her with clear eyes and blinked innocently. I don't know what 10 looks like, so I didn't bring many tribe members. Did I bring too few? They actually brought too many, more than allowed. Yen Li didn't want to complain. She thought, considering their limited education, it's understandable they might miscount 10 people. No need anymore. This group is enough, Yen Li said, looking at two familiar figures, Shurja and Shurha, and spoke. Shurha, take some people into the woods to gather dry firewood. Shurja, you're responsible for fetching water to keep the water tank full. The females can help watch the fire here. Don't let the fire get too big. You two, who are older, should watch the little ones and make sure they don't run around. You know these two. Don't tell me one of them is the tribe's king, Yen Li interrupted Shurha calmly. Yetu, hearing Yen Li's words, looked at her sharply with bright golden eyes. He remembered that Yen Li had never seen him in the village. You know our king is here, and you still let him do chores? Shurha said angrily. Only Yetu had golden eyes and a strong presence here. Yen Li looked at him confidently and said, it was a bit surprising that the king came to my place. But I'm not a female of the lion tribe, king. You should know that, right? Yes, I know. Then you should understand me. I'm just a female making food for so many people, working late into the night. You hardly get to eat much. Plus, you only need to help with some labor, and you get to eat until you're full. I think that's a good deal for you, but for me, it's a loss. But I have no choice. I'm just a good female. Yen Li didn't forget to praise herself. She smiled gently, her eyes curved like crescents, showing a friendly attitude. Night 2 said, you're right. In our tribe, no one eats for free without doing anything. Shurze, follow her instructions. Cubs, come over here and stay with me. Don't run around everywhere. Okay, 6 little cubs wagged their tails and went to Night 2's side. Night 2 and Shurtian sat on a large rock farther away, while the little lion cubs played in the sand on the beach. Watching Yen Li run back and forth busily, Shurtian asked, she shares extra food with us. Is she trying to build good relations with our tribe? She lives in our territory and is showing friendliness to us. That's a good thing for her. When Yen Li invites the tribe members to eat, Nana immediately goes to find Night Tuesday. It's not to invite Night 2 to eat together, but because everything in the village must go through Night 2, even if someone brings food for them. Yen Li, claiming to help her fetch water, brought 8 wolf ears. Today, with her help, she also got a black sheep. At Night 2's age, he's seen many bloody scenes, but he's never seen anyone show such friendliness to his village, especially a female. Plus, this female has been meeting his cubs often lately. Out of curiosity, he decided to come see Yen Li himself. King, what do you think of her now? Shurtian asked. She's very brave, Night 2 replied. She's not afraid of me at all. Some things she says I don't quite understand, but I think she's right. She's a very strange female, and I need to see what she does next. With just a few pieces of meat, Night 2 can't tell what kind of female Yen Li is or how much change she might bring to the village. He needs to observe her for a longer time. Yen Li boiled the sheep innards until they turned red, then scooped them out. She added sheep bones to boil again. Once the bones were cooked, she divided them into 5 gourd-shaped bowls and 2 stone pots, then added water and boiled everything again. One of the stone pots was just a large hole, which Yen Li didn't want to use at first. But Nana, who couldn't count properly, brought 18 people and there wasn't enough space, so she had to take out the second stone pot. After boiling the sheep bones, Yen Li cut white tomatoes into pieces and added them to 7 pots along with the bones to cook further. She watched the fire carefully while the female looked on. She turned to prepare the roasted sheep, slicing it several times, ready to apply her prepared scallions and salt. Suddenly, Eris' voice echoed in her mind. Host, the merit shop now allows you to exchange for cumin powder. Do you want to exchange for cumin powder? Yes.
Yanli exclaimed excitedly.
Cumin powder and barbecue are a perfect match. Soon, Yanli had a bag of cumin powder. She sprinkled the cumin on, scallions, and salt, then evenly rubbed it onto the lamb. After finishing, she let it sit for a while. Using a stick cut from Liu, she made 2 holes in the lamb with a dagger so the stick could be threaded through. Then she placed the lamb on a rack and slowly roasted it. The roasting was left to Shi and Cui Su. Yanli went to help Moye, but Moye separated the lamb and the bones, saying she didn't need help. The meat filled 4 large leaf basins. Once the meat was prepared, Yanli washed and chopped wild vegetables and mushrooms. She added the mushrooms to the boiling tomato and lamb bone soup in advance. Boiling the lamb bones took quite some time, and before long, it was dark outside amid the busy work. The young animals were hungry. Some came to Yetu's side. "King, we are hungry," they said. "We should ask when we can eat," Yetu said, standing up and walking to Yanli. "Yanli, the young ones are hungry. Is there anything they can eat first?" Yanli was busy and sweating all over. She looked back at the little young animals, who looked at her with sad eyes. The young animals said, "But I am very hungry." "I am hungry too," others added. Yanli looked at the others. The smell of food was drifting everywhere. Not only them, even Yanli's stomach was growling loudly. She didn't expect cooking a meal to take so much time. "Go wash your hands first. When you're done, I will give you something to eat," she said. The little ones had dirty hands covered in sand. Yanli asked Liu to take them to wash their hands. After they left, Yanli asked Moye to bring a clean leaf. She was going to turn the roasted lamb. The outside of the lamb was cooked, but the inside was still half raw. It was okay as long as the outside was edible. Yanli took out her dagger, cut off the cooked meat, and placed it on a leaf. The meat still hot from roasting, so she used a sharpened stick to stab and cut the meat out. When the young animals came out, Yanli divided the meat for them to eat. Moye saw there were 2 pieces of meat left on the leaf and walked over to Yetu and Shirtian. "Father, Uncle Tian, you should also have some," he said. Yetu and Shirtian were also very hungry, but as adult beastmen, they had better endurance and didn't complain about being hungry. Moye brought the meat over. The 2 important beastmen politely took the still warm lamb and took a bite. Tasting it, their pupils suddenly widened. "Delicious. This is the best meat I've ever had," they exclaimed. "I want more." "Auntie, we want more too." The young creatures who tasted the food still wanted more from Yanli. The lamb bone soup and the white tomato broth had turned so white that it looked like milk, and the delicious aroma kept coming out. Yanli tasted the soup, rich lamb flavor combined with a slightly sour taste of tomatoes. Although it wasn't as good as authentic lamb soup, it had its own special flavor. "Soup is ready, come and eat," Yanli said. Yanli sat with the young creatures around one pot, while the other beastmen prepared their own dishes. None of the beastmen knew how to use chopsticks, only Yanli did. Yanli scooped cooked meat from the pot for the young creatures to eat, then taught them how to use chopsticks and explained that when the meat in the pot was gone, they should add new pieces. The broth was made from bones, and the lamb was sliced very thin. Yanli showed them how to spear a piece of lamb with a sharp stick, wait until it changed color and no longer had blood, then dip it into a simple sauce to eat. Shi'ai, who was very hungry, felt annoyed when he heard Yanli's instructions. He didn't wait for Yanli to come over and teach him. He used the pointed end of a sharpened stick to pick out a large piece of bone to eat. The bone had tender, cooked meat on it. Biting into it, the meat was soft and fragrant, with a hint of sweet and sour tomato flavor and just the right amount of salt. Maybe he was very hungry, or maybe the meat was really delicious. He took a bite and couldn't stop. Finally, everyone started eating, and no one could stop. Yanli ate until she was half full, still watching the roasted lamb. The fire for roasting lamb had gone out, but there were still embers underneath. Yanli cut a piece of fully cooked meat and tasted it. Cumin powder made it taste even better. She divided the lamb among everyone. A sheep weighing about 100 jin, around 50 kilograms, and even after more than 20 people ate, it wasn't finished, but not much was left. Yanli told them to take some of the remaining roasted lamb home. She planned to throw away the leftover soup, but then thought better of it and decided to let them take it back. After they left, Yanli looked at the remaining raw lamb and large bones. The seaside wind was strong and cool, so she was worried it might spoil. She salted the meat to preserve it, then placed it in a shady spot and covered the fire with sand. Halfway through, she heard a rustling sound. She turned around and saw Moye also helping to put out the fire. "Not going back yet?" Yanli asked. Moye replied, helping you clean up. "It's not much to clean," Yanli said. "I'm waiting for Nana and the others to come help me tomorrow. Tonight's meal will keep them busy for many days." Moye looked at her silently, then said, "Thanks for today. Everyone had a good time eating. Happy is enough, but for me, it's still not quite enough. The taste is far from what I used to eat, but for you all, it should be delicious. Without enough spices, suitable ingredients, the right pot, or enough time, it's hard to meet my expectations. I'm still far from what Yanli wants, but for a beastman who has no salt at all, this is undoubtedly the best meal they've ever had. Once I find more ingredients, Moye, I will definitely let you taste what real delicious food with all the flavors and aroma is like," Yanli said.
Moye lightly smiled, okay.
"But before I can make good food, you need to come find me every day. After today, you should know that even though Nana and the others help me every day, there are still some things only we females can't do. I need your help." Yanli shrugged. Sometimes it's better to admit weakness. Without magic or great strength, her abilities are limited if she wants a better life. "I will come," Moye said. "I only gave you a little, but you gave me so much. Do you think that's okay?"
"Yes."
Yanli replied immediately. "After all, I am a good female. As long as I am willing to give, I think it's good. Merits can only be gained from others. If cultivation could only be achieved through one's own effort, Yanli thought she might go on a killing spree across a Mond continent, killing fierce beasts. Killing one fierce beast would increase her cultivation. But in the primal world, even if fierce beasts are bad, blindly killing them would stain too much blood. Therefore, in the primal world, whether one can become an immortal depends more on merits. And merits can only be gained by doing good deeds and helping others. You are very different from when we first met, and there are many things we've never seen before," Moye said. Yanli smiled. The sudden appearance of many new things naturally sparked Moye's curiosity and doubts. "It seems that next time, I need to hide what I bring out and not let Moye see everything clearly, or I might treat him like an idiot. After spending more time with me, you'll see more things you've never seen before. After all, I come from a different tribe."
"Yes."
"All right, go back now. Tomorrow, you need to go hunting again. We ate dinner too late tonight. I wonder if I can get up tomorrow. If I'm late, can you come and wake me?"
"Yes."
"Good night." Moye didn't understand the phrase good night, but he nodded instinctively. After watching him leave, Yanli returned to the cave. She washed the stone pot thoroughly, added sheep fat, and simmered it to make sheep oil. At last, she would have a second type of seasoning oil. Eagerly, Yanli squatted by the fire and said, "Bar, come out and report today's situation. I feel like I gained a lot of cultivation points and merits today." "Yes, host, your intuition is correct." Catching 2 unknown fierce beasts weighing about 100 jin each, along with a small fierce beast, earned a total of 83 cultivation points. Today's collection was small, earning only 3 points, and eating food gave 3 points. Making a beast trap net earned 12 points. Sharing food gained 56 merits, and encouraging 3 female companions to gather in the woods earned 60 merits. Today, 30 cultivation points were spent to buy a pig-killing knife, 20 merits on a bag of salt, and another 20 merits on cumin powder. Currently, you have 152 cultivation points and 192 merits. Nana and the others went to gather in the woods, and I can also earn merits? Yanli asked in surprise. Yes, they have never been to the dangerous woods since birth, but under your encouragement, they gained courage and went to gather without your orders. Courage is one of the most valuable spiritual qualities for any creature, so merits are awarded to the host. Unexpectedly, Nana and the others going to the forest to gather also earned merits for herself. Courage? All given by food? Forget it. There's no need to carefully examine the source of these merits. The merits gained from Nana and the others gathering in the woods are like hidden tasks triggered unexpectedly and then earned. The sheep oil is still simmering. Yanli opened the merit shop. The cultivation shop mostly offers tools and similar items, but the merit shop has suddenly appeared with many edible items. Besides common seasonings like cumin powder and pepper, there are bread, cola, and even white wine. However, 1,000 merits can only exchange for one edible item, and a bottle of mineral water costs 500 merits. Too expensive to afford. After browsing the merit shop, she looked at the cultivation shop, where items are much cheaper. With more skills learned, the cultivation shop now offers many tools, filling an entire page. Yanli lay on the bed, simmering sheep oil over a small fire, and opened a tool she had never seen before to read its instructions. When the sheep oil was ready, she poured it into the stone pot to cool, still wanting to look at the instructions for the unfamiliar tools. But it was already late at night, and sleep was coming. Yanli closed her eyes, lay on the bed, and drifted into deep sleep. After a busy night, as expected, she overslept. Moye waited at the village entrance for a while but didn't see Yanli, so he went to the cave to find her. Inside the cave, Yanli was sleeping peacefully. Her small face, with some color in her cheeks, looked rosy and lively, and her long, thick eyelashes fluttered like delicate wings. This was the first time Moye saw Yanli so quiet. In the past, when they met, she always seemed playful and lively. Yanli, wake up. Since they still needed to go hunting, Moye gently shook her. Yanli had only just fallen asleep at dawn. When she heard the sound, she squinted her eyes, didn't recognize the person in front of her, and then closed her eyes again. Yanli, today you promised to teach us how to hunt. It's time to get up. Moye shook her again. But I'm sleepy. Yanli turned over and kept sleeping. Seeing she couldn't wake her, Moye paused for a moment, picked up a beast hide nearby, wrapped it around Yanli's thin body, and carried her up. He went to the village gate. The orcs waiting there saw the scene. Shihao asked in surprise, Lord Moye, is she sick? No, Moye spread his wings. I'll go ahead. Hurry up and catch up. He waved his large, dark wings and flew toward the plains. Moye didn't turn into a beast to hunt because, with wings, he flew too fast for them to keep up. As the team leader, he should stay close to the group to prevent any accidents, and no one was there to command. So, this was Moye's first time hunting while flying in his beast form. Moye thought that since Yanli was asleep and couldn't sit on a beast form member, and they didn't want to tire each other out by sitting together, flying might be better. Maybe Yanli could sleep peacefully a little longer. Soon, Moye and Yanli arrived first at the hunting plains. Moye landed under a big tree, where bright sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patches on the ground. Yanli lay on the grass, and Moye wrapped her fragile body with the beast hide. Yanli curled up and continued sleeping. Time passed slowly, and the hot summer sun grew even hotter. Some unknown creatures called out cicada to protest the scorching heat. The noisy calls and rising heat made the atmosphere more intense. Yanli slowly woke up, seeing the tangled tree trunks and lush green leaves around her. How did I end up here? Yanli looked confused, turned her head, and looked elsewhere. That movement made her eyes meet Moye's golden gaze. Yanli was even more confused and bewildered. Waking up suddenly and locking eyes with such a handsome man who looked like he stepped out of a painting made her heart race uncontrollably. TSK. Still not skilled in cultivation. Now that she is older, she can momentarily lose herself because of a handsome man. Are you awake? Moye's deep and steady voice asked softly. Yanli sat up, still a bit confused. How did I end up here? Where is this?
Pin you on.
Yesterday, You said you would teach us a new hunting method, and you said you'd be called if you were late. I called you several times, but you didn't wake up. Li understood the situation. Sorry, I had plans with you today. I went to bed so late last night. You worked hard last night. Staying up late is understandable, Moye said. Li smiled, showing he was a caring and kind person. She stood up, stretched lazily, and saw only the two of them. She asked, "Where are Shirhui and Shi'ai's? Why are only we here?" "They haven't caught up yet," Moye replied. "I can fly faster in beast form." Li's eyes lit up, and she understood what was happening. "Let's prepare before they arrive, so we can hunt enough food in the shortest time today."
Moye noted.
Li led him to find the vines from yesterday. After gathering a lot of vines, they returned to the meeting spot. Li first taught Moye how to weave a net. When Shirhui and Shi'ai's arrived, Li and Moye had already woven half of the net. After they arrived, Li taught them how to finish it. This simple trap net has large gaps and is easy to learn. Once they learned, Li's net was already finished. The next important step was how to tie a secure knot and how to catch the prey once it falls into the net. Li asked them to watch her first. She finished her net and said to Moye, "Moye, let's go hunting." "Our nets aren't ready yet," Shi'ai said hurriedly, speeding up his work. Li said, "Take your time. I'll go catch 2 animals first." Moye stood up and told Shirhui to help with the hunt. Hearing this, Shirhui put down his work and stood up. "Lord Moye, I want to go too. I want to see how she hunts." After last night, Shi'ai's no longer held much hostility toward Li. Now he believed Li could hunt prey, but he was curious about how she did it. The net was woven by 4 people, so even without him, it wouldn't delay the process. "Let him come," Li said. "I want to see if I can teach him a lesson." Shi'ai's was stunned for a moment, looking at Li with a hint of fear. Li didn't notice his expression. She took her net to the place where she caught sheep yesterday and set a trap again. Li said, "Sure, how? Just like yesterday, go into the sheep herd and secretly take a small sheep, then run past this place. Do you understand?" "Moye, we will wait here." "Where is the vine that can be thrown?" Sure How asked. Li replied, "No need. You can outrun them. Even if you can't catch a small sheep, that's okay. The main goal is to make the black sheep chase you." "All right, I'm going. Good luck." Li clenched her fist in a gesture. Sure How didn't understand what the gesture meant but copied it, saying, "Good luck." "What are we supposed to do?" Shirzei asked. Li said, "Hide well. Don't move. Wait for the right moment." Shirzei wondered, what does wait for the right moment mean? This female kept saying things he couldn't understand. But since he couldn't ask, he chose to stay silent and hide. Not long after Sure How went over there, the ground suddenly shook. In the distance, dust and smoke billowed. Leading the charge was Sure How, who had transformed into a beast with brown fur, closely followed by a furious, angry black sheep herd. Sure How ran quickly, and Li seized the moment. Cast her net. 3 black sheep got caught in the net. The vine net wasn't strong enough to hold 300-pound sheep, so Li saw them running away and immediately lowered the net, not even having time to drag it away, and grabbed more vines. "Hold their legs so they can't kick," Li said. Moye and others quickly grabbed their legs upon hearing the command. Li swiftly tied the hooves and mouths of the 3 black sheep. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Done. Let's carry them back." In just a short while, they managed to carry back the 3 black sheep intact, shocking everyone. Shirzei saw the amazed villagers and seemed to see himself reflected in their expressions. After thinking for a moment, Shirzei walked up to Li and extended his face forward.
"Hit me."
"Do what?" Li didn't understand. Shirzei said, "Didn't you say you wanted to slap my face? I want you to do it." He looked willing. Hearing this, Li chuckled softly. Animals are truly simple. She gently patted his face with her palm, saying, "It's done. Now keep weaving the net. It's your turn to catch the sheep." Her movements were gentle, and the light slap on his face felt strange. Shirzei didn't know how to describe this feeling. The other 2 nets were finished, and they returned to their original spot. Shi Hao, exhausted, stood behind a tree to rest. Li teased, "It's so late now," finally shaking off the sheep. "Not good, I ate so much last night and my speed is slowed down." "Those sheep remember my scent," Shi Hao said. "Yesterday, I saw them take the lamb, and then 2 big sheep disappeared. When I reached the edge of the woods, they started chasing me like crazy." Li smiled. "That's really good." Shi Hao asked, "Good?"
What's so good about that?
Li's eyes curved. "The black sheep remember your scent. You don't need to do much. Just call them over. You go again, and lead them here. I was just showing. Now it's their turn to catch the sheep." Shi Hao found it hard to speak. After running once, he was very tired. He thought about running a second time. "Go," Moye said. "Shi Hao, you are a beast man." Even if the words, "You are a beast man," were harsh, Shi Hao accepted them all. He looked at Shi holding the rope and said, "Shi, no matter what, you must catch a black sheep for me. Don't worry, black sheep are easy to catch. I can catch 4.
Shi replied.
Li shook her head. "Don't catch too many. The net can't hold them."
Shi hesitated.
"Okay." Shi Hao stood still, swallowed several times, and after confirming he had the strength to run again, he transformed into a beast and carefully walked toward the sheep. The sheep that had just returned, smelling Shi Hao's scent, immediately became sharp-eyed and rushed toward him. Hearing the footsteps, Shi Hao immediately ran back. Shi tightly held the rope, and Li whispered in his ear, "Don't set the net too early. Wait until the last few sheep are here. If you set the net too soon, the black sheep will see their companions disappear and attack us. You don't want to be chased by hundreds of strong black sheep, right?"
"I know," Shi said.
Li stopped bothering him. Shi followed her instructions, and when the last few sheep appeared, he pulled the rope tight and caught one, which was a reward for Shi Hao's effort. The other net was buried in advance by Li. After waiting for a while and not catching the sheep, they returned disappointed. The black sheep that didn't run desperately were easier to catch, and they managed to catch one. They caught 5 black sheep, enough for a day's meal. Yesterday, they had 3 prey, and they still had half a black sheep left. They gave one to Li, and the remaining 4 were enough for their village for 2 days. They decided not to be greedy and headed back to the village. On the way back, Li saw 2 white eagles circling in the sky and asked, "What are they doing?" He probably wanted to disturb our hunt, but since he didn't see us, he came to see what we were doing. Shi Hao proudly wagged his tail. "We're hunting in the forest now using this kind of method. They can't bother us. The White Eagle tribe are all cowards, never daring to fight us on the ground. They just fly around in the sky, making noise. Today's hunting is finished."
Shi speaks confidently.
Li lies on Shi Hao's back, watching the circling white eagles in the sky, muttering, "The beast forms of the White Eagle tribe are actually quite pretty."
"What?"
Shi Hao asked in surprise. Moye heard her and his golden eyes flickered with a hint of nervousness. Shi Hao said, "You actually think their beast forms are pretty? They are indeed beautiful. Their white feathers are as pure as snow, so lovely. In the immortal realm, everyone wears white clothes. Some wear other colors, but white is the main style. Li also likes white clothes. She thinks they look good. As the saying goes, one white covers 3 uglies. Maybe the same applies to beastmen? They're not pretty. They are very bad beastmen." Shi Hao scolded. Moye secretly agreed. "What's so special about white? Black can look good too, right?" Back in the village, they divide the prey. Moye asked Li, "How many do you want?" This hunt was done using Li's method, and even Shi, who usually protests the most, was much calmer now. Li said, "With my ability, even setting traps, I can't catch so many black sheep. So I only need 1. You don't have to give it to me right now." Seeing Moye about to carry a black sheep for her, Li quickly refused. "Give it to me in parts." "What does that mean?" Moye didn't understand. "It means 1 sheep, split over 2 days, Li explained. "You won't eat all 5 sheep today, so kill half today and give it to me. The other half you can give me tomorrow. That's called installment." Moye said, okay, once the sheep are killed, I'll bring it to you. All right, I'll go do other things, Yenli said as she headed toward the forest. Moye followed and asked, are you going to pick wild vegetables? Yes, Yenli nodded. And I have a few other things I want to do. I'll go with you. Moye turned to Shihao. Once the sheep are killed and the half is divided, you deliver it to Yen Li's cave. Yes, Shihao replied. Yen Li and Moye leisurely crossed the river to the plains on the other side. On the way, they saw fungi and wild vegetables in the woods, which they collected and put into cloth bags. When they reached the riverbank, Moye carried her across. Seeing Moye about to land, Yen Li quickly pointed, Moye, don't land yet. Fly over there first, then land. She was heading toward a nearby bamboo grove. Seeing the direction, Moye flew over. On the ground, there were noisy rustling sounds. Looking down, they saw white unicorn rabbits, green wild ducks, and silver snakes quickly escaping into the grass. They arrived at the bamboo grove. Inside the bamboo, small creatures scurried like mice into holes in the mountain. Yen Li looked at the bamboo. The bamboo was strange. The bottom part looked like dragon scales, with uneven, overlapping shapes. But after a certain height, the bamboo looked normal again. It was a mutated bamboo. This idea popped into Yen Li's mind. She found the bamboo, but whether it could be used was uncertain. Yen Li chopped down a bamboo stalk. Although the bamboo looked strange and the middle part was odd too, especially where it resembled dragon scales, there were no nodes in the center, and it was hollow inside. Beyond the dragon scale area, the bamboo looked like normal bamboo, with nodes spaced along its length. She wasn't sure if it was usable, but she cut 3 stalks, tied them with vines, and then picked more than 10 white tomatoes nearby. She carried the bamboo back. Moye, let's go back. Okay. Moye took the bamboo from her and led the way. They returned to the cave with the bamboo. As expected, Nana and the others had come again today. Nearby, there were cleaned, fresh wild vegetables and fungi. Yen Li glanced at the fresh vegetables and fungi, then looked at the 3 of them, noticing they had no new injuries. Chui Su looked at the 3 bamboo stalks Moye brought back and asked, can we eat this? No, it's just for use, Yen Li said, placing the collected cloth bags aside. You can eat it when you go back to the village. Moye caught a lot of prey today, so you won't go hungry. The 3 of them stood there blankly, looking at her in confusion. Do you love your tribe? Yen Li asked. All 3 answered together, of course, we do. Then I'll teach your people the cooking methods I've learned. Don't just come here to eat delicious food. Also, cooking so much every day makes me tired. Give me a few days to relax, and today you can go back to your village to eat. Yen Li mercilessly ordered them to leave. The 3 of them thought it was right. They couldn't just focus on their own meals. They needed to ensure everyone in the clan ate well. Then we'll go back to eat today, Nana said. Yen Li said, wait a moment. Today the Wild Lion clan, and I caught 5 black sheep. How much cultivation can I gain? Host, since catching 5 fierce beasts is mainly your achievement, I will give you 40 cultivation points per beast. So, for 5, you'll get a total of 200 points. Hearing that she could gain 200 cultivation points, Yen Li walked to the bamboo, sawed off a piece, exchanged it for a bag of salt, poured the salt into the bamboo piece, and handed it to Nana. This is salt. The reason my food tastes better than yours is because of this. You've seen me add some salt to the food before. Salt shouldn't be added too much, just enough. If you can't get the flavor right, you can taste it after adding salt and adjust accordingly. Nana took the bamboo tube, nodded seriously, and agreed. Yen Li said, you can exchange this for wild vegetables and fungi you gather. The sky is still early. After you go back, find Shihua or Shi'is or go into the woods to gather more. Oh, and only pick edible fungi. Some are poisonous and can be deadly if eaten. The 3 of them remembered everything Yen Li taught them. When she finished explaining everything she could, she let them return to the village. Watching their departing figures, Moye asked, why are you willing to teach them all this? Of course, it was for merit. Actually, there was no need to say it aloud. She taught them for merit. The Beastmen learning a cooking method to improve their quality of life was good for both sides. After all, I live alone. If one day I get sick and can't cook, they will consider it and bring me some food, right? Yenli said. So, teaching them to cook delicious food is also so that one day I can enjoy good food too. If you get sick, I will take care of you, Moye said without hesitation. Yenli only used this as an excuse to respond to Moye's words, but unexpectedly received such warm words, and she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. For 500 years, she had been working hard to earn merit, mostly by helping others, and rarely heard anyone say such things to her. And to say such warm words while the other person was still good-looking, how could that not be a bonus? Yenli was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "In that case, I need to teach you many things so that when I am sick, I can receive better care. I will work hard to learn." Moye spoke seriously. Once again, he answered without hesitation. Yenli didn't know what to say to him. He was so kind-hearted, this man. "All right, I'll teach you how to cook first." Yenli took Moye to wash his hands, starting with the simplest instructions. Just then, Shirhao arrived with half a roasted sheep. They were very fair, sharing even the sheep's internal organs equally, but they didn't know what tool was used to cut, as the cuts looked like they'd been gnawed by a dog. Yenli didn't mind. She took the sheep meat and focused on teaching Moye how to prepare it. Considering that boiling a sheep bone last night took a lot of time, the first thing Yenli did after getting the sheep was to remove the large bones and put them in a stone pot. While boiling the bones, she also taught Moye how to prepare other parts. Moye had experience from last night, so he didn't need much teaching. Once Yenli saw he could do it himself, she turned her attention to the bamboo. She took out a bamboo craft knife, made a few openings at one end of the bamboo, then placed some bamboo strips into the openings. She carefully cut each opening and pressed the bamboo strips at the joints with a knife. A good bamboo was split open. Next, she shaved the bamboo strips, splitting them at the center into 2 halves. The strips became softer and less stiff. After preparing the bamboo strips, Yenli activated her bamboo weaving skill to make a basket. Her hands quickly became skilled. Bamboo weaving was simple, just follow a pattern. Once the base was shaped, it didn't take long to finish. In no time, she had woven a basket. Yenli looked at the finished basket. It looked quite nice. Because of the unique quality of bamboo, the basket surface looked like dragon scales, strange and beautiful. Yenli carried the basket over to Moye and placed the cut sheep organs inside. The moisture from the organs seeped out into the bamboo basket. Still, bamboo baskets are better, Yenli praised herself upon seeing this. Previously, she used large leaves found by Liu to make bowls for holding things. It wasn't that they were bad, but leaf bowls couldn't hold heavy items and easily broke, and they couldn't drain excess water. Moye looked at Yenli's bamboo basket, then at the broken bamboo she had cut, and a hint of surprise flashed in his calm golden eyes. "How did you make this?" Moye asked. Yenli replied, "I'll teach you after dinner. First, I need to break the remaining 2 bamboo pieces." After saying that, Yenli went back to her own tasks.
Moye yacet her figure, quietly observing.
Yenli was busy thinking about how to make things with bamboo. In the evening, she taught Moye how to cook dinner. Moye's first time cooking dinner was a bit imperfect, but it was okay. After eating, Yenli kept her promise and picked up the prepared bamboo pieces to teach Moye how to weave a basket. Weaving a basket is a little difficult at the start and at the end, but once it takes shape, the rest becomes very easy. It didn't take much time or effort, but Moye learned how to weave a bamboo basket. Yenli was a bit faster and finished her basket first. After finishing, Yenli leaned next to Moye, watching his movements. Their bodies were close enough to touch. Maybe because she knew Yenli was watching, Moye couldn't concentrate fully. But he kept going until he finished weaving the basket, then Yenli took it from him. "I'll teach you how to finish it," she said. After showing him how to finish, it was already late, and Moye needed to return to his village. Yenli stretched lazily and said, "Bar, report what you gained today." "Understood, host." Bar, the cute little boy voice, paused briefly before continuing. Today, I caught 5 unknown fierce beasts weighing about 100 gene each, gained 200 cultivation points, ate to gain 3 points, gathered to gain 2 points, and wove 2.5 baskets, earning 32 cultivation points. I also taught the orcs to hunt using vines, earning 100 merits. I used 20 merits to exchange for a bag of salt. Currently, I have 389 cultivation points and 272 merits. Why didn't Moye get any merits for learning to weave the basket? He's still not skilled at it. You taught him how to finish, so he will earn merits once he's more proficient. Making a bamboo basket only gives 15 cultivation points. Isn't that too little? 2.5 baskets, which she made herself, were added to Moye's merits for finishing. Host, weaving bamboo baskets is simple, so it can't give too many cultivation points.
All right.
From afternoon to evening, she had already woven 3 baskets. Although the baskets weren't very big, they didn't deserve much cultivation points. Yanli stretched lazily and saw a new item in the cultivation store, soap. It cost 70 cultivation points each. She raised her arm and sniffed. Oh, it smelled bad, with a hint of sheep blood. She reluctantly bought a jasmine-scented soap. A jasmine soap costing 70 cultivation points was bigger than her palm, smelled nice, and wasn't too expensive. She was about to heat water in a stone pot, but then thought, if she boiled water, there was no bucket to hold it. There was no choice but to wash with cold water. She used 2 gourds to hold cold water, poured it over herself to wet her body, then used the soap to scrub. Previously, I would just take quick showers. After getting soap, I scrubbed my body thoroughly to remove all the dirt. If I didn't get it all, I would wash again until that area was much cleaner. Only then would I stop. For my messy hair, I used soap to wash it. Shampoo is expensive, costing 120 units of energy per bottle. Soap isn't as effective, but it's better than nothing. After my shower, I dried myself with animal hide. Then I went to the fire to wait until my hair dried. I lay down on a soft bed, smelling of jasmine, feeling happy. I fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, at dawn, it was a new busy day. Moye and others waited at the village entrance for me, just like yesterday. The time to leave had passed, but I hadn't arrived yet. When I went to the cave to find them, I saw that I was already awake and ready to go out. Moye, why are you here? I asked. He looked at me, a bit stunned, noticing I looked much paler and more handsome than usual. We're going hunting together, he replied. The sheep we caught yesterday should still have 2 left. Should we keep them? I asked. He nodded. Let's keep them for now and eat them when we have no other food. Yes, storing food is important, I agreed, standing up with my knife. But I won't be hunting these next few days. You can go. I've taught you everything you need to know. Moye frowned, looking a bit upset. Since I wasn't going hunting today, I wouldn't see anyone until tonight. It's okay. I trust you all have learned enough, I said, patting Moye on the shoulder. The system has given me merits, which means the orcs have learned how to catch prey with nets. Even if I don't go, it shouldn't be a big problem. When I got close, Moye smelled a faint scent from me. It was a new smell he'd never noticed before, and it made him feel a little ticklish inside. What will you do today? He asked. I'll make bamboo baskets and containers, and also carve a bigger stone pot. The wood I dried a few days ago should be ready, so I'll make some wooden bowls, plates, and spoons. I have a lot to do, I explained, feeling a bit overwhelmed just thinking about it. Moye felt a bit sad hearing that Yanli had so many things to do, but he didn't insist. Be careful when you go to the woods. Don't get hurt by fierce beasts. Yes, you be careful when you hunt too. They parted ways. Yanli reached the riverbank. Without Moye's help, crossing the river became a problem. She could swim across, but she was wearing her comfortable beast clothes. If they got wet, she would have to wear the heavy, inconvenient clothes again, and she'd have to wade through the water to cut bamboo. Taking them off and carrying them on her head? That would be troublesome both ways. Plus, members of the wild lion tribe would come here to fetch water. If she was seen, she was okay with exposing her beast clothes, but she couldn't accept being seen by others. After thinking, Yenli looked up at the tall trees behind her. She roughly estimated the height of the trees and the width of the river with her eyes. Her eyes lit up, and she picked up her machete to go cut a tree. A tall, sturdy tree grew straight up, too big for 5 Yenlis to hold. Yenli took her machete and started chopping. The sound of her chopping scared away the birds in the woods. Today, Shijie was leading the tribe to fetch water. When they approached the river, they heard strange thud-thud sounds. They immediately became alert. Cautiously, they approached and saw Yenli using a tool they had never seen before to chop a big tree. When the tree was 3/4 cut, Yenli pushed it toward the opposite side of the river. The tree cracked and fell in that direction. How can a female make such a big tree fall? Yeah, even we couldn't chop down a big tree so quickly. After the hunters followed her, they started getting more food. And last night, Nana and the others made such delicious black lamb soup. The beast people began to talk. Shijie's brown eyes looked at Yenli for a moment and then said, "Let's go do our own things. Forget about her." But even so, the beast people still cast curious glances at Yenli. Hearing footsteps behind, Yenli turned to look. She recognized the beast person from the wild lion tribe, but they hadn't met before and didn't know each other's names, so she didn't greet him. From one end of the tree, she used her machete to make a small ladder for easy climbing. She moved to the other side of the tree and shaved off the extra branches. Now, the beast people understood why Yenli was chopping the tree. They exclaimed, "She's actually using the tree to cross to the other side of the river. How did we not think of that before?" It's not that we didn't think of it, but the other side of the river doesn't have what we need. Yes, and we have Lord Moye with us. Whatever we need, Lord Moye can help us gather it. But what is she doing over by the river? Who knows? Shijie said that this female can do things we can't imagine. We only find out after she does them. The orcs were talking, and Shijie looked at Yenli with curiosity. Yenli was focused on her task, paying no attention to how others viewed her. She shaved off the extra branches and walked around the tree twice. When outside, Yenli didn't wear shoes. She transformed her feet into beast form, which made her soles much thicker. She could step on small stones without feeling pain. Her claws also appeared, ready to defend herself if needed, helping her stay steady. Her beast feet wouldn't cause her to fall on flat ground. After reaching the riverbanks, Yenli found some stones and used them to secure the trees, making a simple wooden bridge once she confirmed they wouldn't be washed away by the water. She then headed toward the bamboo forest. She planned to clear the weeds on the path so she could walk there easily. While removing weeds, Yenli found a nest of eggs. The eggs were green and about the size of a fist. Yenli wasn't sure if they were bird eggs or snake eggs. She used an appraisal spell, and since they were harmless, she put the nest into her cloth bag. Worried about breaking the eggs while walking, she tied the bag to a tree trunk and continued toward the bamboo forest. Soon, she arrived at the bamboo grove. She looked at this medium-sized bamboo forest and saw a large patch of weeds beyond it. Curious, Yenli cut down the weeds and moved forward. Beyond the weeds, she found a large valley that looked like a pit. The valley was surrounded by steep stone and dirt walls. The ground was full of white-horned rabbits. If she guessed right, this was probably the rabbit's nest, since there were many burrows dug by white-horned rabbits all over the ground. The rabbits had dug tunnels and gnawed on the roots of trees and weeds. Only some short-rooted weeds remained alive. Finding the rabbit's nest, Yenli felt more confident about finding food here. She could come and catch some whenever she wanted. Her family still had lamb meat, so she wasn't in a rush to catch rabbits. She planned to stick to her original plan, make bamboo baskets, carve stone pots, and craft wooden bowls. Oh, and she also needed to dry salt. One bag of salt cost 20 merits, which was a bit expensive. She lived by the sea, so getting salt was easy for her. Over the next 20 days, Yenli worked hard to add new furniture to her home. Through hard work and diligence, she made 2 baskets, 3 small bamboo containers, 2 large bamboo containers, carved a large stone pot, made 5 wooden bowls, 2 small wooden spoons, 1 large wooden spoon, and a strainer. She also made a wooden bucket and dried 5 jean of salt. During this time, Yanli only caught 1 white-horned rabbit or a colorful bird each day for herself, and at night, she mostly ate fish caught during the night or meat she hunted and shared. She focused only on making furniture, so most of her progress came from working on furniture. Currently, Yanli has 1,039 points of cultivation and 922 merits. Most of her merits come from learning bamboo weaving from Moye, earning 150 merits, and from the female of the wild lion tribe learning new cooking methods, earning 500 merits. The wild lion tribe has learned new hunting techniques and is no longer lacking meat. Yanli often gives them meat to eat, but they don't eat it quickly, so earning merits by giving them food has become a bit difficult. Fortunately, she earns merits by teaching them things, often hundreds at a time. Yanli knows many skills and teaches them slowly. Earning merits from this is still quite easy. Another day has passed. Yanli is carving a stone, and after 2 days of effort, the stone is almost finished as a large slab. She plans to use the slab to cook food. Every day, she either eats roasted or stewed dishes. She deeply misses the taste of stir-fried food and rice. After finishing the slab, Yanli plans to go for a walk and look for other edible things. While she is working on the slab, Moye, who returned from hunting, comes over and squats beside her, asking, "Is the slab almost done?" "Almost there. You guys hunted again so quickly today." Yanli pauses her work and looks up at Moye. Moye unexpectedly locks eyes with Yanli's lively black eyes and pauses. In the past 20 days, Yanli has bathed daily with soap. Her meals are not luxurious, but very nutritious. Her skin has become fairer, her hair softer and blacker, and her cheeks more rosy and plump. She looks almost unrecognizable compared to 20 days ago. Moreover, female members of the Carter tribe are naturally charming, with bright, clear peach blossom eyes that can captivate anyone with just a glance. Moye cannot find complex words to describe Yanli's changes over this time. He can only say she looks more beautiful than any other female in the village. He clearly watched Yanli change day by day, but he was always easily distracted by a glance from Yanli. His thoughts became confused, and he was momentarily stunned and silent. The black sheep in the plains, let's finish catching them quickly. When we went to catch them today, we found that the black sheep weren't there. So, we went to catch the short-winged birds. It was our first time using traps, and we caught 4 with 1 net. We caught 7 with 3 nets. Moye sat down and said. Yanli chuckled softly. You guys are too much. You've been catching black sheep for so many days, and many of your companions have left with them. Naturally, the remaining black sheep are afraid of you. Hurry and find a safe place to hide. Moye also smiled. The village has raised many black sheep, but they are very fierce. They often break the fences, and the things they pull out smell terrible. Now, the smell is everywhere in the village. Moye couldn't help but talk about the troubles of raising sheep with Yanli. Black sheep are very fierce. Unless you're going to kill and eat them, you usually shouldn't bother them, or you risk getting hurt. Therefore, their droppings are impossible to clean up. In the past, they had no food and wanted some. Now, with extra food, they are worried about the terrible smell the sheep produce. Wouldn't it be better to keep them outside the village? Yanli asked. Moye shook his head. It's dangerous outside. If the White Eagle tribe sees them, they might come to steal them at night. The White Eagle tribe can see things clearly at night. Then build a pen inside and move the droppings outside, Yanli suggested. We thought about that, but in the narrow fence, moving their droppings out could hurt them with their horns, Moye replied. That's even easier, Yanli said. Build another fence next to the black sheep, then connect it with a door and an old fence. When you need to clean their droppings, herd all the black sheep into the other enclosure and close the door. They won't be able to come over, so they won't attack people. Then, the Beastmen can safely clean up. Moye blinked her golden eyes. As Yanli spoke, the image automatically appeared in her mind. That's a good idea. She felt a little excited inside, but kept her expression calm. I'll go back and tell the others how to do it. I'll come back to find you later. Okay. Li continued carving the stone slab. Before Moye returned, the slab was already finished. Li didn't use her skills to carve the slab. She thought that since she had carved a stone water tank before, she should have gained experience, so she planned to do it without using skills. But whether she used skills or not, the difference was really huge. Li made a mistake in the middle of the carving, which caused the thickness to be insufficient. The originally planned depth could not be achieved, and it ended up being just a flat board. The middle of the stone slab is slightly deeper than the edges, making it impossible to cook stir-fry, but suitable for grilling meat. Li took the stone slab to wash it clean, then used a grinding stone to smooth out the slightly uneven surface. After rinsing with water, the slab became very smooth, like it had been waxed. Li carried the stone slab outside, just as Moye returned. "I want to go pick some wild vegetables and mushrooms. I'll cook a delicious meal for you tonight," Li said confidently, carrying a basket on her back. Recently, she had been busy with her own things, and Moye had been helping her prepare dinner. "Okay," Moye replied. The two went together into the forest to gather supplies. With the basket, Li's one trip was enough for 2 days' worth of food. She first picked wild fruits, then went to gather wild vegetables. Seeing the basket gradually fill up, Li set it down and silently took it in her hands. After digging up a mushroom, she reached back for the basket. When she looked up, she saw the basket was already in Moye's hands. "I'll carry it," Moye said. Li nodded, okay. They filled a basket with wild vegetables, washed everything at the river, and Li filled a gourd with water before heading back. They cut all the meat and other ingredients, then prepared the dipping sauce. During this time, Moye had been helping with cooking, and Li finally found the chili peppers she hadn't used before. Now she could finally use them. Li chopped all 3 types of chili peppers, added scallions and salt, then drizzled boiling sheep fat over everything. A fragrant aroma spread out. Moye couldn't eat spicy food, so Li didn't add chili to his portion. Once the sauce was ready, Li took out the stone slab, placed it over the fire, brushed a layer of sheep fat on it, and then laid the meat and vegetables on top. When the meat was cooked, Li took a piece of meat and handed it to Moye, then took one for herself. After dipping it in the prepared sauce, the aroma of sheep fat, the spicy chili, and the fresh meat filled her senses. "So delicious. This is stone slab grilled meat," she said, then grabbed several more pieces to eat. The spiciness was just right. After a few bites, Li's lips became rosy and moist. Moye accidentally looked up and saw Li's lips, which looked different from usual, ripe and tempting, like a ripe wild fruit ready to be bitten. He stared, feeling a bit mesmerized. Li handed him a piece of meat. "Moye, eat. Don't stop." Moye replied, snapping out of his daze and continuing to eat, though his eyes kept flicking to Li's lips. After finishing the grilled meat, it was already dark, and the stars twinkled in the sky. After resting here for a while, Moye decided to go back. While Li was taking a bath, Ba-er reported how much cultivation and merit she had gained today. At first, Li cared a lot about daily merit and cultivation, but as time went on and these routines became normal, she started to care less about how merit and cultivation were earned. Every day, she survived on her hands, feet, and mind on this ancient land without iron, gaining cultivation and merit daily. So, Li no longer paid much attention to how these were accumulated. She lay on the bed, carefree, and drifted into sleep. In the middle of the night, sounds of the golden-green, colorful bird and the little black sheep crying outside the cave reached her. Li groggily opened her eyes and saw that the cave was pitch dark, with nothing visible in the darkness. She hurried to light a fire, but her feet felt icy cold. The sensation. Was it seawater? Li bent down, dipped her finger in the water, and tasted it in her mouth. Yuck! It was salty and bitter, sure enough, seawater. She felt along the wall and walked out, finding seawater everywhere she touched. In the darkness, she grabbed a wooden bowl, a wooden spoon, and a basket floating on the water, tossing them into the basket. She noticed the seawater rising higher and higher, worried that the entire cave might flood, so she left the cave first. Outside the cave, under the silver moonlight, she saw the seawater, which was originally some distance from the cave, gradually creeping closer. Using the moonlight, she released the two colorful birds and then the little black sheep, bringing the sheep to higher ground and tying it up. The black sheep was almost drowned by the seawater and looked completely confused. Yenli was also confused. Thinking about the things still inside the cave, everything else seemed unimportant. What mattered most was that she had returned the salt she had collected back to the sea. She had stayed in the cave for so many days and never thought that a high tide could flood the entire place. The cave was still okay, but if every month there was a flood like this, how would she live in the future? Lying on the grass, Yenli looked at the starry sky and the full moon, but she couldn't fall asleep. The seawater kept rising until the sun rose and hadn't receded. Today, Yenli could do nothing but wait quietly, wondering when the seawater would go down. Yenli! Moye's anxious call came from behind her. Yenli turned her head and saw Moye, forcing herself to stay alert. Good morning, Moye. Are you okay? I'm fine. When the seawater rose, the sheep and birds were calling, which woke me up. Moye, how did you know my home was flooded? Yenli asked. Silent Night said, when we left the village, I saw the water coming closer, and your cave was in the water too. The sea in the morning is a familiar sight for Silent Night since childhood. When he goes hunting, he sometimes glances at it, sometimes not. But since Yenli arrived, he has been watching the sea more often. Today, he noticed the water level was different from usual, so he quickly checked on Yenli. This is probably an occasional big tide. It's normal to have a big tide sometimes. Since we know it can happen, I can't stay by the sea anymore. I'm going to find a new place to live today, Yenli said casually. Her cave, where she had lived for nearly a month, was gone, but she wasn't very upset. Silent Night was silent for a moment and asked, Yenli, do you want to come back to the wild lion tribe? Before, Yenli was disliked in the tribe because everyone thought she was an incapable and ugly outsider female. But after some time, the villagers saw that she was smart and strong, and now she looked better than any other female in the village. Nana, who used to dislike Yenli the most, now treated her with respect and no longer bullied her like before. If Yenli could return to the wild lion tribe, everyone would welcome her, and it wouldn't be like the first time. No, Yenli said firmly. I won't go back to the wild lion tribe.
Why?
Silent Night asked, feeling a bit disappointed by her decisive refusal. Good horses don't look back, Yenli replied. Even though the people in the wild lion tribe have been nicer to me lately, I still don't want to go back. I can live well outside too. It's just finding a new place to stay. How hard can it be? Yenli thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up as she remembered the burrow of the white-horned rabbit. Silent Night, do you want to try hunting a different prey today?
What?
Silent Night was caught off guard by her quick change of topic. The white-horned rabbit. It smells pretty good. Do you want to go catch one today? No, the white-horned rabbit is too timid. Female rabbits stay far away when approached. We can't catch it, Silent Night frowned. In the wild, they run fast, but in their burrows? They probably won't. But white-horned rabbits dig holes, and if we want to keep one, it's hard without a cage. Oh, and woven bamboo cages. We can put the rabbit in a bamboo cage, Yenli mumbled to herself. Having decided what to do, she looked up, her shiny peach blossom eyes glinting playfully as she squinted at Silent Night. Silent Night, do you want to do something big with me?
What?
Moye couldn't understand Yenli's words and felt confused. She didn't want to return to the wild lion tribe village and said she wanted to find a new place to live. But why was she now talking about doing something else? The jump in topics was too sudden for Moye to follow. Catch white-horned rabbits. I know a place with many white-horned rabbits. We can catch a lot at once. Moye fell silent. He thought about the size of the white-horned rabbits. Even if they caught many, they probably wouldn't be as good as one adult black sheep. Maybe Yenli just wanted to stay with him a little longer. Moye quickly made a decision. Okay, Then send a few people to weave nets, and a few to learn how to make bamboo cages for the rabbits. Thinking about having a new place to be the leader, Yenli felt very motivated. Moye didn't know how Yenli planned to help them catch white-horned rabbits, but out of curiosity, he was willing to give her a day for hunting. She said it, so she did it. Yenli chopped bamboo and taught the Beastmen how to make bamboo cages. Nana and others heard Yenli was teaching the Beastmen to make cages, and came to learn too. They sat under the shade of trees at the village entrance. From morning to noon, Yenli finished a large bamboo cage. The tide finally receded. Yenli returned to the cave, washed the items soaked by seawater at the river, and then dried them. Fortunately, the things she worked hard to make in the cave weren't washed away by the sea. After cleaning the cave, she ate some wild fruits for lunch. Back at the entrance of the Wild Lion Tribe village, the Beastmen's nets were ready, and there were 2 bamboo cages. Everything was prepared. Yenli said, "Only 2 people, and I need to go. White-horned rabbits are timid. If too many Beastmen go, they might not come out." "Sure, how you and I will go together," Moye said. Sure, how agreed immediately. The 2 crossed a single log bridge to the other side of the river. They circled around one side of the bamboo forest and saw the path Yenli had already made. Yenli placed the bamboo cages outside and told Moye and Shirhao, "Stay here and don't move around. I'll set the trap, and you wait." Yenli took the net and set the trap inside. Moye and Shirhao peeked inside and saw rabbits everywhere in the valley. Yenli hid in one of the few grass patches in the valley, her eyes fixed on a white-horned rabbit crouched nearby. She suddenly jumped over and caught the rabbit. The caught rabbit struggled desperately and shouted loudly. All the white-horned rabbits in the valley looked over, their momentum fierce. Perhaps because this was their territory, and only this female dared to catch her companions in broad daylight. The rabbits couldn't show expressions, but their red eyes revealed anger as they charged toward Yenli. Yenli was stunned. She had said they were timid? Request failed, Yenli returned to the cave. The animal skins and wooden bowls that had been taken out to dry were now ready. Yenli cut some grass for the little black sheep to eat, then began preparing dinner. Today, he caught many rabbits from the Wild Lion Tribe's orcs, and the system generously awarded him 1,000 cultivation points and 300 merits for building cages for the orcs. Currently, he had 2,085 cultivation points and 1,222 merits. After taking a bath and lying on the bed, Yenli noticed a planting skill in his skill list, which required 100 cultivation points to learn. Why does this planting skill need so many cultivation points? Host, the initial skills only include appraisal, masonry, bamboo weaving, and carpentry. Other skills will unlock as your cultivation increases, and they require more points. For example, planting takes a long time to master, unlike masonry, carpentry, and bamboo weaving, which take less time. Planting requires more cultivation points, but each harvest of food from planting grants you cultivation points. So, if I plant wild vegetables, I get cultivation points each time I harvest? Yes, host. Planting definitely involves and changing to a better costs 300 cultivation points. Considering this, it might be better to just upgrade the planting skill. Without hesitation, Yenli activated the planting system. Soon the interface displayed a sickle and these 2 tools were provided. Host, all your current skills are at the beginner level. When you upgrade a skill, you can see 4 stages: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and mastery. The higher the skill level, the more you can do. Also, I recommend you learn the cooking skill. Cooking allows you to gain cultivation points with every dish you prepare, and your cooking skills will improve as well. He hadn't looked at the other options yet, but hearing about the cooking skill, Yenli immediately decided to learn it. Learning the basic cooking skill costs 1,000 cultivation points. Host, you cook 3 meals a day, and each dish grants you cultivation points. You will earn back the 1,000 points quickly. Also, once you learn the basic cooking skill, you will receive a lot of supplies. Bar's tempting words made Yenli feel it was reasonable. He spent 1,000 cultivation points to learn the cooking skill. His original 2,085 cultivation points instantly dropped to 985. Yenli felt a bit distressed. Although gaining points quickly was good, spending so many at once still made him uneasy. He checked the supplies given with a cooking skill: salt, oil, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, a kitchen knife, a fruit knife, and a chopping board. The amount of seasoning given was quite generous, and the kitchen knife and cutting board arrived just in time. Host, after upgrading your appraisal skill to the intermediate level, you can identify the taste of wild vegetables, fruits, and more. Combining this with cooking skills can make better dishes. Also, the intermediate appraisal skill can recognize some herbs and their effects. Li checked and saw that upgrading to the intermediate appraisal skill costs 5,000 cultivation points. She wanted to roll her eyes at Bear. Bear, wait until my cultivation points are over 5,000 before telling me these things. You know how much my cultivation points are. Understood, host. I will remind you once your cultivation points reach 5,000. Li. Time to sleep. There are many busy things tomorrow, and I need to rest well. The next day. Before dawn, Li arrived in the valley. All the traps she set before leaving yesterday caught the white-horned rabbits. Luckily, the rabbits were still alive. Li placed the rabbits in the small hut she built yesterday to raise them. She turned and went out to the valley, picked some wild vegetables, and threw them inside. Then she found a bamboo tube, cut it in half, fixed it to the edge of the small fence with vines, and poured water inside. She made sure the rabbits wouldn't starve or thirst. Li then set traps at other cave entrances. Back at the chosen spot from yesterday, Li took out and dug a rabbit hole. She planned to clear a flat area, build a house, and do other things. If she lived here, Moye would come every day, and the rabbits might leave because they couldn't stand it. That would save her the time to chase them away. Li dug the hole and pressed down the loose soil. There were many rabbit holes here, and some had baby rabbits inside. In the first rabbit hole, she found a nest with 7 tiny, fluffy rabbits. Very adorable. She put all the newly dug rabbits into the rabbit house. Worried that the little rabbits might get cold, she brought some dried grass, made a nest, and placed it aside. Then she continued to dig a sturdy, flat area. She worked busy all day. Moye couldn't find Li in the cave, so he came to look in the valley. Sure enough, she was right here. Li had already dug a large, flattened area. Moye saw the in her hand, something he had never seen before. He walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" Li was wearing a simple hat made of tree branches. She had been busy all day here, her fair face covered in sweat, but her bright black eyes showed no tiredness. "I am restoring the land to its original state," Li said, digging the soil to refill the rabbit holes. Luckily, the rabbit holes aren't very deep. If they were deeper, it would have tired me out. Most of the rabbit holes can be dug through with just a few shovels, making the work of refilling them easier. Moye looked at the ground where Li had just refilled the soil. All the rabbit holes were indeed gone. "Would you like me to help?" Moye asked. Hearing this, Li's eyes lit up. "If you're not tired, I would really appreciate your help. Give me the shovel," Moye said, extending his hand. Li unreservedly handed him the shovel. "Keep the sharp edge facing down. That way, with a little force, you can lift the soil." Li demonstrated by grabbing Moye's hand. The two of them rarely had skin contact again, and Moye was attracted by her faint floral scent, losing focus for a moment. "Moye, Moye," Li called several times. Moye snapped back to reality. "What is it? Do you know how to use a shovel?" "Yes, I do." "Then come help me turn the soil. I'll go pick some wild vegetables and fruits for dinner tonight." "Oh, and when digging rabbit holes, be careful to check if there are rabbits inside. If there are, put them in the rabbit house we made yesterday." Moye nodded silently without replying, and Li had already run out of the valley. Moye picked up the shovel and quietly helped Li turn the soil. It didn't take long before Li returned. After working for a while, the sky darkened. Li caught 2 large rabbits in the rabbit house and went back to the cave with Moye. Back at the cave, they also went to the seaside to catch some fish. With enough seasonings and cooking skills, tonight's 2 dishes, from timing to flavor, were better than any chef Li had eaten before. Finally, They enjoyed real gourmet food on the Amand continent. Yanli regretted not learning this skill earlier. After eating, Moye had new doubts about Yanli. The night was peaceful, and the full moon was round. While everyone was asleep, 2 uninvited guests arrived in the valley. Early in the morning, Yanli carried a shovel into the valley. The first thing he did was check the traps set last night. Unfortunately, no rabbits had fallen into the traps. Yanli could only go and refill the soil. Suddenly, a breeze blew in, carrying a smell of blood that hit Yanli's senses. He paused, sniffed, and realized the smell was coming from the rabbit house. Looking closer, he saw some crimson spots on the way to the rabbit house. He approached and saw that the bloodstains had dried some time ago, not fresh. Based on these clues, I don't know what creature entered the rabbit house and left behind bloodstains after eating the rabbits inside. It might also be a fierce beast that was injured and broke into the rabbit house. No wonder no rabbits were caught. Probably an uninvited guest entered the valley. The alert whitehorn rabbits sensed danger and hid in their burrows, too afraid to come out. The rabbits in the rabbit house are stored food for Yanli, who also lives in this valley. If a fierce beast comes in, she must deal with it herself. Thinking of this, Yanli transforms into her beast form. Her black cat ears become much more sensitive. She holds her breath and listens carefully to the sounds around her. She hears the rustling of the wind, the scratching of rabbits digging in their burrows, and a heavy breathing coming from the rabbit house. The breathing sounds like someone is hurt. An injured fierce beast? An injured one might be easier to deal with, but it's also the most dangerous. An injured beast might fight desperately, so she must be very careful. Yanli moves almost silently, quietly approaching the rabbit house. From a distance, she sees a large orange tail inside. Just as she is about to see what is hiding in the rabbit house, a huge orange figure leaps out of the enclosure with a roar, rushing toward her. Yanli's heart skips a beat, and she quickly backflips to dodge about half a meter away. Unexpectedly, she lands on a rabbit hole. Losing her balance, she almost falls, but she quickly claws at the ground to steady herself. Her heart pounds loudly. She looks at the creature that suddenly jumped out, startling her like a ghost. It looks like a leopard, mostly orange fur with dark cloud-like markings on its sides and blood-red eyes. Yanli can't tell if this big leopard is a beastman or a fierce beast. The creature looks at her in surprise and asks, "Female? Beastman?" Yanli flicks her tail, realizing there's no need to fight if the creature is a beastman. She decides to talk first. If that doesn't work, she can fight later. "Yes, I am female. Don't tell your people we are here. We plan to stay for a while and then leave," the beastman says. Yanli replies, "I have no tribe. My group was destroyed a few months ago." The beastman's pupils suddenly shrink, and his blood-red eyes soften. "Are you leaving with us?" Since both have lost their tribes and she is female, his attitude toward Yanli changes. "If there's no hostility, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Yanli. My name is Chi-yun. Thank you for your invitation, but I don't think you can support me. You, the orc who occupied my rabbit house and ate all the rabbits I brought here, are not capable of taking care of me," Yanli said as he walked to the rabbit house. Inside, a young boy with orange hair lay on the ground. He had a rotten, pus-filled wound on his shoulder and looked at Yanli with sad, watery eyes. There was blood-stained rabbit fur all over the floor, and no rabbits were left. Yanli suddenly felt a bit dizzy. Although white corner rabbits are easy to catch, they are hard-won, and now they are all gone after being eaten. "Is this yours?" Chi-yun asked. "Do you think white corner rabbits are that stupid? Build a house and jump inside, waiting for you to eat them?"
Yanli rapli angrili.
Chi-yun hesitated, feeling guilty and unsure what to say next. Yanli climbed over the fence and jumped into the rabbit house. Chi-yun quickly approached, a big leopard-headed figure peering inside, looking worriedly at Yanli.
"Who is he?"
Chi-yun asked. "My younger brother, Xing-yun," Yanli replied. He looked at Xing-yun's wound and felt his forehead, which was burning hot and frightening. "Why did you come here?" Yanli asked. Chi-yun looked a little sad and said, My tribe was destroyed by the Silver Snake tribe. My brother and I escaped, and are now looking for a place to stay. Then stay here, Yenli said. This valley, which looks like a pit, is my territory. I can let you live here, but from now on, you have to listen to me. You, a female, want to be our queen? Qiyun asked, understanding Yenli's intention with some displeasure. He had never seen such an arrogant female. Even if she was pretty, he disliked Yenli's proposal. All the kings who managed orc tribes were orcs themselves. He had never seen a female as a king. Yenli was stunned and said, "Be a queen? I hadn't thought of that. Fine, I'll be your queen. I'll provide food, shelter, and everything you need. You just have to listen to me." No way. Qiyun immediately refused. The king of the tribe must be the strongest. If we choose a female as our queen, all orcs will mock us. Can someone weaker than you be our king? Yenli asked. Qiyun's red eyes widened with anger. You can't be stronger than me. Then let's have a fight, Yenli said. Yenli, you're asking for death. Qiyun gritted his teeth. How could such a female be so bold as to challenge him? She's so fragile, I could easily bite her thigh off. Who's asking for death? It's probably you, Yenli said confidently.
Come on.
Yenli took out medicine and sprayed it on Xingyun's wound, then quickly retracted it. Xingyun heard strange sounds in his ears, but the high fever from the wound and infection left him too weak to lift his head. Yenli climbed over the fence and looked at the much larger Xingyun, who was angry because of her words. Unlike his anger, Yenli remained very calm. She looked at her tools. There was a dagger, but that was too dangerous. Wait here for a moment. I need to find another tool, Yenli said. I'm a female, and fighting you requires some tools. That shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Are you really going to fight me? Xingyun asked. Yenli replied, if you willingly listen to me, we might not have to fight.
Fight.
Such a confident female. She wouldn't know how much stronger beastmen are compared to females without a fight. Wait a moment, Yenli said, then turned and ran out of the valley. Not long after, Yenli's waist was tied with a bundle of vines. Standing where she had filled the soil last night, she called out to Xingyun, come over here. This side is flatter. Xingyun moved over on his strong beast legs. Yenli said, remember, if you lose, you and your younger brother must serve me as king and obey my commands from now on. Okay, Xingyun agreed. If you lose, you'll become my and my brother's partner. You and Xingyun as partners? Yenli thought she misunderstood. You want me to be partners with both of you at the same time?
Exactly.
Female beastmen of the Yun leopard tribe are few, usually having 3 or 5 partners. But because they are few in number with fewer offspring, their tribe was eventually wiped out by the larger silver snake tribe. You're beastmen, so this openness isn't surprising, but sorry, my love principle is one person for life. And I don't think I would lose to you, Yenli said. Xingyun said, only the winner can say such things. If you win, then we can talk about other things. All right, come on. Yenli transformed into her beast form, revealing her cat tail and cat ears. The tail helped her keep better balance. The ears allowed her to hear more clearly. Her eyes also turned beast-like, black and shiny, like black amber. Due to the bright light, her pupils shrank to the smallest size. Seeing Yenli ready to fight, Xingyun immediately pounced. He wanted to end the boring fight quickly by pinning her down. Unknowingly, Yenli skillfully avoided his attack and, during the dodge, used the vine to tie up his left front limb. Being restrained was a bit uncomfortable, but Qiyun didn't care. It was just a small vine. What could it do? With this thought, Qiyun continued to attack Yenli. Yenli moved quickly and agilely, easily dodging each of Qiyun's attacks. Unable to catch Yenli, Qiyun's anger grew, and his attacks became chaotic and ineffective. Frustrated, Qiyun reached out with his claws to attack, but suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. He blinked, confused about how he suddenly fell. He moved his claws to get up but found that his back 2 claws were tightly bound by vines. Taking advantage of his distraction, Yenli also his front claws, and in an instant, all 4 claws were securely bound. It was just vines. What could they do in the eyes of a beast person? Chi-yun was about to struggle hard. Suddenly, a sharp object pierced into his front paw, causing intense pain. Chi-yun let out a loud roar. It hurt. The pain temporarily dulled all his senses. Yen-li leapt onto him, sitting on his back, with a cold dagger pressed against his neck, pushing in a little deeper. Feeling his life threatened, Chi-yun froze and dared not move. Give up? With a calm voice and a hint of jasmine scent, Yen-li asked, "This dagger is sharper than your claws. You've already felt its power on your leg. If you don't surrender, this dagger will cut into your throat." His injured leg was useless, blood flowing non-stop. His limbs were tied by vines, and Yen-li held the dagger against his throat. Chi-yun knew he couldn't win. But surrendering to a female, is it really such a hardship to follow me? Yen-li asked, puzzled. I'm also alone, without a tribe. I want to build my own tribe here, but there's so much to do. I can't do it all by myself. I wanted to bring you and others to join me, but now, after fighting me and losing, you still refuse to give in. Yen-li put away the dagger and got off him. Forget it. If you really don't want to, that's fine. I'll do it myself slowly. I can't force you too much. As she spoke, Yen-li untied the vines that bound his limbs. Back at the rabbit house, after Yen-li sprayed him with universal healing ointment, Chi-yun, who had been completely exhausted earlier, was now able to stand up. He looked like a young boy, about 13 or 14, very young and with a childish face. Are you feeling better? Yen-li asked. Xingyun was a bit surprised and nervously replied, I'm feeling better now. Suddenly, his body improved, and Xingyun knew it was related to the sounds Yen-li made on him earlier. He had been bitten by a fierce beast, and his untreated wounds had become worse, with no hope of survival. But now, his wounds had healed quite a bit, and he no longer felt the painful pressure on his body. Yen-li picked up a piece of animal hide from the ground. The hide hadn't been washed for a long time and was dirty, with a bad smell. Yen-li threw the hide in front of Xingyun and said, "Turn back into a human form. I will treat your wounds." "Can you heal wounds?" Xingyun asked in surprise. In their old tribe, only the king could heal beastmen. She, being a female, could do it too? "Yes, I can. Not only that, I am very good at healing. Hurry up and turn back into a human. I have a lot to do, and no time to chat with you," Yen-li urged. Xingyun transformed back into a human and put on the animal hide. The wounds were on his thigh and neck. The thigh wound was the worst, while the neck only had a small cut. Both wounds were caused by Yen-li. Out of guilt, she applied medicine to both. The small cut on the neck healed quickly in the blink of an eye, and the thigh wound was slowly getting better visibly. "Brother." Xingyun approached. Seeing him come closer, Xingyun exclaimed, "Little brother, you can walk now?" Yen-li treated me. It still hurts a bit, but it's much better than before. Xingyun looked at Yen-li in disbelief. Earlier, he couldn't even walk and needed to be carried. But now, Xingyun could walk on his own. Failing to win her over, Yen-li was no longer interested in them. She walked to the side, picked up and prepared to work. Suddenly, she remembered something, stood straight, turned to look at the brothers, and said, "Although I don't force you to become my tribe members, you ate all the rabbits in my rabbit house. Remember to return them. If you don't, I won't let it go." Yen-li dug into the soil and sighed. "I hope I saved a good person. Otherwise, me saving people randomly would just make me look like a fool." She muttered softly. Xingyun thought for a moment. Although he had fought with Yen-li, he knew she was the one who helped Xingyun, and it was also true that they ate Yen-li's rabbits. "I will return those rabbits to you." "That's good." Yen-li smiled contentedly. Xingyun saw her smile and was momentarily stunned, his cheeks slightly blushing. Yen-li is the most beautiful female he has ever seen. She has fair skin, starry almond-shaped eyes, rosy lips, and short, smooth hair that is softer than any other female's hair. When she smiles, it looks like a flower blooming. Chi-yun is unaware of her little secret thoughts. She is busy turning the soil, and in the process, She catches 3 small rabbits and places them in the rabbit house. There is rabbit blood everywhere. The poor little rabbits are so frightened they faint. Seeing this, Yenli turns to Chi-yun and says, "If you and your brother's wounds heal, you should replace all the stones in the rabbit house. You've spilled so much rabbit blood, I can't raise rabbits like this." Chi-yun and Xing-yun are surprised and reply together, "Okay." After hearing their answers, Yenli continues her work. Xing-yun looks at Chi-yun's thigh and exclaims, "Brother, your wound is gone." Chi-yun looks down at his thigh. He still remembers the pain from the dagger, but besides the bloodstains, there are no visible wounds. He reaches to wipe the blood, but he really can't see the wound anymore. He is very shocked. Yenli is amazing. Such effective treatment. Even their former king wasn't this skilled. "Little brother, are you feeling better?" Chi-yun asks. Xing-yun looks at his wound. It's much less than before, and yellow pus continues to flow out. "It's much better, but I still feel uncomfortable," he replies. "You got hurt so badly, it's no wonder you're not fully recovered yet. Just being able to sit up is good," Yenli says, overhearing their conversation. The universal healing ointment is for external use only. It can only treat visible wounds. Xing-yun still has a high fever due to infection, so even if the wound heals, the fever doesn't go away. They've used all the ointment, and if someone can't be saved, it's a waste. Thinking of this, Yenli throws a piece of beast hide to Chi-yun. There's a small trail out of the valley. Follow it, and you'll see a river. With the beast hide, wring it out, and use it to wipe your brother's body to help reduce the fever. His body will recover faster. Using an intermediate level appraisal costs 5,000 cultivation points. Yenli doesn't have that many now, so she can't go find medicinal herbs. She can only wait until evening when Moye arrives to ask him if he knows any herbs that can reduce fever. After all, he is a beast man. He should know some homemade medicinal herbs, right? Yenli can only hope so. In the afternoon, Moye, who had gone out hunting and was staying overnight, arrives. As soon as he enters the valley and sees the 2 beastmen there, his golden eyes turn icy. "Who are they?" he asked, his voice cold as frost. The obvious change in emotion was clear to Yenli. "They are from the Yunbao tribe. Their group was destroyed by the Silver Snake tribe. They escaped here and ate the rabbits I caught yesterday, but I don't think they're bad people. I told them they could return the favor." Hearing that they ate Yenli's rabbits made Moye feel even more uncomfortable. He was a bit angry. This anger was like a beast man entering his territory without permission. Moye was never this angry before. He turned to Yenli and asked, "Did they hurt you?" "No, they actually hurt me," Yenli smiled. Moye didn't understand this, and seeing that the 2 brothers hadn't come over, his hostility toward them eased a little. "I'll help you turn the soil." Regardless of them, doing the right thing was more important. "Wait, Moye, do you know about herbs?" Yenli asked. "Inyun's wound is infected, and he has a high fever. We need herbs that can help reduce the fever."
Moye frowned.
"Why do you care about their lives?" "They ate my rabbits. If they die, how can they return the rabbits?" "They need to stay alive for that," Yenli said. Moye looked at him silently for a moment and then said, "I'll go check." After speaking, he approached the 2 brothers. The expressions of Chi-yun and Xing-yun suddenly became tense. Among beastmen, there is a special talent. When they meet someone stronger than themselves, they can sense it. They could tell that Moye was definitely stronger than them, and Moye's fierce presence made others feel even more afraid of him. "Who is Xing-yun?" Moye asked coldly.
Xing-yun replied, "I am."
Moye placed his hand on Xing-yun's forehead and indeed felt it was burning hot. He glared at them fiercely and then turned to leave. Yenli saw Moye leave and followed, asking, "Moye, are you going to pick herbs?" "Yes," he replied softly, much gentler. Yenli asked again, "Can I go with you?" "I still don't know the herbs here." "Sure," Moye said warmly. Yenli had always been the one teaching him, so now he had something he could teach Yenli. The 2 went out of the valley to find herbs, which they would boil into water to drink. As the sun was setting, Yenli said, "I'll go gather some wild vegetables and catch a few birds for dinner. Call me when it's ready." I'll go turn the soil. Yanli planned to catch small fierce beasts, but Moye followed only to scare them away. It was better for him to help turn the soil. Hearing this, Yanli immediately agreed, grabbed his basket, and went to find food. Moye returned to the valley. Just as he picked up his to till the land, he saw Chi-yun searching for rabbits in a nearby rabbit hole. He coldly said, "All the rabbits you eat, none are left. Return everything back to Yanli." Chi-yun stiffened and tensed up, then slowly relaxed and replied, "No need for you to tell me. What if the other is strong? They are not from his tribe. He won't back down just because of the other." Yanli finished gathering wild vegetables and caught 4 golden-green colorful birds. "Moye, we're going back. You two come along," Yanli said. "We dug up some herbs to boil into water for Xingyun to drink. Let's go to my seaside place." Hearing that they would treat Xingyun, Chi-yun obediently stood up and followed them. Yanli washed the herbs, wild vegetables, and wild fruits by the river. After washing the fruits, she divided a few for Moye to eat. Seeing the 2 brothers, she kindly shared some with them too. Chi-yun and Xingyun felt a bit surprised and honored. From their first meeting, they felt they had let Yanli down because they ate all her rabbits. If it were other beastmen, they might have been killed. But Yanli treated them and didn't force them to join her tribe. She even shared food with them now. They truly don't understand this female. Back at the cave, Yanli took a clean stone pot, put herbs and clean water inside, and lit a fire to brew medicine. "Do we want fish tonight?" Moye asked. Yanli nodded. "We can catch 2 for soup. By the way, I want to eat."
Do you see any?
Moye nodded and headed toward the sea. Yanli dried the water and plucked the birds. Chi-yun sat awkwardly nearby and asked, "Do you need help? This female has helped us a lot. It's normal to return some help, right?" Chi-yun thought. Yanli nodded, "Of course. Help me pluck these birds. I'll do something else." Chi-yun helped Yanli pluck the birds. Xingyun came over and said, "Brother, I want help too." Chi-yun took a hot, golden-green bird from the boiling water and silently handed it to his brother. The 2 brothers quietly plucked the birds. Yanli, the king asked me to bring you some lamb," Nana said happily. Hearing this, Yanli looked at Nana, who was holding a piece of meat and walking quickly over. The wild lion tribe keeps its promises. They promise to teach them hunting and to send her a piece of meat every day, and they really do send a sizable piece every day. Nana approached and saw Chi-yun and Xingyun, the brothers, slowing down and staring at them. She quietly asked Yanli, "Who are they?" "They are from the Cloud Leopard tribe." Yanli replied and took the meat from Nana's hand. "Why did you give so much today?" Wang said that Lord Moye always eats here, so she brought the meat for Lord Moye along with her. "And Yanli, can I eat here tonight?" Nana asked. Yanli weakly complained, "You brought the meat here, and now you're asking if you can eat here? I also secretly brought some garlic." Nana proudly took out 2 heads of garlic from her pocket. The garlic was found by Nana and her friends while they were out. After finding it, they asked Yanli if it was edible. Nana, Suesu, and Liu now run into the woods every day, picking plants they haven't seen before and asking Yanli if they can eat them. Yanli can only tell if they are poisonous or safe. For unfamiliar plants, she first tries cooking them. The garlic was also found by chance like this. "Since you brought meat and garlic, I'll let you eat here tonight. But if you're invited to someone else's house, you should tell them in advance. Don't wait until cooking time, or it will cause chaos." Nana's eyes lit up. "Yanli, are you saying that if I tell you in advance, I can come here to eat? If you bring ingredients and help out, it's not impossible. After all, cooking just depends on how much you cook." "That's great. From now on, I'll definitely tell you first," Nana said happily. Yanli nodded and told her to go help Moye get some fish. Tonight, there are quite a few people eating. Yanli made mushroom stew with birds, fish soup, and marinated lamb, then grilled them on a stone slab. Moye not only caught but also caught a large squid. They were simply boiled, and the squid was grilled as well. Soon, the dinner was ready. Yanli first served everyone a bowl of fish soup. When handing the fish soup to Xingyun, he looked at the bowl and asked, Can I also eat? Yes, this is already prepared for you. Go ahead and eat. Xingyun held the bowl with both hands, looking at the white fish soup with fungi and wild vegetables floating on top. He then saw Qi-yun also had a bowl of fish soup. The two brothers looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Nana took a sip of the fish soup, her eyes shining with excitement. Yanli, this tastes so good. It's better than what you cooked before. Of course. She activated the cooking system, confident it would make the food even tastier. Xingyun and Qi-yun, the brothers, also drank a sip of the fish soup with some hesitation. After tasting it, they didn't have many words to describe the flavor. In short, after one sip, they wanted another. Yanli drank the fish soup while also grilling the marinated lamb on the stone slab. Seeing everyone quickly finish the fish soup, he said, "That bird meat is also cooked. You can eat over there, and once this side's meat is ready, you brothers don't need to hold back. Eat as much as you like. I have plenty of food here."
Yanli spuka generously.
Qi-yun and Xingyun were initially hesitant, but the delicious food made them forget their concerns and embarrassment. During their escape these days, they hadn't had a proper meal, only raw food. But Xingyun was injured, so Qi-yun had to do the hunting. They found it hard to hunt small fierce beasts. They mostly hunted large ones, which often traveled in groups, making each hunt dangerous. Every night, Qi-yun felt he might not see the dawn again. After Xingyun was hurt, Qi-yun even thought about dying if Xingyun died. But he never expected to taste such delicious, hot food one day. Qi-yun's eyes turned slightly red, not sure if it was the pain of losing his family or the hardship of fleeing. He felt like crying. Xingyun, younger than him, after taking a bite of meat, perhaps because he was sick, began to cry uncontrollably after hearing Yanli's words, tears flowing like a flood. Yanli was surprised he would cry and asked, "I didn't add chili. What's wrong?" Xingyun choked on his words, unable to speak clearly. Qi-yun cleared his throat, making sure he could speak, and said, "We've never had such delicious food before, and it's been a long time since we ate something hot. It reminds me of life in the village." When he mentioned the village, Qi-yun's voice choked with emotion. The continent where Amand is located is dangerous. The Silver Snake tribe is a ruthless group that hunted down the Beastmen of the Cloud Leopard tribe for a month to wipe them out. Before dinner, they were confused about what to do next. After drinking the warm fish soup, in the rare moments of escape and busyness, they finally had a chance to breathe. Their tense nerves relaxed, and they became emotional and fragile. "Yanli, when the village was destroyed, I didn't cry," Nana said innocently. Yanli replied, "That's because I was crying when you couldn't see. The original owner always went to sleep crying at night." Of course, she couldn't cry. Having lived for 500 years, she had seen storms, partings, and life and death struggles. Nothing could make Yanli lose control and cry. Hearing Yanli's words, Nana remembered her own actions during that time and apologized obediently. "Sorry. All right, I forgive you for now," Yanli responded. She looked at Xingyun, who was still crying, a handsome young boy crying like a delicate flower. Yanli felt a bit sympathetic and said, "How about you join the Wild Lion tribe?" Yanli looked at Moye and said, "Two strong orcs should be able to help your group with tasks. You won't be feeding them for nothing." Moye remained silent and didn't reply. Qi-yun, hearing about the Wild Lion tribe, showed a surprised expression. "The Wild Lion tribe? Are there people nearby?" Even members of the Cloud Leopard tribe knew about the Wild Lion tribe, one of the 3 strongest tribes. Yanli nodded. Moye is the son of the Wild Lion tribe's king. With Moye's help to speak for you, you should be able to join the Wild Lion tribe. Qi-yun looked at Moye, meeting his cold and calm golden eyes. He was silent for a while before turning to Yanli. "We, 2 brothers, pledge loyalty to you. From now on, whatever you say, we will do. We only serve you." Qi-yun lowered his bowl, placed his right hand over his heart, knelt down, and touched his forehead to the ground. Xingyun saw his action and followed suit, showing loyalty to Yanli. The tribe members arrived unexpectedly. Yanli paused, then said, "Get up first." Chi-yun and Xingyun obeyed and stood up. Yenli asked, when we fought, you didn't want to become my tribe member. Why are you willing now? Winning doesn't mean I'm strong enough to represent you. We experienced the destruction of our tribe, and all the strongest members died. Among the orcs, it's rare for a female to be the leader. So, simply winning isn't enough for me to risk my life for you. But you can heal, cook such delicious food, and have a good relationship with the Wild Lion Tribe's prince. I see strength in you that the king never had, so I am willing to crown you as my king. Chi-yun lowered his head respectfully and said sincerely. Yenli understood why he initially refused. She nodded and said, your reasoning is solid. I accept your explanation and am willing to include you as my tribe member. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chi-yun bowed respectfully. Enough talk. Let's eat, Yenli said, picking up a piece of roasted lamb for him. Chi-yun glanced at the meat in his bowl, set the bowl down, and stepped aside. Xingyun did the same, standing up and leaning back. What's wrong? Yenli asked, puzzled. Chi-yun said, in our cloud leopard tribe, the king eats first. Only after the king finishes can we eat. You eat first, and then it's our turn. I am now your new king. You don't have to follow old rules. Eat, Yenli replied. From their words, Yenli sensed that their tribe probably had some culture. Culture exists, but I didn't expect there to be rules as well. And they're so strict, which is rare. King, we have been raised this way since we were young. A king who is willing to give his life to protect should do so. So, please don't change us, Chi-yun said politely. Yun also nodded. King, my brother is right. Please don't change us. All right, I will leave some food for you. Since the brothers are so stubborn, Yenli didn't insist that they follow her advice. Nana took a piece of meat and said, the Lion Leopard clan is really strange. What's wrong? Yenli asked. Nana, they said they would give their lives for the king. But your tribe was destroyed, your king died, so why are you still alive? Moye didn't expect this point. Hearing Nana's words, he and Yenli looked up at the same time, their eyes questioning. Chi-yun, hearing Nana's words, looked guilty. My brother and I are the king's children. We were ordered to escape by the king. No wonder at first you didn't want to be my tribe even if you died. Living so hard, you probably want to rebuild the tribe and seek revenge on the Silver Snake clan, Yenli said. Chi-yun didn't reply, but Yenli was right. They did have such thoughts. Yenli asked, if you accept me as your king, you might not be able to seek revenge on the Silver Snake clan. Even so, are you willing to be my tribe? Willing, Chi-yun said. The king said before he died, as long as we survive, that's enough. Actually, Chi-yun and his brother didn't plan to escape. It was the tribe members who took them away. After escaping, the tribe made Chi-yun the new king to protect them. They ran all the way, and in the end, only the two brothers remained. The others had died. Yenli, you're so amazing. You became the first female king on a Mond continent. But your tribe must be very good because you make so many delicious foods, Nana said. Yenli didn't expect Chi-yun and Yun-yun to become her tribe members. It's common for orcs not to think females are stronger than themselves. However, Nana used to hate her deeply. After being beaten, look at her now. She's a cute girl with good values. It turns out that if orcs are beaten and still disobedient, feeding them delicious food makes them obedient. Yenli suddenly found a way to tame the native people of a Mond continent. She filled their stomachs. She roasted all the remaining mutton and put it in bowls for them to eat. She sat with Moye on a large stone, watching the stars and the moon. The two sat silently, gazing at the starry sky and listening to the sound of the waves. They remained silent for a while. Moye asked, why do you want to build your own tribe? Yenli turned to look at him and said, actually, I didn't plan to create my own tribe. I just wanted people to help me do things. When I saw that their brother's tribe was destroyed and they had nowhere to go, I asked if they wanted to join me. You can come to the Wild Lion tribe, Moye said. Yes, maybe going to the Wild Lion tribe is the best choice for me now. But Moye, I can't fully trust everyone in the tribe to treat me well, Yenli said. At first, Nana and the others didn't treat me nicely, but after I gave them a good beating, they became more obedient. Lion How also started to treat me better after I gave him 8 wolf ears. And Lionze, do you remember how he used to treat me? Moye thought about Lionze's attitude toward Yenli and said, Lionze now respects you a lot. At first, he hated me just as much as Nana and the others. Their change in attitude came because I showed them my strength. But with so many members in your wild lion tribe, do you think I should waste my energy showing off in front of everyone so they respect me? Also, no matter how strong I am not your king. Can you guarantee that some of your tribe members, after seeing what I can do, will still respect me? Yenli asked. Moye listened without answering immediately. Based on his understanding of his tribe, perhaps no matter how much Yenli did, few tribe members would truly respect her, just like his mother, the queen's partner, who was of noble status. His mother had also lowered herself to please the tribe, but they never truly respected her even after her death. You're right. Returning to the wild lion tribe is a good idea. Yuan Yun and Xing Yun will follow you as king and give their lives to protect you. If you meet more tribes of destroyed beastmen, you will gain more respect from them and lead them to build a strong tribe, Moye said sincerely. He believed Yenli could do it. Hearing this, Yenli smiled slightly and said, Moye, if I really build a tribe, I will definitely form an alliance with the wild lion tribe. When they are in trouble, we will help them. Of course, when we are in trouble, you have to help us too. All right, Moye replied with a smile. After recruiting 2 followers, Yenli and Moye started talking about an unrealistic tribe alliance. They chatted for a long time until night fell. Nana and the brothers Chi-yun and Xing-yun ate a lot of meat and were full. Moye took her back to the village. After Yenli watched them leave, he stretched lazily and began tidying up the dishes. He noticed that the brothers Chi-yun and Xing-yun were already cleaning up quietly without needing Yenli to tell them. Yenli helped finish cleaning and then gave Xing-yun the prepared medicine to drink. After Xing-yun took it, Yenli told them to wait outside the cave while she went inside to take a bath. When she finished, she asked the brothers to also take a bath. Since there were no extra beds, Yenli laid out 2 animal pelts on the ground for them to sleep on. She then lay on her bed, closed her eyes, and was about to have an internal conversation with Baer. Suddenly, Chi-yun called out, King. Is there something? Yenli asked. Chi-yun hesitated and asked, King, are you and Moye partners? A look of doubt flashed in Yenli's eyes. Why do you ask? Chi-yun said, I see you two are very close, like partners. He then lowered his head, afraid to meet Yenli's gaze. Yenli thought for a moment and realized that her relationship with Moye was indeed quite good. We are not partners. My tribe was destroyed, and Moye saved me and brought me back to the wild lion tribe. However, I didn't perform well early on in the tribe and they didn't welcome me. They expelled me. Moye found this cave for me, so I had a place to stay. Without his help, I wouldn't have had it so easy at the start. As she spoke of Moye, feelings of gratitude kept surfacing. Seeing her faint smile, Chi-yun said nothing more and turned his back to Yenli. He didn't ask further. Yenli then asked Baer about today's achievements. Baer replied, Today we caught 4 golden emerald birds. Since we've reached the catch limit, catching 1 more bird now only grants 1 cultivation point, totaling 4 points. We cooked 6 dishes today, all of medium difficulty, each worth 8 cultivation points, totaling 48. The harvest was small, so we gained only 3 points. Plus, there are fixed daily points of 3. Sharing food with the 3 of you today earned 6 merit points. A friendly tip, host, because you have taken in 2 beastmen as your subordinates, their food, clothing, and shelter are now your responsibility. As long as they are alive, you will earn 2 merit points every day. Yenli's eyes suddenly widened. She was about to speak but saw her sleeping brothers on the ground, their mouths slightly open. She closed her lips again. Baer, are you saying that if I take in more homeless beastmen as subordinates, I will earn merit every day they are alive, with no limit? No, if you, the host, take in 10,000 orcs, you can gain 20,000 merits every day without limit. You can rest assured. Also, if you feel you have too many merits and not enough cultivation, you can exchange merits for cultivation at a 1-to-1 ratio. This isn't too bad. Although merits are usually worth more than cultivation, that's because what Yenli does doesn't always earn cultivation points. In fact, cultivation is more abundant than merits. The skills I unlocked used cultivation points. I used a lot of cultivation, and I still have 1,020 points left. I haven't used many merits, only 1,222, which shows that gaining cultivation is quite easy. Plus, items bought with merits are much more expensive than those bought with cultivation points. Unless it's really necessary, Yenli won't exchange merits for cultivation. Buyer, keep going. Okay, today the host treated Xingyun, earning 300 merits. Currently, there are 1,078 cultivation points and 1,528 merits. Got it. Seeing the numbers for cultivation and merits change, Yenli closed her eyes happily and went to sleep. The next day, Yenli got up, and the brothers Xingyun and Xingyun woke up even earlier than her. Yenli walked over to Xingyun and reached out to feel his forehead. His temperature had dropped a lot since yesterday. The herbal medicine that Moye recommended really works. Xingyun, do you still feel uncomfortable anywhere?
She asked.
Xingyun shook his head. No, I feel much better now. Thank you for your concern, Wang. Yenli looked at his shoulder and saw that the wound, which was oozing yesterday, was almost healed. The universal wound medicine from the beginner gift pack is amazing. Yenli quickly went to the shop and found the universal wound medicine in the merit shop. One bottle costs 10,000 merits. Wow, it's powerful but also expensive. She decided to save her merits and use them carefully for future needs. Fortunately, Yenli doesn't get injured often. When she does, it's usually minor, just a lick to heal, no need for medicine. She cooked breakfast and told them we're busy every day, so we don't have much time for meals. Usually we eat only 2 times a day, morning and evening. At noon, we pick some wild fruits to fill our stomachs. Of course, if you're hungry at noon, just tell me, and I'll let you find your own food. Okay. Although they didn't know exactly when morning, noon, and evening were, hearing that they only eat twice a day, the brothers agreed happily. In the past, they sometimes couldn't eat even once a day, so eating twice was already very good. Arriving at the pit-shaped valley, brothers Xingyun and Xingyun were scaring rabbits inside. There were rabbits in the traps, 2 of which had died. Yenli placed the live rabbits into their burrows, while the 2 dead ones were buried in a hole they dug. Xingyun was confused. King, why do you want to bury these 2 white-horned rabbits? They might smell bad. Animals that die without being drained of blood can develop a bad smell inside, and their meat quality will change. It won't taste as good. More importantly, bacteria might grow inside. We're not short of meat right now, so for safety, it's best not to eat them, Yenli explained clearly. Xingyun awkwardly scratched the back of his head. King, sometimes we don't understand what you say, but it sounds right. It's okay if you don't understand. I am your king. Just follow my orders. I won't harm you, right? Xingyun nodded in agreement. Yenli stood up and asked Xingyun to help with some tasks. Xingyun was helping to turn the soil. There was only one, which would cost 500 cultivation points to exchange at the cultivation shop. Yenli decided to learn an intermediate identification skill, choosing to recognize herbs. Medicine is a way to extend life. The higher the medical skill, the greater the chance of survival. An intermediate identification skill costs 5,000 cultivation points, which is expensive, but the benefits are significant. Before learning the intermediate skill, Yenli didn't want to waste cultivation points on other things. After some thought, she had a bright idea. She cut a branch, sharpened one end, and used brute force to poke it into the ground. A clump of soil was loosened by the force. It wasn't as good as but it could still turn the soil. Yenli handed the wooden stick to Xingyun, asking him to help turn the soil. The water jar was empty, so Yenli needed to fill it with water. On the way, she met Lionheo, who sent a Beastman to help fetch water. The cost was that today's hunted meat would need to be shared with her. After fetching water, Yenli used a wooden bowl to collect seawater for salting. Once she finished the work at the cave, She returned to the valley. At the riverbank, she cupped some water to wash her sweat-stained face. Looking at the river water, Yanli was deep in thought. There was no water in the valley, which was closer than the mountain, making fetching water much easier. But if she could avoid fetching water altogether, having a river inside the valley would be the best solution. Yanli was thinking about how to create a river in the valley. Using bamboo to channel water wasn't reliable. Small wild animals might approach the water source, and when they drink from the bamboo, it could cause the bamboo to shift or tilt. Every time it shifted, she'd have to fix it, which was troublesome. After much thought, digging a river seems the most reliable option. Although it will take more time, it can prevent unnecessary accidents. Thinking quickly, Yanli follows the river back to the valley. She makes several trips to find the place where the river is closest and the mountain wall is thinnest. Yanli uses branches to mark the spot, then returns to check the terrain and calculates where the water flows in. She plans to divert the water through the narrowest exit. She walks back and forth in the bowl-shaped valley, marking her path with dry branches. Then she begins digging the river channel. The water needs to be diverted, so she digs a channel that is not too deep or wide. Her plan is to dig a small stream that reaches about her ankles, leading to a large water pit closer to the house. Water will be drawn from this big pit. The pit doesn't need to be very deep, just above her knees, and wide enough to match her knee width. There's a lot to do, but Yanli doesn't have time to dig a large, wide river. She just wants a simple water source to save time fetching water. The channel should be shallow and narrow. By noon, she has dug a small waterway that reaches the spot where Chi-yun and his brother are standing. She looks at the soil they've dug up and compares it to her own channel. To make things easier, Yanli decides to dig a large water storage pit here. She glances at Chi-yun's. With A, she can turn over a big chunk of soil quickly. Using a wooden stick is slow. If she had a, digging would be much faster. Gritting her teeth, Yanli decides not to save her energy. Working quickly is the best way. She turns around and leaves the valley to buy at the skill shop, then returns. With a new, she digs into the water pit. One swing, and a large chunk of soil is turned over. Tools really make a difference. With a stick, she has to poke 5 or 6 times to move the same amount of soil. Wang, why do you have it again? Xing-yun asks.
Yanli replies, Yamwan.
Wanting something isn't hard. So, from now on, don't ask where I got things, I show you. If I have it, I do. She doesn't want to explain where everything comes from every time she pulls out an item. She makes her point clear first. The leopard clan is absolutely loyal to their king, with no hesitation. Yes. Xing-yun responds obediently. Yanli nods with satisfaction and continues digging. With her work speed improves greatly. Soon, the large water pit is finished. It's deeper and bigger than she expected. After digging the water pit, Yanli started to dig the water channel that would divert water out. The channel was a little deeper. Yanli, feeling lazy, stopped halfway at the outlet, thinking it was enough to just divert the water out of the valley. Once she finished this, Yanli went back to deepen the channel she had previously dug. Soon, the water channel and the reservoir in the valley were completed. Yanli looked at the mountain wall in front of her, frowning with some difficulty. Honestly, even though this is the thinnest part of the mountain wall, it's still thick. Digging a water channel here would take a long time. How could she save time? She stood in front of the mountain wall, frowning and thinking deeply, not noticing Moye walking over. Moye stood behind her. Seeing her furrowed brow, he wanted to speak but hesitated, worried that his sudden voice might startle her. He took a few steps forward and came beside Yanli. Feeling someone nearby, Yanli turned her head and saw Moye's handsome face. "What are you looking at here?" Moye asked. "I want to divert water from the river, but the mountain wall in front is an obstacle. Digging through it would definitely waste a lot of time. Can't you go around the mountain wall?" Moye casually suggested. Yanli suddenly understood and brightened up. Yes, going around the mountain wall is the way. She looked at the bottom of the mountain wall, at the end of the water channel, and decided to dig another waterway toward the valley entrance. by bypassing the mountain wall and digging a new channel, she could save a lot of time. Moye reached out and took the from her hand. What should we do? I'll help you. It's simple. Just dig a path similar to that side, all the way to the outlet. When you reach the outlet, I'll tell you what to do next. Okay. Moye took the and helped Yanli dig the water channel. Yanli looked at the setting sun and said, I'm going outside to pick wild vegetables and catch birds for tonight's dinner. Moye nodded in response. Yanli ran over to get a bamboo basket. As she passed by the water channel, she accidentally kicked some dirt into it. She paused, and a scene appeared in her mind. A fierce beast passing outside the valley had left a large, strongly scented clump in the water channel, and she had no idea that downstream, someone was drinking that water. Just thinking about it made Yanli grimace with disgust. She stared at the dirt chunk that had fallen into the water channel for a long time, then suddenly her eyes lit up. Bamboo. Dragon scale bamboo is connected at the dragon scale points. The parts with dragon scales can be sawed off and used as water pipes, placed in the water channel, then buried with soil. This completely solves the problem. Yanli couldn't help but admire her own cleverness and thought of such a good idea. She happily carried her bamboo basket to gather food and hunt. After a busy day, the next morning, just before dawn, Yanli prepared a simple breakfast and went into the valley. Yanling and Xingyan saw her get up so early and didn't dare to slack off. They also came to the valley. Yanli called out to Xingyan, Xingyan, today you will dig the water channel with me. I plan to go outside the valley to dig it. There might be small troublemakers attacking me, so you stay somewhere safe.
Okay.
Yesterday, Moye had already helped Yanli dig a section of the water channel outside the valley. Yanli told Xingyan to dig the water channel a little ahead of her, where she had marked, while she dug behind. By the time the sun was fully up, they had already dug the water channel to the riverbank. Yanli didn't immediately cut through the river to bring the water in. Instead, she returned to the bamboo forest outside the valley. She cut down many bamboos. Dragging the cut bamboo back to the water channel, she prepared to connect the sections. Almost every piece of dragon scale bamboo was the same thickness. Yanli shaved one side of each bamboo thin on the outside and the inside until the two ends could be joined seamlessly. The bamboo was very long, and just connecting two pieces would complete half of the water channel. Yanli and Xingyan laid the bamboo in the water channel, filled the soil back in on both sides, and pressed it down firmly. At the corner, Yanli made a small notch at one end of the bamboo. She ensured that water from the bamboo could flow through this notch, then placed it securely. Before noon, Yanli and Xingyan put the last bamboo into the river and buried it with soil. Yanli's small heart was pounding with nervousness. Xingyan, let's go back and see if water is flowing into the valley. Xingyan looked at Yanli in confusion, thinking, why would water flow into the valley? Yanli ran back to the valley, seeing water flowing from the bamboo into the water reservoir, filling it with joy, making her want to shout loudly. Water is really coming in. Xingyan said in disbelief. King, the things we did actually let water flow into the valley. They helped each other, and Xingyan was still a bit surprised. With his wisdom, he couldn't understand how the water was coming in. Now that water is flowing into the valley, we won't need to spend time fetching water in the future. We can do other things. But there's still more to do. We need to make the bamboo pipes to lead the water out of the valley. Two people started working together, chopping some bamboo to direct water out of the valley. The water channel leading out of the valley was not long, and it was quickly completed. Yanli returned to the water reservoir, which was already full. Water flowed out from the bottom of the channel, leaving the valley. Yanli cupped her hands and scooped up a handful of water, washing her sweaty face. Looking at her reflection on the water surface, she saw her own face for the first time in this body. Aside from shorter hair, her features and eyebrows looked exactly like her original face. The two fairy masters were impressive. They could find any body, and it would look just like their own previous face. Perhaps seeing that the face in the other body was exactly the same as her own made her feel less strange about occupying someone else's body. And relying on her own hands to slowly improve her life felt really good. In 500 years, she had done many things, mostly to earn merit. But in the end, she was just doing things for others, and the merit, something unseen and intangible, didn't give her much real satisfaction even when she gained it. But improving life by directing water was for herself. Doing things for herself felt so much better. Living the rest of my life here doesn't sound so bad, Yanli whispered to herself. Xingyan came over and asked, Wang, what were you just talking about? Nothing much. Have you filled the soil back in? Yanli stood up and looked into the distance. Xingyan nodded. Yes, it's all filled in now. Yanli looked toward Qiyun. In 3 days, a large patch of ground had been turned over and was ready for building a house. But what kind of house should she build? A bamboo house was definitely out of the question. The small bamboo grove wasn't enough to build even one house if all the bamboo was used. A wooden house? The trees she had just cut down weren't suitable for building a house. There was a lot of work to do afterward. Does the carpenter skill include building wooden houses? Yes, it does, host. The intermediate skill includes this. Is it also 5,000 cultivation points?
Yes.
What does a wooden house built with intermediate carpentry skills look like?
Can I see?
Sorry, without unlocking the intermediate skill, you don't have permission to view it. I can tell you that a wooden house built with intermediate skills is quite simple and can be lived in. A master carpenter skill can help you build a beautiful and large wooden house. Got it. Knowing that carpentry skills can help build houses, the next step was to find a way to quickly gather cultivation points. But there's no need to rush collecting cultivation points. Cutting down trees takes time to dry. Getting over 5,000 cultivation points quickly before drying the wood would be ideal. Currently, my cultivation level is 629, and I still need 4,371 to reach the next stage. After drying the cut trees, obtaining 5,000 cultivation points is the main goal. The fastest way is definitely hunting. Hunting a black sheep grants 40 points, while hunting small fierce beasts gives 3 points. Additionally, making bamboo baskets and water jars can also earn cultivation points. During the day, I go out hunting. At night, I make bamboo baskets. By cooking a few more dishes each day, I believe I can reach 5,000 cultivation points quickly. Xingyun, come here for a moment. Wang, is something the matter? Can you build houses? Yes, building houses is something every orc must learn. We've been taught since we were young. Qian replied. Yanli's face showed happiness.
Good.
You can start building the house now. It should be able to block the wind and rain. It doesn't need to be too big, just enough to live in. Understood. Start building now. I'll go pick wild vegetables and hunt, Yanli said. Qian was surprised, looking at the still high sun, and asked, Wang, the sun is still so bright. Is it really early to go hunting?
Yes.
Yanli didn't explain much and reminded again, the house is up to you. I'm leaving now. With that, Yanli carried a bamboo basket and left the valley. Outside the valley, she looked to her right, where the forest she hadn't explored yet. She was curious about what new things might be there. She headed in that direction. Perhaps because of the presence of white-horned rabbits, the trees here are sparse and small, with many weeds growing among them. There are many birds in the forest, but she hasn't seen any larger fierce beasts. Small fierce beasts like the golden-green colorful birds are worth only 1 point each, which is too little. Yanli didn't want to bother catching them. But searching everywhere takes time. Yanli fell silent, thinking about how to quickly catch fierce beasts and earn cultivation points. The idea of bait traps appeared in her mind. Soon, Yanli caught a green bird of unknown species, found a relatively flat spot, and cut a stick to a point. She climbed onto the nearest tree. Sitting on a branch, she cut the bird's throat and threw it to the ground. The dying bird flapped its wings a few times and then stopped moving. Yanli waited quietly in the tree. Soon, the smell of blood attracted birds that gathered around to peck at the dead bird. They were all small birds, and Yanli didn't want to bother with them. Most of the small birds had been eaten, but no larger birds appeared. Yanli felt a bit disappointed. Just as she was about to climb down and look elsewhere, she considered her next move. At that moment, The sound of rustling came from the woods. She was startled and looked toward the sound. She saw a large green python slowly approaching from afar. Where the snake passed, the grass was crushed. The snake was nearly 2 meters long, thicker than 2 grown men. If she could kill this snake, she would gain a lot of cultivation, and she was sure she couldn't escape if she ran. But among fierce beasts, snakes are quite difficult to deal with. Yenli used her appraisal skill. The snake was non-toxic. That's good. No need to fear being bitten, as it could be deadly. The snake, smelling blood, suddenly lunged at a bird feeding nearby. The bird, unable to escape, was swallowed in one bite. After eating several birds, the python lay on the ground, swallowing the remaining birds that were reduced to bones. The snake didn't move immediately. It sniffed the air for blood, trying to find its next prey. At this moment, Yenli raised a sharpened stick, aimed at the snake's weak spot, and leapt down from the tree. Using the momentum of her fall, she forcefully stabbed the stick into the snake's body. The python was caught off guard and, in great pain, twisted its massive body wildly. The powerful struggle made it hard for Yenli to keep her balance. She struggled to stand firm, pushed the stick in a bit more, and seeing she still couldn't control the snake's movements, she drew her dagger. In the fastest motion, she ran to the snake's head and stabbed it heavily. The dagger was fully embedded in the snake's flesh. But the resilient snake was still struggling. Yenli frowned, pulled out her dagger, and avoided the snake's attacks. She moved to the part below the head, took out a machete, and swung at it several times, cutting off the snake's head. The snake's twisting finally slowed down. Having finally dealt with the aggressive snake, Yenli let out a breath of relief and sat on a nearby stone to rest. When she came back, Qi-yun and Xing-yun had already returned. They saw the large snake by the pond and, looking at Yenli's stone pot, asked, "King, did you catch this?" "Yes, it took quite some effort." Yenli sighed. Female strength is still not enough. If we had more strength, I think 2 small knives could cut off the snake's head. Qi-yun and Xing-yun remained silent. If they wanted to catch such a large python, it would take a lot of effort. Yenli dug a hole nearby and placed a stone pot on top. She said, "Xing-yun, go outside and bring me some dry branches."
Yes.
Xing-yun set aside the branches he had cut and went outside to find more dry twigs. Yenli took her knife and cut a large piece of snake meat, bringing it to the water pool. She washed the blood-stained snake meat thoroughly in the water, peeled off the skin, then cut it into small pieces with her dagger and put them into the stone pot. Seeing Yenli's actions, Qian asked, "Master, are you making food?" "Yes." Yenli nodded. "Although I usually eat only 2 meals a day, if I find something delicious, I don't mind eating an extra meal. Most importantly, cooking can help improve her skills. Any activity that can increase her strength, Yenli didn't want to miss." Xing-yun had never eaten snake meat before. In their memory, snakes were dangerous beasts that couldn't be eaten because they might be poisonous and could cause death. The Silver Snake clan was known for having poisonous snakes. But since their tribe was wiped out by the Silver Snake clan, seeing Yenli so skillfully and cleanly cut the snake meat made Xing-yun feel an unspoken sense of joy. Yenli didn't have as many thoughts as Xing-yun. She cut a large piece of snake meat for stew and another piece for grilling. Before long, the fragrant snake soup and grilled snake meat were ready. The snake soup was light and fresh, with tender meat. The grilled snake had a crispy outside and tender inside, delicious beyond words. Although it was tasty, Yenli only ate half a bowl and then asked Xing-yun and Xing-yun to finish the rest. She still needed to go outside the mountain valley to gather more supplies. First, they caught snakes, and now they needed to gather wild vegetables, dig for mushrooms, and pick chili peppers. Xing-yun and Xing-yun worked hard all morning and were already a bit hungry. They quickly finished the 2 dishes Yenli cooked and became even more motivated to build the house. In the afternoon, Moye arrived in the mountain valley. Seeing only Xing-yun and Xing-yun brothers here, and a large python that had only eaten a little by the water pool, Moye was somewhat surprised by the python. He was also surprised by the water pool itself. A piece of bamboo was sticking out of the ground, and water was continuously flowing from inside it into the pool. The pool couldn't be filled because a bamboo pipe downstream was diverting the water away. Moye looked at the water channel he dug yesterday, which had already disappeared. He buried the new soil back in place, confirming that Yanli had indeed dug the water channel yesterday. Where is Yanli? Not surprised by the current situation, Moye looked up and asked Yun and Xingyun, the two brothers. Xingyun replied, Wang went out to gather supplies and hasn't come back yet. Going out to gather makes it hard to find someone. Moye looked at the snake and asked, Did Yanli catch it? Yes, they replied. Is he hurt? Such a large snake would be hard for even a beastman to catch. Moye couldn't imagine how Yanli managed to do it. Thinking about it, catching such a big snake probably caused some injury, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Xingyun said he's not hurt. Wang even roasted snake meat for us, and it was very tasty. It sounded like he was showing off. Moye felt a little unhappy inside. In the past, Yanli was the first to taste whatever they did every day. Now, two others had tasted it before him. It made him feel uncomfortable. But Moye never showed his feelings on his face. He watched them calmly. Xingyun and Yun were building a house and had already set up the frame. Looking at the wooden house, it was not much different from others in their village, and the building method was the same. Moye stayed silent and went to help build the house. When Yanli returned, he saw the three working together to build the house. They called it a house, but it was very simple. They used 4 large trees as main supports and smaller branches to fill in the gaps, creating walls. It was barely enough to shield them from wind and rain. As long as they had a place to stay, it was good enough. They couldn't ask for more. The roof wasn't finished, so they couldn't live there yet. Yanli asked them to help carry the snake back to the cave. Back at the cave, Yanli went to gather the dried sea salt and then started processing the snake. The snake was over 2 meters long, enough for their dinner tonight. There was no need to find other food. The Beastmen didn't know how to cook snake. They had never dared to touch such a smooth and venomous creature. Nana and Liu came over and, upon hearing they would eat snake meat tonight, looked pale and green, which was quite amusing. Yanli, can we really eat this? Nana asked from a safe distance. It can be eaten and it's very tasty, Xingyun said. We've tried it once before. The flavor is really good. Nana's pupils trembled slightly, doubting his words. But she was curious about what snake meat tasted like. In the end, she decided to help. When the snake meat was prepared, roasted, made into snake soup, braised, and grilled, it appeared before them, and as they tasted it, it stimulated their taste buds. Everyone had only one thought. As long as Yanli made it, it would taste good. At the end of the day, Yanli eagerly asked Bar about his score today. Defeated a large unknown beast to gain 80 cultivation points, collected edible unknown plants for 20 cultivation points, built a water channel to secure water for 300 cultivation points, earned a fixed 3 cultivation points daily, cooked 10 dishes to gain 80 cultivation points, shared food to earn 2 merit points, and took in a beastman who survived today to earn 4 merit points. Currently, I have 1,112 cultivation points and 1,534 merit points. Yanli blinked her eyes. Building a water channel also grants cultivation points? Yes, the host will live there in the future. Building a water channel permanently solves the water problem, so it grants cultivation points. Today's activities, Yanli estimates, only amount to about 200 cultivation points. Unexpectedly, diverting water into the valley was considered building a water channel and awarded 300 cultivation points, an unexpected gain, like rain after a drought, which makes people happy. If this continues, reaching 5,000 cultivation points won't take much time. Yanli plans to rest with her eyes closed tomorrow. Before dawn the next day, Yanli wakes Qiyun and asks, Qiyun, can you finish building the house over in the valley today?
Yes.
Yanli falls silent, thinking about what to do after the house is built. After considering, she lifts her head and says, once the house is finished, move everything here over there. Okay. Wang, what do you plan to do today? She arranges everything early in the morning for them. Qiyun feels that before sunset, He probably won't see Yenli again. Yenli says, "Today, I will go hunting with Moye and the others. The valley is left to you too." Okay. After telling Chi-yun about the plan, Yenli cooks breakfast and arrives at the village entrance before the sun rises. As the sun rises from the horizon, the village gate opens as usual. Yenli walks up and slightly curves her lips. "Moye, can I go hunting with you today?" Moye is surprised. "Yes." "Is the work in the valley finished?" Moye asks. "It's handed over to Chi-yun and Xing-yun. I am now their leader, and I want to make sure they eat well." Even if Yenli doesn't go hunting with them, Chi-yun and Xing-yun won't go hungry. Moye understands this, but he won't foolishly say it out loud. Since Yenli is hunting with him today, he can see her all day long. The Beastmen following Moye, hearing Yenli's words, complain, "Why aren't Chi-yun and Xing-yun coming out to hunt? The king should stay in the village and wait for them to return." However, they now have a better opinion of Yenli and no longer dare to speak carelessly in front of her. Moreover, Yenli has improved greatly compared to before, almost like a different person. They arrived at the plains. Moye and the others taught the women in the village how to weave nets. The orcs returning with vine branches would give the women the materials to weave the nets. The hunting orcs could then use the finished nets directly for hunting. Yenli stood on a high ground, watching the fierce beasts in the plains, but she couldn't see any black sheep or short-winged birds. "Moye, have you caught all the black sheep and short-winged birds?" "No, we caught too many, but with too few companions, we risk becoming prey for other fierce beasts." To keep the group safe, they chose to leave. Yenli frowned slightly. In this plain, black sheep and short-winged birds are the most gentle fierce beasts, while the others look fierce and strong. "What kind of fierce beast do you plan to hunt now?" "That one," Moye pointed to the other side. Yenli saw a creature in the water pool that looked like a cow with brown skin. "That's called a river ox," Moye explained. River oxes are strong, and they attack with their two sharp horns on their heads. They are considered relatively gentle, fierce beasts. "Moye, have the wild lion tribe already caught many black sheep and short-winged birds?" "Yes, even if winter suddenly arrives, we won't be afraid of running out of food," Moye said. "Thanks to you." If Yenli hadn't taught them the hunting methods that kept the prey alive and not immediately dead, they wouldn't have stored so many prey. Hearing this, Yenli's brow furrowed slightly. The wild lion tribe had clearly become skilled at using this hunting method. Hunting with them made Yenli feel like she was gaining an advantage, so she needed to think of a new way to hunt. Following Moye and the others, they began hunting. Sure enough, using the methods Yenli had taught earlier, they caught 2 river oxes in no time. Yenli secretly wondered, if I hunt with Moye and the others like this, will I gain any cultivation?" "Yes, host. They are now hunting entirely on their own merit, unrelated to you. Therefore, the prey they catch will not grant you any cultivation points. After all, the techniques you taught them have already earned you merits. Then, what's the point of hunting with them?" Yenli instantly felt discouraged. If that's the case, it might be better to hunt alone. "Host, you can hunt with Chi-yun Xing-yun. They are your subordinates, and the gains from their hunts are equivalent to yours. Both Cloud Rising and Cloud Moving have their own tasks. I cannot join them in hunting other things. You will have to figure it out yourself, host." Bayer's young boy voice shows some helplessness. Yenli remains silent, thinking about how she can increase her strength through hunting while Cloud Rising and Cloud Moving are busy with their own work. First, it's hard for her to hunt alone. Second, even if she catches prey, she can't carry it back. 100 gene prey is too heavy, and she can't bring even one back. Suddenly, Yenli's eyes brighten.
"Moye."
"What's wrong?"
Moye asks.
"Moye, I'll go back first." After saying that, Yenli turns to leave. Moye is surprised and doesn't understand her reasoning. He quickly stands up and follows, asking, "Why are you going back suddenly? Aren't you going to hunt? You all have your own hunting methods. Even without me, you can catch the prey you want. I feel like I'm just taking advantage of you if I stay here and hunt with you. I already have a plan to hunt and carry the prey back alone. I just need to prepare a bit. So, I'm going back to get ready. I'll leave now. Yenli explains. Moye wants to stop her, but she runs away very quickly. He watches her back, with concern. A young female has to go around a mountain to get back. What if she encounters danger on the way? But he can't leave his tribe to hunt with her. Moye has never disliked his identity as much as he does today. Shiai's, he finally calls out. Shiai's walks over. Lord Moye. I'll go back first. I leave the hunting to you. Just catch one more river ox, and everyone can go back, Moye says. The village now has black sheep, white-horned rabbits, and short-winged birds. They haven't hunted much recently, so they're not hungry. It's okay if they catch fewer prey today. Shiai's nods in agreement, but Moye has already walked far away. After transforming into a beast, Yenli easily jumps between tree branches, quickly heading back to the valley. She runs for a while, then suddenly, with a roar, a red creature jumps out from under a tree. Startled, Yenli steps back, loses her footing, and falls from the tree. Fortunately, the tree isn't tall. She's prepared before falling, so she isn't hurt. When she stands up again, she sees several giant red wolves emerging from behind the tree, surrounding her. Yenli looks around and asks, "Are you from the Firewolf tribe?" Seeing us and not feeling any fear. Wolf to wolf sand, you're right. There is indeed a strange female following Moye. But you made me wait a long time. The speaker, a red wolf, was the one who blocked Yenli. Yenli's gaze fell on two red wolves she had seen before. Her dark, lively eyes curved slightly. "Are you holding a grudge?" she asked with a smile. "You stopped me from taking Moye and their things. It's been a long time, and now you come to seek revenge. The fierce wolf clan's beastmen are petty and hold grudges. Instead of finding Moye, you come to bother me, a little female." Lian Yan's blue eyes narrowed slightly. "Female? We didn't come here for that. My name is Yenli. Call me by my name, not female. I don't like it." "Humph." Lian Yan snorted. "I am Lian Yan, the son of the Wolf King. Tell me, if it's not about that, then what do you want from me?" "I remember our only encounter was that one time," Yenli asked, knowing their names. "Did you teach Moye and the others how to hunt?" Lian Yan asked. "They've never hunted like that before, but after meeting you that day, they started hunting in that way. And you're not from the Wild Lion clan." Her cat ears and tail clearly proved her identity. Yenli smiled slightly, her black eyes shining like stars in the night. Every smile and frown was captivating. Lian Yan was stunned. This female was very beautiful, but it wasn't just her looks. She had a confidence and calmness that other females didn't have. Just standing there, she drew attention. "Did you stop me because you want us to teach you how to hunt?" Lian Yan asked. They indeed stopped Yenli to ask if she was the one who taught them. The Wild Lion clan learned to set traps for hunting, and they had been chasing after this fierce beast. This plain was not only the Wild Lion clan's hunting ground but also theirs. If the Wild Lion clan only hunted gentle beasts, they wouldn't be able to hunt the fierce ones, and their people would go hungry. So, stopping Yenli was to confront her and ask questions. Lianyang thought that after stopping Yenli, they would see her crying and begging. But the situation was completely different. Yenli was not panicked. She was confident and even a bit arrogant, leaving them unsure of what to do. "If you want to learn, I can teach you," Yenli said. Lian Yan was stunned again. "You're willing to teach us?" "Yes. We have conflicts with the Wild Lion tribe," Lai Yan frowned and said. Yenli shrugged. "You have conflicts with them, but what does that have to do with me? I only teach you how to hunt, not how to fight the Wild Lion tribe." Conflicts between tribes are well known, and Lai Yan didn't need to remind Yenli. But, as she said, the disagreements between the Wild Lion tribe and the Wolf tribe don't really concern her. She only teaches them how to hunt, not how to fight. Moreover, today has already been a waste of time, and she hasn't gained any spiritual power. Every prey they catch while hunting with Lai Yan becomes her spiritual power. "You're not a female of the Wild Lion tribe?" Lai Yan asked suspiciously.
No.
"You're not from the Wild Lion tribe, so how can you be with them?" "You guys ask too many questions," Yanli said impatiently. Is the only reason you stopped me to ask about hunting, or do you have other ideas? Lai Yan hesitated. Could it be that you want to capture me to bring me back to your tribe, maybe to have cubs or something? Lai Yan was right. She guessed correctly. Just say what you want. Don't stay silent without saying a word. Also, I'm busy. If you don't want to learn hunting from me, just let me go, Yanli said. Learn, Lai Yan replied. He wanted to see how Yanli managed to make hunting so easy for the wild lion tribe now. Let's go, Yanli said. After taking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and added, Lai Yan, your conflict with the wild lion tribe doesn't really concern me much, but Moye is my friend. No matter where I am, visible or not, you can't bully him. They can't beat me, Moye's cold voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was startled and looked alertly in the direction of the voice. Moye stepped out from behind a tree, his golden eyes like a layer of frost, cold and chilling, making people feel a shiver. Yanli also felt his anger. Faced with Moye, who looked calm but radiated anger and authority, Yanli was momentarily speechless. Moye, Yanli said she wants to teach us how to hunt, Lai Yan boasted proudly. Moye didn't speak, his gaze fixed tightly on Yanli. Yanli felt a bit nervous under his stare, as if her secret was exposed. She won't join your tribe, Moye asked. Right, Yanli? Of course, I want to become a king. How could I join another tribe? Yanli replied. Moye's expression slightly relaxed. That's good. His expression relaxed, and Yanli felt the tense atmosphere disappear. She taught us your hunting methods. Are you not angry? Lai Yan was eager to see Moye get upset. Yanli is not a female of the Wild Lion clan, Moye said. But she taught us how to hunt and shared food with the members of the Wild Lion clan. She might teach other beast tribes too. I've thought about that because you're different from all other females. Moye's beautiful golden eyes fixed intently on Yanli. That last sentence was specifically spoken for Yanli. Yanli was stunned for a moment, feeling an indescribable sensation inside. She felt understood and cared for. Moye is truly a good beast man. Moye, on this continent of Amand, you are the one I cherish most. From now on, I will help you whenever I can. I also believe I won't let anyone hurt you. Anyone who dares to harm you is my enemy. Meeting a friend like Moye in this life is enough for Yanli. Moye's lips slightly curled at Yanli's words. That's what I think too. Anyone who dares to hurt you, I will kill him and break his bones little by little. Everyone. Those who didn't know might think these two were exchanging vows of partnership. Alright, do you want to learn a new hunting method? If so, hurry up and go. Don't waste any more time, Yanli said. Lai Yan wasn't very concerned about their relationship, but thought that since the new hunting method could catch many prey animals, Yanli should teach them. Of course, Moye silently followed beside her, quietly protecting her. Yanli quickly taught them the new hunting method, and soon they caught 6 black wild boars using it. They gave one to Yanli. Moye helped Yanli carry the boars back. After walking a few steps, they encountered Shinza and others, who were also returning from hunting. The two beast tribes met face to face, and both sides became alert. Both were thinking, they came to steal our prey. After all, both had stolen prey before. When the tense atmosphere reached a peak, Moye spoke, is the hunting over? Yes, Shinza replied. Someone saw that the black wild boar caught by the Lai Wolf clan was also entangled in a net, just like the river oxen from their side. How do they hunt like this? A beastman asked upon seeing the same hunting method. Others quickly noticed this. They began whispering among themselves. Hearing the whispered gossip, Lai Yan smiled proudly. Of course, because Yanli also taught us. Why would Yanli teach the beasts of the Lilang tribe? The Lilang tribe is our enemy. Exactly. Why would Yanli help our enemies? Their eyes found Yanli's action strange. They always thought Yanli was on their side, but seeing her teach the Lilang tribe hunting methods, they couldn't understand. Hearing their words, Lai Yan asked Yanli, didn't you say you're not from the fierce lion tribe? That's true, Yanli replied. Everyone was surprised by her words. Yes, Yenli isn't from the fierce lion tribe. But she helped the fierce lion tribe, so she must be on their side, right? Yenli, if you want to join our liling tribe, that's fine. Since you taught us new hunting methods, I can promise that the liling tribe will never be your enemy, he said, glancing at Moye. Other tribes might not be as friendly as us. Lian's blue eyes looked challengingly at Shirzei and the others. Her words subtly mocked their earlier whispers. Shirzei and the others choked, feeling they had no reason to argue and unable to find a rebuttal. Yenli said, I like making friends. You won't see me as an enemy, and I won't see you as one either. Also, thank you for the invitation, but I won't join any tribe. I want to build my own tribe and become a king, standing equal to you. She smiled confidently. In the primal world, she couldn't compare to those who had practiced for thousands of years. But on a Mond continent, a prepared immortal with over 500 years of wisdom, trying to stand equal with beasts who had only lived a few decades, would that be difficult? Become a king? You a female? Lion asked back. Yenli said, the female who wants to be king just now taught you a new hunting method.
Ha ha ha.
Lion burst out laughing. All right, I'll wait to see you become a king. His words still carried doubt and disbelief. Yenli didn't say much more. Talking wouldn't be as effective as showing him. Doing it would be the best way to prove him wrong. The relationship between the fierce lion tribe and the liling tribe was still tense. Both tribes' members, even after spending a short time together, might have fought over prey. They all understood each other's feelings and didn't stay long before parting ways. On their way back, the Beastmen of the fierce lion tribe felt a bit annoyed about Yenli teaching the liling tribe hunting methods. Although Yenli does not belong to the wild lion tribe or the fierce wolf tribe, she has spent time with the wild lion tribe and is currently working with them. It is not appropriate for her to help the fierce wolf tribe, even if she is not a female of the wild lion tribe. The journey has been very quiet, and Yenli can sense the dissatisfaction of the Beastmen from the wild lion tribe. She understands this feeling well. Most Beastmen of the wild lion tribe feel, you should be my friend. I thought I was your only friend, but now you tell me you have another friend. Not only am I not your only one, but your friend is also my enemy. It's that feeling of betrayal. Seeing the Beastman's attitude, Yenli thinks, good thing I refused to return to the wild lion tribe. Otherwise, I would have to consider the tribe first before doing anything. Now they are no longer part of the same tribe. When she wants to do her own things, they give her the cold shoulder. On the Amand continent, there is only one silent night. No matter what she does, it shows understanding. Carrying a black porcupine back to the wild lion tribe's village gate, Yenli asks Silent Night to wait here while she checks the cave. Seeing the cave is empty and the bed has been taken away, she goes back to find Silent Night and sees Nana Chui Su and Liu with her. The three greet Yenli warmly. Yenli notices what they are holding and asks, do you three want to have dinner at my place tonight? They all nod at the same time. I don't live by the sea anymore, and I'm a bit far from the wild lion tribe's village. In the future, if you want to come to my place, it's best to have a beastman accompany you, Yenli says. Nana blinks in confusion. You don't live in the cave anymore?
Yeah.
Liu asks, where do you live then? You'll find out when you come. Yenli leads the way. They arrive in the valley, where Cloud and Xingyun have already built a wooden house for Yenli to rest in. After moving their things inside, they start building their own houses. Today, because they were hunting with beastmen from the fierce wolf tribe, they returned a little late. Yenli first deals with the black porcupine, scraping off its fur. The rest she leaves to them, while she goes outside to pick wild vegetables and mushrooms. Thinking that catching a big pig would take too much time, Yenli quickly picks some wild vegetables and mushrooms and returns. She cuts most of the pork to roast. To prevent the meat from curling and not cooking evenly, she cuts 2 bamboo sticks to hold the sides open, then spreads the marinated seasoning on the meat and lets it sit for a while, with Nana watching the roasting. Dishes include pig offal soup, garlic pork slices, braised pig's trotters, and stone slab barbecue. All of this was done by Yenli alone. She used all the pots available. There weren't many people to help, just a few to check the fire and such. Pork is probably the meat Yanli eats most often. The black wild boar here has delicious, fresh meat. No matter how it's cooked, it always has a familiar and tasty flavor. Yanli's favorite is braised pig's trotters. When cooked until soft and sticky, each bite is tender and smooth. After eating to her satisfaction, Yanli told Chi-yun and Xing-yun, the two brothers, to eat. They had already been tempted by the smell, and their stomachs were growling, but they were taught good manners since childhood and waited until Yanli finished eating. Nana and the other three rarely get to come here for a meal, so they naturally didn't want to put down their chopsticks so soon. Yanli let them eat while she marinated the remaining black wild boar meat, preparing to hang it to dry the next morning. After marinating, she washed her hands at the pond, then turned around and saw Moye following behind her. Moye had been quietly following her all along. Yanli wanted to find a place to sit and talk with him. Looking around, she saw that there were very few things here, not even a large stone. "Would you like to sit over there?" Yanli pointed to a mound of earth illuminated by the moonlight. Moye looked at the spot and nodded gently. Yanli took a piece of animal hide, spread it on the ground, and they sat down to chat casually. Chi-yun saw how they interacted and asked, "The more I look, the more I think Wang and Moye might become partners." Hearing this, Nana's throat tightened, and she turned her head to look at them. Finally, she exchanged a look with Chui Su and Liu, then lowered her head in disappointment. "Do you think Moye and Wang will become partners?" Chi-yun asked Nana. Nana replied, "How would I know? Their relationship isn't something we can decide." "Do you like Moye?" Chi-yun asked, noticing Nana's discomfort. Nana stiffened at the question, saying, "Of course I like him. Lord Moye is the strongest among our tribe and also the most handsome. But we no longer dislike Yanli. If they really become partners." She spoke confidently, but seeing her favorite beastman become someone else's partner still made her feel a bit uncomfortable inside.
Kuisu sighed softly.
"Forget it." Those two words meant giving up. Liu said, "There are plenty of beastmen in the village. Without Lord Moye, we could find stronger ones. Yanli is unique. If she's gone, we won't be able to enjoy these delicious foods anymore. Moreover, if Yanli becomes a partner with Moye, maybe we won't have to leave the village to eat anymore." Nana brightened up and said, "That's right. If Yanli partners with Moye, he can cook delicious food for us every day." The females in the village have learned Yanli's cooking skills, and although the food of the wild lion tribe has improved a lot, it still can't match Yanli's cooking. After finishing all the dishes Yanli cooked, Moye took the three of them back home. The night was dark, and in the forest on the way back, they might encounter fierce beasts. Yanli made a torch for them to carry. The valley was a bit far from the wild lion tribe, not as close as the seaside cave before. Yanli washed the big pot and heated water for a bath. While waiting for the water to boil, she gathered some dried wood to make a basin for washing vegetables. Seeing Yanli busy, Ziyun and Xingyin asked, "King, do you need help?" "No, it's a bit difficult. Without tools, you can't do it well." "Oh, I just remembered something." Yanli turned and said, "Tomorrow, check outside for big stones. If you find any, bring them in." "King, how big should the stones be?" Dian asked. Yanli gestured about this big, this high. "About 3 stones like that should be enough. Such big stones are also needed." "Okay," Ziyun nodded. Yanli continued carving the wooden basin, asking Bar about his progress in cultivation. Black wild boars are considered quite fierce among beasts. One can gain 50 cultivation points, so 6 of them give exactly 300 points. Today, she cooked 7 dishes, each worth 8 points, totaling 56 points, plus fixed and gathering points, which add up to 7 points. Currently, she has 1,475 cultivation points. Besides the fixed points from Ziyun and Xingyun, Chui Su and Liu also contributed. With the 100 merit points from hunting with the wolf tribe, her total merit is now 1,642. After knowing her cultivation points, Yanli focused on carving the wooden basin. Before sleeping, she gained another 30 points, then took a bath and went to sleep. The next day, after breakfast, Ziyun and Xingyun went out to find stones. Yanli carried an axe and chopped down 2 large trees to drag back to the valley. She didn't have time to dry the wood, so she drew a design on the ground with branches. She wanted to make a cart to transport the captured prey. Since they weren't from the same tribe as the wild lion tribe, she planned to find someone to help catch prey and then trade the prey for other goods. But the prey was heavy, and even the beastmen of the wild lion tribe couldn't carry too much from such a distance. They want someone to help them bring back their belongings, but it would take a lot of effort and many rewards. Therefore, there must be a way, even with just a beastman, to help her move 3 or 4 fierce beasts back. A method that doesn't require much effort and can carry heavy loads. Carriages are one of the best tools for this. Over 500 years, Yanli was reincarnated as the daughter of a carpenter. That carpenter specialized in making carriages, with excellent skills, making sturdy and beautiful vehicles. Yanli learned from the carpenter for a while. Although her work wasn't very pretty, she understood how it was built, knowing the different parts. Moreover, she had learned the carpenter's skills. With skill bonuses and her basic knowledge, understanding the structure, and drawing a design, Yanli quickly found a direction. She took out all the tools from the system and started building. Iyun and Xingyun went outside to find stones and came back, seeing Yanli with many new tools they had never seen before. Since Yanli had said there was no need to be curious or ask questions about new things, they just looked briefly, and then went to do their own things. Nana and her 2 friends arrived at the valley and saw Yanli busy working, walking quickly over. "Yanli, what are you doing?" Nana asked. Yanli turned her head to look at them and said, "I'm making a carriage to carry prey." A carriage? Hearing this for the first time, even after Yanli explained its use, everyone still didn't understand what it was, so they looked toward the pond. Nana asked, "Yanli, how do you make this water?"
Can you teach us?
"Later when I have time. I'm busy right now and don't have the time," Yanli replied while working, not even looking up at them. Saisu felt Yanli's attitude was a bit dismissive and felt uncomfortable. She squatted down and looked at Yanli. "Yanli, I heard from the beastmen in the village that you taught the Lilang tribe hunting methods." Yanli put down her tools, looked up at them, and asked, "You came so early today just to ask about this? Do you also think I shouldn't teach them?" Without hiding anything, Yanli honestly asked them. Saisu hesitated and said slowly, "Yes, you shouldn't teach. Don't you like Lord Moye? Now, even though you're not a female of the wild lion tribe, once you become a mate with Lord Moye, you'll be a female of the wild lion tribe. I'm fond of Moye, but who said I will become his mate?" Yanli retorted. "Saisu, do you like Lord Moye? How could you not become his mate? You don't understand this. Not all affections end with a specific goal," Yanli said thoughtfully. With Chui Su's wisdom, she couldn't understand the statement and gave up trying. She said, "You also can't teach the beastmen of the lion tribe. If you do, your people will finally like you a little, but now they all dislike you." When they heard this news, they couldn't understand Yanli's actions and felt a bit annoyed. But since they had spent the most time with Yanli and gained many benefits, they couldn't criticize or dislike her like other beastmen did. Still, they couldn't understand why she personally came to find Yanli. Yanli was indifferent. "I've been disliked by you before."
Kuisu.
The 3 of them hesitated, unable to find words. Yanli said, "I'm not from the Gongstrizu, so I do things from my own point of view, not from your Gongstrizu's perspective. So, don't see me as a female of the Gongstrizu. Treat me like an outsider female, just like before. Also, I won't try to persuade other tribes' beastmen to attack your Gongstrizu. You can rest assured. Moye treats me well. Because of him, I can tolerate some of your tribe's bad attitudes. Besides, I like the feeling of revenge myself. Whoever offends me, I won't ask others for help. I will take revenge with my own hands." Yanli clenched her fist, knuckles cracking loudly. Although she was a future immortal who had lived for 500 years, she was quite rational emotionally and somewhat emotionally detached. She wouldn't act like a young person in his 20s, shouting and jumping over small matters. But she had her bottom line. If her bottom line was touched, she wouldn't tolerate others trampling over her. Nana trembled slightly when she heard this. In the past, she had bullied Yanli the most, and Anli almost killed her. Yanli, are you really not afraid that your people will dislike you?
Guisu asked.
Yanli nodded. If they dislike me because of this, they will dislike me for other reasons someday. I don't have that much energy. Whatever I do, I think about whether I need to please you or not. As long as I do what I believe is right, I feel at peace. She hadn't done anything evil or harmful, so she felt no guilt. Seeing Penny's firm attitude, the three didn't know why they were convinced by her. After all, Yanli was right when she said she was not a female of the Angshizu. She had already been expelled from the Angshizu by them. They are the ones who drove her out of the wild lion tribe. Why should they expect Yanli to always think about the tribe when she works? Not opposing the tribe is already a good thing. Yanli was busy making a cart. She didn't even have time to go hunting. When Qi Yunxingyan gathered enough stones, she let them go hunting and gathering. After they caught a prey, she asked them to build a small pavilion. The sun was very hot, and standing under the blazing sun made her dizzy. The house was small and had walls, so it wasn't suitable for working. Having a pavilion would allow them to stay out of the sun and be more comfortable. Pavilions are easier to build than houses. Under Yanli's guidance, before evening, Qi Yunxing finished building the pavilion. Yanli moved her things inside and got busy. Unconsciously, Moye arrived on time. Seeing Yanli sitting on a piece of wood, tapping and working, he walked over and asked, "What are you doing now?" Yanli snapped back to her senses, looked at Moye, then at the setting sun in the sky. Time flies so fast. She lay on a carved piece of wood, looking at Qi Yun and Xing Yun, who were building the house. "Qi Yun, Xing Yun, you two will cook dinner tonight." "What? Us?" Qi Yun exclaimed. Yanli rubbed her eyes. "Don't worry too much. Just make something simple to eat. I've been working on the cart all day, and my hands are tired."
Haha.
She yawned. "I slept a bit late last night, so I'm a little sleepy. Just make some food, and wake me up when you're done." She lay on the carved wood and closed her eyes to sleep, not giving Qi Yun and Xing Yun a chance to beg her. Nana and others came over hoping to eat Yanli's cooked dishes. Now that they couldn't, they'd rather go back to the village to eat. Moye saw Yanli asleep and took a beast hide from inside the house to cover her. He asked, "Did she stay up late last night?" Qi Yun nodded. "The king was working on this last night. He brought over the wooden basin Yanli had made last night. Although simple, it was polished very smoothly, and the natural wood grain made it look very beautiful." "How was this made?" Nana asked. "Yanli always makes things we don't know how to do. And this water basin, how does it get water?" "Lord Moye, why don't you let Yanli teach us? That way, we wouldn't need to go to the river to fetch water." "Yanli is very busy," Moye replied calmly. "She's making dinner." Qi Yun felt a bit embarrassed when he heard this. "We only cook meat until it's done. In our original tribe, we don't even have stone pots for making meat soup. The food in the Yunbal tribe is very simple, mostly roasted meat. They rarely eat wild vegetables, only some wild fruits." It was only after following Yanli that I realized that combining meat with wild vegetables can also taste good. After a few days with Yanli, I've seen her cooking skills, but Qi Yun has no confidence in his ability to cook well. "I'll do it," Moye said. Qi Yun didn't know if he would cook well, but since he volunteered, he agreed. "All right, I'll leave it to you." Moye looked at the ingredients, paused for a moment, then started cooking. Nana and the others felt a bit shy to just wait nearby, so they helped out. Yanli heard the clattering sounds around her and was very sleepy. Even though it was noisy, she didn't open her eyes. As the noise gradually quieted down, the smell of food tempted her nose. In her drowsy state, she almost opened her eyes to wake up, but then she felt something warm, solid, and slightly rough gently brush against her cheek. Strange sensation. Yanli slowly opened her eyes, and the feeling disappeared. In her blurry vision, she saw Moye's handsome face. Moye's expression was calm. "Dinner is ready." "Okay." Yanli sat up and washed her face at the water basin. The cold water made her sleepiness almost disappear. Tonight's dinner was a simple meat soup, slightly worse than what Yanli usually makes, but still tasty. After drinking 2 bowls of meat soup and feeling full, Yanli asked Qian to move the large stone to the other side of the fire and let him go eat. Yanli took out a hammer and chisel and started tapping on the stone. Seeing her busy, Moye came over and asked, "What are you doing now?" "I want to make a table so we can eat on a stone table in the future," Yanli replied. Without a table and chairs, every meal feels a bit strange. So, Yanli decided to build a cart during the day and carve a stone table at night. Stone tables last a long time and are easier to maintain than wooden ones. They don't need drying or worry about termites. Yanli was one of the first to learn stonemasonry and was quite skilled. Carving a stone table was easier for her than making a wooden one. "Why are you suddenly so eager?" Moye asked. Yanli blinked in confusion and looked at Moye from the side.
What?
"After yesterday's hunt, I felt like you suddenly became very eager, wanting to do everything," Moye said. Yanli had also taken some time off from hunting and was busy doing other things. However, at that time, Yanli looked very relaxed. She ate when hungry, rested when tired, and didn't seem as busy as now. This time, she was so busy she didn't even have time to cook, and she looked exhausted and anxious. At first, Yanli didn't think she was in a hurry, but after Moye said so, she suddenly realized she was indeed anxious. She wanted to make a cart, a stone table, and go hunting. Her intermediate woodworking skill didn't need to be rushed. She could wait for the wood to dry. Also, she still had a place to sleep, so a simple house could last her a short time. There was no need to push herself so hard just for 5,000 experience points. "You're right, I was a bit too hurried. It's okay to take it slow. I shouldn't be in such a rush," Yanli said, relaxing and putting down her hammer.
One step at a time. Montakie nodded.
"Here, this is for you." Moye handed Yanli a soft animal hide. Yanli opened the hide. It was thin and soft, not cut or sewn, and looked like a deer's skin. "Why are you giving this to me?" The hide was the same as the animal clothes Yanli was wearing now. "I'm giving you this to make a new animal outfit. You need a spare," he said, looking at her thigh. Yanli looked where he was pointing and saw a cut there. She had noticed when her pants had a tear. Moye explained, "Female animals like to use this kind of hide for their clothes, but it can easily get damaged." Actually, that wasn't true. This yellow-striped deer hide was thin, soft, and flexible, and didn't tear easily. But it could get scratched or damaged. Yanli often ran around, and her tough animal clothes quickly became worn out. Moye traded a piece of yellow-striped deer hide, which he got by exchanging food with Yeyu, for 3 days. During that time, he couldn't get a single bite to eat in the village.
But he always ate with Yanli.
Whether there was food or not in the village didn't matter much. Yanli held the deer hide happily. "Thank you, Moye. You can tell me what you want to do. There's no need to rush and make yourself so tired," Moye kindly said. Yanli nodded. "I'll take my time this time. By the way, aren't you guys trying to learn how to draw water? I can teach you tomorrow." "No need. You finish your own things first. I still have some time to teach. I can help you find a water route, so you can dig the water channel yourself. After you finish, I'll teach you the next step," Yanli said. "You gave me the hide, so I should return the favor. It's not right to take someone's help without giving back." She could tell that this beast hide was probably very valuable. From the days they hunted together, it was clear that the wild lion tribe hunted animals like black sheep, white-horned rabbits, and short-winged birds. Now they have river buffalo, but fierce animals like yellow-striped deer are rare. When you get something precious, you should give back.
Great.
Yanli, we'll wait for you in the village tomorrow. We're waiting for you to teach us how to draw water. Before Moye could speak, Nana quickly took the chance to talk.
Yanli Thakai.
The two agreed on the plan. At night, Moye frowned slightly. The next day, Yanli arrived as promised. Moye didn't go hunting. He waited in the village for Yanli. Yanli first entered the village to observe the situation. As soon as she entered, she could clearly feel that some women and beastmen in the village looked at her with some displeasure. These people were upset about Yanli teaching the Liling tribe how to hunt. Yanli didn't mind. After walking around the village, she left with Moye. A few steps later, Yenli asked, Moye, can you turn into a beast and fly me up? From the air, I can see the terrain better. Moye didn't refuse, but only half-beast transformed, just enough to be semi-beast. He picked up Yenli and flew in a direction. Not far, Yenli saw that right above the village was the source of the river. The river was underground water flowing constantly from the ground. Moye, let's go down. Moye landed at the source of the river. Yenli found several vines, tied one end to a nearby stone, and said, let's go down and walk back to your village. Holding the vines, they descended. When the vines ran out, Yenli tied another vine to continue. They walked down to the bottom of the village, where a thick wooden wall blocked their way. Yenli lowered the vines, took out a hammer and chisel, and carved a hole in the wooden wall. After making the hole, she stuffed the vines into it. We'll go through from above, Yenli said. Moye naturally picked her up and crossed over the wooden wall back into the village. Standing there, Yenli looked at the layout of the village. This was the highest point of the village. Because of the higher ground, there were few wooden houses around. Yenli placed the vines here and said, dig a big water reservoir here. You can dig a pond here. Later, if you want to draw water to this side or that side, it will be much more convenient. Moye looked around and then at this place, nodded and said, okay, you've helped me dig water channels before. Just follow that method. After you finish digging the water channels, come back to find me. I'll tell you exactly what to do then. Yenli asked Moye to return to the valley with her and lent him a. She let Moye focus on his own tasks while she continued working on the cart. Since there were many members of the wild lion tribe, Moye came to tell her in the afternoon that the water channel had been dug. Xingyin followed Yenli to complete the final step, learning how to connect the bamboo pieces. Yenli then asked Xingyin to teach the others while she continued her work. Because Moye had reminded her not to be in too much of a hurry, Yenli worked until evening before going out to pick wild vegetables and hunt. She carried back a large wolf and a basket full of wild plants and fruits. Moye and Nana were already there. Seeing Yenli return, Nana hurried over, holding her hand excitedly. Yenli, our village, now has water. How did you come up with that way to bring water? If I hadn't helped, I wouldn't believe it. And the way the bamboo was joined together. None of us had thought of that before. Nana kept praising her. Yenli looked at Moye and said, you all finished quite quickly. Moye replied, the tools you borrowed are very useful. They're faster than when our tribe members dig after transforming. Yenli was momentarily surprised, imagining the scene of brown and orange lions using sharp claws to dig the earth. She couldn't help but laugh softly. Looking into Moye's eyes, she held back her amusement and said, I didn't expect that after transforming, beasts could still be useful in this way. It's actually quite helpful, more than I thought. Moye looked confused. What are you praising, Yenli? He asked. There are many people in the tribe, and since you and Xingyin worked together, it didn't take much time. So we won't be slow either. Having many people is indeed good. My water channel is much closer than yours. It took only a day and a half. With more people, you finished in half a day, Yenli said, glancing at the bamboo grove at the valley's entrance. The bamboo was visibly decreasing quickly. That bamboo can't be cut anymore. There are only a few left now, and once they're gone, they're gone. Moye, if you're out hunting, can you pay attention to other places, see if there's more bamboo? Moye's gaze also fell on the bamboo grove, deep and thoughtful. He nodded. Okay. Since they weren't busy with other tasks, Yenli prepared dinner. Everyone was very happy to hear this. Even though they used the same ingredients, the food Yenli made was much tastier. Yun and Xingyin worried that if Yenli didn't cook next time, they might not do well, so they asked Yenli to teach them how to cook. Yenli welcomed their request gladly. The more Yun and Xing understand, the more they can help, and she can also relax a bit. The day has ended. Yenli lies on the bed and asks Bar how much cultivation and merit he gained today. He didn't gain much. Only 3 points of cultivation from gathering and fixing, 2 points from hunting a wolf with 1 ear, and 27 points from cooking. In total, he only has 32 points of cultivation. He also earned 300 merit for successfully guiding water for the wild lion tribe, plus 4 fixed merit points, but nothing else. Currently, he has 1,537 cultivation points and 1,946 merit points. Today was the day he gained the least cultivation points, even though he learned many skills. He thinks there's no need to rush. It's only been a few days. He suppresses the impulse to do something and quickly goes to sleep. Yen Li spent 7 days building the cart. It's called a cart, but it's more like a pulled vehicle. They don't have horses, only people pulling it. Since Yen Li made a mistake halfway and turned the cart into a pulled vehicle, she added a cage on the load area to carry prey. She put 2 large stones in the cage, weighing about 50 pounds each, totaling around 100 pounds. Yen Li checked the wood strength. It showed no signs of bending or breaking. Although she's the daughter of a carpenter and her skills are a bit lacking, she can still judge the wood well. Carrying 100 pounds is not a problem for the cart. Yen Li took the handles and pulled the wooden cart. It takes effort, but it's much easier than carrying 100-pound prey alone. Now, even without the orcs, Yen Li can bring back her prey. She plans to hunt tomorrow and first gather some vines to weave into a net, then put it in the cage on the cart for tomorrow's hunt. She still has time, so she picks up a hammer and chisel to make a stone table she's wanted to create for days. By noon, the clear sky suddenly darkens. With a thunderclap, it quickly becomes cloudy, and then heavy rain pours down. Yen Li had earlier asked Yun and Xing to build a pavilion for her to work in. It's big enough to stay dry. But tonight, she might not have a place to cook. Looking at the pouring rain, she turns to Yun and Xing and asks, Yun, Xing, are you too afraid of getting wet? King, do you want us to go hunting and gather wild vegetables? We're not afraid of rain. Back in the village, even when it rained, we still went out to find food, Yun replies. Orcs would not stop hunting just because it rained. If they don't find food for a day, they will go hungry. Even heavy snow cannot stop them from going out to find food. Yan Li didn't want them to go hunting, but since they insisted, Yan Li said, First, build a shelter bigger than a pavilion to cook and eat during rain. If there is time after finishing, you can go hunting and dig for wild vegetables. Okay. Qiyun and Xingyun took their knives and went out into the rain. Yan Li looked at the dark clouds in the sky. There was no thunder, so she continued carving the stone table. Qiyun and Xingyun quickly returned carrying 2 bundles of branches. During this time, they kept building the house. With tools and experience, they worked quickly. The 3 of them each focused on their own tasks. This rain was just a shower and stopped after a while. But building a shelter to block the wind and rain for eating could not be delayed. After finishing this, they also needed to build a separate place for storing firewood to keep it dry in the rain. They also planned to build a house for storing the trees used for building houses. The rain made Yan Li realize how many things were still missing. When she was almost done, she saw Qiyun and Xingyun still building the house. She took a basket and a dagger and went out to find food. Not far from the valley, the ground suddenly shook violently. Before she knew what was happening, a loud roar sounded and a strong wind blew toward her. Yan Li looked toward the direction of the wind and saw a large, fiery red bird with wings about 3 meters wide flapping its wings and flying up in the forest. It was caught by a large purple snake wrapped around its body. Yan Li immediately identified the creatures. The purple snake was poisonous, but the big red bird was not. The forest was the snake's territory. The red bird's feet were caught by the snake, and the snake had bitten its belly. Being bitten, the red bird was surely going to die. Still holding on to hope, the red bird used its sharp claws to scratch the snake's body, trying to escape. The snake, badly injured, refused to let go of the red bird. Seeing this, Yan Li mimicked how she had killed a snake before. She grabbed a stick, sharpened one end, put down her basket, and ran toward the forest. The red bird would die from the poison naturally. Yan Li's goal was the purple snake. Killing one snake would give her 80 experience points, an opportunity right in front of her. She couldn't miss it. She ran into the forest, where several trees had been knocked down during the fight between the snake and the red bird. Yan Li climbed a nearby tree and watched carefully, aiming for the snake's vital spot, observing their struggle. The injured red bird couldn't fly and lay on the ground. The purple python saw it fall and tightly coiled around its body. The red bird's gray eyes looked at Yen Li and shouted angrily, "Foolish female, hurry and leave. Do you want to die in this poisonous snake's mouth?" Orc? Yen Li paused for a moment. She thought the red bird was a fierce beast, but it turned out to be an orc. As an orc, I can't let you die. Saving a creature is a great virtue. After saying that, Yen Li jumped down from the tree. A sharpened branch pierced directly into the snake's vital spot. Thud. A few drops of blood splattered onto her face. Yen Li quickly dodged, touched the snake blood on her fingers, and looked at it carefully. Assessment.
No poison. Phew.
Yen Li sighed in relief. In her memory, the venom of a snake was in its head and body sacs. Luckily, the blood was not poisonous. The snake didn't expect a third person to attack its vital area. The snake, struck in its vital spot, seemed to lose balance and strength, becoming stiff instantly. Its large tail twisted and twitched. Seeing this, Yen Li drew her dagger and cut off the snake's head. The snake completely lost its ability to attack. The danger was over. Yen Li approached the red bird and asked, "Are you okay?" "My name is Yen Li. I am Zhuofei," the orc replied weakly. The snake's poison had already taken effect inside him, and he no longer had the strength to maintain his beast form. He reverted to human shape. His eyes became blurry, and his consciousness was slowly drifting away. His body was hot and painful. Zhuofei knew he was going to die. He was angry and resentful. After several days of traveling, just as they were about to reach the White Eagle tribe, he was exhausted, his feathers wet from the rain, making it hard to fly. He decided to rest for a moment, but unexpectedly, he was attacked by the snake and lost his life. At that moment, something sweet flowed into his mouth. Then he heard voices talking. The toxin was destroying his body. His eyes couldn't see, and his ears were ringing loudly. He knew he would die soon, but his consciousness was gradually returning. Then something cool was sprayed onto his wound. Before long, the pain from the wound started to fade. His eyes gradually regained brightness, and his hearing slowly returned. Zhuofei saw Yen Li, who was holding a dagger and opening the snake's belly. She said, "I killed a snake last time. If I'm not mistaken, the snake's sac should be here. Removing it will make this snake non-toxic, and it can be eaten." "King, are you sure we can really eat it?" This orc was bitten by a venomous snake and was almost dead. Qian asked. Yen Li said, "Don't worry, he won't die. I gave him an antidote, and he should wake up soon." To earn merit, the novice gift pack included a universal antidote, which Yen Li gave to the other person. If he died, she would find a way to punish Bar. She took out the snake sac and examined the snake in front of her. It was non-venomous.
Good, it can be eaten.
Qiyun, take this snake back. Xingyun, take this orc back. I want to go pick wild vegetables. King, I will go pick wild vegetables. You have the smell of snake blood on you, which might attract dangerous beasts. You should take him back, Xingyun said. Yen Li looked at the snake blood on her hand and face, nodded, and said, "You're right. It's dangerous for me to go out like this." "Fine, you go pick wild vegetables." Yen Li handed the basket to Xingyun and carried Zhuofei back to the valley. She placed Zhuofei on the bed where Xingyun was sleeping, then fetched a basin of water. She first wiped her dirty face, then refilled the basin to clean Zhuofei's face. Seeing the animal hide on Xingyun's bed, Yen Li took it and covered Zhuofei's lower body. After the fight with the snake and ending his beast form, Zhuofei's only animal hide was gone, so he was when Yen Li helped him back. On the way back, Yen Li tried to avoid looking at what she shouldn't see. She used the animal hide to cover his important parts. She then relaxed her gaze and looked wherever she wanted. She cleaned Zhuofei's face, revealing a handsome young man. But if compared to Moye, Moye was still the most handsome. After confirming everything, Yen Li took the dirty water outside. Just as she turned around, she saw Moye standing at the door. Moye looked steadily at Zhuofei, who was asleep, with a somewhat grim expression. Qi Yun said you saved him, Moye said. When he came to find Yan Li, he saw another snake by the river. Qi Yun told him, our king is really amazing. Not only did he kill a big python and bring it back, but he also saved a beastman. Moye stepped in and saw Zhuo Fei lying on the bed, his expression darkening. Yan Li didn't notice and replied, I just went out to find tonight's food. I didn't go far from the valley when I saw Zhuo Fei attacked by a python. I killed the snake and rescued him. Zhuo Fei is the younger brother of King Ji Bai of the White Eagle tribe, Moye said. Yan Li asked, aren't all the beastmen of the White Eagle tribe white? He's the younger brother of King Ji Bai of the White Eagle tribe and also the son of the Red Phoenix tribe's king. What? What kind of complicated relationship is this? Are they half-brothers by the same mother? Yan Li can only understand it this way, since the colors and beast forms are very different. Moye said, the White Eagle clan and the Red Phoenix clan are allied. When a female from the Red Phoenix mates with a beast man from the White Eagle, if she gives birth to a White Eagle cub, the cub will be raised in the White Eagle clan. If she gives birth to a Red Phoenix cub, it will be raised in the Red Phoenix clan. By the way, the cub's beast form might resemble its father or its mother. Yan Li suddenly realized. Since the day she arrived in this world, Bar told her that even if the female and the beast man are from different races, they can still have babies. After 11 months, the cub's beast form depends on which parent's genes are stronger. In the lion tribe, she saw only lion females and beast men, so she forgot there was another possibility. The feelings between the two clans are always good, and Zhuo Fei is Ji Bai's most beloved younger brother. If you save him, both the White Eagle clan and the Red Phoenix clan will try to be friendly to you, Moye said. Having two clans show friendliness to Yan Li is good for her, but she feels a little uncomfortable. Whether they are friendly or not, that's not the main point. Why is Zhuo Fei the younger brother of Ji Bai, the king of the White Eagle clan, and also the child of the Red Phoenix clan's king? If that's true, how could his older brother become the king of the White Eagle clan? Yan Li asked, confused. Moye replied, Zhuo Fei's mother is the sister of the Red Phoenix clan's king. The king and his mate haven't been able to have children, so Zhuo Fei became their child. I see. Finally understanding Zhuo Fei's complicated identity, Yan Li said, I'm a bit lucky. I keep meeting important figures from different clans. She looked up at Moye. You are the son of the Lion King. Yuan Yun and Xing Yun are the children of the Cloud Leopard King, and Lai Yan is the son of the Wolf King. Now that I've met Zhuo Fei, who is the younger brother of the White Eagle King, and also the child of the Red Phoenix King, I think our future life will be much better. The children of kings hold very important positions in their clans. Building good relationships with all clans depends on them. Do your lion clans still want to be so good? Zhuo Fei, who had regained his strength and awareness, heard their conversation and sat up to ask. Yan Li said, I'm not a female of the Lion clan. Not from the Lion clan? Zhuo Fei looked suspicious. Then which clan are you from? Which clan am I from? I haven't even thought of a name for my clan. She suddenly realized her clan didn't have a name. She asked Moye, what do you think my clan's name should be? Moye thought for a moment and suggested, you could use the name of your previous clan. Yan Li shook her head. The Carter tribe is the original owner's tribe name, not hers. Since it belongs to her, she should come up with her own name. Yan Li frowned and thought carefully about what to name her tribe. Zhuo Fei asked, you don't have a tribe? Yes, but I haven't named it yet, Yan Li replied. Since you've woken up, is your body feeling much better? Yan Li walked over to him. A female suddenly approached, carrying a pleasant fragrance. Zhuo Fei thought about how this beautiful female had saved him, and his cheeks grew warm. If a female saves you, would others believe it? Much better now. Zhuo Fei looked at his abdomen. It had been bitten by a poisonous snake. He still remembered the pain, but now there was no sign of the wound, as if he had never been hurt. Also, he could feel the snake venom destroying his body, making him feel hot and painful. But now, even that deadly pain was gone. That's good. The medicine worked. Medicine? You can treat wounds? Zhuo Fei asked in surprise.
Yan Li nudda.
When bitten by a poisonous snake, the venom spreads all over the body. If I had given the medicine a second later, you might not have survived. By the way, don't think that the snake is harmless just because there's no injury now. Snakes are highly toxic. The medicine prevents death from the venom. If bitten again by such a snake, without medicine, you would die. So when you see a snake, avoid it because I only have one bottle of medicine. The universal antidote costs 11,000 in the merit shop, too expensive to waste. Indeed, it was necessary to learn intermediate identification skills and recognize medicinal herbs. With herbs, he could make his own medicine. I know, my tribe members have been bitten by smaller purple venomous snakes and died, Zhua Fei said. When he was bitten by the purple snake, he knew he had no hope. Now he was alive and talking to Yan Li here, feeling like it was all a dream. That's good. Just knowing that the snake is poisonous is enough, Yan Li said. The universal antidote is so effective that Yan Li was worried others might misunderstand, so she reminded him. Yan Li, you only have one bottle of medicine. If next time you're bitten by a purple venomous snake, can you say something nice? Yan Li interrupted him. You want me to be bitten by a purple snake? Of course not. Then don't say such things. Good things are good. Bad things are bad. Since this is the first time you hear this, remember from today, try to say fewer bad things to avoid hurting others.
Oh.
Okay. Zhua Fei didn't quite understand what Yan Li meant, but since Yan Li didn't want to say, she didn't ask. She saved his life, so listening to her was the right thing to do. On the Amand continent, there are many poisonous fierce beasts and plants. You shouldn't waste medicine just to save him, Moye said. Yan Li, it's okay, just be careful. Saving people is a good deed. Before unlocking the intermediate appraisal skill, just be cautious. She knows medicine, but the plants on this continent are too strange. Some are similar to what she's seen before, but some are different, so her medical skills haven't been useful here. Once she unlocks the intermediate appraisal skill and can identify herbs, her medical skills will be useful. If she's really worried something might happen, she can quickly accumulate 10,000 merits and save it for emergencies. For now, Yan Li hasn't used much merit, mostly her cultivation, so gathering merit is quite easy. I don't like you like this, Moye said calmly. Yan Li was stunned. Moye's words hit her like a thunderbolt, leaving her speechless for a moment. What's wrong? Yan Li asked. Does Moye dislike her this way? That means Moye hates her? I don't like you giving the only thing that can save your life to others. You always do this. Even if others have been unkind to you, you still want to help them. Moye frowned, his handsome face showing displeasure. He is the same. When you first met him, why did you want to give him the medicine? You should keep it for yourself, but you didn't. I'm very angry.
Yan Li stared blankly at Moye.
Moye pressed his lips tightly, his cheeks slightly puffed up because he was angry at Yan Li. He slightly turned his head, looking away from her. Moye, whose emotions have always been quite weak, was very hard to read. This was probably the first time he was truly angry. His first time being angry, he felt very complicated and didn't know how to show it. So, at this moment, Moye looked like a child sulking, innocent and cute, making people want to tease him. Moye clearly explained why he was angry. Yan Li simply translated his words. You should keep the medicine to protect yourself. You shouldn't give it to someone you just met, you silly. Knowing Moye's true intention made Yan Li very happy, and she couldn't help but smile. I'm angry, and you're happy? Moye said coldly with displeasure. Yan Li held back her laughter.
Yes.
Moye's expression darkened. Moye, you are the person who has cared about me the most all these years, no matter what I do. Whenever I think about someone caring for me in this world, I feel very happy. Of course, I would be even happier if you could not be angry, Yan Li sincerely said. Her smiling eyes and cute, attractive face made Moye's anger fade quickly, and he eventually gave in. I was really angry just now, Moye said. Yan Li nodded. I know. The Amand continent is very dangerous. You need to think more about yourself, Moye continued to advise. Yan Li obediently nodded. Got it. Do you really understand? Since Yen Li left the wild lion tribe, she has been sharing food with Nana and the villagers, teaching the tribes to hunt, saving Xiaofei for the first time, and even giving her the only bottle of medicine. Before saving Xiaofei, she also helped the brothers Yun Yun and Xing Yun. Moye likes that Yen Li helps the Beastmen and women, but he doesn't like her helping without thinking, risking herself. Really understand. Moye, don't worry. I never do things I'm not sure about. I only have one bottle of medicine now, but once I get stronger, I can make more like it. Yen Li said. She, a fairy in training who has lived over 500 years, is being lectured by a beast man who is only in his 20s. Not only does she not get angry, but she also comforts him. It's all because he truly cares about her. Do you know how to treat injuries? Moye asked. Yen Li nodded. Not yet, I am still learning. I work hard, and I believe I will get better soon. Did you give me the medicine, because you can still get the antidote for purple venom snakes? Xiaofei asked. Yen Li replied, right now, I only have one bottle. If I get bitten by another purple venom snake, I'll be prepared to wait for death. I won't be bitten by a purple venom snake again, Xiaofei said. Today, I was resting in a tree because my feathers were wet and didn't notice the snake sneaking up on me, which is how I got hurt. Be more careful next time, Yen Li said. Hearing this, Xiaofei felt strange, as if she was being looked down upon. But she also thought it was carrying words, though with a sarcastic tone, so she couldn't tell. It was almost evening. Yen Li went to collect the purple venom snakes. Xiaofei saw her use a kitchen knife to cut the snake's meat and asked, Are you going to eat the snake meat? Moye also raised an eyebrow. Yen Li replied, Yes, I can eat it. The venomous parts are the head and the snake's pouch. If I clean those parts thoroughly, the meat is non-toxic and safe to eat. This purple venom snake almost killed you. Don't you want to eat it to get revenge? Want to? Thinking about the pain caused by the purple venomous snake, Xiaofei gritted his teeth in anger. Moye asked, Is saving your life not enough, and now you want to eat here too? Xiaofei remained silent. Yen Li said, It's okay. This is such a big purple venomous snake. We can't finish it all. Having one more person to help eat is good. Getting a bite earns 2 points of virtue, don't waste it. Moye sighed softly and said nothing more. Yen Li didn't say anything else. He picked up a knife and skillfully prepared the snake into snake soup, snake broth, and roasted snake. Although Xiaofei hated the purple venomous snake, he hesitated a little before eating. He had almost died from the snake's poison, but now he wondered if the cooked snake was truly non-toxic. After seeing Yen Li and the others eat without any problems, he finally dared to take a piece and eat. Once he tasted it, he couldn't stop. Xiaofei thought, This is so delicious. Even if it's poisonous, it doesn't matter. After finishing, Yen Li roasted the remaining meat and simmered it to make it fragrant, so Qi Yun and Xing Yun could eat. Xiaofei ate from start to finish, and Moye stopped only near the end. The snake was over 2 meters long and nearly 100 jin in weight, and the 4 of them finished it all. Yen Li was a bit doubtful about life. She muttered, If I keep taking in more beastmen, how many snakes and sheep would I have to catch every day just to feed everyone? The 4 of them felt a chill in their hearts. Did she think they ate too much? King, next time we won't eat so much, Qi Yun said. Xiaofei awkwardly rubbed his nose. Actually, I haven't been eating much before. I was just really hungry this time after several days without a good meal. Hunting is difficult in their tribe. The beastmen eat a lot, but they follow the tribe's distribution. If there's food, they eat more. If not, they eat less. Since the 4 of them kept seeing leftovers, and the food was so tasty, they naturally didn't want to stop. Yen Li said, It's fine. Eat as much as you can. It's hot, and the meat will spoil by tomorrow. But didn't you say you couldn't eat so much before? Why did you eat so much today? He is from the Red Phoenix tribe, Moye explained. We can't lose to him, no matter what. The White Eagle tribe always relies on their ability to fly and harass the fierce lion tribe during hunts. Moye is a flying lion. Every time he flies into the sky to seek revenge on the White Eagle tribe, their beastmen fly away. Their dislike for the White Eagle tribe also extends to the Red Phoenix tribe. Chi-yun suddenly understood and agreed. That's right. Why can this outsider eat more of the snake that King worked so hard to catch? Xingyun nodded. I think the same way. Xiaofei said, did I think so too? Yanli. For Yanli's sake, they didn't fight, but they secretly competed against each other. Yanli looked at their bellies, which were starting to swell from eating too much.
He sighed.
Next time, don't do this. Don't overeat and hurt your stomach. If you do it again, I won't cook for you anymore, Yanli said. Yes, the four of them answered obediently. Yanli changed the subject. Chi-yun and Xingyun. Our tribe still doesn't have a name. Help me think of a good name. Chi-yun and Xingyun looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Chi-yun said, King, the tribe's name is usually decided by the king.
We.
It's okay. I allow you to help me think of a name. Moye, you can help too, Yanli said. Tribe names are based on the appearance of the Beastmen. Our fierce lion tribe has lion beastmen, both males and females. The White Eagle tribe is the same, and the Fierce Wolf tribe as well. The Red Phoenix tribe is also like that. Zhuofei and Zhibai are brothers, but because their beast forms are different, they grew up in separate tribes, and that's because of the tribe names. Your beast form is a black cat, and Chi-yun and Xingyun are cloud leopards.
Carpentry?
Zhuofei tentatively asked. Yanli weakly retorted, if I later accept beastmen whose beast forms are mice or snakes, then maybe my tribe's name could be the Den of Mice and Snakes. King, are you planning to accept other beastmen?
Chi-yun asked.
Yanli, relying on just the three of us isn't enough to grow the tribe. We definitely need to accept more wandering beastmen. I won't judge them by their beast forms. As long as they have good character and can help, I will accept them. You're a female, and you want to be king, and now you want to accept all wandering beastmen too? Zhuofei said in disbelief. With so many outsiders from different tribes together, how can they possibly live peacefully? To join my tribe, you must tolerate beastmen from other tribes. If you can't, then leave. This is my tribe. If you don't follow my rules, do you think I will just foolishly tolerate them? Yanli asked back. Zhuofei looked at Yanli with doubt. On this continent, there has never been a situation where beastmen from different tribes live together, just like him and Zhibai. They are brothers, but because of their different beast forms, they are separated into two tribes. Even though the White Eagle tribe and the Red Phoenix tribe are on good terms, they still follow the rules of this continent and live separately. If this is what the king wants to do, Xingyun, and I will follow your rules, Chi-yun said. For Chi-yun, accepting a female as their king and living alongside other beastmen was no longer difficult. Brother Wang, both my brother and I will listen to you. Xingyun pledged loyalty. Yanli nodded with satisfaction. How about calling it the Beast Clan? Moye asked. You don't need to distinguish the beast forms of orcs. If you want to take them in, go ahead. The name 10,000 Beasts Clan suits your group very well. Great name. Yanli praised. The 10,000 Beasts Clan is exactly the right name for my group. From today, our clan will be called the 10,000 Beasts Clan. Xingyun nodded in agreement. Yanli looked at Moye appreciatively. I didn't expect that you came up with the clan name. Moye, how did you know the word Wan? According to Orc Intelligence, he should know the word Wan. Moye didn't think it was strange. When Yanli suddenly asked, his eyes showed confusion. He looked down and muttered softly, Why do I know this word? Yanli looked at him suspiciously. Moye, you don't know what Wan means, I don't. But you named the 10,000 Beasts Clan well. He didn't know what Wan meant, but still came up with the name. Coincidence? I just thought your group should have this name, Moye said, looking at Yanli. Do you know what Wan means?
Yes.
What does it mean? It has many meanings. It can also be a counting unit. For example, here we have 5 people. The word G is also a counting unit. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Wan is much bigger than G. Yanli explained, but Moye still looked confused. Yanli continued, let me give another example. If the Lion Clan has 500 orcs and the 10,000 Beasts Clan has 10,000 orcs, then the combined number of the Lion Clan's orcs is less than the 10,000 Beasts Clan. Are you saying that in the future, The 10,000 Beasts clan will have more orcs than our group? Moye asked plainly. Yanli nodded.
Exactly.
That's what I mean. I will make the 10,000 Beasts clan the largest orc group in Amand. Your group now has only 3 people. Xiaofei couldn't help but pour cold water on him. Yanli ignored him and said to Moye, Moye, since you're so smart, I will teach you about numbers. Numbers? Hearing this word for the first time, Moye repeated it. Yanli, yes, once you learn numbers, you'll be able to easily calculate many things. He didn't even know what one meant but still thought of the name 10,000 Beasts clan. Maybe Moye had a little bit of wisdom deep inside. Moye was so good-looking. How could he tolerate being illiterate? Yanli learned Arabic numerals from the immortal Lord Xianming, who had previously learned them from a world called the 21st century. Arabic numerals are much simpler and easier to learn than what she studied before. They are especially friendly to beginners. With Moye's clever little mind, he should learn quickly. Moye doesn't know the benefits of learning numbers or calculating things, but he is always eager to learn, so he nods and agrees. Qi Yun and Xing Yun say, Master, we want to learn too. Come sit here, Yanli replies. Qi Yun and Xing Yun sit beside Yanli. Yanli picks up a stick and writes numbers on the ground, teaching them to recognize the digits. Zhuofei, driven by curiosity, leans in to learn along. They learn up to 20, but Yanli feels tired, so after they write down that number, she tells them to go to sleep. The night is dark. Zhuofei cannot see in the dark, and since they need to fly over a mountain to reach the White Eagle tribe, they are staying here for now. Qi Yun and Xing Yun sleep together, and they give their bed to Zhuofei. Yanli takes a bath. The summer in Amand is very hot. Sitting in the shade makes her sweat heavily, and working makes her sweat even more. Plus, after hunting, her hands are bloody, and she can't sleep without bathing. Yanli can't stand it and must take a shower, even if she's tired. After bathing, she lies on the bed. Bar, come out and work. Yes, host. Today you hunted a large poisonous beast, which is very dangerous, so you gained 120 cultivation points. Also, you completed pulling a cart, which is part of the intermediate carpenter skill. Since you didn't select the intermediate skill but still pulled a cart, it was unexpected, so you earned 1,000 cultivation points. Yanli is surprised and sits up in bed. Skills that I didn't learn can give so much cultivation points? Yes, this is a reward for your intelligence. Wow, that's amazing. Yanli thinks that pulling a cart normally gives at most 600 points, but she got 1,000 this time. Her hard work over the past 7 days was worth it. In addition to the daily fixed 3 cultivation points and 48 points from 6 dishes, your current total is 3,093 cultivation points. Now, calculating merits. Today, you saved a beastman from the venomous snake's mouth, then used antidote and universal healing medicine to save him again. Because you saved him twice in a row, you earn 3,000 merits. Giving him food grants 2 more merits. Plus, Qi Yun and Xing Yun each earn 4 merits, and Moye learned Arabic numerals 0 to 20, earning 100 merits. Your total merits now are 5084. Yanli was so surprised that she couldn't speak for a moment. Saving Zhuofei twice was considered 2 separate saves, so 3,000 merits were awarded as 1,500 merits each time. 3,000 merits sound like a lot, but think about it, an all-purpose antidote costs 10,000 merits, so she quickly felt that this amount wasn't very much. Yanli looked at the 5,084 merits she had accumulated. Seeing such a large amount of merits, she was still a bit overwhelmed. Moye learned to count from 0 to 20 so quickly? She asked when she saw the final merit reward. Bar replied, Yes, Moye is a smart orc. You taught him, and he learned quickly. But Qi Yun, Xing Yun, and Zhuofei are a bit slower. Once they fully learn, they will also earn merits for the host. Bar, if I teach them to learn from 20 to 100 or 100 to 1,000, will I still get merits? Yes, you will. Those are new knowledge for them, and as long as they learn new things, they will earn merits. And if I teach them to write their names or similar things, how will the merits be calculated? Bar didn't answer immediately, and was silent for a while. If an orc learns a character, The host gets 0.5 merits for each character. 0.5 merits for each character? If she hadn't learned Arabic numerals before, Yenli wouldn't know what 0.5 meant. Host, there are many characters in writing. Learning one character isn't difficult, and each time someone learns a character, they get 0.5 merits. If two people learn the same character, merits are awarded separately. So, 0.5 merits per character is reasonable. Alright, I accept that. Thank you for understanding, host. Yenli didn't continue chatting with Bar. She thought about the 3,000 merits she gained from Zhuofei. She had previously saved Xingyun, but only received 300 merits. But Xingyun's injury wasn't serious. Even without medicine, as long as the wound didn't get infected and her body temperature dropped, she would be fine. Zhuofei was different. Today, Zhuofei faced death twice. If Yenli hadn't appeared in time, Zhuofei would have been suffocated by the purple, venomous snake. If she hadn't fed him the antidote in time, Zhuofei could have died from poisoning at any moment. He narrowly escaped death both times. It was these life-and-death moments that earned her more merits. After all, if the purple venomous snake was harmless, Yenli's first rescue of Zhuofei would have earned her 1,500 merits. Though she was saving people, the merits awarded varied depending on the situation. Yenli looked again at her merits and cultivation, and she was silent for a while. Host, your virtue has reached 5,000, and your medical skills have been unlocked. You only need 3,000 virtue to learn basic medical techniques. Do you want to learn it? No, I don't. She already knows medicine, so learning basic medical skills would be a waste. It's better to choose intermediate identification instead. The next day, Yenli woke up early and prepared breakfast. Zhuofei smelled the aroma and got up. Seeing Yenli busy, he said, "This is the first time I've seen a clan leader cooking." Yenli looked up at him, raised an eyebrow, and said, "You sound so confident and energetic. It shows your body has almost recovered. Since you're healthy now, shouldn't you leave?" Zhuofei hesitated. Yenli spoke very directly, so even if he was slow, he understood what she meant. "You saved me. I will remember that and come back to thank you." Yes, Yenli nodded. She didn't seem to mind this matter. Zhuofei looked at her calm face and no longer lingered. He spread his wings and left in beast form. Yenli didn't mind his departure much. After breakfast, Qi Yun and Xingyun, the brothers, also got up. She rinsed her mouth with river water, finished eating, and said, "Qi Yun, today you will hunt with me. Xingyun, you can build a house in the valley by yourself, okay?" "King, I can do it." Xingyun, only 13 or 14 years old, looked like a child, but on the continent of Amand, orcs are dominant. At 10, they go hunting, so staying alone in the valley is not difficult. "We will come back soon. Take your time and don't rush. When chopping trees outside, be careful of the surroundings. There are many dangerous beasts like snakes in the woods nearby." Because Xingyun was the youngest, Yenli was a little worried about him working alone in the valley. Going hunting together was also dangerous. After thinking, she realized there's no absolute safety on the continent of Amand. Yenli asked Qiyun to pull the cart and go out. The car was light, but Qiyun found pulling it a bit troublesome, so he transformed into beast form and carried it on his back. "King, do you want to ride on my back?" Qiyun asked. "No need. You follow behind me, and I'll see if the road here is easy to walk." Yenli, in beast form, climbed a tree and looked at the road ahead. The Beastmen of the Lion Clan kept walking along a path toward the plains for hunting. After walking for a while, they found a relatively flat road extending forward. This road was at the foot of the mountain, so there was no need to cross mountains or valleys. Transporting prey wouldn't be difficult. Before long, they arrived in the plains. Standing on the plain, Yenli looked into the distance and saw the Lilang tribe catching black wild boars. On the other side, the Quangshur tribe was catching river oxen. They were hunting, so it was best not to go over and steal. If a conflict broke out during the attempt, it would cause trouble. Yenli's gaze fell on a corner nearby. It looked like a chicken, mostly white feathers, but with a large bird that had a red ring around its neck. First, They hid the cart in the nearby grass, covered it with branches, and used vines. Yanli and Chi-yun headed toward that area. There were 2 nets. Yanli's goal today was to catch 4 fierce beasts to eat. When they reached the red-necked chicken, Yanli checked and confirmed it was harmless. Then they turned back to set a trap with Chi-yun. Using Chi-yun as bait, they quickly caught 4 red-necked chickens. Chi-yun was told to put the chickens into the cage on the cart. Yanli also found a nest of eggs. The eggs had pure white shells and were as big as fists. Yanli secretly took the eggs and went back to meet Chi-yun. Just as they were about to leave, a red figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Yanli calmly stepped back several paces. Behind her, a hard object appeared, blocking her retreat. Yanli looked back and saw Moye. Moye, have you finished your hunt? Yanli greeted. Moye saw the nest of eggs she was holding and asked, "You're hunting? Why didn't you tell me?" Yanli was hunting in a place upwind of Moye. During his hunts, Moye often smelled a faint fragrance in the wind, similar to Yanli's scent. At first, he was skeptical because he only smelled that scent on Yanli. In the end, he followed the scent and was surprised to see Yanli. "You're hunting too? I didn't want to bother you, so Chi-yun and I came together," Yanli said. Then she looked at the big red wolf in front of her. "Lai Yan, can you not scare me next time you appear?" You weren't scared. Lai Yan, still in beast form, looked at Yanli with a slight smile in his blue beast eyes. "Long time no see. Why haven't you come hunting for many days? I've been waiting for you a long time. I've been busy with other things. Did you want to see me for something? The method you taught works very well. Our tribe has more food now. Our king wants to see you. Don't go," Moye told Yanli. "The Lilang tribe is tricky. Moye, don't speak badly about the Lilang tribe in front of me. We are the Lilang tribe, not the Snow Fox tribe." "We are much better than the Snow Fox tribe," Lai Yan corrected. Yanli saw the worry in Moye's eyes and understood that if a female from another tribe had malicious intentions, even Yanli might not escape unscathed. "Why does your king want to see me?" Yanli asked. Lai Yan replied, "You taught us a good hunting method, which provided enough food for our village. The king is a bit skeptical that you taught us, but since we didn't know this hunting method before, he wants to meet you."
"So, your king is just curious about me." "Ah.
That's probably it," Lai Yan said. "You're not from the Lion Pride tribe. Our tribe wants to be friendly with you, so I think you should meet our king." "Not today. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet under that big tree over there. I will go with you to meet your king." Yanli pointed to a large tree nearby. Lai Yan looked back at the tree, nodded and said, "Okay, see you under the big tree tomorrow. I'll go now." He happily wagged his big tail and turned to leave. Moye watched him walk away happily, slightly frowning. "You shouldn't agree to meet their king." "I know," Yanli replied. "Even if it's dangerous, I have to go. Making friends with the Lai Wolf tribe is a tempting offer. Yanli, no tribe will accept outsiders, including females." Moye understood what Yanli was thinking, but after living on the Amand continent for so many years, he knew well the strong sense of exclusion among the Beastmen. "Moye, I don't plan to let them accept me.
I just want to meet them."
Also, Lai Yan promised me he wouldn't see me as an enemy. I believe him for now, and will meet the Lai Wolf tribe's king to see what they want. With that promise, Yanli didn't think Lai Yan would do anything to hurt her. If something really happened, she could run away easily. Moye, seeing that Yanli wouldn't listen to his advice, sighed helplessly. "Tomorrow I'll go with you."
"No."
Yanli refused Moye's request to go with her. "Moye, you don't get along with the Lai Wolf tribe. If you go to their territory and a fight breaks out, what then? Also, they want to see me. If they see you coming along, their attitude might turn from friendly to hostile. Moye, I'm just trying to build a friendly alliance with the Lai Wolf tribe. I don't want trouble. I know you're worried about me, but I'm not as weak as you think." Yanli looked at Moye. Her calm, dark eyes showed determination and confidence. Moye looked into a pair of bright black eyes and admitted defeat. "I know. I won't go with you, but I will wait for you to come back." "Moye is indeed more reasonable than other orcs," Yanli praised. Hearing the compliment, Moye couldn't feel happy. Have you finished hunting? He asked, his gaze falling on the egg in Yenli's arms. Yenli nodded. Yes, now I'm heading to meet Chi-yun. I'll go with you. The two went to find Chi-yun. Moye also finished hunting and arrived at the meeting place with Chi-yun, where he saw the orcs gathered in a circle. What is this? Did Yenli make it? What is it used for? Yenli always makes strange things. But her creations are very useful. What are you talking about? Moye interrupted their conversation. The orcs turned around and saw Yenli and Moye, then moved aside. Moye saw 4 fierce beasts in a cage, with their claws and sharp beaks restrained. He frowned slightly. Yenli, you shouldn't catch the laughing birds. They're noisy. Laughing birds? They're called laughing birds?
Yes.
You really give fierce beasts strange names. Yenli suddenly wondered how they decided on these names, since they didn't match the animals' appearances. They just named the birds laughing birds, out of nowhere. Yenli, what is this? Asked Shihao, who is more familiar with Yenli. Yenli replied, it's a cart, used for transporting prey, just like you see. Chi-yun, let's go back. Okay. Chi-yun grabbed the handle of the cart and started walking forward. Inside the cage were 4 laughing birds, weighing nearly 200 jin in total. Without the cart, 4 orcs would have to carry 1 bird each. With the cart, Chi-yun easily pulled all 4 laughing birds away. Seeing a fierce lion orc carrying a river cow on his shoulder, Chi-yun suddenly felt proud of himself for pulling 4 laughing birds. He looked at the lion orc with a bit more pride. The lion orc kept studying the cart, then Shihao came over and asked, Chi-yun, aren't you heavy? No, not heavy, very light. Let me try, Shihao said. Chi-yun looked at Yenli standing nearby. Yenli nodded, go ahead. Chi-yun stopped and handed the cart to Shihao. Shihao mimicked Chi-yun's actions, thinking the 4 laughing birds would be heavy. He prepared all his strength beforehand, then took a step forward easily. He walked normally, and the cart moved easily with him.
Wow, so light.
If I add 2 more laughing birds, I can pull them too, Shihao said confidently. Yenli said being light is easier, but you still need strength. But it's much easier than what we usually carry. Yenli, can you teach us how to do this? Shihao looked at Yenli with hope. Yenli replied, I don't have much time right now. When I have time, or if I decide to make another one, I will teach you. But you might find it a bit difficult because you lack the right tools. What tools? What kind of tools? I will tell Moye to find something similar that can be used as a substitute. Yenli wouldn't exchange tools with points. A full set would cost about 2,000 levels of cultivation. So they had to find their own tools. Moye nodded when he heard this. They carried the prey back to the valley. The valley was supposed to be only Yunxing's place, but now 5 unfamiliar people and a blazing flying creature appeared. Moye saw these people and looked a bit nervous. It's Shibai and his tribe. Yenli's eyes showed some doubt, but she kept her face calm as she looked at them. Among them, she saw Xingyun. Xingyun was not and had no injuries. Before the blazing flying creature left, it said it would repay them. Based on Xingyun's condition, one thing was clear. They weren't here to cause trouble. The sound of the wheels turning on the ground was heard. Shibai and the blazing flying creature turned back and saw Yenli at the valley entrance, waving and shouting, Yenli? Shibai's gaze didn't focus on Yenli first but on Moye beside her. They had been enemies since they were young. When Moye was young and naive, he often fought Shibai in beast form. No matter how cold Moye seemed, when he saw his enemy, his face showed clear signs of dislike and anger. Shibai felt the same. When they heard that the blazing flying creature was saved by a female named Yenli, and that she was friends with Moye, they became more cautious. The strange female even taught the blazing flying creature how to write numbers. Shibai didn't recognize the numbers and thought they were strange symbols taught by a wizard, which might anger the god Amond. So, he wanted to meet Yenli. Seeing Yenli standing with Moye, Shibai became more wary. The blazing flying creature ran ahead to Yenli. Yenli, I told my brother about you. He really wants to meet you. We also brought some fruit for you. It spoke happily, as if claiming credit. Yenli looked at the fruits they mentioned. Each one was large, with a purple outer skin that looked tough. There were about a dozen or more stacked high like a small dirt mound. Zhuofei has red hair and gray eyes. Zibai has silver hair and red eyes. Although the brothers have different hair and eye colors, they look somewhat alike, making it believable that they are siblings. In terms of personality, Zibai appears more steady, while Zhuofei seems a bit childish. Yanli looks at Zibai and greets him. Hello, my name is Yanli, and I am the king of the Beast tribe. Zibai, king of the White Eagle tribe.
What do you want from me?
Yanli asks directly, without beating around the bush. Zibai glances at Zhuofei and says, Zhuofei told me that he was bitten by a purple venomous snake on his way here and almost died. You saved him. So you came here just to thank me? Yanli continues to ask. Standing next to Zibai, Ingchu sees Yanli's attitude and scolds, Female, watch your tone. The person in front of you is our White Eagle King. As a female, you are not even allowed to look up at our king. Yanli smirks mockingly and calmly looks at Zibai. White Eagle King, you came to see me just to show off your status, not to thank me for saving your brother? No. Zibai replies calmly, with a hint of royal pride. I am not here to show off or to thank. I just want to know how exactly you saved my brother. Brother, it was really Yanli who saved me. Didn't I show you the head of that purple venomous snake that bit me? Yanli even kept the snake's gallbladder. Zhuofei steps forward. The snake's gallbladder can be a good medicine. After killing the purple venomous snake, Yanli kept it, and now it is drying on the roof. Zhuofei, you will become the king of the Red Phoenix tribe someday. No matter what happens, you should think more, Zibai says. Even if she has a way to cure your snake venom, why did your wound heal so quickly after being bitten? You've learned healing from the Red Phoenix King. Have you ever seen a wound heal so fast? Also, look at your abdomen. Are there any scars from the bite? Zhuofei looks at his abdomen, which should have 2 holes from the snake bite, but now it looks perfectly fine, as if he was never injured. But Zhuofei clearly remembers the wound from the snake bite, and he did indeed eat the purple venomous snake. Everything feels so real, yet Zhuofei's body is as healthy as if he had never been attacked by a fierce beast. Our king's healing skills are amazing. I was once close to death, and it was the king who saved me. Xingyan steps forward to speak for Yanli. Zibai glanced at him and said, She's your queen. In your eyes, everything she does is right. I returned your brother, who is almost dying, lively, and full of energy. If you don't believe me, I don't blame you. But if my medicine can make your wounds heal quickly, will you believe me then? Yanli asked. Zibai replied, If I see your treatment with my own eyes, I will believe you. All right, I will prove it. But if I really saved Zhuofei, how will you thank me? Yanli asked. I used the only bottle of medicine to remove the snake venom from Zhuofei and treated his wounds with a rare medicine. Last night I even gave him a good meal. Today, he came with his brother to question my kindness. Think about it. If it's true, what will you do? The effect of the universal antidote and healing medicine was so good that Zhuofei, who was rescued from the hands of the king of, looked as if he hadn't been hurt at all. On this ancient, backward continent of Amand, such a medicine was indeed very strange. As king, Zibai had not seen such a miracle with his own eyes, so it was natural for him to doubt Yanli. Yanli understood his doubt, but didn't like his attitude. If you really saved Zhuofei, the White Eagle tribe won't be your enemy. If anything happens to you and you need help, we will be the first to stand by you. Our White Eagle tribe always repay kindness. You saved Zhuofei's life, so you are our ally.
Good.
Can you hurt your own arm? Yanli asked. Zibai's expression grew serious. Hearing this, Eagle Chu immediately jumped out and said, You want our king to hurt himself? What is this female trying to do? I don't like being called female all the time. If you don't want to call me the Beast King, you can call me Yanli. I won't scold you for your rudeness, Yanli said. Don't you want to see my medicine? If you are not injured, how can I prove it to you? I'll do it. Zhuofei stepped forward. My brother doesn't believe Yanli is my savior. I'll do it. It's because I don't believe. Zibai took out a beast tooth and quickly cut a deep wound on his left arm. He cut fiercely, and blood immediately flowed out. Yan Li frowned slightly, reaching into a beast skin bag at his waist, pretending to take out medicine, but the universal medicine was stored in the system. Thinking about it, the medicine appeared in his hand. The others would be frightened if something suddenly appeared in his hand, so Yan Li made this move. She took out a universal healing ointment and sprayed it on his wound. Can't you make a smaller wound? This big wound is a waste of medicine. After spraying, she put the ointment back into her animal hide pouch on her waist, not letting anyone see it. Jibai looked at her animal hide pouch and then at the wound on her left arm. After applying the medicine, the bleeding stopped clearly and the wound slowly healed. In a short while, Jibai no longer felt pain. She wiped away the blood on the wound, and when she looked again, her skin was perfectly fine, as if she had never been injured. Seeing this with her own eyes and experiencing it firsthand, even if it was unbelievable, Jibai had to believe it. Yan Li, what herbs did you use to make this medicine? Zhuo Fei asked. He had been bitten by a purple venomous snake and was unconscious. He hadn't seen the healing process. Now, seeing how quickly Jibai's wound healed, he was both amazed and confused. Yan Li, do you think I would tell you? Zhuo Fei, no. As a female, it's hard for me to support a whole tribe. White Eagle King, now that you've seen my healing, you should believe in me. Are we now allies? Yan Li's purpose in wasting the universal healing ointment was simply to gain this trust. Having more friends is better than having more enemies. Yes, we are allies. From now on, I will send one tribe member to visit you every day. If you need help, just tell him. As long as we can assist, the White Eagle tribe will help. With such powerful healing, Jibai knew that befriending Yan Li could bring many benefits. He turned his head to look at Moye, who had been quietly standing beside Yan Li all along. He thought, Moye following Yan Li probably knew how useful she was. A cute little female beast with unexpected skills and abilities. Any sensible orc would know that staying close to her could bring many advantages. All right, to celebrate our alliance, White Eagle King, would you like to stay for dinner? Once, earning some merit, 5 White Eagle Tribe Beastmen earned 10 merits, no matter how small. Every bit counts. Zhuo Fei, hearing Yan Li's invitation, suppressed his excitement. Brother, Yan Li's cooking is delicious. Stay and eat with us. Zhuo Fei strongly recommended it. Jibai, who loved his younger brother, nodded in agreement. After confirming the alliance with Jibai, Yan Li continued with her unfinished task. She asked Qi Yun to release the 4 haha birds they had caught into the prepared enclosure. Take a sturdy braided rope made from several vines, tie it around haha bird's neck, then secure the other end. After binding all 3 haha birds, Yan Li unties the vines that hold their claws and beaks with a dagger, then quickly leaves, cooking the largest haha bird today. Just outside the enclosure, she suddenly hears a loud haha laugh behind her. Yan Li pauses, wondering who else might be around. She turns around and sees only the 3 haha birds inside the circle. No one else is nearby. At that moment, one haha bird opens its mouth and says, haha.
Haha. Yan Li.
Now she finally understands why the Beastmen named this bird haha bird. While killing the haha bird, Yan Li occasionally hears the 3 haha birds inside the circle, making haha sounds. She also realizes why Moye said the haha birds can be noisy. Now, Yan Li is just hoping that the haha bird's meat will taste good. The first time she cooks the meat, she always takes a small bowl to taste the flavor first. While Yun Xingyun is cutting the meat, Yan Li cuts a piece and stews it in a small clay pot. She finds that haha bird's meat is similar to chicken, tender and sweet, perfect for hot pot. Yan Li, why did you only cook this much? Zhuo Fei asks suspiciously as she sees Yan Li finish eating all the cooked meat. Yan Li replies, it's my first time cooking haha bird. I don't know how to make it taste good, so I just cooked a little to see if it's delicious. Which tribe did you come from before?
Jibai asks.
Zhuo Fei tells him everything that happened between her and Yan Li. Yan Li is not from the Wild Lion tribe and wants to establish her own tribe, but Zhuo Fei doesn't know which tribe she was from before. My tribe has already been destroyed, so there's nothing more to say. How do you eat this wild fruit? Yanli changes the subject, picking up the wild fruit sent by Ji Bai and others. Hard fruits need their outer skins peeled first, then cracked open to drink the juice and eat the flesh. I'll show you, Zhuofei says, taking a hard fruit. His beast claws peel away the purple skin. Once peeled, the purple shell is exposed. Zhuofei takes a clean wooden basin, clenches his fist, and strikes the middle line of the shell hard. The shell splits in two, revealing rich juice inside. He quickly catches it, as half of the juice spills out. Drink this, Zhuofei offers the fruit to Yanli. Yanli looks at the structure inside. It's just like a coconut. She tastes the juice, and indeed, it has the flavor of coconut. She then gives another piece of coconut to Moye. Moye, try this. It's very sweet and can quench your thirst. On a hot summer day, drinking coconut water feels so refreshing. Moye took the coconut, drank the juice inside, and was surprised by its sweet and cool taste. It was his first time trying coconut water. Only we have this where I come from, Ji Bai said proudly. Moye didn't look at him. Yanli took back the shell and said, I just thought of something delicious to make tonight. Ignoring the quiet rivalry between the two beastmen, Yanli peeled off the hard shell and then washed her hands. When she returned, she picked up a machete, tapped the middle line of the shell, and cracked it open, letting the juice flow into a wooden basin. She poured out all the juice, then used a dagger to scoop out the white flesh inside. Zhuofei asked, How do you know this is edible? Been there, done that, Yanli replied. Tonight, Yanli planned to make coconut chicken, specifically coconut juice stew, with a bird called Haha Bird. The coconut chicken is light and simple, with not much seasoning or many ingredients. She added a few slices of, waited for the coconut juice to boil, then added the meat of the Haha Bird. After it boiled, she put in the coconut meat and continued cooking. Ji Bai and Zhuofei couldn't imagine what the dish would taste like. They only drank the juice and ate the flesh from the hard shell. They had never cooked it with meat before. As it cooked longer, the aroma grew stronger. Nana and Shi Hao came to deliver today's meat to Yanli, and they could smell the delicious scent from the valley. Nana happily ran into the valley. When she saw the beastmen from the White Eagle tribe, she was so scared she hid behind Shi Hao. Why are there beastmen from the White Eagle tribe here? Lord Moye is also here, she said nervously. The beastmen from the White Eagle tribe were easy to recognize because they all had silver white hair. Who knows? Maybe Yanli taught the White Eagle tribe how to hunt, and they got along better, Shi Hao said, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He knew who Yanli might teach and they didn't care. It made him a little upset to see enemies doing things they thought only their own tribe would do. Nana, stay close to me. Don't wander off, Shi Hao warned. The three tribes nearby didn't get along well. One big reason was that they would steal each other's females. The females who were taken and had babies with someone outside their tribe might be returned to their own tribe or kept as slaves. Conflicts between the tribes kept worsening, and there seemed to be no hope for peace. Under the guidance of their tribe, the females are worried about being taken away by other tribes of beasts. Usually, they don't leave their village. Nana, who is naturally shy, remembers what her tribe told her, and she tightly holds Shi Hao's arm. Shi Hao's strong arm is grasped by Nana's soft little hands. He pauses, turns his head to look at Nana's scared face, and feels a little happy inside. All his previous unhappiness disappears. Yanli, we're here to bring you some meat, Shi Hao calls out as he approaches Yanli. Yanli turns around, takes the meat they brought, and notices there is more than before. She looks at Nana hiding behind Shi Hao and asks, Nana, are you going to stay here to eat tonight? Shi Hao will stay too, Nana quietly whispers, sticking her head out. Yanli sees her frightened expression and looks back at Ji Bai and the others, asking, Are you afraid of them? Nana, some outsiders from other tribes are mean. They might take females from other tribes to make them work. If they don't work, they get punished. If the babies aren't from their tribe, they also get punished, Nana explains. Ji Bai, who has good hearing, overhears Nana's quiet muttering and frowns, saying, Our White Eagle tribe never takes females from other tribes. Our Beastmen only form partnerships with females from the White Eagle and Red Phoenix tribes. Other tribes' females are too ugly, and we don't like them. Your White Eagle females are ugly. Nana can't stand outsiders calling her tribe's females ugly. She stands up angrily. Not only are your females ugly, but your Beastmen are ugly too. None look as good as Lord Moye. What are you saying, female? Eagle Chu and the others hear Nana's words and stand up, looking angry as they walk toward her. Nana quickly hides behind Shihao. Shihao, facing 4 White Eagle Beastmen, is not afraid at all. He half shifts his hands into claws, revealing sharp claws, and his gaze becomes sharp and aggressive. If you come closer, I will bite your wings off. Shihao threatens. Eagle Chu refuses to back down, saying, I will peck out your eyes. Are you two going to do something? Yan Li, hearing their argument, turns to Ji Bai and Moye. Ji Bai replies, Eagle Chu, come back. With me here, they can't do anything. Moye reassures Nana and Shihao. This is a provocation. Ji Bai, hearing this, turns his head coldly to look at Moye. Moye's expression is calm, as if he doesn't see them, but there's a hint of arrogance in his calmness. Yan Li steps between them, blocking their unfriendly stares. This is my territory. If anyone fights here, they're turning against me. I won't show mercy to enemies, Yan Li told Ji Bai. Ji Bai said, You shouldn't speak to me alone. No, I am speaking to you, Yan Li replied. Moye also dislikes you, but he is more patient. He says nothing, stays quiet, and never provokes you or insults your tribe. But you keep provoking and attacking the looks of all the females of the Wild Lion tribe, including mine. I am a female who relies on strength, so I can ignore attacks on my appearance. But ignoring doesn't mean I tolerate your tribe's members arguing with the Beastmen of the Wild Lion tribe, Yan Li said with sharp, determined eyes. Her black eyes carried a firm warning. Ji Bai looked into her eyes. He was steady, not panicked, and had the authority of a king. Ji Bai was not afraid of strong enemies. If he was sitting here because Yan Li fought him and won, he wouldn't listen to her even if he died. But Yan Li had powerful healing skills. She could save even Zhuofei, who was bitten by a purple venom snake. Ji Bai was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of losing someone he cared about. And Yan Li could help him save others. That was why he was willing to show goodwill to Yan Li. Ji Bai stood up, walked in front of Ing Chu, and slapped him hard across the face. The slap was very forceful. Blood trickled from Ing Chu's mouth. From now on, whenever you are in front of Yan Li, don't argue with the Beastmen of the Wild Lion tribe. This is the last time. Yes. Ji Bai turned around and looked at Yan Li. Is that okay now? Your temper is so bad? Yan Li frowned. He was the one who insulted females outside the White Eagle tribe and the Red Phoenix tribe first. Ing Chu only echoed him. A loyal act earned him a slap. If Yan Li were Ing Chu, she would have slapped him back. The king is not wrong. Only the tribe members who follow him are wrong. Yan Li, you only have 2 tribe members, but you call yourself the king of 10,000 beasts. If you consider yourself a king, you should understand what I do. Yan Li shrugged. You and I have very different ideas about guiding the tribe, but that doesn't matter. As long as you don't oppose me. Also, I want to tell you that the Fierce Wolf tribe will also become my allies. Tell your tribe members that if I am present and ask you not to conflict with other beast tribes, you should listen to me. When Ing Chu heard Yan Li say this, he clenched his fists tightly. I've been making requests to them. This female is so hateful. Do you mean that if you're not here, you don't care about conflicts between us and other orc groups? Ji Bai asked. In Yan Li's territory, she is responsible for ensuring the safety of every orc, just like when you invited the Red Phoenix clan to the White Eagle clan. You need to guarantee their safety, Moye said slowly, his cold and distant gaze fixed on him. Because it's Yan Li's territory, I say nothing. It's not because I'm afraid of you. If you had said those words outside Yan Li's land, I would have bitten your throats. Moye's voice was soft and lacked anger. But the calmer he sounded, the more frightening it was. Hearing this, Ji Bai sneered with a bloodthirsty smile. That's what I think too, Moye. Tomorrow, when you go hunting, be careful. Moye half smiled. We'll be waiting for you. You are not allowed to come to me if you get hurt fighting, Yanli said. Those minor injuries, we can handle ourselves, Jibai replied. Yanli, going back to what you just said, you mean that if the White Eagle clan and the Wild Lion clan fight outside your territory, you want us to stop and we have to stop? If it can be like that, it would be best, Yanli said. I like making friends and don't like seeing people I know fighting nonstop. So I hope that when I ask you to stop, you will stop. We will fight in places you can't see, but we promise to meet your request, Jibai said with a slight smile, looking at Zhuofei. You saved my little brother. Just a small request, and I can agree. Brother, Zhuofei said emotionally, looking at Jibai. Jibai smiled as he looked back at him. The only little brother was alive, and he was truly grateful to Yanli, so he agreed to that request. Conflicts between clans don't ease easily. With Jibai's promise, Yanli already felt satisfied. The aroma of coconut haha birds grew stronger. For now, they forgot about the fighting and went to prepare the dipping sauce. After mixing the sauce, they added some salt to the pot. The coconut haha birds were finally cooked. They made 3 pots in total. One for Yanli and Moye, one for Jibai and his clan, and the last one for Qi Yun and Xing Yun, the brothers. The meat of the coconut haha bird was tender and smooth, the coconut juice broth was light and sweet, and the coconut meat's milky aroma was refreshing. Dipping into the sauce, which contained a small green sour fruit, made the sauce slightly tangy and refreshing. With one bite, only 2 words came to mind. Delicious. Initially, Jibai and the others thought cooking meat soup would be difficult to taste good, but after trying it, they gained a new understanding of Yanli. Just now, Ying Chu, who had been angry with Yanli, felt complicated after tasting the meat. A female who can make such delicious food can't be a bad female, right? Last night, for orcs ate a dozens of pounds purple venomous snake, and Yanli realized one thing. They shouldn't be given too much food. They tend to turn their disputes into competitions at the dining table, trying to eat more than each other. One coconut haha bird was divided into 3 pots because there weren't enough coconuts. The remaining meat was stewed with mushrooms. The mushroom stew for the haha bird was cooked in a large stone pot, and when the coconut haha bird finished eating, the mushroom stew was just ready. Whether paired with coconuts or mushrooms, the haha bird's dishes are so tasty they leave a lasting impression. After eating, Jibai and the others, who had just tasted such delicious food for the first time, still felt a bit unsatisfied. In the pot, even the vegetable leaves had been eaten up. Jibai put down the bowl and looked toward Yanli, who was chiseling stone at the pavilion nearby. He walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" "Chiseling a stone table." "A stone table?" Jibai was surprised, recalling the stone pots used for cooking meat, and seeing Yanli working on a stone table, suddenly understood. "You can change the shape of stones?" "How do you do that?" "King Beiying, although we are now allies, it's not yet to the point where I will tell you everything." "So, I won't tell you," Yanli said playfully. Perhaps because he was full, Jibai wasn't angry at Yanli's attitude, and instead felt quite happy. "Yanli, I now understand why you think you can become the king of a tribe. I know what you want to praise me for. You don't need to praise me because I have always thought I am very excellent." In the primal world, many who arrived before her or came later as preparatory immortals gave up after 300 years due to accumulating merits and the difficulty of cultivating immortality. If she hadn't had an accident, she would have been the first fairy to graduate from the preparatory stage and become an immortal. Of course, the current accident doesn't affect her future. As long as she accumulates 100,000 cultivation points and merits here, she can leap to become an immortal and earn the respect of the primal world's immortals. However, Amand continent has too many delicious foods. Before returning, she wants to enjoy herself here and eat well. Yanli, the Beiying tribe, and the Wan Beast tribe are already allies. We can help you make some things, like exchanging hard nuts for your cooking methods. Would you be willing to trade like this? Do you want to trade things with me?
Yes.
After tasting the delicious coconut stew, haha bird, I want to eat it often. Learning how to cook it myself is the best way.
Yan linudda.
Okay, I like this kind of exchange. But our tribe is small now, and we are busy with many things. I don't have time to teach your tribe how to cook. Yanli felt a little regretful. Jibai heard this and thought for a moment. He said, my tribe recently found a few wandering tribespeople. Since your tribe is willing to take in any beastmen, I can arrange for them to come to you.
Great.
Yanli agreed immediately. You can send 2 females to stay with me for a few days. I don't have time during the day, but I cook dinner. I can teach them while I cook. Okay, I will arrange for a female to come to you tomorrow. Yanli nodded in agreement. Jibai turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. He turned back and asked, what do you mean by daytime? It's what you call light rising. You often say light rising, but in my original tribe, we call that daytime. When the light falls, we call that night. Jibai didn't ask more. Among Beastmen tribes, conflicts are common and different tribes have different customs and words, which is normal. If you don't understand, just ask. The White Eagle tribe has excellent night vision. After talking with Yanli, Jibai took his tribe members back home. Chi Yun and Xing Yun finished cleaning the dishes, and Shi Hao helped nearby. Nana looked at Yanli, who was chiseling at the stone table, and thought for a moment before walking over.
Yanli.
Yes? Yanli paused what he was doing and looked at her. Is something the matter? You're going to teach the White Eagle females how to cook. Can you also teach us? Nana clenched her fists, her eyes shining fiercely. Her body was trembling slightly, whether from anger or fear, it was hard to tell. Yanli asked, don't you already know how? But we still don't cook as well as you do. The food you make has many flavors we've never tasted before. It's a little strange, but it tastes very good. Like that meat soup just now, you didn't teach us how to make it. Nana said excitedly. Yanli said, haha, bird was caught today. The hard fruit was sent by the White Eagle tribe. I didn't have it before. To make a dish, you need to give me the ingredients. Yanli's explanation made Nana unsure how to respond. Yanli, you're good with the Fierce Wolf tribe, but why are you still close to the White Eagle tribe? Our relationship with them is very bad, Shi Hao said, walking over. It's okay now because only we know. But if other tribe members find out, they'll be even angrier at you. I forgot to tell you all that I am now the king of the 10,000 Beasts clan. I have named my people. Nana asked Yanli, what do you mean by that? I am the king of the 10,000 Beasts clan. Everything I do now is to make my clan stronger. As you see, there are only 3 members in my clan right now. I have to do many things to strengthen it. So, I will not only be friendly with the Fierce Wolf clan, but also with the White Eagle clan and the Wild Lion clan. Also, I don't think forming alliances with other clans is a bad thing for your Wild Lion clan. For example, if Nana is outside alone and encounters beastmen from the Fierce Wolf clan who want to take her, I happen to meet them and stepped in to stop them. Because I am an ally, they let Nana go. Isn't that a good thing for you? Yanli asked. Nana thought for a moment, imagining the possible scenes Yanli described. Her eyes brightened, and she looked at Yanli with some excitement. Yanli, if I really get caught and taken to their clan, will you come to rescue me? Nana asked, trying to understand as best as she could.
Yanli nudda.
If that ever happens, I will do my best to save you. If it really comes to that, it would be good if you and the White Eagle clan become allies, Nana thought, feeling relieved that Yanli could help her in trouble. But, Yanli, you need to teach the White Eagle clan how to cook food, and you should also teach us, Nana added.
Yanli nudda.
I can teach, but not for free. As you heard earlier, the White Eagle clan wants to send me things to teach their females. I treat everyone equally, so you also need to give me something. Nana couldn't make the decision herself, so she looked at Moye. Seeing her expression, Moye understood what she was thinking.
I will talk to my father, he said.
Thank you, Lord Moye, Nana said happily. They chatted here for a while before heading back. Yanli put down his work and took a bath. Before sleeping, he asked how much cultivation and merit he gained today. He hunted 4 haha birds, earning 50 cultivation points each, totaling 200. He completed 4 gathering tasks, each worth 8 cultivation points, totaling 32. Plus, he received a fixed 3 points. Today, he gained a total of 235 cultivation points. With his existing 3,093 points, his total cultivation is now 3,328. Today, he invited Sure Hao and 5 beastmen from the White Eagle clan to dinner. Each beastman is worth 2 merit points, so 6 of them total 12 merit points. Adding the fixed merits of Qiyun and Xingyun, today's merits total only 16. With an additional 5,084 merits, the total now is 5,100. Seeing the progress and merits, Yanli was satisfied and went to sleep. The next morning, before dawn, Qiyun got up to pack and prepare the cart. Seeing the unused trap net, he ran over and said to Yanli, who was washing her face, "Wang, we haven't woven any nets today. Today, we won't go hunting. I need to visit the Liling tribe. Yesterday, Jibai said he would bring some wandering orcs to our village. You and Xingyan should build a few houses for them." Qiyun understood and nodded. Yanli went alone to meet the Liling tribe. The scheduled time was a bit early. As soon as she left the valley, she transformed into a beast and ran there as fast as she could. When she reached the entrance of the Kwangshe tribe's village, she saw Moye standing quietly alone. Moye heard footsteps and looked over. Yanli asked, "Moye, why are you standing here alone?" The Kwangshe tribe only goes hunting after the sun rises. It's strange for Moye to be standing here alone. "I'm waiting for you." "Waiting for me? You're going to meet the king of the Liling tribe. Aren't you going with me? Wasn't it a good plan yesterday? Why change your mind today?" "I just want to go with you and come back with you, but not to the Liling tribe," Moye said. Yanli suddenly understood what Moye meant. Although he wouldn't go with her to the Liling tribe, he was worried about accidents and wanted to go along, then come back together. As expected of Moye, so thoughtful. "Last night, Jibai and the others didn't challenge you. Today, he might attack the orcs hunting with you. Aren't you going to protect them?" Yanli asked. "Today, the tribe will go elsewhere to find a new plain for hunting," Moye replied. "It's not that we're afraid, but that the game on that plain has become scarce. The Kwangshe tribe uses traps to hunt, and they've already caught the black sheep and short-winged birds in the plain. The Liling tribe has also caught all the black boars. There are very few tasty fierce beasts left in the plain, and few easy targets. If this continues, the fierce beasts will be hunted out soon. To ensure more prey in the future, they need to find a new plain. The Kwangshe tribe now has enough prey and food. It's manageable to spend a few days searching for a new hunting ground. Moye, if you find a new plain suitable for hunting, please let me know." "Okay." With Moye accompanying him, the walk became slower as people chatted along the way toward the meeting with Lai Yan. They arrived at the agreed-upon plain, where the sun was already high in the sky. Lai Yan stood alone under a tree, having waited for a long time. When he saw Yanli and Moye arrive together, he felt a bit annoyed. "Yanli, if you're going to be so slow, you should have told me earlier," Lai Yan said.
Sorry, Yanli apologisa obediently.
"I forgot to tell you that my place is a bit far from here." Yanli apologized honestly, and Lai Yan found himself unable to say much to scold him. "Let's go," he said. Yanli followed behind. After a few steps, he saw Moye walking with them. Lai Yan asked Moye, "Are you going to our territory?" He raised an eyebrow, giving a warning look. Moye replied, "No, just going to the closest place outside your territory." The territory of the Lai Wolf clan was some distance away. Moye wouldn't wait here. He would wait at the nearest place outside the clan's territory. "Are you afraid of losing Yanli?" Lai Yan asked casually. Moye answered yes. Without hesitation, he agreed very quickly. Lai Yan was surprised by Moye's answer and paused before asking Yanli, "Are you two mates?" It was the first time he heard Moye say he was afraid of losing a female. He had heard before that Moye didn't like females, so when he reached the age to find a mate, he still didn't have one. "No, I am friends with Moye," Yanli replied. Lai Yan had more questions. "Did you join the Wild Lion tribe?" "No, I am the king of the 10,000 Beasts tribe." "The 10,000 Beasts tribe? It's the name of the tribe I established. Are you really planning to build your own tribe? Do you think I would joke about that?" Lai Yan was speechless. He thought it was bold enough for a female to want to establish her own tribe, but she wasn't joking and even named it. For the first time, Lai Yan met such a female. After talking with Yen Li, he was silent for a while. When they reached near the Lai Wolf clan's territory, Moye kept his promise and didn't go further. He waited under a nearby tree for Yen Li to return. Yen Li followed Lai Yan to the Lai Wolf clan's territory. The territory was full of rocks, with the ground covered in broken stones. Not far away, there were large boulders of various heights, the shortest being at least 2 meters tall. These stones formed a circle, protecting the Lai Wolf clan well. On the giant rocks, there were beastmen covered in fur that looked like fire, patrolling the area. Lai Yan led Yen Li to a small, low stone. The stone was gently moved aside, revealing a hole in the ground. They entered the stone wall, and when they looked back, 2 orcs pushed the stone back into place with effort. Inside the territory, Yen Li looked around. The orcs of the Red Wolf clan, both males and females, all had red hair and blue eyes. Looking out, everything was red and lively. Young wolf cubs played chase and hide-and-seek. The females were busy weaving nets or sewing animal clothes. From their appearance, it was clear that life in the Red Wolf clan was pretty good. No one looked starving or extremely thin. Yen Li had black hair and black eyes. She was a special presence in the Red Wolf clan. Everyone looked at her with curiosity when she arrived. Lai Yan took Yen Li to an older orc. He knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "Father, this is the female who taught us the new hunting method." "Hello, I am Yen Li, the king of the beast tribe," she said softly, showing friendliness. When Liang heard her introduce herself, he looked suspicious. "Beast tribe? When did this tribe form?" "Just a few days ago. I created it myself." "You, a female, created a tribe?" Liang looked doubtful. In any tribe, females rely on orcs to survive. It's hard for a tribe to stand without orcs, and for a female to build a tribe relying on orcs sounds unbelievable. Yen Li saw their doubt and mistrust. She kept a calm face and nodded.
Yes.
"King Lai Wolf, Lai Yan said you wanted to see me. What do you want to talk about?" Yen Li asked, changing the subject. Liang lowered his head. "Sit down and talk." "I don't like talking while looking up at people." Yen Li agreed. Next, an orc brought over a stone covered with animal skins and placed it at her feet, indicating she should sit. She sat down without hesitation. "Wolf Da and Wolf Sen told me you stopped them from stealing prey from the wild lion tribe." "That's true," Yen Li admitted openly. Liang didn't expect her to admit so honestly and showed no fear. "You're a brave female, daring to admit that." "It's not bravery, it's honesty," Yen Li said. "I don't like to lie, so I always admit what I've done." Liang did not speak immediately. She looked at Yen Li with a tired expression and steady blue eyes for a long time. Then she quieted down and said, "I asked Lai Yan to call you here to invite you to join our tribe." "Then please allow me to refuse," Yen Li said with a fake smile. She looked gentle and cute. Even when she was being polite, she seemed kind and friendly. She acted like a good person, so even when her offer was rejected, Liang was not very angry. "You, a female, only know a few new hunting methods and want to start your own tribe. If other orc tribes find out, they will definitely attack your tribe. Currently, I know about the tribes of the 10,000 Beasts clan, including the Fierce Lion tribe, the White Eagle tribe, and the Red Phoenix tribe. The Fierce Lion tribe and the White Eagle tribe are already willing to be friendly with me and become my allies," Yen Li said easily. The people around them looked surprised when they heard this. "Yen Li, are you telling the truth?" Li Yan asked. "Li Yan, I am an honest female. Don't doubt my honesty. I have no reason to lie about this. Also, I promised to meet King Lai Wolf to discuss an alliance, not to join your tribe," Yen Li explained. Li Yan stared at Yen Li in shock. Yen Li's expression was very calm. Her dark eyes showed no emotion, and her voice was steady and cool. She seemed serious and not joking at all. Seeing her like this, everyone believed her words and felt a little angry. "Do you think our Lai Wolf tribe would agree to form an alliance with a tribe started by a female?" And you want to ally with the fierce lion tribe and the white eagle tribe, which we dislike. Do you think we are as stupid as they are? Liang said with a hint of anger.
Yanli smiled calmly.
I don't think you are stupid. I only believe that the Lai Wolf tribe is a trustworthy group. I taught you new hunting methods, and Li Yan promised that you wouldn't see me as an enemy. Do you remember what Li Yan said?
Father, I did tell her that.
But I won't see you as an enemy, and I never said I wouldn't see your tribe as an enemy, Li Yan corrected her. Yanli raised an eyebrow and looked at him sideways. Li Yan's words made sense. That promise was about an individual, not a group. Someone from the orc tribe played word games with her, but Li was not angry. So, even if I don't join your tribe today, I can go back safely, right? Li, we will not harm a female, Lai Yan said with a bitter smile. So please don't think we are the kind of orcs who hurt even females. We orcs have our own dignity. But you are quite clever, she added, playing with words. Her way of speaking didn't sound like an ancient, reckless orc. Every sentence made sense. Talking to them, Li almost thought she was not on the orc continent with low culture. No wonder I came to see you, Moye is so worried, Li said. Li, you are also a clever female. Please say I am smart. At least I come sincerely to discuss an alliance with you, unlike you, who hide some bad intentions. If she wasn't clever enough, Li would have been tricked by them. Li, our fierce wolf clan has never accepted females from other groups. Allowing you to join was because your hunting methods are effective. Don't think that joining our clan is a bad thing for you, Liang said. When she heard Li's words, she felt that this female not only misunderstood her meaning but also was very proud. Joining the fierce wolf clan is good for you, but for me it's really a bad thing, Li said. I am the queen of a clan. At least you can sit while I sit, and you can stand while I sit. But if I become a female of the fierce wolf clan, whether you sit or stand, I can only stand, and I need your approval to do anything. Foolish. Liang couldn't hold back anymore and cursed. Females depend on orcs to survive. You think you can live without orcs? With your body, you can't survive on the Amand continent. The hunting methods you teach won't work if no one helps. Even if you have a way, you can't hunt prey alone. King of the fierce wolves, you seem to have misunderstood something, Li said. Liang looked at her angrily. Li continued, the hunting methods I know are not just this one. I use this method because it can catch prey without causing any harm. If the prey is unharmed, it won't die during captivity. It doesn't mean I can't hunt other prey with different methods. Can you hunt other prey? Liang asked. If I can hunt other prey with different methods, will the fierce wolf king recognize my hunting skills and consider forming an alliance with me? Li asked. Liang thought for a moment, then looked at Li's small frame. She nodded and said, if you have other hunting methods, I admit you have the ability to protect your group. But as for the alliance, I need to know what makes you, as a female, different from other females. No problem. Give me some time, and you'll see why I am so confident and proud, Li replied. Li had lived hundreds of years longer than anyone here. She carried the pride of an elder and knew much more about knowledge and civilization than they did. Their unfriendly attitude made it hard for her to feel any arrogance. She stood up. Let's go. Bring a few people so you can see my other hunting methods. Luoxia, you and Lai Yan go together, Liang ordered. Luoxia, standing beside Lai Yan, stepped forward respectfully. Yes. Besides Luoxia, Lai Yan also brought 2 other beastmen. The wolf clan's territory is surrounded by open plains to prevent attacks from outsiders and fierce beasts. The only mountain is a steep cliff. Inside the cliff wall, they dug a large cave for the clan to live in. To go hunting, they had to leave the gravel-covered plains. Once outside the gravel, they left the wolf clan's territory. Moye waited on a nearby stone for Li to return. When Li and her group came out, Moye jumped down from a branch and landed smoothly on the ground. Seeing Moye, Li couldn't help but complain. It's a bit difficult to make an alliance with the wolf clan. They want to see my value before they're willing to talk. Now I need to prove myself. Moye looked puzzled. What's wrong? I only taught the wolf clan a new hunting method. That alone isn't enough for them to accept me. So I need to show them my other hunting skills and let them see how capable I am, Yanli explained. Moye's expression darkened slightly, and he looked coldly at Lai Yan. Lai Yan, who usually disliked Moye, strangely understood what Moye's face was trying to say. They're bullying her. Realizing this, Lai Yan was speechless. After a few seconds, he recovered and said, "The method you taught us helps us catch prey. My father agreed to let you join our group because of that. But now you don't want to join us and still want an alliance? The Wolf clan has never allied with any other group since it was founded." Yanli's expression darkened. "Are you refusing to see my other hunting methods, or are you still unwilling to talk about the alliance? My father is the king. He thinks about many things, and I don't know what he's thinking right now. So when you ask me, I also don't know." Yanli, go back, Moye said. "If they don't want an alliance with you, then there's no need to join theirs." "No, I won't go back. I will still hunt for them, and cook them a good meal. Hunting can improve strength, and cooking can also improve strength, but what's most important is virtue. If today the Beastmen of the Fierce Wolf clan all eat the food she cooked, and if there are 100 members in the clan, then the virtue gained is 200. Over 100 points of virtue can't be ignored. After all, there might not be another chance in the future. While she can gain virtue now, she should take this opportunity. Also, at first, the White Eagle clan looked down on them, but in the end, they agreed to form an alliance after sharing a meal." Moye listened to Yanli's words, but couldn't quite understand. But thinking about it, Yanli often doesn't mind how beastmen treat her and still feeds them. With this in mind, he began to understand Yanli's actions. Catching large fierce beasts is somewhat difficult for Yanli, but catching small fierce beasts is easy for her. Yanli didn't go to the plains. She wandered in the woods. She told Moye and Lai Yan to stay away from her. With them around, small fierce beasts would avoid her. Yanli grabbed a stick, sharpened one end, and placed it on the ground. She looked up and saw a bird perched on a branch. She transformed into a beast, carefully climbed the tree, and reached the bird's branch. She pounced forward, easily caught the bird, and as she descended, she grabbed the branch with her other hand. Then, she jumped lightly to another branch and stabilized herself. Moye and Lai Yan were startled when they saw Yanli catch the bird and almost fall. They thought she would fall from the tree and were about to go catch her, but in the next moment, Yanli grabbed the branch, stopping her fall. "Small fierce beasts can only be caught by females," Lai Yan said. "But even one small fierce beast can't feed a single young." His words implied that one bird isn't enough to eat. Moye glanced at him, but said nothing. Yanli caught a bird, but didn't come toward them. She held the sharpened branch, took a few steps, and found a flat spot on the ground. Then, she climbed back up the tree. She was about to kill the bird to use as bait when she looked back at Moye and the others and said, "All of you go up the tree. It will be very dangerous on the ground later." Lai Yan didn't understand what danger Yanli was talking about, but obediently climbed the tree and waited to watch her perform. After reaching the tree, Yanli bled the bird and threw it on the ground. Soon, the smell of blood attracted several wolves. These wolves were different from the big-eared wolf. Their fur was completely black, and they were slightly larger in size. Their fangs and fierce appearance also seemed much more intimidating than the big-eared wolf. However, their fur was very soft and fluffy, probably very comfortable as pillows. When they saw one of their companions being bitten and taken by a bird used as bait, Yanli grabbed a stick and stabbed at a wolf in the corner. Before it could even howl, the wolf was pierced through the throat by the sharpened stick. Suddenly, Li Yan and the others felt a chill on their necks. Embarrassed, they reached out and touched their necks. Seeing their companion being killed, the blood of the fallen wolf triggered the others' bloodlust. They all lunged toward Yanli. Yanli drew a dagger from her waist, swiftly dodged the wolves' attacks, and then struck back, killing one. These wolves only left the group temporarily. The smell of blood drew more wolves over. After killing 8 wolves in front of her, over 20 more charged forward. Moye tried several times to help, but Yanli moved with ease among the wolves, her agile body making it impossible for any wolf to hurt her, even a little. For some reason, whenever he saw Yanli's fighting style against the wolves, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Li Yan and the others had no intention of helping. They were all stunned. The fluffy wolves are medium-sized fierce beasts with high attack power. Sometimes, when they see beastmen, they rely on their numbers and attack together. If only a few wolves are alone, they tend to run away when they see beastmen. But a female wolf might not be able to win against a fluffy wolf. The female beastmen of the Liling tribe have some attack power after transforming, and perhaps 2 females could handle 1 fluffy wolf. However, it was incredible that Yanli could fight and kill fluffy wolves. Yanli's beast form is a black cat. After transforming, she has a slender figure, with small claws that can only scratch minor blood marks and cannot cause deadly wounds. Despite having such a weak beast form and being unable to kill fierce beasts, she had already killed over 30 medium-sized fierce beasts. After finishing off the last fluffy wolf, Yanli's body was covered in wolf blood. She wiped the blood from the corner of her eye, then walked to the wolf with a stick pierced through its throat, about to call Li Yan and the others to come and collect the wolves. Suddenly, fast rustling footsteps sounded behind her. She immediately drew her stick and stabbed toward the source of the sound. Yaya! The fierce beast, pierced in the chin by the stick, let out a shrill cry. Yanli looked closely and saw the beast rushing toward her with brownish-yellow fur, a slender body, a long and narrow head with a relatively flat top, somewhat resembling a yellow weasel. But it was not as cute as a weasel and much fiercer. In the struggle, the fierce beast broke free from the wooden stick. Because of the pain from its injury, the beast became angry and lunged at Yanli again. Yanli dodged its attack and moved to a place without the carcass of the fluffy wolf. This beast was large and very quick. Yanli initially planned to use a tree to avoid it, but didn't expect the beast's speed to be even faster. She reached an open area, and when the beast pounced, she stabbed the stick into its eye. Hitting a vital spot, the beast let out a loud, fierce cry. At that moment, Yanli saw the beast's long body suddenly twist, with its backside facing her, giving her a bad feeling. She quickly ran away. After the beast released a strong, foul yellow gas, she used a dagger to cut its throat. A strong, foul smell hit her face. Yanli immediately reverted to her human form and moved to a higher wind spot, but it still smelled terrible. Seeing the yellow gas approaching, she hurriedly climbed a tree. Sitting on a branch, she quickly identified the gas. It was non-toxic, so she felt relieved, but it was really smelly. Moye and Li Yan were far away, but they still almost vomited from the terrible smell. Yanli waited on the tree for a while until the smell finally faded enough. She jumped down and looked at the dead beast, weighing about 70 or 80 jin. Then she looked at the fluffy wolf. The fluffy wolf weighed about 20 to 30 jin. Yanli counted them. There were 34 in total. Plus the smelly beast, they had enough food for today. Li Yan, come over and carry the beast back. Why are you still standing there? Yanli shouted. Li Yan, along with some tribe members, reluctantly came over. Why did you catch that smelly rat? If the orcs saw the rat, they would avoid it. The foul smell from the rat could directly make a strong orc faint if smelled face to face. So, the rat became the most feared fierce beast among the orcs. If I don't kill it, it will steal my dinner tonight, Yanli said as she looked at the rat's sharp teeth. Why can't there be more herbivorous fierce beasts on a Mond continent? It suddenly appeared, and almost scared me. If she hadn't been so focused, the rat's quick movements could have hurt her. Yanli cut some vines and tied the 6 fluffy wolves together. After tying them up, she let them carry the prey back. Yanli and Moye didn't rush back. They waited here for Wolf Xia and the others to come back with the remaining wolves. Thanks to the foul smell from the rat, the bloodstains here were covered, and no other fierce beasts came close. Yanli, Moye, and Li Yan kept their distance. Yanli has killed many fierce beasts and was attacked by a foul smell, leaving her exhausted. She leans against a tree trunk, closing her eyes to rest. Lian and Moye sit opposite Yinli. If not for the blood on her, no one would guess what Yinli just went through. She now sits under the tree with her eyes closed, gentle light filtering through the dense leaves onto her face. A breeze blows, causing her short hair to sway lightly. Looking at Yinli now, so adorable, cute, fragile, like a young animal, people can't help wanting to hold her and protect her. Thinking about her recent fierce beast fight, Lian sighs softly. He had underestimated Yinli before, thinking that as a female, even if she built a tribe, she wouldn't be able to protect it. Watching her fight, he realizes he might not even be her match. Her agile movements and the dagger that easily pierced the fierce beast's body. Lian's gaze falls on Yinli's dagger. You can stare all you want, but it won't give you anything, Yinli suddenly says. Lian is startled, looking up to meet her gaze. What kind of beast's claw is that? Female claws aren't sharp, so they use claws from other fierce beasts to cut things they can't reach with their own claws. Lian has never seen her dagger before and instinctively thinks it's a beast's claw. Yinli glances at her dagger, proud and aloof. I won't tell you. What's the benefit of knowing? You don't want to ally with me anyway. Lian. Before long, Longxia arrives with several beastmen, capturing the remaining fluffy wolves and foul rats. Yinli also leaves, while Moye stops again at the Wolf Summer Tribe's territory. She then returns to Lei Ying. In Lei Ying's eyes, Yinli sees some surprise. No longer the arrogance she had at first. Lei Ying's lips move several times, seeming to want to say something but unable to speak. Yinli speaks first, breaking the silence between them. The fierce beasts I caught, leave 2 wolves for me. The rest of the meat for you, and the pelts for me. Okay. The Wolf Summer Tribe isn't short of pelts. They eat fierce beasts every day, and their pelts pile up beyond need. Yinli stands up. I'll cook something for you. Once it's ready, I'll leave. You're going to cook for us? Lei Ying can't understand this. Yinli's lips curve slightly. I want you to see that besides hunting, I can do other things too. Don't you want to see how I differ from other females? Yinli brought back so many fluffy wolves and a foul rat, enough for their day's meal. Seeing the fluffy wolf and the stinky rat being caught, Lei Ying couldn't believe she was responsible for it. However, Lang Xia and the other beastmen said it was Yinli who caught them. Upon closer look, Lang Xia and the others had wolf blood because they carried the wolf back, but Yinli's bloodstains were so many that it looked like she had rolled in a pile of blood. Yinli went to the cooking area of the Lei Wolf clan and found many wild vegetables. Some she recognized, others she had never seen before. There were scallions, as well as some unfamiliar leaves. Yinli picked one up and smelled it. The scent was exactly like star anise. She checked the other ingredients and found that the Lei Wolf clan had an incredible variety of wild herbs for making spices, including Sichuan peppercorns. Lian came over and saw Yinli smelling around, asking, "Can your nose still work?" Lian's nose still carried the smell of the stinky rat. "You eat this?" Yinli held up the Sichuan peppercorns. Lian looked at the peppercorns and nodded. "Yes, we eat it. We can't eat our food without it. If you can eat this, then you can probably eat chili peppers too." "What are chili peppers?" "I don't want to tell you." Since there was no clear alliance, Yinli kept some things to herself and didn't want to share everything with Lian. Lian was disappointed and asked, "If we form an alliance, will you answer my questions then?" "Of course. I will answer carefully. Wait here. I'll go talk to my father," Lian said, and then left to find Lei Ying. Yinli planned to cook a delicious meal for them. She asked the female members of the Lei Wolf clan to help prepare the wolf. After handling the wolf, Yinli looked around. Although the Lei Wolf clan had many spices, they didn't have stone pots or bowls. If they wanted to eat wolf, they could only roast it. Since her cooking tools were limited, Yinli decided to roast the meat. First, she mixed the spices from the Lei Wolf clan in a plate, then added salt and soy sauce. The soy sauce was a gift from a beginner's cooking kit, and she still had plenty left. After preparing the sauce, she spread it over the meat. Once done, she looked at herself, covered in blood and with a strong smell, and asked the nearest female, "Is there a river nearby?" "Outside, over there," she pointed in a direction. Yenli then asked, "Can I borrow a beast suit? I'll return it tomorrow." The female hesitated, and Yenli said, "Lien, Yen knows me. She can't run away. Besides, if I wanted to steal your beast suit, I wouldn't give you all this food." Her reasoning made sense, but since the female couldn't decide alone, she said, "I'll ask the king." Afterward, the female quickly ran off. After a while, Lai Yen brought over a set of beast clothing. "What do you need the beast clothing for?" he asked. "Taking a bath," Yenli replied. "My body is covered in blood and smells like a rat. I need to wash up. Once the meat is prepared, I'll use the sauce I made to brush on it and then roast it after I finish my bath." "Okay," Lai Yen said. As soon as he finished speaking, Yenli took the beast clothing from his hand and transformed into a beast form, jumping over the wall and out of sight. Seeing Yenli's quick and agile movements again, Lai Yen realized he now had some defensive skills. Yenli quickly found the river after jumping over the wall. He went to a hidden spot, took off his beast clothing, and used soap to wash himself several times until the smell was gone. The only scent remaining was a faint jasmine fragrance from the soap. When Yenli came out of the water, he put on the borrowed beast clothing. The beast clothing of the Lai wolf tribe was fluffy, wrapped in a layer of fur. For beastmen, whether female or male, they wore beast pants and beast clothing, without the kind of beast skirts that could reveal everything when sitting down. It was clear that beastmen also paid attention to modesty. The fur on the clothing was soft, resembling the fur of a fluffy wolf. It was comfortable to wear, but in this hot summer, it felt a bit warm. Yenli washed her beast clothing thoroughly, then climbed back over the wall into the Lai wolf tribe. The wolf meat was already marinated. The Lai wolf tribe mainly cooked their food by roasting, so there were many wooden sticks for skewering meat. Yenli helped them skewer the meat and then started a small fire to roast it. As the meat cooked quickly, Yenli looked at the setting sun and found lying. "The meat will be ready soon. I need to go back now. Tomorrow I'll go hunting on the plain. So, see you on the plain tomorrow. I'll return the beast clothing to you then." Yenli looked at Lai Yen. Just as Lai Yen was about to nod, Lying said, "No need to return it. It's just a beast clothing. Our tribe has plenty. Then I won't be polite. By the way, can I take some meat with me before I leave? I've been busy all day and I'm a little hungry," Yenli asked. Lying didn't refuse. "Take as much as you want. It's from your hunt anyway." Yenli looked at him, silent, surprised by his attitude. Looking into her eyes, Lying said, "You mentioned an alliance. I need some time to think about it. Our Lai wolf tribe has never allied with any other tribe before. Does that mean there's a chance?" Yenli looked at Lai Yen, who smiled slightly. The smile seemed very confident, as if everything was certain. "All right, I'll wait for your news," Yenli said. Afterward, she took a large leaf, cut off a piece of roasted wolf leg, asked them for some Sichuan pepper, and finally tied the beast's skin with vines. There were too many things to bring back. The 2 wolves we agreed on, Yenli also didn't want them, so I gave them away. Holding a roasted wolf leg, Yenli ran outside the territory. Sure enough, Moye was still waiting for her there. "Now, Moye, it will take a long time to walk back. Can you transform into a beast and carry me? I'll give you the wolf leg to eat," Yenli asked. Moye replied, "No need for the wolf leg. I will take you back myself." After saying that, Moye picked her up and flew into the air. Suddenly, in a princess-style carry, Yenli felt very uncomfortable. "Moye, you don't plan to carry me like this all the way back, do you? Is that not okay?" "It's not that I can't, I just wonder if it will be tiring."
"It won't be. Then."
"All right," Yenli said shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed to ask more. She remembered being carried like this before, but it was only for a short distance, and it ended quickly. This time, they flew all the way back. Growing up, Yenli was still the first time being carried like this multiple times by the same person. Fortunately, she was old enough and had thick skin. Is her girl heart fluttering? Sorry, no. The wolf leg in her hand emitted a tempting aroma. Yenli tore off a piece and asked, "Moye, you've waited for me all day. Do you want to eat some? Moye was indeed a bit hungry. He had waited outside and only ate a few wild fruits. Worried about missing Yanli, he didn't dare to eat anything else. Seeing the meat in Yanli's hand, he nodded, yes. Moyue's hands were busy, and Yanli fed him the meat. Moye chewed, then suddenly paused, his expression complicated. What's wrong? Yanli asked. Moye was silent for a moment. It's nothing. They continued flying forward. He didn't say anything, and his expression showed nothing special. Yanli didn't ask further, tearing off another piece of meat and asking, Are you okay? Don't want it, Moye said firmly. Then I'll eat it, Yanli said, stuffing the meat into her mouth. The spicy wolf meat was crispy on the outside and tender inside. Although the fluffy wolf meat wasn't as delicious as the black boar, black sheep, or the haha bird, perhaps because of the strong spices, it tasted amazing. It also had a numbing, spicy flavor from Sichuan pepper. Yanli hadn't tasted Sichuan pepper in a long time. Once she ate it, she couldn't stop. Seeing Yanli so happy eating, Moye hesitated and asked, Your mouth won't feel uncomfortable, will it? Uncomfortable?
Why?
Yanli asked back. Moyue's handsome features frowned, not knowing how to explain. Yanli suddenly understood. Moye, you probably can't get used to the numbing, spicy taste of Sichuan pepper, right?
Yes.
Moye couldn't describe the smell, but Yanli said it was probably that smell. Yanli tore off a piece of meat and handed it to Moye, saying, You eat here. The pepper flavor is mostly in the outer skin. The meat inside doesn't have a strong pepper taste. Moye felt a bit disgusted and didn't open his mouth immediately. Yanli said, Really, trust me. The pepper flavor isn't too strong. She strongly recommended it, so Moye had no choice but to believe her and open his mouth to eat a piece of meat. Sure enough, there was no strange, spicy, or numbing taste from the pepper. The meat wasn't particularly delicious, but since he was hungry, it was good enough to fill his stomach. Yanli ate all the meat with the pepper flavor on the outside and gave Moye the pieces with less pepper flavor inside. A wolf leg was quickly eaten by both of them. Moye gained strength, and his flying speed increased a lot. Before dusk, the two returned to the valley. While still in the air, Yanli saw that besides the clouds and drifting clouds, there were others in the valley. In addition to the 2 female members sent by the White Eagle tribe and others, Yanli counted the people as he landed. There were 5 stray orcs sent by the White Eagle tribe, 3 orcs, 1 female, and a small cub. They looked very dirty, with mud and grass seeds on their animal skins. They had been wandering for some time, very thin, with dark yellow faces. When Qi Yun and Xing Yun saw Yanli return, they went to meet her. King, you're back. How did the talk with the fierce wolf tribe go? It wasn't successful, but we're still considering it. There's some hope, Yanli said, handing over the animal skins. She looked at the orcs and asked, This is the stray orcs sent by the White Eagle tribe. Hearing Qi Yun call Yanli king, the orcs approached. The 3 orcs saw that in this small group of only 3 people, the leader was a female, and their feelings were complicated. When they saw Yanli looking at them, they looked away with dislike. As a female leader, attracting all kinds of attention was normal for Yanli, and she was used to it. I am Yanli, the queen of the 10,000 Beasts tribe. My tribe welcomes any orc to join. Our rules are simple. First, absolutely no conflicts with tribe members due to racial differences. If such conflicts happen, I will punish accordingly. Second, be absolutely loyal to me. Do what I tell you, and if you have questions or complaints, don't ask more. If you really need to ask why, it's simple because I am the queen. Third, I haven't thought of the 3rd rule yet, but I will tell you when I do. After speaking, Yanli observed the expressions of the 5 people. When they first met, none of them had agreed to join Yanli's tribe, but Yanli's imposing presence already made the 3 orcs uncomfortable. Because they all thought Yanli was a bit arrogant. Yanli also understood that he was acting somewhat proud, but as a tribe leader, he needed to establish his authority at the first meeting. How else could he manage the tribe in the future? When forming alliances with others, he would act friendly and humble. But to take in wandering orcs, he needed to show this attitude. Yanli knew well what kind of face to put on in different situations. Seeing that the five remained silent, Yanli said, "I've finished speaking. Before you fully join my tribe, if you have anything to say, now is the time. Once you decide to join, you might not get another chance to speak. If we join your tribe, will we have enough to eat?" asked the most muscular wandering orc. Yanli nodded. "Of course. I can handle something this simple. Are you strong?" he asked again. Yanli raised an eyebrow. "Do you want to fight me? I don't fight females. What is your name?" "Wenza." "Show me your beast form." Wenza hesitated, then turned around, took off his beast skin, and transformed. His beast form was a bear, about 3 meters tall, sturdy, with brown-black fur. His claws were over 10 centimeters long, looking very powerful. He looked like he could fight well. If he joined the tribe, the strength of the 10,000 Beasts tribe would increase significantly. "Use your beast form and fight me," Yanli said. Wenza was stunned, his pupils dilated. His expression, shown through his beast form, looked a bit silly. "Are you serious? Can a king's words be false?" Yanli replied. "But I don't want to hurt you, so." Halfway through, Yanli looked at the vines on the ground nearby, picked one up, and tied it around his arm. "Let's tie a vine on our arms. Whoever can the other's vine wins." He didn't want to fight Wenza with the same method he used against Qi Yunyun. If he got hurt, he would need to use the universal healing potion, which was too wasteful. Wenza frowned, looking at the vine on Yanli's arm. "In beast form, I won't hold back. It's okay. I won't let you touch me." Yanli also transformed into his beast form. "And don't undo your beast form either. Since I am in beast form, it wouldn't be fair if you weren't." Wenza didn't know where Yanli got his confidence from. He has seen many females, even those from other tribes, but none of them showed such confidence and arrogance in front of him. "I understand. Since she is destined to become their queen, even if she is a female, she cannot show weakness or mercy." "Qi Yun, tie vines around his arm," Yanli ordered. Qi Yun picked a vine and tied it around Wenza's arm. Having seen Yanli's skill in fighting fierce beasts, Moye was not worried about the outcome of the contest between Yanli and Wenza. He stood calmly to the side, waiting. Nana, Liu Chui, Su, and the others, with the help of Lion Hao, had just arrived in Yanli's valley when they saw Yanli preparing to compete with Wenza. Nana approached Moye and asked, "Lord Moye, why is Yanli fighting that beast man?" "To test Yanli's strength," Moye replied. "No, actually, Yanli wants him to willingly accept the challenge. Most beastmen are quite impulsive. Their strength determines who is the leader. Yanli could choose not to fight Wenza. Wenza and his group are wandering beastmen with no tribe to rely on. They have a young one and females to care for. Even if they have 2 adult beastmen, they can handle fierce beasts. But if they face attacks from other tribes, they would lose. So, even if they can survive outside, it's risky. That's why wandering beastmen hope to be accepted by a tribe. When Wenza arrived here, he didn't expect that fewer tribes would accept them than the people themselves, and the tribe's leader was a female. Now that night has fallen, they can't find a new place during the day. At least tonight, they plan to stay at Yanli's place and leave tomorrow. Yanli probably understood their thoughts and insisted on fighting Wenza. Only by showing his strength could he gain their trust. Yanli needs tribe members. Her tribe is too small. So, she won't give up on any wandering beast man. "Are you ready?" Yanli asked. Wenza nodded, yes. "Then let's begin." As soon as she finished speaking, Yanli took the initiative and quickly moved forward. Beastmen fight simply, and the strength of a bear commands some respect from lions and tigers. Wenza swung his claws, and Yanli immediately dodged. His claws hit the ground, leaving a long scratch. Wenza looked at the empty space. At first, he was somewhat moved by Yanli and didn't want to use too much force. But after the first attack missed, his next attack was delivered with full strength. Yanli initially just avoided his attacks to observe his fighting style. She found that the bear's power was indeed strong, but it had a fatal weakness. It was too slow. Having fought a rat before, Yanli thought Wenze's attacks were like an old person with stiff joints. When he raised his head, Yanli already dodged, and by the time his claws came down, she was behind him. Before he could react, she easily tore off the vine on his arm. "I've won." Yanli swung the vine. Wenze looked at the vine on her arm, then at his own, and saw it was gone. "That doesn't count as winning. You kept hiding. If Wang had hit you once, you would be dead," Bear Luo said. Hearing this, Yanli paused. "Are you the former tribe's king?" Wenze didn't answer. His tribe was destroyed, and he escaped with his partner and child. He survived, but he felt guilty for not protecting his tribe, and this guilt stayed in his mind. "Qi Yun, has the White Eagle tribe sent over some hard fruit?" Yanli asked. Chia nodded. "Yes, they sent a lot. More than yesterday." "Then today, let's keep eating hard fruit stew with haha birds and go catch a haha bird," Yanli said. Everyone was surprised, confused about why Yanli suddenly changed the subject to what they would eat tonight. Wasn't the matter of convincing Wenze and others to join the tribe still unfinished? "Don't stand around. Go quickly," Yanli urged. Qi Yun snapped out of his surprise and dragged a haha bird out of the enclosure. He brought the haha bird in front of Yanli. The fierce haha bird, seeing its captor, sharply pecked at Yanli with its beak. Everyone gasped, about to speak, but Yanli was quicker. She carefully grabbed the haha bird's beak, then quickly drew a dagger from her waist. With a swift motion, she stabbed the haha bird in the neck. Blood sprayed out immediately, splattering all over Yanli. Everyone, except Moye, was stunned by Yanli's rough and quick way of killing the bird, unable to speak. Yanli released the haha bird's beak. The bird, now dead, twitched slightly on the ground. Yanli wiped the blood off her dagger and asked, "Do you admit I won now?" She looked calmly at Wenze, with her black eyes.
"Wenze froos, speechless."
Yanli said, "Your movements are so slow. If I used this thing, I could have stabbed several holes in your neck during those few exchanges just now. So, tell me before you fall, do you think you have a chance to hit me?" Speaking calmly with steady eyes, she looked at Xiong Luo. Xiong Luo's heart skipped a beat. Seeing the bloodstains on Yanli's face, he swallowed hard and dared not speak. Apart from Moye, everyone who saw Yanli's appearance felt frightened. The scariest was Nana, who had personally experienced the danger Yanli brought. Seeing Yanli kill the ha-ha-ha bird so smoothly, she thought, "Luckily, Yanli is kind." That day, she didn't use a dagger to end me directly. Qian also felt a bit nervous. Although his wound from the dagger had healed, he still felt a dull pain in his leg when he saw Yanli kill the ha-ha-ha bird again. Yanli was truly a bit frightening. When she was not provoked, she was easy to talk to and willing to share. But if someone annoyed her, Wenze and the others were so scared they couldn't speak. It was the first time they saw a dagger easily kill a ha-ha-ha bird. Seeing everyone staring blankly, Yanli did not pursue the question and said to Qiyun, "Cook dinner." After walking a few steps, she suddenly remembered the two female members of the White Eagle tribe. She looked up at them. Both had soft, silver hair and blood-red eyes. When they met Yanli's gaze, they felt a jolt of fear and showed panic. "Don't be so afraid of me," Yanli said. "You are females sent by the White Eagle King. In my territory, I will ensure your safety. First, introduce yourselves." "What are your names?" "I'm Lala," said one. "I'm Xiaoer," said the other. Hearing their names, Yanli nodded and then asked Wenze and the others, "What are your names?" "Xiong Luo, Xiong Xing, Aisha, Wendy," Wenze introduced from left to right. Yanli knew their names and nodded, then asked, "Would you like to join my tribe?" Wenze hesitated for a moment, then finally sighed as if resigned. "You are indeed stronger than other females, but I don't know how much stronger you are than the orcs. We've already visited several tribes, and none wanted to accept us. We're tired of searching for a tribe everywhere. Continuing to look might also lead to attacks from other tribes along the way. So I am willing to join your tribe." Wenze knelt down, and seeing him kneel, the others also followed. "We vow to serve you as king. From now on, You are like the god Amand in our hearts. We pledge absolute loyalty, unwavering faith, and promise never to betray or harm you." Everyone else echoed the words. Unlike Chiyun and the others, who took a lot of effort to join the tribe, Yanli's tense expression relaxed. "Stand up," Yanli Dao said. "Since you are willing to join my tribe, I promise you that as long as I have food, I will never let you go hungry. If anyone tries to hurt you, they will have to go through my body first. I will protect you until my last breath." Wen Zhe was touched when he heard Yanli Dao's words. Protecting the tribe members is what a king should do. And Yanli Dao has this awareness. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Let's make dinner. I'm hungry." Wen Zhe and the others were willing to join the tribe. Yanli Dao heaved a sigh of relief and went to take care of the haha bird, then turned to teach Lala Chiaoer and the others how to cook hard fruit with haha bird. During the cooking process, Yanli Dao went to a special bathhouse to wash off all the blood. Fortunately, the animal clothes washed during the day had dried. Yanli Dao changed back into her original animal clothes and washed the borrowed beast clothes from the Lilong tribe, hanging them to dry nearby. When she returned, the haha bird was still simmering. Yanli Dao went to handle other tasks. The animal skins brought back from the Lilong tribe couldn't be made into clothes immediately. They needed time for cleaning, drying, and softening. Unlike the deer hide sent by Moye, which had already been processed and could be sewn directly into clothing. Yanli Dao didn't understand how to process animal skins. She had lived for over 500 years and had never been to an era without fabric. Does the system have a skill to sew animal skins into clothes? Yes, the host's tailoring skill has been unlocked. With 3,000 cultivation points, you can learn tailoring and sew a beautiful piece of clothing. Wait, does the tailoring skill include transforming raw animal skins into tanned leather suitable for sewing clothes? Sewing clothes is not difficult. But what Yanli Dao wants is a skill to turn animal skins into tan leather that can be sewn into clothes. Host, currently, this skill is not available among the unlocked skills.
All right.
Host, you can choose to ask the local natives. Their animal clothes are very warm, which shows they're skilled at turning animal skins into clothing. I know. Using the animal skins from Moye and the animal clothes from Lian, sewing them into clothes is comfortable and soft to wear, except for the heat. It's clear they understand the craft. Yanli Dao asked just to see if she could unlock such a skill and make a piece of clothing to gain some cultivation points. The tailoring skill requires a lot of cultivation points, and currently, Yanli Dao doesn't have enough animal skins to make clothes. She can wait until she has enough skins to learn the skill and sew clothes. Ask the local inhabitants here. Yanli's gaze fell on Elsa and Wendy sitting nearby, and she walked over to them. Elsa and Wendy looked scared as Yanli approached, because the scene of Yanli killing the haha bird was too frightening. Elsa, do you know how to turn the animal skins taken from fierce beasts into clothes? Yanli asked directly. Elsa stiffly nodded. I know. Did you see that pile of animal skins? From today on, your task is to turn that pile into usable skins for sewing clothes. Yanli pointed to the pile of fluffy wolf and stinky rat skins nearby. Yanli is now their leader. Elsa dared not disobey her orders and nodded timidly. If you need to soak them, you can use that water barrel, Yanli added, pointing to the large water barrel used to collect water in the cave. The barrel is too big. If it were smaller, Yanli could use it as a stone pot. But because it's too large, it's hard to move and clean, so it's still used as a water barrel. Elsa looked at the big barrel and nodded in understanding. Yanli looked at her, then at Wendy in her arms, who was trembling and hiding in Elsa's embrace. Yanli knew that in the little one's eyes, she had become a scary female. Thinking for a moment, she took a bunch of red hairy fruit from a nearby basket and handed it to them. Here, after you finish dinner, you'll be fine. Thank you, Queen, Elsa replied gratefully. Nana came over and said, Yanli is actually a very good female. As long as you don't provoke her, everything will be fine. Have you found a way to get along with me? Yanli raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Nana shyly smiled. I discovered it during the time I spent with you.
That's good, Yanli said.
I used to think you were the kind of female who, after getting slapped by me, would scheme to slap me back, but I didn't expect you to become more sensible. I can't beat you in a fight, and if I upset you, there won't be any good food left. Nana said with less confidence, still a little afraid of Yanli deep down. But if she obediently listened to Yanli, she wouldn't get hit again and would get tasty food. Nana was temperamental, but not stupid. She knew how to get along with Yanli. Be obedient. In the future, I'll give you a share of the good food. Okay. Yanli was still simmering the haha bird, showing kindness to the little cubs, then she continued to check the fire. The White Eagle tribe has no salt, nor plants like or scallions. Although orcs use fire and mostly cook their food, they lack tools like stone pots and do not use gourds like the Wild Lion tribe to cook their meals. Since the food is meant for grilling, they see edible wild plants as simply wild grasses that can be burned. Therefore, there is no need for seasoning or flavoring. Yenli named the herbs based on her understanding, which made it easier to teach. Lala and Xiaoer listened carefully. The meat from the cheerful bird is tender, and it doesn't need to be cooked for long. When Yenli saw it almost ready, she taught them how to dip it in sauce. In the end, Yenli found the bowls were not enough, so she cut one end of a bamboo tube to use as a bowl. Finally, they could start eating. Although the people who ate last night are familiar with this flavor, they still enjoy eating delicious food without getting tired of it. When they first tasted it, their pupils widened in disbelief at the new flavor. Lacking many words, they expressed their love for the food by eating eagerly. Wenza and others didn't have high hopes for the meal, just happy to eat. After tasting it, they had no other thoughts. They just wanted to eat. Qiyun and Xingyun waited until Yenli finished eating before starting. Yenli had set aside a pot just for them. The stew in their pot was more flavorful and the meat softer, because it cooked longer. Qiyun sat down and looked at Wenza still eating, then said, "Wenza, I need to tell you something." "What is it?" Wenza asked. "You used to be a king in your old tribe, but now our king is Lord Yenli. There's a rule, though the king hasn't explicitly said so, that after the king finishes eating, we can eat. I hope you will follow this in the future," Qiyun explained. Wenza's face changed. His previous tribe, the Mighty Bear tribe, didn't have this rule. They ate together, and the king never ate first. "Understood," he said. He knew that in the Beast tribe, he couldn't act as he did before. Eating together is fine. I can accept that. It makes things more lively, Yenli said, explaining after hearing Qiyun. Qiyun frowned. "No, that's not okay. The king is the greatest person in the tribe. Unlike us, without a king, we wouldn't have such a peaceful life. So, we must keep proper manners when eating. Yenli, this child is really stubborn and hard to persuade." Wenza also thought Qiyun was right and nodded. "We will pay attention to this. If you do that, I'll have to make more stone pots. Currently, there are 3 stone pots, 1 large stone pot. If an emergency occurs, water hyacinths can be used to cook. However, they all have to wait until Yanli finishes eating before they can eat. Yanli has to leave an extra pot for them. It's not possible for Yanli to let others eat their leftover food and vegetables. King, you can teach us how to carve stone pots," Qiyun said. Yanli shook her head. "I can't teach you now." "Why not?" "Right now, I only have 1 set of tools, and carving stone pots isn't something you can do quickly. It takes practice to get good at it. Our village has many things to do, so teaching you would take longer than just carving the pots myself," Yanli explained. Qiyun nodded obediently and didn't argue further. Yanli took a break and set aside a half-finished stone table. She found a suitable sized stone and started carving a stone pot. Moye came over and looked at her tools. "Stone turtle bones are very hard, even harder than stones," Moye suddenly started explaining. Hearing this, Yanli looked down at her hammer and chisel. "Can you really break stone turtle bones like this?"
Try it.
"If it works, you'll have new tools for carving stones," Moye said. Yanli's eyes lit up. If she had new tools, she could let Qiyun and others learn to carve, and she would have more time to do other things. "Do you know where to find stone turtle bones?" Yanli asked.
Moye nodded.
"I do." Hearing this, Yanli almost said she wanted to go find them right now, but with 5 new tribe members, even if they had enough food now, they'd need to go hunting tomorrow. Moye, since can you help me bring back a few bones? I can't bring them back, Moye replied. They're too fragile and will break if I try. But I need to go hunting tomorrow, so I can't go, Yanli said with a slight frown. Moye said, you can go later. The tribe is looking for a new hunting ground, which will take a few days. Until they find it, I can go with you to find the stone turtle bones. He can't bring back the bones himself, but he believes Yanli might have a way, so taking her along should work. Yanli smiled with relief. Then we'll go the day after tomorrow. After thinking for a moment, Moye asked, Yanli, if the stone turtle bones are useful, can you teach the Beastmen of the Kwangsher tribe how to carve stones? Of course, Yanli answered immediately. As long as you ask, I will teach anyone I can. Among so many orcs, only Moye has been kind to her from the beginning until now. Moye is her best friend, confidant, and the only true friend she trusts. Having lived so long, it's rare to find such a good friend. Whatever she needs, she gives him. When Moye heard Yanli's words, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Currently, Yanli is allied with the White Eagle tribe and the Red Phoenix tribe, but the tribe she teaches most is the Wild Lion tribe. Knowing that the Wild Lion tribe holds the most important place in Yanli's heart, Moye couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Tomorrow, I'll go hunting with you. When do you want to go? Moye asked. Moye, you've spent 2 days with me. Don't your tribe members mind? We're just going to find a new hunting ground. Without me, they can manage just fine. Moye didn't go to find the new hunting ground. He asked Yi-Tu, who allowed him to do what he wanted during this time. Yi-Tu understood that Moye never said much. When he followed the tribe to hunt, do this or that, but one day he suddenly decided he didn't want to follow anymore and wanted some time for himself. Then everyone knew what he truly wanted. Yi-Tu was pleased with Yanli. Although Yanli has shown her skills in hunting, cooking, stone carving, and water diversion, these few things have already greatly improved the life of the Wild Lion tribe. As a female, daring to establish her own tribe shows her confidence. Not to mention, such a female will definitely bring great positive changes to the Wild Lion tribe. Yi-Tu's own partner is also a female from another tribe, so he has no reservations about Yanli's background. That's why he allowed Moye to meet with Yanli. When Yanli heard that Moye had been staying by her side for 2 days and that the Wild Lion tribe had no objections, she finally relaxed. They agreed to go hunting together tomorrow. Nana helped pack the bowls and chopsticks, and Moye went back with them. Yanli exchanged for a soap in the market, telling everyone to wash up before bed. While they were bathing, Yanli looked at the house built by Chi-Yun Xingyun. It only had 2 rooms, but it was enough for everyone to sleep comfortably. Yanli gave the larger wooden house to Wenze's family of 3, and the smaller one to Xiongxing and Xiongluo. There weren't many usable animal skins left, so Yanli took one of her own skins to give to Wenze's family. Tomorrow, she planned to trade some food with the Wild Lion tribe for a few more skins. After arranging their sleeping arrangements, Yanli returned to her wooden hut. When Yu Yun and Xing Yun built her house, they considered her status and built it farther away. The houses where they lived were much closer together. Lying on the wooden bed, Yanli said, Bar, report your cultivation and merits for today. Understood, host. Bar was silent for a moment before speaking again. Host, today you hunted 34 medium-sized fierce beasts, each giving 50 cultivation points. You also hunted one more dangerous beast, which grants 120 cultivation points. Today you cooked 4 dishes, earning 32 cultivation points. You shared food with 462 people, giving each 2 merits. Additionally, you earned 3 cultivation points and 4 merits daily. You exchanged 1 soap, costing 70 cultivation points. Currently, you have 5,113 cultivation points and 6,028 merits. So, I have over 5,000 cultivation points. Yanli blinked in surprise and froze for a moment. Killing fierce beasts indeed brings the fastest increase in cultivation. 34 fluffy wolves gave over 1,000 cultivation points. But killing so many animals in one day might harm my merits.
Host, you are right.
Killing too many animals can indeed reduce your merits. Bar read Yanli's thoughts and responded. Killing fierce beasts is the fastest way for you to gain cultivation points, but as a future immortal, you should have kindness in your heart. If you kill blindly for cultivation, you might be cursed by evil energy and fall into the demonic path. If that happens, you will never become an immortal. The system will also judge your evil karma and may eliminate you. Eliminate me? You can kill me? Host, don't forget how the system provides what you need. Since it can give you what you want, it also has the power to eliminate you. Bar, since you call me the host, that means you depend on me to live. If I die, you should disappear too, right? Yes, but the all-knowing system has moral judgment. If the host uses the system for too many bad things, the system will destroy both itself and the host.
Yanli understood.
The Bai Shi Tong system seems harmless, offering ordinary things without dangerous effects. But even an ordinary stone by the roadside can kill someone. Evil-minded people can use a needle to commit murder. The Bai Shi Tong system can do anything, but its creator worried about misuse, so it was set with moral judgment. Bar, if I kill so many fluffy wolves in one day, what punishment will I face? Yanli asked. Bear said, fluffy wolves are naturally aggressive beasts that often hunt in groups. Each group has about 30 to 50 wolves. It is understandable that the host kills many of them. However, to prevent the host from relying too much on killing fluffy wolves to improve their skills, now each fluffy wolf's contribution is reduced to 3 levels. If the host kills over 100 fluffy wolves in 30 days, they will no longer gain any skill points from killing them for the next 100 days. Can I gain skill points by killing or capturing other fierce beasts? Yes, capturing does not reduce your skill points, but if you kill too many in a short time, your skill points will stop increasing. So, the moral standard is that I shouldn't kill too many of the same kind of fierce beasts quickly, but capturing and raising them won't reduce my skill points. Exactly, host. Understood. Yanli lowered his eyes in deep thought, considering how to best accumulate skill points in the future. Host, as your skill and virtue increase, new skills are now available. Weaving, kiln firing, dyeing, and papermaking. Do you want to learn any of these skills? How much skill points does it cost to unlock the new skills? 4,000. I won't learn them. He had just saved up 5,000 skill points for intermediate carpentry and couldn't waste them on these. Plus, the wood for building houses hasn't even dried yet. With new tribe members arriving, he needs to stock more food. Only when life stabilizes will he consider building nice, comfortable houses. The current wooden huts are simple but fine for living, so there's no need to spend time and effort building new ones. He decided to finish current tasks first and keep the skill points for now. Maybe he should save up to 10,000 skill points. Reaching 10,000 skill points and virtue would allow him to leave this world sooner and return to his original primitive realm. In the end, Yanli didn't use his skill points to learn any new skills or exchange items. After a night's rest, the next morning, just as dawn broke, Yanli cooked breakfast. He looked at the tribe members and assigned tasks. Chi Yun, today you and Xiong Xing Xiong Luo will build a few more houses in the village, mainly for people to live in. Xing Yun and Wenze, you two will go hunting with me. Aisha, follow the task assigned last night to make beast clothing. Lala and Xiao Er, you two are from the White Eagle tribe, do whatever you want. Both nodded in agreement. Currently, there aren't enough rooms for everyone. Qi Yun and Xing Yun share one room, and Lala and Xiao Er share another. Qi Yun and Xing Yun initially built their house with one room per person. The house was small, so 2 people sleeping together wasn't crowded, but also not very comfortable. Before leaving, Xing Yun specifically told Qi Yun that the house must be finished quickly today. The brothers found it hard to sleep together in such a tight space. On the way to hunt, Yanli first cut a bunch of vines so Wenze could pull the cart, while Yanli and Xingyin sat inside weaving nets. Yesterday, they forgot about this task. To save time, they sat in the cage to weave the nets. Passing by the entrance of the Lion Tribe village, Moye saw Yanli in the cage. Suddenly, a fleeting image appeared in his mind, and he felt a strange, sharp pain in his chest. Yanli, come out, Moye said. Hearing this, Yanli looked up at Moye. I'm weaving a net. Come out, Moye insisted. Yanli didn't understand why he was so insistent. To be a good friend, Yanli opened the cage door and stepped out. What's wrong? Is there something you need? It's nothing. I just don't like seeing you stay inside, Moye said. It looks a bit sad. Yanli looked back at Xingyun in the cage. Sitting inside the cage, feeling confined. Indeed, it seemed a little pitiful. But I don't have a net for setting traps. If I go over there to weave, it will waste a lot of time, Yanli said. Moye suddenly reached out and lifted Yanli into his arms. I'll take you first. You can weave the net over there and wait for them to come. Then, Moye spread his wings and flew away with Yanli. Wenzo watched their figures disappear and asked, Are our king and that lion a couple? No, Xingyun replied. My brother and I have thought about it too. They seem very close, but neither of them has said they want to be partners. Wenzo hesitated but continued walking. The two who were left behind could only one keep pulling the cart and the other weave the net in the cage. Yanli, in Moyue's arms, felt the cool breeze blowing against him. It was so refreshing, as if it wasn't the hot summer season. Moye, you seem to be getting more used to carrying me while flying. Bored, Yanli started joking with Moye. Moye looked down at Yanli's calm face, which also appeared peaceful. It's just a coincidence, he said. I don't like you sitting inside, so I want to take you quickly to the plains to weave the net. I really admire your sense of responsibility, Yanli praised. Moye didn't reply. He didn't fully understand what responsibility meant, but his intuition told him it was a good thing. Moye arrived at the hunting plain as quickly as possible. On the way down, they met Jibai and others. Jibai saw them and flew over. Seeing their close actions, he curiously asked, Are you two partners? Why do you think we're partners?
Yanli replied.
Why does everyone always ask if she and Moye are a couple whenever they meet? Jibai looked at their intimate behavior and asked again, With you two acting like that, isn't it obvious? It is a misunderstanding. Moye brought me here just to hunt quickly. I need to prepare for hunting, after all. Moye, you go down first, Yanli said.
Moye descended.
Jibai and two other tribe members also landed. On the ground, Jibai looked at Moye with a teasing gaze. I told you to be careful when hunting, but you all stopped hunting? If you want to fight, now's the time, Moye said harshly. Jibai smiled slightly and looked at Yanli, just meeting her gaze. If I hadn't promised Yanli not to fight in front of her, do you think I wouldn't dare to fight? Do you think we're afraid of you and wouldn't come here to hunt? Moye challenged. Yanli said, It's fine to argue, but don't fight. Jibai, who was arguing, actually didn't want to fight anymore. He followed behind Yanli and saw her cut some vines, then looked for an open space to weave them. What are you doing?
Want to know?
A little. Then follow and learn. You'll see the use later, Yanli said deliberately, teasing him. Since deciding to ally with Yanli, Jibai had changed a lot in his view of her as a female. He was much more tolerant of her. He wasn't angry about her teasing and gave a subtle signal to the two tribe members beside him. Without needing words, they nodded and also cut vines, then learned to weave like Yanli. Seeing this, Yanli pointed them out. Jibai sat on a nearby tree trunk, watching them weave. Moye saw this, cut some vines, and quietly wove a net not far from Yanli. Moye was very skilled at net weaving. Without Yanli's teaching, he could still quickly and skillfully make a net. Seeing this, Jibai felt a little unhappy. Yanli, you originally allied with the lion tribe? Yes, that's right. Why didn't you come to us from the start?
Jibai asked.
Yanli looked up and calmly glanced at him. She asked, If I go to find your White Eagle Clan alliance without saving Zhuefei, would you agree to form an alliance with me?
Jibai.
Actually, Jibai didn't really want to ally with Yanli either. The idea of forming an alliance came because Yanli's hard fruit juice stew with haha bird was just too delicious. Where did you find the stones you used to cook haha bird? Jibai changed the subject. Yanli, why do you ask? We want to learn how you make haha bird, but we don't have such stones. We just cut a hole in the hard fruit and put the meat inside. It tastes good, but it's very troublesome. The White Eagle Clan mainly grills meat. After seeing Yanli's cooking, they also tried boiling haha bird meat with hard fruit juice. Unfortunately, they didn't have stone pots, so they just cut a hole in the hard fruit and put the meat inside to cook. Hard fruit is a plant. You have to watch carefully, or you'll burn through it, wasting the meat. Plus, their tribe has hundreds of people. Even if 2 people stew chicken in one hard fruit, they need a huge pile of fire. In the end, it's just as the saying goes, it tastes good, but it's really troublesome. When Yanli heard Jibai's worries, her eyes suddenly lit up. The pot used for stewing birds is called a stone pot. You can't find it easily. I carved it out of stone. Basically, I just dig a hole in the stone. Dig a hole in stone? Jibai lowered his head, slightly beastified his foot, making it into a sharp claw. Elves and beastmen use their claws to cut meat and hunt fierce beasts. If he used his claws to carve a hole in stone, wouldn't he wear his claws down? Suddenly, Jibai remembered seeing Yanli holding a strange object and chipping at stone that day. If you want a stone pot, I can carve a few for you. Each stone pot costs 5 beast skins. He was worried about not having enough beast skins, but since Yanli came to him, he could exchange goods. The beast skin you give me is about this big. Yanli gestured the size. Jibai looked at the size and accepted, okay. It will take me about 3 days to make such a large stone pot. If you have beast skins, you can give them to me first. I need them. How long is 3 days?
Jibai asked.
Yanli held up 3 fingers. 1 finger equals 1 day. 1, 2, 3, that's 3 days. The time starts from tomorrow dawn. Dawn to dawn is the first day, and when dawn rises again, it's the second day. Do you understand? Yanli patiently explained. Jibai nodded, got it. I estimate it will take about 3 days, but it might take a little longer. Don't worry, I will definitely finish it for you, Yanli said. It's okay. I can wait for you for so many days, Jibai said, holding up 5 fingers. If it takes that long and you haven't finished, I will bring you to my tribe and let you work at your own pace.
All right.
By the way, do you know how much 5 animal skins are worth? Jibai. Yanli pointed with his fingers, explaining to Jibai, here are 5 fingers. Each finger equals 1 animal skin. Do you understand? It felt like teaching a 3-year-old. Using fingers as a comparison. Jibai raised his hand, looked at his fingers, then at Yanli, and asked, is this one? He stretched out 1 finger.
Yanli nudda.
Is this 2? Yanli nodded again. 3?
Yes.
4?
Yes.
5? Yes. And this one? Same? Jibai raised his other hand, starting from his thumb, asking. Yanli didn't look down on his level and said, that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We all have 10 fingers. Jibai looked at both hands. It was the first time he learned about numbers, feeling curious. Yanli, you're a strange female. You even give names to fingers. Yanli. It's not that I name my fingers. This is called a number. To give you an example, there are 5 orcs here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you understand? Jibai pursed his lips and was silent for a moment. He tried to understand what Yanli meant. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. You're exchanging 1 stone pot for 5 animal skins? Realizing the meaning of the numbers, Jibai felt he had been cheated. Yanli. Jibai. Yanli, we give you 5 animal skins, and you should give us 5 stone pots. A beginner in basic math, Jibai started bargaining. Yanli couldn't help but sneer coldly. You learn very quickly. It seems there are no stupid orcs on the Amon continent, just ones who lack guidance. Honestly, exchanging 5 animal skins for 1 stone pot feels like a loss to me, Yanli said. Want to know why? Because I can trade animal skins with the Wild Lion tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe, but you can only trade stone pots with me. So, if I demand 10 animal skins for 1 stone pot, you have to accept it. That's the advantage and arrogance of monopoly. Jibai, who had just learned basic numbers, was heavily hit by Yanli's words. Yanli did not want to hurt him, as it would affect the alliance between the 2 clans. Her tone softened slightly and said, I haven't taken much from you. Stone pots are not as easy to make as you think. If you don't believe me, after the hunt, you can come to the valley and see for yourself how the stone pots are made. Okay, Jibai agreed. Yanli still had important work to do, so she ended the conversation and focused on weaving nets. When Wenza and Xingyun arrived, with Moye's help, they finished 2 nets. Xingyun's net was almost done too. Yanli planned to catch 2 haha birds and then go after a black wild boar. They first went to the haha birds. Wenza was used as bait, and Yanli quickly caught 2 haha birds in 1 net. She then tied them up and threw them into the cart. Jibai watched Yanli's trap hunting and was impressed. She learned a lot. While going after the black wild boar, Yanli encountered Lai Yan and others who were also preparing for a hunt. Seeing Moye and Jibai suddenly appear, the Beastmen of the Lai Wolf clan immediately became very alert. Who would have thought that, in this plain where they usually hunt and compete for prey, today, led by Yanli, they would directly face each other? Lai Yan, you don't need to be nervous. Jibai and Moye won't steal your prey. We're just here to hunt, Yanli said kindly. Lai Yan looked at Yanli with suspicion. You're bringing Moye and him to hunt? Didn't I tell you before? Yanli replied. The White Eagle clan of the Wild Lion clan has allied with me. So, Jibai will give me some face and listen to my requests. He promised that as long as you're present, he won't fight or from them. I will keep that promise, Jibai said. Lai Yan was stunned. It turned out Yanli wasn't lying. They really had allied with the White Eagle clan, which even refused to accept females from other clans. Lai Yan, I want to hunt 2 black wild boars. You probably don't mind, right? Yanli asked. Lai Yan nodded. As long as you can guarantee they won't steal our prey, and you want to hunt here, that's fine. Then I'll go do my thing. You can continue yours, Yanli said, walking aside to set traps. Lai Yan looked at her doubtfully, then approached and saw that the Beastmen of the White Eagle clan also held nets. He asked, Yanli, are you teaching them this hunting method? Since they are allies, I should teach them, Yanli replied. I'm generous to my allies, but unfortunately, the Lai Wolf clan is not one of them. Yanli showed a hint of regret. Lai Yan. Yanli then said the Wild Lion clan, the White Eagle clan, and the Red Phoenix clan all know where my territory is. Only the Fierce Wolf clan doesn't. You don't know, and there's nothing you can do about it. Since you have no allies, what if one day you suddenly decide to attack us? Who dares to attack your clan? Lai Yan muttered softly. After seeing her kill the fluffy wolf and the stinky rat, no one would dare to see her as a weak female anymore. Hearing Lai Yan's quiet muttering, Yanli said straightforwardly, Lai Yan, don't blame me for being cautious. The only nearby clans that refuse to ally with me are yours. Since we are not allies, I can't share everything with you. You're just saying strange things, Lai Yan replied. It's because we haven't allied with you that you're unwilling to tell us many things. That's also a fair understanding, Yanli said. Lai Yan looked at Yanli with a frown. He felt her words were strange and carried more than one meaning. Yanli, hurry up and hunt. I'm waiting to go to your small mountain valley, Jibai urged. Yanli responded, I have other things to do. You all think carefully about when I might come back to hunt here again. If you're not hunting here, where will you hunt? Lai Yan asked. Find other places to hunt. Tomorrow I will go somewhere else with Moye, so I definitely won't be hunting here, Yanli said. Hearing her words, Lai Yan felt very conflicted inside. Jibai kept urging, and this time, Yanli didn't chat idly. She caught 2 black boars and then parted ways with Lai Yan. Seeing Yanli's hunting method, Jibai told his 2 clan members to try it out. He directed them to do their tasks while he went alone to Yanli's small mountain valley. Back at the cart, he put the 2 black boars into cages, and Yanli asked Wenza to pull them back. Jibai saw Wenza pulling 4 haha birds and 2 black boars alone, and a brief look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Did you do this?
Jibai asked.
Yanli asked back, who else do you think could do it besides me? How many skills do you really have? Cooking delicious food, healing, making stone pots, hunting, and teaching him to count. Jibai wanted to know how many skills this female could really master. Yanli said, as a clan leader, if I didn't have some skills, how could I build a clan? Don't ask me how many things I can do. As long as you're allied with me, you won't lose out. Just knowing this is enough. Her arrogance made White want to complain, but she didn't want to, because he knew very little about Yen Li. It was only noon now, and since there was no rush, everyone was walking back slowly. After walking a while, Moye stopped. Moye, what's wrong? Yen Li asked. Moye turned to look behind him, his gaze falling on a tree, and asked, "Why did you follow me?" Hearing this, Yen Li looked where Moye was looking. Lian Yan, who had been discovered, slowly came out from behind the tree. Lian Yan, why did you come along? Yen Li asked. Lian Yan didn't dare look directly at Yen Li and asked, "Can I go to your territory? You want to go?"
Of course I want to.
Yen Li, you said you wouldn't see me as an enemy, so since you don't see me as an enemy, I can go to your territory. Yen Li smiled helplessly. Yesterday, someone told me they wouldn't see me as an enemy, but that doesn't mean they wouldn't see my people as enemies. Yen Li crossed her arms and said, "You guys are so good at word games, I almost thought I wasn't talking to a beast person." Yesterday, she had said something like that, and when Yen Li pressed further, Lian Yan ran out of words to argue. Yen Li, is an alliance really that important? Lian Yan asked. Yen Li asked back, if Lian Yan refused the alliance, would you be generous enough to let Moye or White go to your tribe? No. So, don't always think only about what's good for yourself. You also need to consider things from my point of view. Yesterday, I sincerely came to talk about an alliance, even cooked a meal for you, and made sure you had enough to eat. Today, you still haven't agreed to form an alliance with me. Was that meal I made yesterday not good enough? It shouldn't be. The wolf leg I ate still tasted okay. The meal Yen Li prepared for them used fewer ingredients, but the Lien Wolf tribe had many spices and wild vegetables, and the barbecue sauce wasn't bad. After all, she had tasted that meat. Your cooking yesterday was very good, even better than what we usually grill, Lian Yan said. If I were the king of the Lien Wolf tribe, I would definitely agree to an alliance with you. But I'm not the king. Yen Li, I can promise you that if I were king, I would definitely form an alliance with you and wouldn't hurt your people. So, can I go to your tribe? Rest assured, if I knew where your tribe was, I would never tell my people. Lian Yan looked sincere, almost ready to swear. Wenze, hearing Lian Yan's words, looked steadily at Yen Li. Yen Li indeed has some differences from the females she knows. The food she cooks is tasty, but she is so good that another tribe's orc makes many promises to her. Yen Li is not heartless. When Lai Yan pleads so earnestly, refusing would seem too harsh. She nods and says, "Come on." Lai Yan's blue eyes brighten with happiness. Ji Bai looks somewhat dissatisfied. The wolf tribe doesn't want to ally with you, so why are they willing to let him go to your territory? An alliance isn't completely rejected. There's still a chance to negotiate, Yen Li replies. Ji Bai doesn't speak, but shows clear displeasure. Yen Li has seen this kind of dissatisfaction before in the wild lion tribe's orcs, so she's not surprised. She stays silent and continues to move forward, not knowing much. As they near the valley, they pass by the gate of the wild lion tribe. The guard orc sees Ji Bai and Lai Yan and immediately looks tense. One of them rushes to gather the tribe members, worried something might happen. When everyone comes out expecting Ji Bai and Lai Yan to do something, they simply walk past the wild lion tribe and head into the forest ahead. After passing through the woods, Lai Yan asks, "You live so close to the wild lion tribe?" "Pretty much," Yen Li answers. "Why do you live so close to the wild lion tribe?"
Ji Bai asks.
"It turns out I was part of the wild lion tribe, but I was driven out. Living far away might be dangerous, so I stayed close to the tribe," Yen Li explains openly. Ji Bai and Lai Yan exchange a look with Moye. That look asks, "What are you thinking, driving her out of the tribe?" Moye frowns slightly when he hears this. "I didn't say anything back then." He looks at Yen Li with a hint of grievance. Yen Li remembers that Moye had been watching them talk, only pushing Nana aside, and hadn't said a word otherwise. "Since you wanted to leave, I let you go," Moye says again. "If they drove me away like that, I would be looked down on if I stayed. Even though I was expelled from the wild lion tribe, I still don't dislike you," Yen Li says. "I left the wild lion tribe just a few steps ago, and didn't you immediately come after me?" "Yes," Moye nods. I want you to survive, so I will always help you. Even if the original owner hadn't died, and Yanli hadn't come into this body, Moye would still help the original owner. Yanli understands Moye's kindness, but the original owner was too timid. If faced with that situation, the original owner might have knelt down and begged those people to continue taking care of her. Staying in the village, Nana and others would continue to bully her because of her timidity and uselessness. One day, she would be bullied to death by Nana and the others. However, Moye saw that the original owner was safe and walking around in the village, thinking he was helping her. Little did he know, leaving her outside was actually better than leaving her in the lion tribe. Just thinking about it, he realized that even if the original owner was alive, she would still be bullied. Yanli turned to look at Moye with a complicated expression. She wanted to speak but hesitated. After thinking for a moment, she chose to stay silent. On the continent of Amand, where strength is everything, without power or tribe protection, how many females can really live well? Back in the valley, Lai Yan and others curiously looked at Yanli's territory. Yanli called everyone busy working and said, "On the way back, I thought of something. I want to tell you all. I've mentioned this before, but I want to repeat it here. You absolutely cannot bully the tribe members secretly. You can't deliberately take their food or hurt them on purpose. I know that because of different beast forms, you might dislike each other a little, but such things are not allowed in my tribe. If any of you bullies someone, you must come and tell me. Don't worry, I won't favor anyone. I will handle it based on the facts." Yanli felt a bit reluctant to be like Moye. Moye is a passive person. Only when someone actively tells him what they need will he help. Just like the original owner. The original owner met Moye in the forest and begged him to take her in. Moye agreed. But to survive, the original owner chose to endure the bullying from the villagers and eventually died under the hot sun. Moye is a good beastman, but he is too passive. Perhaps this is his biggest flaw. Yanli doesn't want to be passive like Moye. To prevent the tragedy of the original owner, she must clarify things with Chi Yun and the others from now on. They cannot secretly fight because of tribe differences where she cannot see. Chi Yun and the others didn't understand why Yanli suddenly emphasized this. They looked at each other and nodded in agreement. After receiving their answers, Yanli ordered them to go do their tasks. Lai Yan saw that they finished speaking and came over. "Yanli, are these the only beastmen in your tribe? Do you think the 10,000 Beast tribe is less worthy of an alliance with the Fierce Wolf tribe?" Yanli asked back. "No, I definitely didn't think that. I just wanted to ask." Lai Yan hurriedly replied. Yanli shot him a glance, but said nothing. She called out to Chi Yun, you and Wenze go outside and pick some wild vegetables and fruits. "Lord Yanli, can I go with you?" Lala approached quietly and asked softly. Lala timidly bowed her head towards Jibai. "Your Majesty." Jibai nodded gently. "You've only been here a day, and your courage has grown quite a bit. You dare to go out with the beast men to pick wild vegetables and fruits. The female members of the White Eagle tribe are weaker in their beast form compared to females of other tribes. The main reason is that after transforming, their hands turn into wings that can only fly, and their attack power is limited to their claws on their feet. Females are slender, and their claws in beast form are not very strong. When they see a wolf with only one ear, they tend to run away. If they fight, they might be the ones to get hurt. Because of this, female members of the White Eagle tribe rarely leave the tribe and usually stay in the village. Lord Yanli, there are some wild vegetables called scallions that we've never seen before. We don't know what they look like, so I want to go out with them to see, Lala explained. Very good, Jibai praised. Don't forget why I brought you here. You should learn everything you can.
Yes.
Yanli, you promised me you would teach them how to cook. You should take her along to pick wild vegetables and fruits, right? Jibai asked. Yanli replied, since you're asking, of course I can't say no. Yanli looked at Chi Yun and Wenze. It doesn't matter how many wild vegetables and fruits we pick. The most important thing is to keep Lala safe. If anything happens to her, the White Eagle King probably won't forgive me. Protecting her is your job, since she's with you, Yanli said. Yanli shrugged, saying nothing further. Chi-yun and Wen-zhe listened to their conversation and nodded in understanding. Chi-yun and Wen-zhe took baskets and went out to gather wild vegetables. Ji-bai and Lai Yan curiously watched them leave. After they left, Lai Yan's gaze fell on a nearby bamboo basket. He asked, "Yenli, how did you make this?" "That's something I'll tell you another time. First, look at the stone pot," Yenli said, leading them to a pile of stones. There were many stones brought back by Chi-yun and Xing-yun. Yenli picked a medium-sized stone and asked, "How about this one for making a stone pot?" "It's not enough," Ji-bai said. Yenli sighed quietly and looked at a larger stone nearby. "How about this one?" This stone was tall enough to reach Yenli's abdomen. It was more than enough for her to lie on and sleep. Ji-bai nodded. "That's fine. 20 pieces of beast skin," Yenli said. 20 was the first number Ji-bai heard. He paused, unsure whether this number was many or few, but he felt it was more than before. Yenli compared with her fingers. 20 is counting from the beginning again, 11, 12, up to 20. "If you really don't understand, I will teach you slowly. More, much more than what we first said. Ji-bai isn't stupid." With a little understanding, he quickly grasped it after Yenli pointed it out. Based on size, this 5 beast skin is the friendship price, and this 10 beast skin, and the 20 beast skin. You also see how much bigger this is compared to what we agreed on. Ji-bai chose a piece that was much larger than expected. Not raising the price would be foolish. Ji-bai looked at the size and fell silent. "All right, 20 it is," he agreed. Yenli went to the pavilion to get tools. After grabbing them, she looked up and called out, "Xiongxing, come here." Xiongxing heard the call and quickly came over. "King, what's the matter?" "Stand here. I will teach you how to carve a stone pot," Yenli said. If her own tribe used stone pots, she could carve them slowly herself. But if another tribe wanted stone pots, she couldn't do it alone. She could go out during the day, leaving Xiongxing in the village to help carve the stone pot a little. No need to finish it, just deepening the holes a bit would save her a lot of time. Yenli patiently explained to Xiongxing how to carve a stone pot. Moye, Ji-bai, and Liayan also listened carefully. When she finished explaining, Liayan thought he could do it too and said, "Yenli, let me try." "Okay." Yenli handed him the tools. Liayan picked up the hammer and struck once, feeling a bit numb in his hand from the impact. Yenli said, "Tilt the chisel a bit." Hammering straight on so hard. "Are you trying to split the stone into pieces?" "That got it." Liayan tilted the chisel. He hammered for a while, and Yenli asked Ji-bai, "Do you want to try too?" "Sure." Ji-bai stepped forward and took the tools. At first, he didn't expect the force to be so strong, and his hand slipped, nearly hitting his knuckles with the hammer. "Hold steady. I don't have your strength, so hold it firmly," Yenli said with a tease. Ji-bai. Not speaking, he continued hammering a few more times, feeling bored, and then put down the tools. "I'm not playing anymore."
"I'll try," Moye said.
Yenli nodded and let Moye try as well. Moye listened carefully to the knowledge about the theory, hitting with perfect posture and strength. Yenli was still thinking. Moye learns quickly. Suddenly, a tiny piece of gravel flew into Moye's eye. Moye immediately stopped what he was doing and reached to rub his eye.
Yenli was startet.
"Don't touch it randomly. Let me take a look." She stepped in front of Moye, opened his eyes with both hands, and quickly found the small gravel in his golden eyes. She gently blew on it, and the tiny stones soon came out. Yenli sighed in relief. "Moye, are you okay? Do you have to rush so much?" Liayan said sourly. "It's just a small stone in your eye. You're acting like a sharp claw has entered his eye." Yenli finally noticed that she was so eager to remove the gravel from Moye's eye that she almost threw herself on him. It seemed a bit too much. Yenli stepped back from Moye and straightened up. Eyes are fragile. Removing things that get in quickly is good for them. Liayan's expression remained dark and unhappy. Seeing them so close made him feel very uncomfortable. Yenli ignored his attitude and turned to look at Moye. Moye sat on a stone, his calm golden eyes watching her gently and handsome. "Give me the tools," she said, holding out her hand. This might be difficult for you both, so I'll do it. Maybe because Yenli had learned the skills of a stonecutter, she had never encountered situations like gravel flying into the eye. Because she could safely carve stones into pots without difficulty, she never thought carving a stone pot was hard. It just took some time. But for Moye, who was smarter than most, carving a stone pot was still a bit challenging. I've carved many, Moye said without giving the tools. This time, I can do it well. Be careful that small stones don't get into your eyes again, Yenli warned.
Moye nodded.
This time, he did better than before. Knowing common sense, Jibai said, carving a stone pot is indeed hard.
Take your time.
Yenli nodded in agreement. Moye didn't speak and quietly carved the stone pot. Yenli asked Moye, how long will you keep carving here? During mealtime, Moye replied. Yenli thought, isn't that before eating he'll take over the tools? Then I'll go cook something?
Moye nodded.
It seemed Moye was going to help carve the stone. Yenli doesn't know how skilled he is, but she accepts Moye's good intentions. She catches the haha bird and keeps it with the others, along with 2 black porcupines. One is temporarily confined, and the other is used for dinner tonight. Jibai and Lian plan to relax and wait for the meal, but Yenli gathers them to help. There are many ways to prepare pork for eating. However, Yenli finds some methods too troublesome. After thinking, she decides that the quickest options are grilled stone slab meat and hot pot. She can't decide what to make tonight. Thinking for a moment, she goes to Moye and asks, Moye, do you want to have grilled stone slab meat or hot pot tonight? Moye remains silent for a moment and replies, hot pot. Okay. Having decided on the meal, Yenli turns to prepare. She cuts the black porcupine in half, 2/3 for hot pot and 1/3 for grilling. It's such delicious pork. Not using some for grilling would be a waste. Yenli marinates the pork and picks up her basket, saying to Jibai, I'm going out. Stay here and be good. Don't fight just because I'm not around. Jibai asks, if you're worried about us fighting, why not take one of us with you? Yenli shakes her head. No, this is the territory of the wild lion tribe. Taking you around might make them nervous. Just stay here and behave. Hearing this, Jibai and Lian quiet down, wanting to follow Yenli, but understanding her reasoning. Yenli plans to go to the seaside to bring back the salt she dried and catch some fish and shrimp. Tonight they will have hot pot, and just wild vegetables and pork might be too plain. Since leaving the cave, her days have become busy. She usually rushes to the sea, quickly collecting the dried salt and returning without fishing. But now, there's still time in the evening, and she can catch fish and shrimp. At the seaside, she arrives just as the tide is going out. The beach is full of fish, shrimp, and that didn't retreat with the water. Seabirds are also scavenging on the shore, struggling to survive. Yenli walks along the beach, collecting many edible fish, shrimp, and large. Finally, she picks up a big fish weighing over 20 jin, about 10 kilograms. The fish is still alive, flopping as Yenli catches it. She uses vines, threading one through its mouth, then carries it to the salt drying area. Near the dried salt, she wraps the fish in animal cloth and heads back to the valley. In the valley, Nana and the others had already arrived. Today, they were escorted by Shiai's Shirtian, and Yi Tuesday Yi Tu visited the Wan Beast clan again, which Yenli did not expect. When Yenli returned, she felt the atmosphere was serious and heavy, tense like a drawn bow. Yi Tu's arrival caused Moye to stop carving stones and obediently stay beside Yi Tuesday. Seeing Yenli return, Xian Yun and the others' eyes sparkled with joy, and they came forward to help Yenli carry things. Yenli handed the items to them, then approached Yi Tu and respectfully said, King of the Wild Lions, long time no see. Why do you have time to visit me today? Among them, Yi Tu was the oldest. Perhaps because he was Moye's father, Yenli was usually a bit arrogant and proud around others, but she still felt some respect for Yi Tu. Yi Tu looked at Yenli and said, If I didn't come, I wouldn't know who else you might let pass by our village. Sorry, King of the Wild Lions. I was wrong about this. I promise it won't happen again. Also, with me here, they won't harm the Wild Lion clan. Since they were on someone else's land, Yenli realized she had made a mistake and quickly apologized to Yi Tuesday. She apologized so quickly that Yi Tu wanted to say more but swallowed his words, and his serious expression softened. Moye had told him before that Yenli was planning to form an alliance with the White Eagle clan and the Fierce Wolf clan, but he didn't expect her to bring them into her territory and let them pass in front of the village. It scared the unaware villagers. Yenli didn't hide anything and let her people pass in front of the village. Not long after they left, the villagers gathered to discuss intensely. Nana and the others stepped forward and said, Yenli is no longer part of the Wild Lion clan. She is doing nothing wrong to form an alliance with the White Eagle clan and the Fierce Wolf clan for her people. Moreover, Yenli promised us that if the White Eagle clan and Fierce Wolf clan try to capture us, she will stand up to protect us. Some villagers who disliked Yenli said, Isn't it enough that we have the Wild Lion clan protecting her? Forming an alliance with the White Eagle clan and Fierce Wolf clan, and letting them walk in front of our village, doesn't that look down on us? No matter how much Yenli helps us, she can't look down on us just because of this. Their arguments grew louder, and hearing the noise, Yi Tu and Shirtian came out to ask what was happening. Every night before sleeping, Moye would tell Yi Tu about what happened with Yenli. Moye was honest and straightforward, a traditional beast man with no secrets. So, Yenli knew about the alliance early on. Hearing the clan members arguing didn't surprise him. He only came to Yenli to give the clan members an explanation. King of the Wild Lions, I will make it up to you, Yenli said sincerely. Yenli, I don't dislike you, Night 2 replied. The White Eagle clan and the Fierce Wolf clan, I can allow them to pass by the Wild Lion clan's territory to find you, but you must promise me that when they pass through our land, they will not harm any of our beastmen. This request was not a problem, but the answer shouldn't have been given by Yenli. She looked to Ji Bai and Lai Yan. Ji Bai and Lai Yan immediately understood what Yanli's gaze meant. I can promise you that as long as we are in the Wild Lion clan's territory, we will not attack any beastmen of the Wild Lion clan, Ji Bai said. I can also promise that our Fierce Wolf clan isn't foolish enough to come into the Wild Lion clan's territory just to cause trouble, Lai Yan added. At most, they would fight over food on the plains with the Wild Lion clan. But they knew very well that the Wild Lion clan was the strongest here. If they fought, they might be wiped out. So, they wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke the fierce lions. Yenli was satisfied with their answers and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. King of the Wild Lions, with their answers, are you at ease now? If you're still worried, I can promise you that if they try to use our alliance to harm the Wild Lion clan, I will stand with you and oppose them. Ji Bai frowned slightly and looked displeased. Yenli, are you really helping the Wild Lion clan like this? It's not help, just not wanting to be used, Yenli replied. I treat all allies fairly. No matter who they are, if they try to use me for bad purposes, I won't let them. Even the Wild Lion clan. Hearing this, Ji Bai felt much more at ease. Nana, hearing Yenli's words, was a little unhappy. Yenli, aren't our Wild Lion clan and you the best friends? Fairness must be maintained, Yenli said. Since I am caught between you, I must stay neutral. So, don't think that because I have a good relationship with you, I will favor you. We don't need a female to favor us, Night 2 said. Ji Bai also added, the White Eagle clan treats allies well. Once they make a promise, they won't betray it easily. Lai Yan said, once I say something, I won't go back on my word. In short, they all agreed not to use Yenli's name to do bad things. And there was no need to use Yenli for anything. Hearing their words, Yenli felt very happy. Even though the three tribes were enemies, they still disliked each other deep down at this moment. However, in Yenli's territory, they chose to have a temporary peace. And their past grudges would not involve Yenli. The orcs were honest about their feelings. If they disliked something, they showed it. If they liked something, they expressed it. They would keep their promises. King Lion, thank you for your kindness in stepping back, Yenli said gratefully. Night 2 came with the resentment of his tribe, but did not blame Yenli too much. He agreed to let the White Eagle tribe and the Fierce Wolf tribe's orcs pass by their village to find her. Just this much was enough to deserve thanks. Hearing this, Knight 2 smiled gently. Yanli, I accept everything you've done, not just for you, but also for Moye. He looked kindly at Moye as he spoke. Moye, who had been quietly listening nearby, didn't understand why Knight 2 mentioned him in front of everyone. Instinctively, he lowered his head and said, Thank you, father. He wasn't sure what he was thanking him for. Seeing his son's confused look, Knight 2 sighed with a hint of disappointment. Moye, you need to try harder. Don't be so dull. Yes, Moye replied, even though he didn't understand what he was supposed to try harder at. Having spent many years with Knight 2, he thought this answer was definitely correct. Knight 2 shook his head. He knew how slow his son was when it came to finding a partner. It's already so dark, and I'm hungry and tired. Yanli, would you mind if I eat something here? Without paying attention to his slow-witted son, Knight 2 changed the subject. Yanli nodded. King Lion, you can come and eat here every day. Your tribe is so small. If I come every day, you won't be able to support your people. Next time, I'll bring my own share of meat, he said. All right, Yanli replied with a smile. Knight 2 looked at Yanli and became more pleased. Yanli, I like you, this female. Being with you makes me feel very comfortable. Maybe because you're brave and smart. Thank you for your kind words, King Lion, Yanli said. I need to go prepare dinner now. Would you mind if I go do my own thing? Go ahead. Make some more delicious food, Knight 2 said. Yanli stood up and went to do her work. Seeing Yanli leave, Bye and Lai Yan quickly followed. They couldn't sit peacefully and chat with Knight 2 here, so being with Yanli was better. Moye watched their departing figures and stayed quietly in the same place for a long while. Knight 2 saw that he did not go to help and asked, Why are you still here? Father. What's wrong? Moye looked serious and said, I don't want a new stepmother. Request failed when Zay was part of a different tribe before, which had no such rules. Plus, he was a king. He had never experienced this before. When he heard Yanli's words and was about to step forward, Qian said, King, we absolutely won't listen to you on this. Yes, in our old tribe, our king never did anything in the village. We are used to that. Here, the king handles everything himself, which makes us see how powerful he is. We can't eat with the king. Qi Yun and Qi Xing stood straight, looking proud and serious. When Zay listened to their words and tried to stand firm again, Knight 2 muttered, Why do I feel like your two tribesmen are scolding me? Different tribes, different rules. Wild Lion King, don't take their stubborn words to heart, Yanli comforted him. Knight 2 glanced at Qi Yun and Qi Xing, sat up straight, and said, They're doing well. You are a female, set the rules, and the tribe's people will respect you and listen better. Yanli looked at Qi Yun and Qi Xing. They were waiting for her to finish eating, which was fine. But since Wendy, a small child, was also waiting, Yanli felt a bit sorry. She had lived many years and aimed to become an immortal. She had always tried to be kind, even though her personality was a bit different from other aspiring immortals. She wanted to be nice to children because they are innocent and pure. King, we are fine, Wenzi said. Now this is better than living in our original tribe. We can accept this. Even Wenzi said so. Yanli nodded and accepted their respect. She activated her cooking skill. With plenty of seasonings and some spices brought back from the Fierce Wolf tribe, this dinner was different. Only Knight 2, who cooked once for Yanli, had tasted it before. The first time he ate Yanli's food, he thought it was very good. But this time, it was much tastier than before. With Wenzi and the others insisting, Yanli ate her dinner peacefully. She picked up her bowl, took a piece of cooked meat, dipped it in the sauce, and tasted it. The meat was delicious, but it wasn't spicy. Yanli looked at her bowl and saw that the sauce was made for people who didn't eat spicy food. The orcs here cannot tolerate the taste of chili peppers. Only Yanli can eat them. So, the spicy dipping sauce is only in his own bowl. Hiss. Hiss. Lian Yan sitting nearby occasionally makes a breathing sound. Yanli turns his head to look. It's already dark, and the firelight makes it impossible to see what's in Lian Yan's dipping bowl. From his sweating and breathing sounds, it's easy to guess he took his own bowl of sauce. Lian Yan, Why did you take my sauce? Hiss.
What?
Lian looks at his bowl, then at the wooden bowl in Yanli's hand. They look the same. How do you know I took yours? The taste is different. Why is yours different from ours? Jibai asks. Yanli replies, because you all can't eat spicy food. I can eat it. It's very tasty. This is the first time I've tried this kind of food, and I want to eat more. Lian says. The wolf tribe's food always includes Sichuan pepper, which everyone can eat, so naturally they can accept the spiciness of chili peppers. Finding a friend who can eat spicy food makes Yanli happy. He nods. Of course my chili sauce is delicious. The ingredients here are simple, and even with basic cooking, it tastes good. But for someone who loves spicy food, chili peppers are the best thing in this world. Is it really that delicious? Jibai asks skeptically. Lian nods. Very tasty. The meal Yanli made for our village was already the best, but this is even better. Yanli, make me some too, I want to try, Lian strongly recommends. Jibai can't resist his curiosity. Yanli reminds him, Jibai, since you've never eaten spicy food, I don't recommend you try. If you're not used to spice, you might think I'm poisoning you. It's okay, Jibai says firmly. Seeing his simple determination, Yanli chops some chili peppers and garlic, sprinkles a little salt for seasoning, and heats pig fat extracted from a black wild boar in a stone pot until it boils. Then he pours it over the chopped chili and garlic. Once done, Yanli brings it over.
Try it.
Jibai picks up a piece of cooked meat, dips it in the freshly made chili sauce, and takes a bite. Before he finishes, he starts coughing from the spiciness. Already expecting this, Yanli hands him a bamboo tube filled with hard fruit juice. Drink this quickly to relieve the spiciness. Jibai drinks the hard fruit juice in one gulp, then sticks out his tongue from the heat. Where's this delicious? What's not delicious about it? Lian retorts unhappily. Yanli, I want to try too, Nana says. Yanli asked them to fill the bamboo tubes at their feet with firm fruit juice, and then taste it. Indeed, except for her and Lian, everyone else couldn't handle the spiciness of the chili peppers. After tasting a small amount, they all regretted trying the spicy dipping sauce. Lian sniffed and said, it's really delicious. Everyone's tastes are different, which is normal. Just the two of us can eat it, Yanli replied. Lian said, Yanli, can you teach us how to make this? If we sprinkle it on the barbecue, it would smell so good. You just reminded me I need to pick all the chilies back and make some chili powder to keep. But I can't teach you, since you're not allied with us. I will try my best to get my father to ally with you, just because of the chili peppers. Lian bit into a large piece of meat, thinking about how to quickly persuade Liang, this stubborn one. Yanli's stomach isn't very big, and she eats quickly. After finishing, she told Wenze and others to eat, then stood up to cut the remaining barbecue for everyone. After doing this, she went to the pond to wash her hands. Near the wooden house, she took a large piece of wood, used tools to peel off the outer bark, and hollowed out the middle. While everyone was still eating, Yanli was busy working. Jibai asked, What are you doing? Making more wooden bowls and basins, Yanli said. When there are more people, we won't have enough bowls, so I need to make a few more. Jibai looked at the wooden bowl in his hand, and then at the wood in Yanli's hands, suddenly understanding. He ate while watching Yanli carve the wood. The stones were too hard. Their claws couldn't do it. But wood was soft. Halfway through, Yanli suddenly stopped and turned away. No one knew what she was doing, so they continued eating since they hadn't finished yet. After finishing, Yanli brought back a bunch of small twigs. When Yunyan and the others were about to clear the dishes, Yanli called out, Wash them later. Come sit down for a bit. Jibai, Lian, you too. Yetu and Shirtian had finished eating and planned to chat with Yanli for a while before returning. Seeing Yanli gather everyone, they also curiously went over. Yanli divided a large handful of small sticks, giving 20 to each person. What's this for? Lian asked, confused, and put one twig in his mouth to bite. Seeing that it was just a normal branch, he spat out the wood shavings. Because you guys don't even understand basic numbers well. To help us get along better in the future, I decided to start with something simple to teach you. Yanli looked around at everyone and said, each of you has 30 sticks. I will briefly explain numbers 1 to 30, then you will find the matching sticks based on the numbers I give. In alliances with other groups, bartering often happens. To avoid confusion about how many items to give, teaching them basic math is necessary. At least, they should learn the simple parts. After explaining numbers 1 to 30, Yanli put down her sticks and handed them to Qiyun. Now, follow my instructions and take out the corresponding sticks. First is 7. Those holding sticks counted theirs, while those without sticks counted along beside them. Soon some people finished counting. Moye was the fastest. He was quick to learn and had been taught before, so now he was just reinforcing his knowledge. Qiyun and Xingyun also learned a bit, but they counted more slowly, though correctly. Jibai repeatedly compared his fingers and then took out his sticks. It was adorable to see such a big beast man counting like a child. Lai Yan suddenly forgot the number while counting and had to start over. Yi Tu and Shirtian also looked a bit confused. Nana, Liu Chui, and Su were in a group. Maybe because there were many people, their counting got more chaotic. Seeing the messy scene, Yanli spoke. When I count to 3, put the counted sticks in front of you.
1.
Yanli, wait. Let us count again, Nana hurriedly said. Yanli didn't hold back. She calmly counted to 3, and everyone nervously placed their sticks in front of her. Yanli counted the sticks in front of everyone. Moye, Qiyun, Xingyun, and Jibai all counted correctly. Lai Yan, you have 1 extra stick. That's 8, not 7. Nana and your group have 3 extra sticks. She looked up at Yi Tu and Shirtian, who watched her expectantly. Yanli said, King of the Wild Lions, you have 2 extra sticks. Uncle Tian, you also have 2 extra sticks. The 2 oldest looked hopeful, waiting for Yanli to say they counted correctly. Hearing they were wrong was more disappointing than losing prey. Yanli, how can you be sure we all counted wrong? Lai Yan, who had too many sticks, asked somewhat defensively. Yanli replied, pick up the sticks you counted. I will say a number, and you will put down 1 stick. Be ready. Seeing everyone obediently pick up their sticks, Yanli patiently counted each one. When she finished, as she predicted, there were extra sticks. Did I get it right? Yanli asked Lai Yan. Li Yan looked at the extra branch in his hand and pouted slightly, feeling a bit wronged.
Oh, right. Keep going.
Once you get the hang of simple numbers, you can rest. Yanli, why do we have to learn your stuff? Jibai asked. Orcs have always had conflicts between different tribes. Because of these conflicts, they often think they are stronger than others. Things like cooking and hunting benefit them directly, but Jibai feels that learning numbers isn't very useful. Seeing Yanli giving orders like a king, they feel a little uncomfortable. Yanli said if we learn, then when we trade, we will have a standard. For example, I trade a stone pot for 20 pieces of animal hide, but you don't know what 20 pieces mean. If you only take 3 and say it's 20, our alliance might be broken at that moment. Of course, if you have a better way to count, I can learn from you too. Let's do it your way, Jibai agreed. He couldn't think of a better way to count than Yanli's, and he thought Yanli was right. If they give 20 pieces of animal hide to Yanli, and he says it's not enough and asks for more, they will lose out. It's better to learn math well. Simple numbers are simple. Practice counting a few more times, and later Yanli's numbers will be accurate even at night. Night has fallen deep, and fierce beasts are already asleep. Yanli also let everyone go to sleep. Tomorrow, he will go with Moye to find the bones of the stone turtle. Yanli took a bath and headed to his room. Under the moonlight, Jibai stood in his room. His silver-white short hair shone softly in the moonlight, and his crimson eyes looked like jewels. Hearing Yanli's footsteps, he raised an eyebrow. Is there something? Yanli asked. Yanli, freshly bathed, carried a faint fragrance. Jibai looked at her with deep eyes, paused for a moment, and said, I will send an additional female to you tomorrow. Yanli looked at him confused and asked, why not send her with Lala and the others? At first I wanted to send her, but I was worried you might bully her, so I didn't send her. Now you're not worried I might bully her? Jibai looked at her for a while, then smiled and said, "Seeing Lala and Shower here is good. Also, during the time we've been together, I found that although you sometimes sound a bit harsh when you speak, you are a confident female, even more so than some orcs. But you're not the kind of female who would bully others easily. Such a high opinion of me? When you made a wooden bowl from wood, you didn't hide from our view. You did it right in front of us, and even taught us how to count. Although you said it was to exchange things, you didn't hide what you knew and willingly shared it with us. From this, we can see that you are a good female. In Yamli's eyes, these things are insignificant and don't need to be hidden. Such actions earn Jibai's trust. Sending your female to another tribe is risky. Lala and Shower are the strongest females in the Baying tribe. Jibai was worried they might be bullied. Seeing how Lala and Shower are treated here, and hearing what Yamli initially said to Chi Yun and others, made him more certain that Yamli is different from other females. Yamli said, "If you want to send another female, that's fine.
Just make sure to send the right things."
"Send more hard nuts?" Jibai asked. Yamli replied, "Why send so many? I don't eat hard nuts and roasted birds every day. Just send some meat and food. Also, she needs to prepare her own animal skins." Jibai nodded, then suddenly looked serious. "Yanli, you must take good care of Schwanger. She's the female I like.